Beep beep. Do you walk without eyes in your head? The driver yanked the steering wheel hard, then stuck his head out of the window and cursed loudly. Sorry, or how about you just run me over and kill me? The young man slurred as he spoke, swaying unsteadily, clearly still not fully awake from his hangover. Nutcase. Not worth my time. The bald man spat one more insult before stepping on the gas and driving off. At this moment, the magic capital was in the grip of scorching summer heat. The ground temperature soared past 40 degrees, and ordinary people would never linger outside for long. By the side of the asphalt road stood a man in a white tank top. His name was Lu Feng. At that moment, he was clutching a liquor bottle, cursing at the BMW driver, who had just left, his face filled with resentment. Upstart bumpkin, aside from money, what do you have? I will definitely be richer than you one day. Ding. The limited time flash sale system is currently binding. What was that sound? Who's talking? Lu Feng anxiously looked around, but saw nothing. I am a system bound exclusively to you. Each day I will refresh 3 flash sale items. You may choose one among them. Furthermore, as your level rises, more services will be unlocked one after another, the mechanical voice replied. So you're saying you're my exclusive system now? Lu Feng listened with a deeply puzzled expression. Yes, the system's emotionless voice continued. So novels really do bleed into reality now? Am I about to stage a loser's counterattack? Yes. Then where are you right now? He asked urgently. I am currently in your mind. You only need to concentrate, and you can enter the mind interface. At the system's words, Lu Feng hurriedly focused his thoughts and indeed entered a space resembling a subdimension where a floating interface hung before him like a computer window. Ding. Host detected entering the system. Today's items have been refreshed. Hearing the system's voice, Lu Feng quickly turned his gaze to the screen. One large flat unit in Guanlan International Dongqing District valued at 74 million renminbi. One Lamborghini Veneno valued at 45 million renminbi. 1% of Ferrari's original shares valued at $300 million. Lu Feng stared at the items refreshed by the system, utterly dazed. Only after a long moment did he finally snap back to his senses. Damn, this is insanely awesome. I could crush both big and small tech tycoons in minutes. System, I'm in love with you. Ding. Today's refresh has concluded. Please host, make your choice as soon as possible. I choose number 3. The moment the system finished its reminder, Lu Feng made his decision. Of course I'm choosing 3. $300 million. Converted, that's nearly 2 billion RMB. I'll instantly go from broke kid to billionaire. The host has made a choice. The Ferrari share transfer document will be delivered to the host's residence within 1 hour. Go home. At the system's words, Lu Feng hurriedly scanned a shared bicycle at the roadside, and his legs churned like flaming wheels as he pedaled away. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to see that share transfer document and confirm whether all of this was real. In less than no time, with a sharp squeal of the brakes, Lu Feng returned to his rented room of less than 10 square meters. He was a university student who had just graduated this year from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, one of Huawei's top institutions. He had also been the campus heartthrob there, though this campus idol had been dumped by his girlfriend the day before graduation. He recalled his ex-girlfriend getting into the BMW 5 Series owned by a bald, greasy, middle-aged man, and the cruel words she had spoken. Lu Feng, in this day and age, you can't live without money. You definitely can't date without money. You may be the campus heartthrob, but good looks don't feed you. I just want a high-quality life. You can't give me the life I want, so let's break up. Her words had been echoing in Lu Feng's ears these past few days. Every time he thought of it, his fragile heart turned icy cold. Right now, all he wanted was to see when that so-called transfer document would arrive. In truth, it wasn't that he had never considered relying on his own effort to find a high-paying job and then slap his ex-girlfriend in the face, but reality had given him a harsh slap first. Though he had graduated from a first-rate university in China, Huawei's current environment simply did not lack university graduates. Even a degree from the University of Finance and Economics was no guarantee. He had no real connections, no background to speak of, even his parents were gone, and he had been raised by his uncle. Finding a good job was easier said than done. On top of that came the blow of heartbreak, which left Lu Feng sunk in decadence. Yet now this inexplicable system had given him a faint sliver of hope. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, a sudden knocking at the door jolted him awake. Hearing the sound, he hurriedly got up and walked over. Click. With the sound of the latch turning, the door swung open. Hello, are you Mr. Lu Feng? Your delivery. Please sign for it, the courier said, holding a document envelope. But Lu Feng seemed not to hear him, so the courier had to call out again, hello. Only after the courier's second greeting did Lu Feng finally come back to himself. Please sign, the courier said, pen in hand. Oh right. Lu Feng replied, forcing down the surge of excitement in his chest as he shakily picked up the pen and signed his name. Wish you a pleasant life. Goodbye, the courier said, then turned and left without looking back. Once the courier had gone far enough, Lu Feng tore open the envelope in excitement and pulled out the documents. His gaze was instantly glued to the line that read Ferrari Share Transfer Agreement. He quickly flipped through the papers and began to read carefully. Having graduated from the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, he finished the contract in barely 2 minutes, then promptly signed his own name at the bottom. So this means I'm already a shareholder of Ferrari. I've already become a billionaire. Lu Feng asked the system, his face filled with incredulity. Yes, host. The system's voice once again sounded in his mind. So it refreshes every single day. Lu Feng asked again. Yes. The system is currently at initial level 1. Please work hard to raise your level. As your level increases, you will be able to unlock better items. How do I level up? Lu Feng asked, baffled by this. Truth be told, he still had no idea how the system operated or why it had suddenly appeared in his life. Once your total net worth exceeds 10 billion renminbi, the system will automatically upgrade to level 2 and simultaneously unlock the mall mode. In the mall, you will be able to exchange for many items beyond your imagination. In turn, when your total wealth reaches 100 billion, 1 trillion, and beyond, the system will continue to upgrade. Alright, I get it. Looks like I'll just have to work very hard every day buying items to help you level up, Lu Feng said with a smirk that begged for a beating. Yet at this moment, he still had no idea that by using the system to obtain Ferrari shares, he had invisibly offended a powerful faction. This powerful faction had been laying out plans for a long time in order to acquire Ferrari shares. After leaving the system space, Lu Feng mounted his shared bicycle and headed out to get dinner. Today I'm going to treat myself to something good. I'm a billionaire now after all. I ought to reward myself. A sharp screech of brakes tore through the air. Lu Feng executed a dashing emergency stop, flinging his bicycle neatly to a halt at the entrance of the shop. Raising his voice, he shouted into the store boss. A bowl of crab roe noodles loaded up with as much crab roe as you can, 4 servings. The noodle shop owner poked his head out from the steaming kitchen, his face wreathed in smiles. Ha ha ha, Xiao Feng, did you win the lottery or something? So generous, you're really splurging today. Just got lucky, made a bit of extra cash. Lu Feng replied carelessly as he dropped into his usual seat with a casual plop. Getting rich is a good thing. Just don't forget your old uncle here when you really make it big. Think of me when something good comes your way. The boss joked as he bustled about. Of course, uncle. You've looked after me plenty in the past. I've kept it all in mind. So how's the job search going? The boss suddenly changed the subject. Still working hard at it, Lu Feng answered vaguely. As for that miraculous flash sale system, he didn't want to utter a single word about it. The whole thing was far too outrageous. Who would ever believe it if he said it out loud? He might even get dragged off for research. No rush, take your time looking. The noodles are ready, come eat. The boss carried a bowl of noodles over. Lu Feng's eyes lit up at once. This bowl of crab roe noodles was simply divine. A thick layer of crab roe covered the surface, packed to the brim with tiny specks of bright green scallions scattered on top, the aroma drilling straight into his nose. Without another word, he grabbed his chopsticks, ready to dig in. Just then a shrill ringtone burst forth. His phone began ringing at the most inconvenient moment. Hello? Who is this? Lu Feng answered the call irritably, his tone a bit harsh. Who could be in a good mood when their meal was interrupted? Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng? A gentle, sweet voice drifted from the other end of the line. This is me, and you are? I am the assistant to the president of Ferrari Asia. My name is Chen Xian. Ferrari. What do they want with me? Lu Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Mr. Lu, about the contract we sent you earlier, did you receive it? I received it, Lu Feng replied faintly. Would you be available to come to the company this afternoon? Or shall I? Chen Xian asked cautiously. Alright then, add me on WeChat. I'll send you my location so you can come pick me up. With that, Lu Feng hurriedly hung up. If he didn't hang up now, this luxurious bowl of crab roe noodles would clump together, and that would truly be a crime against good food. After ending the call, Chen Xian dared not delay. She swiftly got into her car and sped toward the location Lu Feng had sent. On the road, her mind was filled with speculation about this mysterious Ferrari shareholder. After all, Ferrari was a world-class high-end sports car brand, and its shares had always been firmly in Italian hands. Who exactly was this enigmatic Mr. Lu that he could actually gather Ferrari shares into his hands? Could he be some deeply hidden domestic business tycoon? If it were one of the big ma figures in the internet world or the head of Chinda Group, those were all titans capable of stirring up towering waves in the international business arena. If they made a move, it would be understandable. Chen Xian drove while letting her imagination run wild, and before she knew it, she had arrived near the location Lu Feng had sent. Through the car window, she immediately spotted a young man by the roadside wearing a white tank top and long shorts, happily munching on an ice cream bar, his face full of contentment. Chen Xian rubbed her eyes, hardly believing what she was seeing. This was the mysterious Ferrari shareholder. Half in doubt, she pulled out her phone and dialed his number. Hello. The call was picked up after barely a single ring. looking out the window at the guy holding an ice cream in one hand and a phone in the other, repeatedly saying, "Hello, hello." Chun Qian finally came back to her senses, hurriedly pushed open the car door, and walked over. "Mr. Lu, hello." Lost in his repeated hello, Lu Feng was startled by the sudden voice. He looked up to see a tall, stunning beauty standing before him. She wore a black Chanel-style short blazer, a pencil skirt paired with black stockings, and high heels. Her height, at least 1.70 m by estimation. "Hello, hello." Lu Feng recovered and quickly said, "You're the assistant to the Ferrari president." "Yes, Mr. Lu. Very nice to meet you. So what did you need me for?" Lu Feng asked curiously. "Mr. Lu, you are now a board member of Ferrari. Our global president and director, Mr. Enzo, is especially eager to meet you," Chun Qian explained. "Huh. Don't tell me I have to fly all the way to Italy to meet him." No, Mr. Lu, you misunderstood." Chun Qian hurriedly waved her hand. "A video call will do. Mr. Enzo very much wants to get to know you." "Oh, I see. All right then, let's go." Lu Feng finally nodded in agreement. Right after that, Chun Qian led him into her compact BMW. On the way, she stole glances at Lu Feng. The young man before her was almost unbelievably young, looking just like a university student. Yet this very person had managed to gather Ferrari shares into his pocket under the very noses of countless financial sharks. Who was he really? The carefully groomed successor of some domestic business magnate? Or the scion of an ancient, mysterious clan? Surely it wasn't all just on the strength of a handsome face. Chun Qian pondered the entire way, yet still couldn't make sense of it. Once they arrived at the company, she brought Lu Feng into the office. At the thought that he was about to meet the famed Ferrari president, Lu Feng felt a trace of nervousness in his heart. After all, Enzo was a legendary figure in the automotive world, a man of immense influence. A soft chime pulled Lu Feng out of his thoughts. At the same time, a standard European face appeared on the computer. "Hello, Mr. Lu." The elderly man spoke first, breaking the silence. "I am Enzo. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, Mr. Enzo. It's a great honor to be able to speak with someone like you." Lu Feng quickly steadied the turbulence in his heart and began to speak. I'm no such lofty figure. I'm already an old man. The future of this world will belong to you young people." Enzo laughed heartily, though a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. "Not at all. Your invaluable experience and insight are far beyond anything I can compare with," Lu Feng replied modestly. As their conversation deepened, the tension in his heart eased somewhat. "Mr. Enzo, may I ask what prompted you to contact me this time?" On the screen, Enzo waved his hand casually. "Nothing major. I simply wanted to get to know you and to welcome you. Of course, aside from that, there is one more matter regarding the regional branch. Since it's a newly established division, we still lack a proper leader. Your appearance perfectly fills this gap. I intend for you to serve as president of Ferrari's Asia region. Please don't turn me down." Enzo's words echoed through the room, leaving Lu Feng momentarily stunned. To jump straight to being president. This rise was far too swift, so fast he could barely adjust. But he quickly agreed. "Since you put it that way, I'd be remiss to refuse." The two of them chatted for quite a while before hanging up the phone. After leaving Chun Qian, Lu Feng declined her offer to drive him home. He needed some time to calm down. What had happened today was too incredible. Just this morning, he was a loser university student dumped by his girlfriend, having nothing to his name except for his. But then, due to a chance encounter with the system, his life experienced a drastic transformation. From being a nobody to someone who could converse on equal footing with the elite of Ferrari, the rapid ups and downs of life left him in need of a moment of clarity. Thus, he walked back to his rented room, tossing and turning on his bed after returning. "No, I need to check the system again to see if it's real." With that, Lu Feng sat up and focused his mind to enter the brain interface. "Welcome back, host." The system responded normally. "System, when does the flash sale interface refresh?" Lu Feng inquired. "It refreshes at midnight every day," the system replied. "That's too slow. It's like waiting for years." Lu Feng, who had already tasted the sweetness of success, couldn't wait a moment longer. "That's just how the system is set up, but it cannot be changed," the system said coldly. All right, I'll just sleep for a bit. You can't rush hot tofu," he said. Besides, Enzo said the appointment letter would be delivered to me tomorrow, and by then, I will be the president. The domineering president Lu Feng officially goes online. While thinking this, Lu Feng exited the system, preparing to sleep until the items refreshed. He set an alarm, just waiting for the refresh. At midnight, the alarm rang on time. Ding, ding, ding. As the alarm clock rang, Lu Feng quickly sat up and entered the system interface at lightning speed. Just as he entered, the system prompted a refresh. Ding. The items for today's flash sale have been refreshed. Please make your selection, host. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng immediately looked over. The refreshed items were a hypercar Koenigsegg Agera worth 27 million renminbi, an apartment in Dongqing District, Guilin International worth 74 million renminbi, and a Rolex Green Submariner Limited Edition worth 12 million renminbi. Oh my, I really love you, system. To think I could choose from these things which I usually can't even see, Lu Feng bragged. Ding. The system prompted, please don't daydream host, make a choice immediately. So cold. Then I'll choose the apartment, it's the most expensive among these three options. I always choose the expensive over the correct, which will also benefit your system upgrade, Lu Feng said. Besides, I don't have a place to live yet. As the future president of Ferrari, how could I not have a nice place to stay? Ding. The host has made a choice 1 apartment in Dongqing District, Guolan International. The relevant documents will appear on the host's desk tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you, Lu Feng said as he exited the system and lay back down, falling asleep again. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light on Lu Feng's face. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned, then quickly dashed to the table and indeed saw the red booklet he had been longing for. Nice! Lu Feng exclaimed, quickly opening the property certificate. What met his eyes was the address, Building 6, Dongqing District, Guolan International, with the official seal and his name written below, all of which confirmed that this 74 million renminbi property belonged to him. With a pounding heart and trembling hands, I'll get dressed and head out. Lu Feng hummed a tune as he opened the door and walked out. On this early summer morning, it was still quite cool, devoid of the midday heat, just a gentle breeze brushing across his face, like a tender mother caressing her child. Parking by the roadside, Lu Feng bought 2 buns, eating them while riding his bike towards his grand mansion. Shared bikes are not allowed in the community, the security guard said sternly. Our big landlord had to park his bike at the designated area for shared bikes, feeling a bit dejected. Hello, do you have an appointment? No. For the safety of the residents, no entry without an appointment. Please inform the resident, and we can allow you in. Is there a possibility that I am the resident? Lu Feng said, speechless. I'm sorry, esteemed resident 9527 is here to serve you. The security guard quickly saluted. Do I need to register? No need, please present evidence, and I will arrange a vehicle to take you in. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng took out the keys from his pocket. Since the keys were custom-made, the security guard only needed a glance to determine their authenticity. Welcome home, resident 9527 reporting for duty, the security guard announced loudly. Okay, very spirited. Take me to Building 7. Lu Feng smiled, finding the guard quite amusing. With the guard's guidance, he got into the security vehicle and arrived in front of the house he had been dreaming about. Filled with excitement, Lu Feng stepped into the elevator. Exiting the elevator, Lu Feng's heart soared as he looked at the armored entrance door made of alloy. He hurriedly unlocked the door with his key, not forgetting to record his fingerprint on the lock. Upon opening the door, Lu Feng's first sight was a magnificent dining and living room, exquisitely decorated, stunningly beautiful. It was a standard 4-bedroom living room layout, complete with a study and 2 maids' rooms, totaling an area of 343 square meters. This will be my house from now on, my first house in the Magic City, but certainly not my last. Backed by the system, this will be the starting point of my life, Lu Feng thought, standing on the balcony and gazing at the distant skyline of the Magic City. The entire city will be at my feet. Ding ding ding. Just as Lu Feng was lost in his thoughts, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted him. Hello, I am the private butler of Guolan International. You can call me Xiao Wang. Did I disturb you with my call? I wanted to ask if you need lunch prepared for you. You offer that service. Do you charge for it? Lu Feng asked curiously. Of course not. Your property fees include the meal preparation cost, the butler replied slowly. Then please prepare it for me, Lu Feng said. Okay. He finished the call and lay back on the sofa. Just as he was about to explore the television, the phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID was Chun Qian from Ferrari, he wondered, what could she want? Lu Feng answered the phone. What's up, Miss Chun? Mr. Lu, your appointment letter has arrived. I'm bringing it to you, but I'm not sure where you are, so I called to ask, Chun Qian said softly. Oh, then please bring it over. I'm on the 6th floor of Building 7, Guolan International. Please drive safely, Lu Feng said before hanging up. However, at that moment, Chun Qian could not remain calm. For being a local of the Magic City, she knew that Guolan International was renowned, with average prices nearing 100 million for a mansion. This young man, who had just been appointed president of Ferrari, actually lived in Guolan International. With a mix of emotions, Chun Qian drove to Guolan International. Since Lu Feng had informed her in advance, Chun Qian smoothly entered the community. As she walked, Chun Qian marveled at the luxury of the community, thinking, the wicked rich. I really must compete with you. How long do I have to work to afford one of these? Ding dong. With the sound of the doorbell, Chun Qian arrived at Lu Feng's door. Hearing the doorbell, Lu Feng went over and opened the door. Mr. Lu, this is the appointment letter sent by President Enzo. Please sign it. After signing, you will be the president of the Asia division, where you will have absolute authority. Even President Enzo must respect your opinion. Chun Qian handed over the document as soon as they met. Though she felt bad about her own poverty, she still had to continue working, otherwise what would she do if her boss fired her? Being an employee is tough. All right, Lu Feng accepted the appointment letter and signed it. Now you, as the president's secretary, are truly the president's secretary, Lu Feng said with a smile. Yes, from now on I will be your subordinate, Wherever you point, I will strike, Chen Qian replied cheerfully. Ha ha, very well, my secretary, let's have lunch here at noon. I just ordered the food, Lu Feng said with a smile. Then I won't be polite, Chen Qian replied without hesitation, as she was quite interested in this mysterious CEO. Young, handsome, and wealthy, he was the dream lover of many girls. Can I take a look at your house? Chen Qian turned and asked. Of course, let me show you around, Lu Feng readily agreed, as he himself was also very interested in this house, and had yet to explore it before Chen Qian arrived. When Lu Feng brought Chen Qian to the master bedroom, her eyes were immediately drawn to a super large round bed. She estimated that it could accommodate 4 or 5 people without feeling cramped. The evil capitalist, is this for group activities? Chen Qian thought to herself, misjudging Lu Feng, as he had no idea what his master bedroom looked like. The master bedroom even has a walk-in closet. How enviable, how jealous, was Chen Qian's second thought, as she found herself in the walk-in closet of the master bedroom, gazing at rows of wardrobes crafted from precious fragrant wood, feeling utterly envious. After all, this was Magic City, an internationally renowned metropolis. The place she stood in was a top luxury apartment in Magic City, truly worth its weight in gold. While Chen Qian was lost in thought, she accidentally pushed open the bathroom door. For the sake of her conscience, she genuinely did not mean to open the bathroom door. The main reason was that the bathroom door of the master bedroom was simply too beautiful. She did not realize it was a bathroom. Upon seeing the bathroom, Chen Qian was again struck, because this bathroom was even larger than her bedroom. Inside the bathroom, an oversized double bathtub struck her senses hard. Not only was there a bathtub, but the shower was also separated into wet and dry areas. Most outrageous of all, there was even a sauna. Curious, Chen Qian began to touch this and that in the bathroom. Lu Feng stood behind her silently watching, mainly because he had never seen it himself, so he allowed Chen Qian to lead the way. Suddenly Chen Qian pressed something she shouldn't have, and the shower head above began to spray water, catching her off guard and causing her to slip and fall on the floor. Ouch, Chen Qian exclaimed in pain. Her work uniform was soaked under the spray of the shower. When she fell to the ground and twisted her ankle, Lu Feng finally reacted. Are you alright? Lu Feng hurried over to help her up, only to get soaked himself by the spraying shower. Do not ask why Lu Feng didn't turn off the shower first, mainly he didn't know how to. It hurts, I twisted my ankle, Chen Qian said, frowning. Lu Feng hurriedly looked over, and upon seeing Chen Qian in her short skirt, his gaze was immediately captivated by her snow-white long legs. Moreover, at this moment Chen Qian was completely soaked. Her white shirt became semi-transparent, revealing a glimpse of the black undergarment inside, causing Lu Feng to become entranced. How long are you going to stare? Chen Qian's voice, gentle, yet tinged with pain, jolted the mesmerized Lu Feng back to reality. I'm sorry, Lu Feng quickly apologized, then carried Chen Qian to the bedroom. I'll get you some clothes, you dry your hair first, he said, handing her the hairdryer before almost fleeing the room. Chen Qian covered her mouth and laughed as she watched Lu Feng run away. He's really cute. Could he still be a novice? Chen Qian thought while laughing and admiring her own impressive figure. Due to her top being soaked, her proudly protruding 36 was clearly visible, and without stockings today, drops of water adorned her long legs. No wonder he can't handle it, Chen Qian thought. Meanwhile, after Lu Feng rushed out of the room, his heart was pounding. He had never experienced such a situation. Although he had been in a relationship, their hands had merely brushed together due to his girlfriend's rejections. Suddenly witnessing such an alluring scene today, Lu Feng felt that testing the limits of a man was truly unbearable. While thinking, he went to find clothes for Chen Qian. Since no one had lived in the house, there was only a bathrobe in the bathroom cabinet. Lu Feng hurriedly grabbed a pink bathrobe and brought it to Chen Qian. You wear this first, give me your clothes, and I'll put them in the dryer, Lu Feng said as he handed the bathrobe to Chen Qian. Alright, thank you, mister. Lu Chen Qian replied as she took the bathrobe. I'll find you some medicine for promoting blood circulation and reducing swelling, Lu Feng said before stepping out again. Hello, please send me a medicine for promoting blood circulation and reducing swelling, he said on the phone as he walked out of the room. The community manager received the call and hurriedly brought a bottle of safflower oil over. Mister Lu, here's the safflower oil you requested. Are you injured? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? The manager asked with concern. No thank you, it's just a minor sprain, Lu Feng politely replied. Alright, I won't disturb you then. Your lunch will be ready soon and will be delivered shortly, the manager said before exiting. Lu Feng returned to the bedroom with the safflower oil. The medicine is here, you can apply it yourself, he said, looking at Chen Qian sitting on the bed in the bathrobe. From his angle, he could just see a hint of white, and he fought hard to divert his gaze, handing the medicine to Chen Qian. Mister Lu, I can't bend down right now, could you please help me apply it? Chen Qian's soft voice came through, seemingly carrying a hint of seduction. Alright, Lu Feng could only brace himself and agree after seeing her request. Gently placing Chen Qian's foot in a suitable position, Lu Feng opened the safflower oil and poured it into his hand, then applied it slowly to her ankle. That delicate white ankle upon contact fiercely teased Lu Feng's heart, the warm and comforting sensation making him feel like turning into a wolf. Ah, Mr. Lu, be gentle. Slow down. It hurts a bit. Okay, I'll be gentler. Lu Feng gently held Chen Qian's ankle, massaging it. Chen Qian also went from feeling pain at first to feeling comfortable. His warm hands gently massaged her ankle, and with each press Chen Qian felt so good she wanted to cry out. Mr. Lu looks really handsome when he's serious, Chen Qian thought while enjoying Lu Feng's massage. Alright, that should be enough. About 5 minutes later, Lu Feng reluctantly put Chen Qian's foot down. Lunch will be here soon, let me help you to the table, he said again. Thank you, Mr. Lu, you're really considerate, Chen Qian replied softly. Lu Feng supported Chen Qian as they slowly walked to the living room, and just as they sat down the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. Coming, Lu Feng said. When he opened the door, he saw the previous manager with a slightly chubby chef pushing a food cart waiting outside. Upon seeing Lu Feng, the manager and chef said in unison, Mr. Lu, enjoy your meal, and then helped Lu Feng bring the lavish feast from the cart to the dining table. Thank you for your help. It's our honor to serve you, the manager and chef said as they retreated. With a click as the front door closed, Lu Feng and Chen Qian sat down at the dining table. Looking at the lavish banquet on the table, which included abalone with sauce, Australian lobster, and crabs bigger than their faces, both Lu Feng and Chen Qian fell silent, then silently thought being rich is truly wonderful. Then Lu Feng and Chen Qian turned a blind eye to the outside world, focusing solely on their meal, devouring the 6 dishes and 1 soup like a whirlwind. Burp, I'm so full I could burst. After finishing the meal, Chen Qian no longer cared about her image and lay on the sofa, just like Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, burp, thank you for your hospitality. This is the best meal I've ever had, Chen Qian said with a burp in gratitude. You're welcome, burp. Who told you that you're my subordinate? Lu Feng also felt too stuffed to talk. Then both of them lay on the sofa, utterly unrefined, to relax. By the way, Mr. Lu, I forgot to tell you something. Chen Qian suddenly sat up as if she had just remembered something. What is it? Lu Feng asked. It's like this, Mr. Enzo said that since he has handed over the branch to you, you should be responsible for everything in the branch. He asked you to take a look at which location in Magic City would be suitable, Chen Qian replied. What? Am I also responsible for the site selection? Don't they handle that on their side? Lu Feng questioned. Yes, Chen Qian replied with a smile. Have they prepared the funds and everything? They won't expect me to pay, will they? Enzo has already allocated the initial funds, a total of 500 million renminbi for the initial phase, and there will be additional funding later, Chen Qian responded. When it came to serious matters, she quickly got into the zone. After all, she was professional. Oh, that's good. Then he'll get ready and see where is more suitable for the location, Lu Feng said calmly. Alright, just notify me directly once you have made your choice, Chen Qian said. Looking at Lu Feng, who agreed so calmly, she thought to herself, it seems there is indeed a big shot behind him, otherwise he wouldn't take such a big matter of site selection so lightly. Establishing a branch in Magic City is not easy. Even if you're a Ferrari, it involves too many people and matters, and government permission is even required. While Chen Qian was lost and thought Lu Feng was actually feeling quite anxious. He had just graduated from university. How would he know anything about site selection? What experience did he have? He had no connections, but in front of the employees he could only pretend to be calm. Then I'll take my leave. I'm sorry for bothering you for so long, and for you treating me to a meal. I really appreciate it, Chen Qian said as she stood up. Alright, can you drive now? If not, let me give you a ride. Lu Feng also stood up. No need, thank you, Lu Feng. I'm feeling much better now. You've really helped me, Chen Qian said. Then take this bottle of Huahua oil with you, just apply it a few more times. Thank you, will take my leave now, you don't need to see me off. With the sound of the door closing, Chen Qian left. At this moment, Lu Feng returned to his bedroom, preparing to sleep for a while, since he hadn't rested well the previous. As soon as he lay down, he caught a pleasant scent. It was the fragrance of Chen Qian. With that, Lu Feng fell asleep, inhaling her body fragrance. On a June evening, the sunset painted the sky red. Although the midday heat had faded, the air still carried a hot scent from a day of exposure, and the leaves had curled. With a stretch, Lu Feng woke up. Where should the branch be located? The Golden Triangle area no longer has any available spots, and other places are hard to find. I can't choose a location in the suburbs, Lu Feng said in distress. Forget it, let's go eat first. I won't think about it. If it doesn't work, I'll look again tomorrow. I also need to buy a car. I can't keep riding shared bikes as the president of Ferrari. Lost in thought, Lu Feng became distressed again. Although he was the president of Ferrari and lived in a big mansion, he was out of money. He had less than 2,000 renminbi in his bank account. After leaving his house, Lu Feng continued to think about these issues and unknowingly walked to a barbecue restaurant where he went in to eat something. Boss, grill 5 skewers of kidneys, 10 skewers of lamb, and 2 chicken wings, Lu Feng shouted. Alright, find a seat and sit down. It will be ready soon, the boss replied. After about 10 minutes with the boss shout, the steaming barbecue was served. Lu Feng sipped beer while eating skewers, and just as he was getting into it, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Lu Feng. Two young men walked over. It was his university roommates Zhang Kai and Lu Li. They were from the same hometown and lived together after graduation. It's you guys. Come over for a drink. Lu Feng greeted them. Their relationship was quite good since they had shared. You little guy is hiding here eating well, without calling us, Zhang Kai said with a smile, then sat down next to Lu Feng with Lu Li. I just wanted to clear my mind and have a drink, Lu Feng replied with a smile. You're not still hung up on it, are you? I tell you, Su Lily isn't worth it. She's a bad girl, Zhang Kai added. No, I'm not thinking about that. I just wanted to have a drink, Lu Feng replied helplessly. TCH, do you think I believe that? Lu Li chimed in. Really, I just wanted to come out for a drink. I've long gotten over the shadow of heartbreak. Seeing Lu Feng's serious expression, Lu Li and Zhang Kai felt relieved. Then let's drink well tonight, Zhang Kai said, opening a bottle of beer, while Lu Li also opened a bottle unwilling. All right. The three then clinked their glasses. How's your job search going? Lu Li asked while munching on I'm about to find one, Lu Feng replied. He certainly couldn't say. He was already the president and about to take off. They would think he was a fool. Just find a job first, and then look for a better one while working. If it doesn't work out, come to our company. Interns get 4,500 renminbi with all the social insurance and housing fund and 8 days off a month, Zhang Kai said. No need, I'm about to be hired here too. If one day I really can't make it, I will definitely come to rely on you guys, Lu Feng said with a smile. All right then, no need to say more. You're so handsome and capable, you'll definitely succeed. So many rich women in Magic City, who knows, one day you might get noticed and rise to prominence. We too will have to rely on you, then Lu Li joked. By the way, Lao Lu, there's a class reunion in a couple of days. You can't be late, Zhang Kai suddenly said. Alright, I got it. Just tell me the location when the time comes, it'll be there, Lu Feng replied. I must tell you in advance, Su Lily will also be there, and she might even bring her boyfriend, who is over 20 years older than her. You must not act impulsively. I've heard he's a supplier for a real estate company crossing both the legal and illegal lines, Lu Li added. Don't worry, I won't. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore, and besides, she really isn't worth me doing that, Lu Feng assured them with a calm look. Alright, let's drink, Lu Feng said, raising his glass. They didn't disperse until late into the night. Going now, be careful on the road. Got it. Don't forget about the class reunion, Lao Lu. I know, don't worry, I will definitely go, Lu Feng promised once again. They drank for 4 to 5 hours, and it wasn't until nearly midnight that they dispersed. Lu Feng stumbled home alone, assisted by the property manager, back to his home. After 3 years of feelings, how could it be so easy to let go? Thinking about how his girlfriend abandoned him for not having money and turned to someone else, Lu Feng felt blind for not seeing through his ex-girlfriend's facade earlier. Ding! The limited time flash sale system has refreshed the daily flash sale items. The items refreshed this time are as follows. The alarm clock rang incessantly, waking Lu Feng early in the morning. He stretched lazily, turned off the alarm, and prepared to turn over and continue sleeping. He had dreamt last night where he and Chen Xian had shared meals, strolled around, and finally returned home to the bed. Hence he felt sore and tired. Just as he was about to fall back asleep, he suddenly sat up. It seemed he had forgotten something very important, Lu Feng muttered to himself. Oh no, the time-limited system should refresh now. Thinking of this, he hurriedly concentrated and entered the mental realm, where he then saw the 3 items that the system had refreshed today. 30 million in cash legally and compliantly deposited into the host's bank account, 6 shops on Shifeng Avenue valued at 52 million renminbi, 10 shares of Tianyu Group valued at 2 billion renminbi. System, please accept my knees, you are my deity, Lu Feng exaggeratedly exclaimed. Ignoring Lu Feng's antics, the system coldly prompted, please make your choice as soon as possible. I choose 3, I must choose 2 billion. This will raise my net worth to over 4 billion, Lu Feng thought with delight. Ding! The host has made a choice. The 10 shares of Tianyu Group have been selected. Please collect the share transfer document at Tianyu Group headquarters. Huh, why isn't it delivered directly to me? I have to go pick it up. Lu Feng expressed his confusion. Ding! The delivery method of items is random each time, the system replied. Alright, I understand. Just in time for breakfast. Lu Feng then prepared to get dressed and get out of bed. Just as Lu Feng was about to head out for breakfast, on the other side, Tianyu Group was in complete disarray. The company's executive president suddenly received a call from the chairman, who had long since stepped back from active duty. The call conveyed that due to an investment failure, the financial chain had broken and he had no choice but to sell 10 of the company's shares to weather the storm. When the executive president learned of this, he was left stunned. Beep. It wasn't until the phone call disconnected, followed by the busy signal, that Wang Yu finally reacted. Looks like the company is about to change hands, Wang Yu murmured. It should be noted that Tianyu Company had always been a one-man show dominated by the old chairman, holding 100 of the shares and making unilateral decisions. Now, with the emergence of a major shareholder holding 10 of the shares, it was uncertain what changes would unfold in the company's situation. Perhaps even he as president would be affected. Ding! Just as Wang Yu was lost in thought, the sound of a notification from the computer startled him. Looking down, he realized it was a document sent by the old chairman detailing the name and photo of the new shareholder. Seeing the youthful Lu Feng in the photo, Wang Yu felt a mix of emotions. "Xiao Lu, come here for a moment," he called as his secretary entered. Without looking up, Wang Yu said, "A new shareholder has arrived at the company. Here is his name and photo. Please take this to the front desk and arrange for him to meet with the president today to sign the contract." "Yes, President," the secretary replied, taking the documents to arrange things downstairs. Meanwhile, our protagonist leisurely rode his bicycle, holding a fried dough stick, eating while hurrying towards the Tianyu Tower. Squeak, the sound of brakes echoed. Lu Feng parked the shared bicycle and looked up at the towering building before him with the golden words Tianyu Group shining brightly, nearly blinding him. Without the usual annoying routines, the security guard, upon confirming a reservation, simply registered him and let him pass. Lu Feng then approached the front desk. "Hello, my name is Lu Feng. I believe you have received notice. Please take me to your president," Lu Feng said to the three receptionists. "Sure, mister. Lu, please follow me," the receptionist replied. As they left, the remaining two receptionists began, "Wow, is this our new director? So young and handsome." Receptionist B exclaimed, "Indeed, he is really handsome. Not only that, but he looks so gentle and charming when he smiles." Receptionist C added, "If only such a perfect man were my boyfriend. Don't think about it too much. Such a handsome and wealthy man is not someone we can compare ourselves to," said one. "How do you know unless you try? What if the director likes someone like me?" Just as the two receptionists were gossiping, Lu Feng had already reached the president's office. "Hello, I am Lu Feng," he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Wang Yu, the executive president of Tianyu Group." As the two shook hands and exchanged names, they took their seats. "Mr. Lu, I have already received notice. Here is the share transfer agreement." Saying this, Wang Yu took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the document and examined it carefully, clearly stating the transfer of 10 of Tianyu Group's shares to him. Upon seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but marvel at the system's brilliance. That was too well done. He then signed his name in the designated area. "Thank you for your trouble," Lu Feng said politely. "Is there anything else I can assist you with? Would you like me to show you around the group?" Wang Yu offered. "Sure, that would be great," Lu Feng replied. Wang Yu led Lu Feng out of the office, introducing him to the company's details along the way. "Mr. Lu, our company started in real estate. After accumulating initial capital, we have branched into other industries. Our current market value has reached 20 billion. Of course, you must already be aware of this, but I still think it is necessary to mention it to you." "I know all of this. Please tell me about other matters," Lu Feng replied seemingly calmly. In truth, he knew nothing at all. He only knew that 10 of the shares were worth 2 billion. However, as a director, he couldn't appear flustered. He needed to stay composed. Seeing Lu Feng's calm demeanor, Wang Yu was secretly astonished. No wonder he is a big shot who spent lavishly to acquire 10 of the shares. He possesses such a great mindset at such a young age. "Mr. Lu, this area is where our group's new residential projects are located." Before he knew it, Wang Yu had brought Lu Feng to the company's model simulation room. Looking at the skyscrapers on the model, Lu Feng felt excited because the sale of these houses would surely fatten his wallet. "Very good, quite impressive," Lu Feng praised. "Well, we've almost covered everything here. I need to hold a meeting to welcome your arrival today. After all, many of the executives and employees do not know you yet. What do you think?" Lu Feng glanced around. Indeed, while they were touring the company, the employees were very curious about him. All along the way, people were whispering about him, curious about his identity and who he was to have the executive president personally introducing the company. Fine, please arrange it," Lu Feng considered and replied. "Certainly, please wait in my office for a moment," Wang Yu responded. Just as Lu Feng returned to the office to have some tea, Wang Yu urgently gathered the company's executives and managers from various departments, instructing them to announce an emergency meeting. Then, before Lu Feng could fully process everything, he was already pushed onto the podium for the meeting. Lu Feng had never experienced such a grand event. The only time he had sung a few songs was at a New Year's party in school. However, being the protagonist, Lu Feng quickly adjusted his state and strategically cleared his throat. "Ahem. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Feng, the new director of Tianyu Group. Many of you may not have heard of me or seen me before, but that's okay. After today, you will all know me. The purpose of this meeting is twofold: to let you get acquainted with me and to share a few words with you all." After approximately an hour of speaking at the podium, the meeting concluded successfully. "Mr. Lu, would you like me to arrange for a car to take you home?" "No need, thank you. I can go back myself." Lu Feng declined the offer of a ride from Wang Yu and walked out of Tianyu Tower, heading straight for his shared bicycle. Lu Feng, who had just arrived home on his bicycle, collapsed onto the sofa, feeling like a lazy fish. "Let's play a round of honor," he said, pulling out his phone to open the game and began to play. "Don't steal my blue mage. Can't the marksman play?" CNMLB. With a burst of traditional culture's output, Lu Feng angrily exited the game. What a bunch of nonsense, each one worse than the last. The thought of losing the points he had worked so hard to earn made him feel miserable. Suddenly the sound of a phone ringing interrupted his grumbling. When he picked up the phone and saw the caller ID, Lu Feng was somewhat surprised. It was his sister calling. However, strictly speaking, she wasn't his biological sister, but rather the daughter of his uncle. Since he had been raised by his uncle without parents from a young age, their bond was even stronger than that of real siblings. After answering the call, the two talked for a long time, and Lu Feng learned the reason why his sister Lu Yinran. It turned out that the little girl had been accepted into university and was thinking of visiting Mo for a few days to commemorate her lost youth. Naturally, Lu Feng welcomed her with open arms. If it had been in the past, he might have worried about how to entertain her, considering he was just a poor student. But now he was a billionaire. It was no problem if his sister came to play for a few days, or even if she moved in with beep beep beep. As the sound of the call ending came from his phone, memories from his childhood floated up in Lu Feng's mind. Having lost his parents at a young age, it was his uncle who raised him, leading to a close relationship with Lu Yinran, his uncle's only daughter. They climbed trees, caught fish, made traps for birds, and went to school together during their childhood. Whenever this little girl was bullied at school, she would come crying to him, her big brother seeking revenge. Upon learning of the bullying, Lu Feng would fiercely beat up the person who had bullied her, resulting in both of them being called to the principal's office. His uncle had been summoned by the teachers many times for such matters. It's true, in the blink of an eye the little girl is already in university, and I haven't seen her for 3 years, Lu Feng sighed deeply. Since starting university, he hadn't returned home because he didn't want to rely on his uncle. Instead, he chose to work during breaks to support his studies. Even though his uncle often sent him money or called him to come home, he refused, wanting to be self-sufficient. Payment of 3,000 yuan received. The sudden voice prompt from his phone interrupted his reminiscing. Looking at his phone, he realized it was the money transferred from Lu Yinran. Brother, I was afraid you wouldn't accept it, so I sent it directly. Accept it, and when I come to visit you in a couple of days, you can treat me. Seeing the note left by his sister, Lu Feng's eyes became a bit misty. After all, this was his sister's concern for him. After messaging her to be safe on her journey, he prepared to go out for lunch. Having spent the entire morning at Tianyu Group, it was now noon, and it was the perfect time to go out for lunch and buy some clothes. After all, he was a billionaire now and couldn't keep wearing shorts and a tank top. At Qingdao Shopping Plaza, Lu Feng was browsing in a clothing store, hoping to find something he liked. Just as he spotted an outfit he liked and was about to try it on, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Wrap that suit up for me, I want it. Hearing this, Lu Feng turned around in confusion, only to find it was his class monitor from university. What a nuisance, Lu Feng said sarcastically. This was not an intentional provocation. During school, this so-called class monitor had been jealous of him for receiving love letters from some girls. Thus their relationship had been poor since school, and encountering each other today was surely not meant to be friendly, so he felt no need to be polite. You poor guy, what are you saying? Can you even afford the clothes here? Chu Fan retorted without holding back. I said seeing you is really annoying and my good mood for the day is gone, Lu Feng countered without backing down. Seeing you is also bad luck for me. But how do you have the guts to enter such a luxury store? Can you even afford this suit? It costs 2,000 yuan. How long would you have to work to pay for it? Chu Fan mocked. Sorry, since I like this outfit, I'm going to buy it. Hey, you over there, come help me wrap this up, Lu Feng said to the nearby salesperson who was watching the commotion. Oh, okay, sir, I'll wrap it up for you right away, the salesperson hurriedly responded. No way, I want that suit. Chu Fan shouted from the other side. Watching Chu Fan argue with him, Lu Feng couldn't help but wonder, is the next scene going to be him raising the price to buy it, and then I play the fool and slap him in the face? No way, oh, such a cliché plot feels like it's from a novel world. Lu Feng silently complained to himself. Sir, we still have several sets of this outfit in the store. How about I wrap one up for each of you? As the salesperson finished speaking, Chu Fan, who had been making a scene, was momentarily stunned. Lu Feng also felt embarrassed, who told him to think so much. Then, as two salespeople wrapped up the two outfits, Chu Fan left with a face full of constipation, not forgetting to throw a harsh remark as he left. Wait for me at the class reunion, you the rejected campus heartthrob. Lu Feng paid for his clothes and was ready to head back. Don't ask where the money came from, he borrowed it from Wang Yu. Thinking back to the awkwardness of borrowing money, Lu Feng felt a headache. Who would have thought that a wealthy man with 4 billion in assets would have no cash on him? Wang Yu even thought he received a scam call. After leaving Qingdao Plaza, Lu Feng planned to grab something to eat before heading back, but unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance. Lu Feng. Hearing someone call him, Lu Feng quickly turned around. Not expecting to see his ex-girlfriend calling him, he was startled. Seeing it was Su Lily, Lu Feng asked indifferently, what do you want? Oh, nothing, I just saw it was you and wanted to chat, Su Lily replied with a smile. If you don't have anything to say, I'll be leaving, Lu Feng said, looking at the beautiful girl in front of him. Remembering the happy times they once had, he couldn't help but feel disgusted at the thought of her with a man over 40. Wait, have you found a job? If not, come work at my boyfriend's company, Su Lily suggested arrogantly. He'll have him arrange an easy position for you to make up for our past relationship. Hearing Su Lily say this, Lu Feng was truly speechless. How could she call a man older than her father her boy? Lu Feng just wanted to leave quickly as he suddenly realized he no longer recognized his ex-girlfriend. No need, I have already found a job for myself, so you don't have to worry. You should spend more time with your boyfriend instead of chatting with me, Lu Feng directly refused. Honey, what are you doing here? Just as Lu Feng finished speaking, a fat bald man rushed over his enormous beer, belly shaking with his steps. Lu Feng could only sigh at this scene. With Su Lily's petite frame, she would certainly be crushed by her so-called boyfriend. Oh, I'm just chatting with my ex-boyfriend. Su Lily casually leaned into the fat man's embrace. Ex-boyfriend? You mean the one you dumped? The fat man looked at Lu Feng and scrutinized him. Aside from being handsome, he's worthless, the fat man scoffed. Indeed, I didn't know better back then. He pursued me so shamelessly that I reluctantly agreed. Su Lily hurriedly defended herself to the fat man. But we were completely innocent, you know this, dear. Ha ha ha, of course you're innocent. I knew that on the first night we met, the fat man laughed upon hearing Su Lily's words. Stop it, you're so bad. Su Lily pretended to act shy, playfully hitting the fat man. Ha ha ha, bad man is loved by women. What were you two talking about? The fat man grinned. Nothing much, I just thought he looked pitiful and wanted you to help him get a job at your company since he was my first love, Su Lily said in a cooing voice. Ha ha, fine, since my baby asked come work at my company, the fat man said dismissively. You look decent, come be my security guard. I'll pay you 500 yuan a month, how about that? At this point, Lu Feng, who had been holding back for a long time, directly retorted, just you. You're a barrel with a wide base, but short height. Aside from your belly, there's nothing else. Even a mosquito would twist its ankle standing on your hair. You think you're a match for me? You two are a perfect match, like rotten fish and stinky shrimp. Hearing this, both the fat man and Su Lily were stunned, standing there in shock. Meanwhile, Lu Feng turned and ran. Why did he run? Come on, did you think the several burly men standing behind the fat man were just decorations? By the time Lu Feng had vanished from sight, the fat man and Su Lily finally reacted. Catch him, find him, and break his legs, the fat man said, furious. Several muscular men hurriedly chased after him upon hearing their boss' orders. Honey, don't be angry, Su Lily hurriedly consoled the fat man. Smack. The fat man directly slapped Su Lily across the face. You little tramp, I'll deal with you later. Aren't you going to a class reunion? I'm going too, and I want him to regret it. Lu Feng dashed all the way to where his bicycle was parked, then rode off on it. What a bad day encountering two despicable people in a row, he complained while pedaling. Before long, he arrived home. After taking a shower in the bathroom, Lu Feng lay down on his bed, but as soon as he did, he sat back up. Oh no, I was too busy running away and forgot to eat. I should order takeout. Lu Feng quickly opened his phone and launched the Mylim Takeout app. He expertly placed his order, saved the address for Guanlan International, and then opened the Douyin app to start scrolling. Ding dong. Just as Lu Feng was engrossed watching long-legged beauties, the doorbell rang. Hello, homeowner, 9527 at your service. Here is your takeout. Lu Feng was taken aback as he recognized the familiar voice of the community's security guard number 9527 standing before him. Why are you delivering my takeout? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. To ensure the safety of homeowners' lives and property, all takeout is delivered by our property staff, 9527 declared loudly. Well, thank you for your hard work. It is our honor to serve you, 9527 said as he handed the takeout to Lu Feng and left. This place is truly a luxurious estate, unlike some other communities that want let delivery people and yet they won't deliver themselves, forcing the homeowners to pick it up, Lu Feng commented. Once back in his room, Lu Feng opened the takeout and began to eat as it was already nearing evening and he hadn't eaten all day after being busy. He initially wanted to eat something good at Qingdao Plaza, but ended up leaving in anger after confronting a fat man, thus missing his meal. After finishing his meal, Lu Feng quickly washed up and lay back down ready to sleep as he needed to see if the system could refresh something good for him at midnight. Ding ding ding. As the alarm clock rang, Lu Feng quickly sat up in bed, shaking off his drowsiness and focusing on entering the system. Let's see if the system can refresh something good today, Lu Feng said excitedly. Ding. Limited time items have been refreshed. The system's notification sound reached his ears, and upon hearing it, Lu Feng hurriedly looked over. The refreshed items are as follows: a Times Square valued at 1.5 billion renminbi, and Audi R8 valued at 2.4 million renminbi, and Armani clothing set valued at 12 million renminbi. Lu Feng pondered the three options before him. Although he was in need of a car, the value of the car refreshed this time wasn't high. If it had been a luxury sports car, then fine, but this time he decided against it. As for the complete Armani clothing set, he had just purchased a suit, so he didn't need it. Therefore, he could only choose the first option. I thought the first option would be the Times Square worth 1.5 billion, and that the second and third options would be even better. Instead, they were all worse than expected, Lu Feng murmured. System, I choose the first one. Ding. The host has made a choice. Choice 1, Times Square valued at 1.5 billion renminbi. The documents will be delivered by a courier at 8 a.m. As the system's voice faded, Lu Feng's net worth increased by 1.5 billion renminbi. Okay, this is still pretty good, delivered right to my doorstep, Lu Feng said as he exited the system, since it was now early morning and he needed to sleep. Early the next morning, he heard a knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Feng, who had been sleeping soundly, was awakened by the knocking, but instead of being annoyed, he quickly got dressed and ran outside. Hello, your package. Please sign here, said the delivery man wearing a helmet. Sure, thank you, Lu Feng replied as he took the pen and signed. With a click as the door closed, Lu Feng opened the envelope and took out the contents. Without hesitation, he signed the document because he still had faith in the system. The night has given me a pair of eyes, yet I use them to seek the light. As the phone rang, Lu Feng picked it up with a heart full of questions. Don't ask why the ringtone changed, he wanted a change of pace. As soon as he answered the phone, a pleasant voice came through. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng? I am Wang Shui, the manager of Times Square property. The voice introduced itself. This is Lu Feng. What can I do for you? Well, the rent for the Times Square under your name is due this month, so we would like to invite you to come over and discuss whether the rent needs to be increased for the next quarter. Also, please provide us with your account information so we can transfer the collected rent to you, Wang Shui explained. Alright, I'll come over shortly. Hearing there was money to be made, Lu Feng was thrilled. Even though his net worth was in the billions, he currently didn't have much cash on him. The 500 million from Ferrari was in the company's account and had little to do with him. The Tianyu Group was also not at the stage for dividends, so he was still a broke man. Driver, just pull over to the side, Lu Feng said to the driver in front. That's right, he took a taxi today instead of riding a shared bicycle. As he put it, what a joke. I'm about to become a rich man, why ride a shared bike? Taking a taxi is a must. As Lu Feng got out of the car, he saw several people in suits standing at the entrance of the plaza, both men and women. They were likely the property staff waiting for him. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Wang Shui quickly mobilized her team. She first arranged for the staff to notify the merchants inside the plaza to pay attention to their image and cleanliness. Then she organized cleaning staff to tidy up the public areas of the plaza, while she herself waited at the entrance with the property personnel for Lu Feng's arrival. You may ask why she was being so formal. Well, with the plaza changing owners, if the new owner was unhappy, they could easily replace the entire property management company. If that happened, all those dozens of employees would have to pack up and leave. Wang Shui had worked hard for many years to climb to the position of general manager. If she inadvertently upset Lu Feng and he replaced the whole property management company, there would be no place. With a nervous heart, Wang Shui and her staff waited for half an hour and finally saw Lu Feng arrive. Hello, I am Lu Feng. You must be Mr. Lu. You're so young and accomplished, you're even more handsome in person than in the photos. Wang Shui praised Lu Feng as soon as she saw him and did her utmost to make him happy, wishing she could accompany him that evening. After all, she had nothing to lose. Lu Feng was so handsome and wealthy that perhaps she could rely on him to climb even higher. Thus, Lu Feng completed his tour of the plaza amidst Wang Shui's continuous compliments. Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with our management? Wang Shui cautiously inquired. At that moment, Lu Feng was seated in Wang Shui's office reviewing reports. The management is acceptable, he replied without looking up, continuing to flip through the documents. Upon hearing Lu Feng's cold response, Wang Shui thought she had done something wrong, causing the new boss to be displeased, and her heart sank. In reality, Lu Feng was too busy being shocked by the rental income report in his hands to think of anything else. Store No. 07 has a quarterly rent of 1200. Store No. 08 has a quarterly rent of 1080. Store No. 15 has a quarterly rent of 14000. There are about 100 similar stores in Times Square. Note a quarter is 3 months and rent varies by store size. After reading it, he thought, why start a business when he could just collect rent? Finally, after Wang Shui's anxious waiting, Lu Feng finished the report. Alright, I've read the report. His words reached Wang Shui's ears. Wang Shui quickly replied, Mr. Lu, are you satisfied? This rent is acceptable. Let's not increase the rent for the next quarter. We also need to consider the merchant's situation. As for when to raise the rent, I will notify you, Lu Feng stated. Mr. Lu, you are wise, Wang Shui flattered once again. Alright, don't flatter me too much. I know what you're thinking. You're afraid I might replace your property management, right? Lu Feng asked with a smile. No, I am just speaking the truth. Wang Shui panicked as Lu Feng uncovered her trick. You don't need to worry. Your company manages quite well. Before coming here, I was thinking that if your management was poor, I would replace you. Fortunately, your management has been satisfactory. So General Manager Wang, keep up the good work, Lu Feng said leisurely. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Shui finally felt relieved. Although she was rather opportunistic, she still had professional skills, otherwise she wouldn't have reached the position of General Manager. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lu. These are things we should do. We will continue to manage well, Wang Shui replied happily. Alright, I will give you my account information. When you collect the rent, just transfer it directly to me. Lu Feng said. Okay, we will definitely transfer it to you on time, Wang Shui promised eagerly. Well then I will take my leave now, Lu Feng said. Let me see you off. Wang Shui hurriedly opened the door for Lu Feng. No need. By the way, please inform everyone that this month the salaries of all property staff will be doubled, and after that salaries will increase by 30. As for the funds required, just take it from my rent. Lu Feng waved his hand, while speaking, understanding the principle that to get the horse to run, the horse must be well fed. Sister Wang, what did Mr. Lu say? He won't replace our company, will he? Yeah, why aren't you speaking, Sister Wang? This is bad, I'm going to be unemployed. Mr. Lu looks so handsome, I was even thinking about whether to give him a chance to pursue me, but now he just fired us. As the employees chattered endlessly, Wang Shui finally spoke up. Quiet. Wang Shui said, stop guessing arbitrarily. Mr. Lu is actually quite satisfied with our work. He said to let us continue managing for him, so none of you are unemployed. As soon as Wang Shui finished speaking, the crowd erupted. Yay? I knew that with our hard work, Mr. Lu wouldn't fire us. Finally, I don't have to be unemployed. A job this good with such a great leader like Sister Wang is hard to find. Since Mr. Lu isn't firing us, I've decided to give him a chance to pursue me. Cut it out, don't be so narcissistic. What kind of person is Mr. Lu? Just getting a glance from him is already your fortune. As the crowd began to stir again, Wang Shui promptly called for silence. Ahem. Hearing Wang Shui clear her throat, the employees turned to look. Next, I have good news for everyone. Mr. Lu said this month's salary will be doubled. Are you all happy? Wang Shui said with a smile. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd instantly boiled over like boiling water. Yay! Long live Mr. Lu, long live Sister Wang. The employees cheered joyously. Hold on, there's another piece of good news to tell everyone. Wang Shui continued. As soon as the employees heard there was more good news, they immediately stopped their noise and looked at Wang Shui. Mr. Lu said that salaries will increase by 30% in the future. As soon as Wang Shui's words fell, the crowd erupted in another round of chatter. Alright, everyone can go back to work now. Mr. Lu has given us such great benefits, we should also give back to him. Seeing the employees start to murmur again, Wang Shui hurriedly called for silence. After the employees left, Wang Shui also sat down. Phew, it really is tiring every day, Wang Shui said. But thinking of the increased salary, she couldn't help but smile. On the other side, Lu Feng walked out of Times Square, aimlessly strolling down the street. Although he owned numerous enterprises, he was essentially just a leisurely person. With the Ferrari branch not fully established, he as the president was of little use. Canyu Group was under the leadership of Wang Yu, so it was not up to him to worry about it, and Times Square was entirely managed by the property company. Just when Lu Feng was about to take a taxi back to play games, he saw an elderly woman fall not far away. He hurried over to help her up. Are you okay, Grandma? Lu Feng asked. The old lady, seeing that a young person was helping her, immediately cried out. Oh no, it hurts so much. You young man knocked me over, you can't run away. While the old lady yelled in pain, she held onto Lu Feng tightly. What's wrong with you? I kindly helped you up and now you're blaming me. Lu Feng questioned angrily. I don't care. You knocked me down. If not, why would you help me? You have to pay me. It's tough being an elderly person. The old lady caused a scene. Hearing the old lady's words, Lu Feng realized he had encountered a scammer. To run into such unfortunate events was truly bad luck. Grandma, I must warn you, there are cameras here. You fell by yourself, and I kindly helped you up. Don't slander me here, or I will call the police. Seeing pedestrians turning their gazes towards them, Lu Feng hurriedly said. You're calling the police. You're bullying an elderly woman, how unreasonable. Everyone come and see in broad daylight this young man is bullying an elderly woman and wants to call the police on me. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the old lady became even more unrestrained. Lu Feng, seeing the crowd gathering, decisively took out his phone to call the police. The old lady, seeing Lu Feng calling the police, also called her son, telling him to come quickly. In less than 2 minutes, a bald man with a tattoo on his arm walked over, saying as he approached, Who bullied my mom? You're asking for death. Lu Feng, looking at the bald man in front of him, was not the least bit intimidated. I saw your mother fall and kindly helped her up. She then accused me of knocking her down. Why didn't my mom accuse anyone else? If you didn't knock her down, why would you help her? The man argued without reason. Oh my, no wonder they are mother and son, Lu Feng thought to himself. Just as he was about to retort, a cold, yet gentle voice interrupted. From what this gentleman is saying, does it mean that if your mother falls to the ground, no one is allowed to help? Is helping her considered knocking her down? The bald man, hearing the voice, yelled, Who is the busybody? Do you believe I won't kill you? Lu Feng turned to the side and saw a girl in a white dress with daisies adorning her wrists and hair stand. She had a slender figure, an oval face, a complexion like jade, skin as white as snow, and bright eyes like clear autumn water. She appeared refreshingly elegant under the blazing summer sun, resembling a dewdrop on a jade lotus leaf, crystal clear and radiant. The girl continued, It was I who spoke. You slander a kind person, are you not allowed to say anything? The man was stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful girl, as if she had walked out of a painting, and for a moment he forgot to retort. Shin Shuyuan, why are you here? Come over here quickly, Lu Feng said hurriedly, fearing the man might get angry and resort to violence. When Shin Shuyuan heard Lu Feng's words, she walked over. Long time no see, Lu classmate, Shin Shuyuan greeted softly. Long time no see, long time no see. Lu Feng shyly greeted back, looking at the girl before him. There was no way to resist such a gentle and beautiful girl smiling and greeting you. Just as Lu Feng was about to say more to Shin Shuyuan, the man's rude voice came again. What's with you two flirting here? The bald man said angrily, especially as he saw the beautiful girl looking at Lu Feng with such tenderness he was unable to tolerate it more. Raising his hand, as if to fight, Lu Feng saw the man preparing to act, and hurriedly pulled Shin Shuyuan behind him, standing in front to confront the man. Shin Shuyuan looked at Lu Feng's back, watching him protect her, and a slight smile crept onto her lips. What's going on? Are we going to fight? Just as Lu Feng was about to confront the bald man, the police arrived, and the old lady, seeing the police come, prepared to play the victim. Officers, it's them. These two young people knocked me, an elderly woman in my 60s, to the ground, and even want to hit my son. As soon as the old lady's words came out, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Truly, those who lack shame are invincible in this world. Hearing the old lady say this, the police looked at Lu Feng. Do you have anything to say? An older officer asked. Officer, you can ask the bystanders, or check the nearby surveillance cameras, Lu Feng said fearlessly. Immediately, two officers questioned the surrounding crowd, and then reviewed the surveillance, discovering that the old lady had fallen by herself, and Lu Feng had kindly helped her, yet she turned around and accused him. Not only that, but her son was also ready to fight. After understanding the situation, the old lady and her son were taken away by the police. As they left, the old lady was still shouting that Lu Feng had knocked her down. As the police took the mother and son away, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving only Shin Shuyuan and Lu Feng. Long time no see, the two said in unison, then simultaneously closed their mouths. Upon closer inspection, Lu Feng's ears had turned red, while Shin Shuyuan shyly lowered her head. How could Shin be here? It was Lu Feng who broke the awkward silence and asked. I just happened to pass by and saw this scene, so I came over to take a look. Shin Shuyuan lowered her head, fiddling with her slender fingers, and said, Thank you for speaking up for me today. Lu Feng expressed his gratitude. You're welcome, Lu classmate, Shin Shuyuan replied with a gentle smile. Have you eaten? Let me treat you to a meal, Lu Feng asked. Upon hearing that Lu Feng was taking her out to eat, Shin Shuyuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Fearing that Lu Feng might notice, she hurriedly lowered her head again and softly asked, Is that okay? I won't be bothering you, will I? Hearing this, Lu Feng replied, How could it be? It is my honor to have a meal with Shin, the campus beauty. Indeed, Shin Shuyuan was the campus beauty of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, but Lu Feng didn't know much about this mysterious beauty. Shin Shuyuan had transferred from a school in the capital during her senior year. It was said that she had just arrived at the Finance University, and with her celestial-like beauty was instantly voted the new campus beauty by all the men in the school. Even the girls felt no jealousy when facing Shin Shuyuan, they only held endless admiration. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Shin Shuyuan took out her phone and sent a message, then put it back in her small bag. Just as Shin Shuyuan had put her phone away, a black business car that had been parked by the roadside drove away. So, Lu classmate, where do you want to take me to eat? Shin Shuyuan tilted her head, smiling at Lu Feng. They'll take you to a particularly delicious noodle shop. The crab roe noodles, they are simply exquisite, Lu Feng immediately replied. Okay, then I'll go along with Lu classmate's arrangements. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng called a taxi on his phone, and the two of them got in the car and headed to the noodle shop. This is the place, Lu Feng introduced to Shin Shuyuan. As they just got out of the car, Shin Shuyuan looked at the small shop, which was less than 20 square meters, and was curious about how good it could be. Indeed, Lu Feng brought Shin Shuyuan to the noodle shop he often frequented. As soon as they entered, Lu Feng shouted, Boss, 2 bowls of crab roe noodles, double servings of crab roe, and 1 cold spicy crayfish. All right, coming right up, the boss replied. Oh, is this little Lu's girlfriend? She's really beautiful, the boss teased when he saw Shin Shuyuan behind Lu Feng. No, it's not like that. We're just classmates who happened to meet and decided to have a meal together. Lu Feng, do I look like I believe that? Just classmates who happened to run into each other, and you kid would bring someone to eat, the boss laughed. It's really not like that, Uncle Chun. Please hurry and cook. Lu Feng quickly urged the boss to go back to the kitchen, fearing Shin Shuyuan might misunderstand. After seeing the boss go to the kitchen, Lu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and found a place for Shin Shuyuan to sit. Shin classmate, please don't be angry. The boss was just joking, Lu Feng explained to Shin Shuyuan after hearing Lu Feng's explanation. Shin Shuyuan smiled and said, It's okay, Lu classmate. I won't be angry. The boss was just concerned about you, and I understand that. Seeing that Shin Su-yuan was not upset, Lu Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Little did he know when the boss mistook them for a couple, Shin Su-yuan did not correct him, but instead smiled happily. Your noodles are here. As soon as the boss finished speaking, 2 bowls of appetizing crab roe noodles were served, topped with a thick layer of crab roe and sprinkled with some chopped green onions. Lu Feng and Shin Su-yuan couldn't help but drool at the sight. Thank you, uncle, Shin Su-yuan said sweetly to the noodle shop boss. Ha ha ha, you're welcome, you're welcome. Hurry up and try it, the boss said, feeling very happy after hearing Shin Su-yuan. Beside them, Lu Feng also said, Shun classmate, hurry up and mix the noodles, otherwise they'll clump together. But Lu classmate, him from the north, and this is my first time eating this kind of noodles today. I don't really know how to mix them. Can you help me? Shin Su-yuan looked at Lu Feng with gentle eyes. Of course I can mix them for you first, Lu Feng said without thinking much and directly agreed. Watching Lu Feng mix her noodles, Shin Su-yuan smiled mischievously, resting her chin on her hands, looking at Lu Feng with a face full of happiness. Just as Lu Feng was mixing noodles for Shin Su-yuan, the boss walked over again, holding 2 plates, one with crayfish and the other with handmade shrimp balls. Your crayfish is ready, the boss said while placing the crayfish on the table. Uncle Chun, we didn't order shrimp balls. Seeing the boss place a portion of handmade shrimp balls on the table, Lu Feng expressed his confusion. I know you didn't order them. I'm giving them to you. This is a gift for you since it's your first time bringing a girlfriend, Uncle Chun said with a smile. Oh no, Uncle Chun, we're really just ordinary friends. Please don't make wild guesses. Lu Feng immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Thank you, uncle. Just when Lu Feng didn't know how to explain, Shin Su-yuan softly said. The boss, upon hearing Shin Su-yuan thank him, also left happily. Lu Feng looked at Shin Su-yuan in confusion. Since uncle has brought it over, it would be impolite not to accept it. Seeing Lu Feng staring at her, Shin Su-yuan hurriedly explained. Lu Feng didn't think too much and started eating the noodles. Seeing Lu Feng start to eat, Shin Su-yuan also elegantly began to eat. They spent about half an hour finishing their meal. Have you eaten well, Shin classmate? Lu Feng asked while taking a sip of. Yes, it was so delicious. I felt so happy with today's meal, Shin Su-yuan said, hinting at something. Perhaps it was too delicious, Lu Feng thought. After all, he had fallen in love with these noodles after just one bite. Goodbye, boss. After saying goodbye to the boss, Lu Feng and Shin Su-yuan walked out of the noodle shop. The trees by the roadside were neatly arranged, their canopies blocking the sun with not a hint of breeze in the air. The sound of cicadas came from the dense branches and leaves, and the scattered green leaves flipped under the sun with the distant sound of birds chirping, melodious and pleasant. Thank you, Lu classmate. I had a great time today, Shin Su-yuan said with a smile as she was getting into the car. Looking at the beautiful girl smiling in front of him, Lu Feng felt as if a gentle breeze had blown by, refreshing and pleasant. You're welcome. Take your time on the way back and be safe, Lu Feng said, smiling as he closed the door for Watching the taxi drive away, Lu Feng felt as if he had suddenly lost something, his heart feeling empty. Forget it, I won't think too much. He'll go home and play games. Lu Feng also took a taxi home. On the other side, Shin Su-yuan had just gotten in the car and not long after asked the driver to pull over. The driver was puzzled, not understanding what this beautiful girl wanted, but complied as customers are always right. Just as the driver had stopped the car, a stretched Maybach pulled up beside the taxi, and a woman dressed as a secretary got out and opened the taxi door. Miss, I am here to take you home, the secretary said. The driver was dumbfounded, wondering who she was speaking to. Could it be the beautiful girl in the back seat? Hadn't she just gotten in the car? As the driver was lost in thought, Shin Su-yuan got out of the car. The secretary-like woman opened the back door of the Maybach for Shin Su-yuan to get in. Once inside, Shin Su-yuan seemed to have transformed into a different person. If the previous Shin Su-yuan gave a feeling of gentleness and cuteness, making one want to protect her at first sight, the current Shin Su-yuan exuded an aura of indifference and pride. Don't forget to pay the fare, Shin Su-yuan said, and then closed her eyes. The secretary, upon hearing this, pulled out 500 yuan from her bag and handed it to the taxi driver, then returned to the Maybach. The taxi driver stared at the luxury car that had already driven away, still not comprehending what had just happened. He looked down at the 500 yuan in his hand and fell into deep thought. What just happened? Who am I? Where am I? Am I in a film? The driver muttered to himself. In the Maybach, the secretary said to Shin Shuyan in the back seat, Miss the sir just called. What did he say? Shin Shuyan replied coldly. He asked when you would return to the capital. Both he and the madam miss you very much. Shin Shuyan listened to the secretary's words and replied, just tell them I'll be back in a while. Yes, miss, the secretary hurriedly responded. After speaking, Shin Shuyan closed her eyes again, pretending to rest, but her mind wandered to the time spent with Lu Feng today. Suddenly, as if she recalled something joyful, the corners of her mouth slightly curved up. Feng, you can't escape my grasp, Shin Shuyan murmured. Meanwhile, Lu Feng had just lain down on his bed when his phone rang again. Old Lu, there's a class reunion tonight. Don't be late, came Zhang Kai's voice over the phone. Tonight. Got it, I know, Lu Feng replied. The address is at the Tunglong Grand Hotel, Zhang Kai added. Such a luxurious place, can our wallets handle it? Lu Feng questioned upon hearing the Tunglong Hotel. The Tunglong Grand Hotel is quite famous in the Magic City, where even a single table of food costs 20 to 30,000, and that's for an ordinary private room. For a high-end private room, it could easily exceed 200,000, not to mention the top-tier suites, which are exorbitantly priced. No worries, we don't have to pay. The class monitor is covering it all, Zhang Kai happily said in response to Lu Feng's concerns. Alright then, I understand. After hearing that the class monitor would pay, Lu Feng's doubts were resolved. He knew that the class monitor Chu Fan came from a wealthy family. Chu Fan's father was worth over $1 billion. After hanging up, Lu Feng eagerly launched the game, ready to dominate. Until the sky gradually darkened, Lu Feng ended a losing streak of 7 games with his crystal shattered. Damn, what kind of teammates are these? Useless. Lu Feng complained incessantly before getting dressed to head out for the class reunion. In the summer dusk, as the sun set, the rays of light became less glaring, their soft glow blending beautifully with the evening clouds. Lu Feng arrived punctually at the hotel entrance. Old Lu, over here. Zhang Kai shouted at Lu Feng. Seeing Zhang Kai calling him, Lu Feng immediately walked over. You brat, you came so late. Everyone else is almost here, Zhang Kai said, putting an arm around Lu Feng's shoulders while Zhang Li stood beside them. I got too caught up in the game and lost track of time, Lu Feng explained. Alright, we'll talk later. Let's go inside first, Zhang Li suggested. With the sound of the door opening, the three of them walked into the private room. As soon as Lu Feng entered the room, his classmates greeted him warmly. Isn't this our handsome Lu? You've become even more handsome after a while, said a girl in sexy black stockings teasingly. Yes, with the looks and talent of our handsome Lu, he must have found a great job by now, a boy with black glasses chimed. Haha, everyone, long time no see. Lu Feng greeted. Alright, let's sit down and chat, Zhang Kai said, pulling Lu Feng to find a seat. Why haven't I seen Chu Fan? Lu Feng asked Zhang Kai. The class monitor went to find the hotel manager, Zhang Kai replied, handing Lu Feng a bottle of water. Since they had just graduated not long ago, the classmates were still familiar with each other, and the atmosphere quickly became lively with groups chatting about gossip, relationships, and work. Just as everyone was enjoying the conversation, Chu Fan entered through the door and immediately spotted Lu Feng. Oh, isn't this the dumped handsome guy? Why are you so late? I thought you wouldn't dare show up. Remember to drink 3 cups as punishment later. Chu Fan immediately mocked him. Upon hearing Chu Fan's taunt, Lu Feng shot back, without backing down. What makes you think you can make me drink 3 cups? What are you even worth? The classmates nearby fell silent as they witnessed the verbal clash between the two. After all, Lu Feng and Chu Fan had both been prominent figures during school. One was wealthy, the other was handsome, and they had never gotten along. Just a worthless guy who got dumped. Letting you drink is already giving you face. Chu Fan kept bringing up the topic of being dumped. Chu Fan, don't be too much of a bully. Lu Feng is also a victim in this matter. A girl in black stockings who had been standing nearby couldn't hold back and spoke up. The other classmates weren't surprised to see someone standing up for Lu Feng. After all, whenever Lu Feng was targeted by Chu Fan, the girls in class would always step in to defend him. What could they do? Lu Feng was just too handsome. No matter how good looking you are, you can't compare to the reader's favorite, who is 100 times more handsome, Lu Feng. As the tension between the two escalated, other classmates hurriedly pulled them apart. With Chu Fan seated, the crowd quickly split into 2 groups, one around Chu Fan and the other around Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng's side had far fewer people compared to Chu Fan's. After all, everyone had graduated for a while and had been through the harsh realities of society, realizing that in the real world it mattered who had the money, not who was handsome. Coincidentally, Chu Fan's family was wealthy, so everyone naturally gravitated towards him. As for Lu Feng's side, there were only Zhang Kai, Lu Li, and 2 or 3 girls, one of whom was the girl in black stockings. Qingyu, our handsome Lu is still single. Aren't you going to seize the chance to try? Another girl said to the girl in black stockings. I'd like to give it a try, but I wonder if Lu Feng would be willing. Su Qingyu replied with a smile. Upon hearing the girls' conversation, Zhang Kai and Lu Li chimed in teasingly. Then give it a shot, old Lu. How long are you planning to remain single? Lu Feng quickly waved his hands in refusal, saying, I just graduated and haven't settled down yet. I'm not considering dating for now. Upon hearing this, the girl named Qingyu's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Just after Lu Feng finished speaking, for some reason a shadow of Shun Shuyan suddenly flashed through his mind, and he quickly shook his head, trying to dispel the image. What a joke. Who is Shun Shuyan? She is the renowned ice queen with a very mysterious background. It is known that none of the rich kids in school who usually misbehave dared to approach Shun Shuyan. This alone indicates that she must have some significant connections. As Lu Feng pondered about Shun Shuyan, the door suddenly opened with a click. Sorry everyone, I'm late due to traffic. A melodious voice came through, and it was our school beauty Shun Shuyan. While the school beauty has finally arrived, a male classmate cheered. If Lu Feng's arrival made the female classmates happy, then Shen Shuyan's presence undoubtedly excited the boys, after all, who wouldn't want to be with a stunning beauty. How would you know unless you try? What if Shen Shuyan likes someone like me? The boys thought to themselves. Shen, come sit here, Shen, our school beauty. The boys eagerly invited her. Even Shu Fan put on a self-assuredly charming smile and said, Shun, I have a spot right here, come join. But to everyone's surprise, Shen Shuyan didn't even glance at him and walked straight towards Lu Feng. The boys' hearts sank at the sight. Could it be that even the aloof Shen Shuyan has fallen for Lu Feng? This was the only thought in the minds of all the male classmates. Lu, may I sit here? Shen Shuyan flashed a smile that could slay all men, speaking gently. Seeing Shen Shuyan take the initiative to talk to Lu Feng, the boys felt a surge of envy. Of course, Lu Feng said, readily agreeing, and just like that, Shen Shuyan sat next to Lu Feng. Meanwhile, Chu Fan, sitting on the other side, glared at Lu Feng with murderous intent, as everyone knew that Chu Fan had a crush on Shen Shuyan. Seeing Lu Feng and Shen Shuyan chatting happily, Chu Fan was puzzled. After all, they weren't that familiar. This can't be happening, Chu Fan thought. Others might not know Shen Shuyan, but he certainly did. On her very first day transferring to the finance university, the school authorities held a special meeting, after which all the wealthy kids were picked up by their parents. Especially thinking of what his father told him while sitting in the car, Chu Fan felt even more confused. I don't care how you behave, but you must not provoke Shen Shuyan, otherwise I'll personally throw you into the Huangpu River. These were his father's exact words, but he also mentioned that if Chu Fan could pursue Shen Shuyan successfully, it would be the greatest opportunity of his life. When Chu Fan asked about Shen Shuyan's background, his father simply replied with one sentence that gave him chills. She came to the finance university because of a direct call from the top leader of the Magic City, and orders were given that no one is allowed to disturb her. Otherwise, do you think we suddenly had to pick you all up? It's all to prevent you from provoking someone you shouldn't mess with, which could lead to our family's ruin. Every time he thought of his father's words, Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. After all, that was the top leader of the Magic City. Taking a step further could lead to a dangerous place. Such a figure actually called to ensure Shen Shuyan's safety. It's easy to imagine how significant Shen Shuyan's connections are. If I could really win Shen Shuyan's favor, my life would take off, Chu Fan thought to himself as he turned to see Lu Feng chatting with Shen Shuyan. Just as the words fell, a girl in a purple dress walked in, holding the arm of a balding man. Indeed, this woman was Lu Feng's first love, ex-girlfriend Su Lily. Su Lily glanced around as soon as she entered the private room, seemingly searching for something, until she spotted Lu Feng sitting next to Shen Shuyan. So you really came, Su Lily said with a resentful expression. Seeing Lu Feng made her furious. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been beaten by her boyfriend or ridiculed. At that moment, the balding man also noticed Lu Feng, but his gaze was fixed firmly on Shen Shuyan. What a beauty! If I could spend a night with her, I'd willingly lose 10 years of my life, the balding man thought to himself, even forgetting to confront Lu Feng. What? Just because you can come, I can't. Is this your house? Do you live in the Pacific or something to be so nosy? Lu Feng retorted immediately upon hearing Su Lily's question. Su Lily was left speechless by Lu Feng's comeback and could only tug at the balding man's arm. Honey, look at him, he was the one who insulted you last time. Only then did the balding man react and turn to Lu Feng. You little brat, I finally caught you. If I don't break your legs today, you'll write my surname backward. The man immediately. Seeing the man speak like this, Lu Feng narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Chu Fan. Lily, give me some face. Today is a class reunion. Let's discuss any issues later and not ruin everyone's mood. Upon hearing Chu Fan's words and considering his father's position, Su Lily also pulled the man to sit down, planning to settle the score with Lu Feng after dinner. The flames of conflict had finally subsided and the dishes were served. Seeing the right moment, Chu Fan stood up, raised his wine glass, and said, Classmates, today marks our first reunion after graduation. I also wish everyone finds good jobs and continues to thrive. Let's raise a glass. Others followed suit, standing up and raising their glasses. For a moment, the atmosphere was lively, and everyone seemed to forget the previous unpleasantness. However, in such a joyful atmosphere, there are always those who like to stir up trouble and ruin the fun for others. Su Lily picked up a glass of wine and maliciously looked at Lu Feng. I want to toast Lu Feng alone. Upon hearing Su Lily's words, everyone fell silent, knowing that Su Lily had no good intentions. Sure enough, she stood up and raised her wine glass towards Lu Feng. I want to thank him for letting me go, otherwise I wouldn't have met my current boyfriend. If I had continued with him, I think my life would have been ruined. Hearing such insulting words, a flash of anger passed through Lu Feng's eyes. Just as he was about to rise to retort, Chu Fan stood up as well. Yes, thankfully Lu Feng has some self-awareness, otherwise Lily, you'd be in for a lifetime of hardship following him, Chu Fan said mockingly, while looking at Lu Feng. Seeing Chu Fan support her, Su Lily grew bolder. Yes, class monitor, I heard some people still haven't found a job, always dreaming big, but achieving nothing, Sue Lily continued to mock. Hey, who says otherwise? I was going to help him out because of Lily's face letting him work at my company. Who knew he would not only be ungrateful, but also insult me? The usually silent, balding man suddenly joined the fray. Hearing these words, Lu Feng was about to stand up, but was held back by Lu Li and Zhang Kai. Calm down, old Lu, don't be impulsive, Zhang Kai whispered. As Lu Feng was being held back, Shen Shiyuan, unable to sit still, directly slapped Sue Lily across the face. You have the audacity to speak about others. A hypocritical gold digger who for money actually found a man older than her father. I really don't know how you could call that a boyfriend, Shen Shiyuan retaliated in a sarcastic tone. Sue Lily was completely stunned by this sudden event. The man beside her, seeing his woman being hit, was about to say something when Shen Shiyuan scolded him back. You dare stand up. You found a lover younger than your daughter and shamelessly came to her class reunion. Does your wife know you're keeping a mistress outside? The balding man was also rendered speechless by Shen Shiyuan's sharp words. Just as both were stunned by Shen Shiyuan's retort, Chu Fan stood up again. Shiyuan, what are you doing? This is none of your business, he said, looking at Shen Shiyuan. Unexpectedly, Shen Shiyuan launched an indiscriminate attack on him as well. You still have the face to speak. Just because I called you class monitor, you think you're something special. Helping outsiders bully your own people, how shameless can you be? And don't call me Shiyuan, we're not familiar. Don't think I don't know your little schemes, be careful, I don't make you regret it. Chu Fan's face turned various colors, but he dared not say anything, well aware of Shen Shiyuan's terrifying background. However, just because he was afraid didn't mean others were. Just after Shen Shiyuan finished retorting Chu Fan, the balding man finally reacted, raising his arm to strike Shen Shiyuan. At this critical moment, Lu Feng finally broke free from Zhang Kai and Lu Li's restraint, pulling Shen Shiyuan behind him and firmly blocking the man's incoming slap. Isn't it disgraceful to hit a woman? Lu Feng said coldly, looking at the man. The man laughed upon hearing Lu Feng's words. Haha, what are you pretending for, kid? The moment you step out of this hotel, let's see if I can break your legs. Lu Feng, upon hearing the balding man's words, simply smiled calmly. I hope you can still talk tough then. He then took out his phone and dialed a number. Haha, kid, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Who are you going to call? Don't think I don't know your background. Lily has told me everything about you. You're just a poor loser without parents. The man mocked as he saw Lu Feng making a call. Hee. Lu Feng simply gave a cold laugh without saying anything. The phone he dialed rang twice before someone. Hello, Mr. Lu, is there something you need to discuss so late? Is there a supplier named Qiao under our group? Stop his supplies and send someone to thoroughly check his past supply quality and payments, Lu Feng calmly stated on the phone. Okay, Mr. Lu will take care of it, came the immediate reply from the voice on the other end. Lu Feng, seeing this, said nothing more and hung up the phone. The man beside him laughed even harder upon hearing Lu Feng's words. Haha, kid, stop pretending you're about to make me die laughing. Sue Lily chimed in. Lu Feng, you haven't gone crazy from being beaten, have you? If not, apologize to me, and I'll give you some money to see a doctor for your brain. Apologizing isn't enough. I want him to kneel and kowtow to me before I break his legs, the man said. But within a few minutes, the phone in the man's bag suddenly rang. The balding man took out his phone and saw the caller ID. His heart sank immediately. Lu Feng stood there watching him with a smirk. The balding man felt a chill at Lu Feng's gaze, but still pressed the answer button. What is it? Don't you know I'm busy? The man feigned calmness. Mr. Xiao Tianyu Group suddenly terminated our cooperation and sent someone to check all previous supply invoices and quality overnight. The lady has already called inquiring with the manager of Tianyu Group, but the manager only said we've offended someone we shouldn't have, and then hung up. What should we do now? Hearing the voice on the phone, the man panicked, and seeing Lu Feng looking at him with a mocking expression, he began to sweat profusely. So you got the notice, huh? Are you scared now? No need to be afraid. If the materials and invoices you provided earlier are fine, then you have nothing to worry about. But if there are issues with the previous supplies and invoices, then you have a problem, Lu Feng said lightly, looking at the panicking man. At this moment, the man was completely panicked. Combining the phone call he just received, he realized he had hit a solid wall, and it was a titanium alloy wall at that. One phone call could make Tianyu Group terminate the cooperation, and sending someone to check the accounts overnight was as easy as squashing an ant. Thinking about how he had spoken arrogantly to such a big shot earlier, and even threatened to break his legs, the balding man couldn't control his shaking legs. Thud. The man suddenly softened and knelt before Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, I know I was wrong, please spare me. I have an elderly parent and young children who rely on me, the balding man said, crying and snotting. Lu Feng looked at the man like this with no sympathy. If he were just an ordinary university student today, it would be him kneeling on the ground. Didn't you just say you'd break my legs and make me regret it? How come you know you were wrong now? Lu Feng coldly retorted. Meanwhile, Sue Lily and the classmates were stunned by this scene. They never expected that Lu Feng could change the arrogant balding man's attitude with just a phone call. The balding man began to knock his head on the ground in front of Lu Feng. "I'm sorry I was blind and not recognize a great person like you. Please forgive me," he said while knocking his head. Lu Feng merely watched him perform with indifference, showing no intention of forgiving him. Suddenly the man seemed to think of something and grabbed Su Lily, who was still in shock. "Lily, help me plead with Mr. Lu. He will definitely let me go for your sake." At this moment Su Lily was also starting to react. "How is that possible? You want me to apologize to him? Have you gone mad? Where's your bodyguard? Call him to beat him up." Su Lily, not yet seeing the situation, clearly continued to shout, perhaps realizing the truth, but still wanting to struggle. Slap. The man slapped Su Lily across the face and shouted, "Apologize to Mr. Lu quickly, or I'll beat you to death." After being slapped, Su Lily, seeing her classmates watching her, instantly felt humiliated and lunged at the man's face, scratching while shouting, "You dare hit me? Watch me claw you to death." The man was also infuriated at this point, as his company was on the brink of collapse because of a single word from another, and the cause of it all was this wretched woman before him. So the man, in a fit of rage, grabbed Su Lily's head and attempted to slam it onto the table. Just as Su Lily's head was about to hit the table, the male classmates watching finally reacted and hurriedly held the man back. The restrained man then knelt before Lu Feng again. "Young Master Lu, this bitch has upset you. I'll tie her to your bed later. You can do whatever you want with her. What do you think? As long as you can forgive me, I'll do anything you say." Hearing the balding man's words, Lu Feng was stunned. Not only him, but everyone present was shocked. They never expected the balding man to be so shameless. Su Lily, upon hearing this, was about to charge at the man again. "You Xiao Bo, how dare you treat me like this? Don't forget you were the one who said you liked me and wanted to marry me. Otherwise, how could I have broken up with a Feng?" The man laughed upon hearing Su Lily's words. Even at this point you're still pretending to be innocent. It was my Land Rover parked on the side of the road that you saw, and you contacted me first after seeing the towing notice seducing me. Now you're trying to turn the tables." Everyone present felt their worldview shatter upon hearing the conversation between the two. The man, not caring what others thought of him, said to Lu Feng, "Young Master Lu, don't listen to her nonsense. She was the one who seduced me. I'll deliver her to you today for your disposal," he said, ready to call his bodyguards from outside to capture Su Lily. "Enough," Lu Feng impatiently said upon seeing the two continue to stir trouble. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the bald man hurriedly closed his mouth. "If today I were kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, would you agree to let me go? If it weren't for my bit of strength, your bodyguards would probably have broken my legs the moment I stepped out," Lu Feng coldly said to the bald man kneeling on the ground. The bald man fell silent upon hearing Lu Feng's words, for he knew that if it were Lu Feng kneeling here today, he would certainly not let him go. "Why are you silent? You wouldn't let me go, would you? So to empathize, I won't spare you either," Lu Feng continued as he saw the man remain quiet. Just as Lu Feng finished speaking, Chu Fan jumped in again. "That's enough, everyone is classmates. There's no need to make it so tense. Lu Feng, give me some face." Seeing Chu Fan jump in to meddle, Lu Feng retaliated without holding back. "You don't need to come out and play the big shot now, my good class monitor. You just recently tried to kick me while I was down, and now you come back pretending to be the good guy. Is your brain filled with dung?" Forgetting things so quickly, Chu Fan was rendered speechless by the retort and could only silently retreat. After dealing with Chu Fan, Lu Feng turned to the bald man and said, "You brought this upon yourself. Just wait for the punishment to come." With that, Lu Feng took hold of Shin Shuyuan and prepared to leave. "Ah Feng, wait a moment." Seeing Lu Feng about to leave, Su Lily hurriedly called out, "Do you have something else to say?" Lu Feng replied impatiently, "Ah Feng, can we go back to the way things were?" Su Lily pleaded desperately. She wasn't foolish, on the contrary, she was quite clever. From Lu Feng's single phone call that made the bald man immediately yield, she understood that Lu Feng must be very formidable now, so she wanted to return to his side. "Do you think that's possible, Su Lily? Or do you think Lu Feng would want a pair of old shoes worn by someone else?" Lu Feng mocked. Upon hearing Lu Feng's mocking words, Su Lily was stunned on the spot. Lu Feng no longer wasted words with her and left the private room with Shen Shiyuan, as he felt there was no need to stay at this class reunion any longer. Zhang Kai and Lu Li watched Lu Feng leave, exchanged glances, and hurriedly chased after him. At this moment, Su Lily, seeing Lu Feng walk away without looking back, could no longer contain her grief and anger, and directly went up to fight the bald man again. This time none of the classmates intervened, as they all knew that Lu Feng was no longer the same as before, and they were scared of offending him. But how could Su Lily, a girl, compete against a grown man? She was soon knocked dizzy. While hitting her, the bald man said, "You little brat, if it weren't for you, would I offend Lu Xiao? You shameless thing, I'm going to sell you off to Africa." Hearing that the bald man intended to sell her to Africa, Su Lily panicked, because she understood that he could actually do. Thinking about the unbearable life of being sold to Africa, Su Lily hurriedly clung to the bald man's thigh, pleading, "Darling, please don't treat me like this. Didn't you love me the most? Didn't you say you would marry me? Looking at Su Lily clinging to his thigh and begging, the bald man sneered. Do you even think you are worthy of me marrying you? I only thought you looked decent and were fun to play with. After saying that, the man kicked Su Lily away and prepared to call the bodyguards to take her away. Lu Feng was unaware of all this, as he had already taken Shen Shuyuan out of the hotel. Thank you, classmate Shun, for helping me again today, Lu Feng said gratefully to Shen Shuyuan. You're welcome, I couldn't stand those few people either, Shen Shuyuan smiled and replied. Then let me treat you to a meal as compensation for today's class reunion, Lu Feng said. Sure, because of you I was left hungry, Shen Shuyuan joked. Just as Lu Feng was preparing to take Shen Shuyuan out for a meal, Zhang Kai and Lu Li caught up. Why are you two running so fast? What are you trying to do? Can't you wait for us? Zhang Kai said, panting. I was just about to take classmate Shen out for a meal. Do you two want to join? Lu Feng asked Zhang Kai. We won't go. You two go ahead. Seeing Shen Shuyuan behind Lu Feng glaring at them, Zhang Kai and Lu Li immediately backed down. Alright, then we'll head out first, Lu Feng said directly upon hearing Zhang Kai's refusal. For some reason, after hearing Zhang Kai's refusal, Lu Feng felt inexplicably happy, as if subconsciously he didn't want Zhang Kai to agree to go eat with them. Okay, you two have fun. We're heading back first, Zhang Kai said, pulling Lu Li away. Seeing Zhang Kai and Lu Li walk away, Lu Feng and Shen Shuyuan called a taxi and left the hotel. Old Lu, did you notice? Zhang Kai, who had walked some distance, suddenly said to Lu Li beside him. I noticed. A pair of dog lovers. I don't know when they got together. No wonder Lu Feng walked out so quickly. It turns out he has a beauty in his arms, Lu Li said with a face of resentment. Yeah, what kind of person is Shen Shuyuan? A cold beauty. How did Lu manage to deal with her? Zhang Kai looked puzzled. Who knows? Although the school beauty matches the school hunk, Shen Shuyuan is clearly from a powerful background. What if Lu ends up being chased by her father? Lu Li said with concern. Who knows? Let it be. To die under the peony is to be a ghost with a lingering fragrance. Maybe Lu just likes the thrill. Come on, let's not worry too much. Let's go get late-night snacks. I'm still hungry, Zhang Kai said. Hearing what Zhang Kai said, Lu Li nodded in agreement, linking arms with Zhang Kai as they went to eat late-night snacks. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and Shen Shuyuan also arrived at a large food stall. The dishes here are really delicious, especially the clams. You must try them, Lu Feng said to Shen Shuyuan. Okay, I found that classmate Lu seems to have a special insight into food, Shen Shuyuan remarked with a smile. Haha, usually when I'm not in class I have nothing to do but work, so I wander around these roadside eateries. Over time I figured out what's good and what's not, Lu Feng said, while helping Shen Shuyuan open a bottle of drink and handing it to her. Haha, I didn't realize you were a foodie too, Shen Shuyuan said with a giggle as she accepted the drink. The two continued chatting for a long time until the dishes were served. As the dishes arrived, Shen Shuyuan eagerly began to taste them. This is really delicious, she said, picking up a piece of garlic ribs. Haha, if you like it, eat more. Take your time, no need to rush, Lu Feng said, momentarily mesmerized by Shen Shuyuan, who was eating nonstop in front of him, for she was completely different from the usual cold beauty. Cute, beautiful, gentle. That's how Lu Feng would describe Shen Shuyuan at this moment. At this instant, watching her eat, his heart underwent a subtle change. Perhaps even he himself was unaware that just seeing Shen Shuyuan made him happy. They continued eating until nearly 11 o'clock before finishing their meal. Lu Feng then prepared to call a car to take Shen Shuyuan home, but she refused. Let's walk together, Shen Shuyuan suddenly said to Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at the beautiful and charming Shen Shuyuan, and without knowing why nodded. On a summer night, the stars hung high in the sky, and the air was no longer hot as during the day. Only a gentle breeze lingered. Lu Feng and Shen Shuyuan walked along the riverbank, both silent, yet very happy. Lu Feng didn't know why, but as long as he was with Shen Shuyuan, even if they did nothing, he felt content. Just then a gentle breeze blew, tousling Shen Shuyuan's hair and stirring the youth's heart. On this midsummer night, the scene of the boy and girl by the river formed a moving picture. After parting ways with Shen Shuyuan, Lu Feng returned home, his mind swirling with thoughts of what Shen Shuyuan had. Feng, I was really super happy today. Thank you for accompanying me, Shen Shuyuan said gently to Lu Feng, dressed in a flowing gown. Thinking of this, Lu Feng's heart became chaotic. After some contemplation, he decided to call Shen Shuyuan to ask her what she meant, only to realize he didn't have her phone number. Maybe I'm just being overly sentimental. How could someone like her take an interest in me? Lu Feng said with self-deprecation. He then walked into the bathroom for a shower and lay down on his bed, drifting off to sleep. A night without conversation. The next morning, Lu Feng, who was sleeping soundly, was disturbed by the sound of cicadas groggily getting up to wash up and greet the beautiful day ahead. In the bathroom, as Lu Feng brushed his teeth, he thought about the beautiful dream he had last night. In the dream, he and Shen Shuyuan had known each other since childhood and played house together, with Shen Shuyuan always insisting on being Lu Feng's wife and wanting to have children with him. How could I have such a strange dream? Lu Feng pondered. After washing up, he sat on the sofa and accessed the system interface, which was the happiest moment of his day. Ding! With Lu Feng's entry, he also heard the most anticipated sound. Today's flash sale items have been refreshed as follows. A complete set of Patek Philippe watches valued at 470 million renminbi. Ocean Conqueror yacht valued at 230 million renminbi. Top luxury car fleet, including 6 Mercedes-Benz G63, 1 armored Audi A8 command vehicle, and 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom. Valued at 1 billion renminbi. Note the cars in the fleet are all specially customized versions and modified, which generally cannot be penetrated by bullets. All vehicles are equipped with automatic fire extinguishing and air purification systems, and the Rolls-Royce in the middle is even equipped with an emergency medical kit, including blood that matches the owner. So 1 billion really isn't expensive. Looking at the 3 options on the panel, Lu Feng fell into deep thought. How should I choose? They say every successful man must have a watch, but old sayings say that the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, and the super rich play with yachts. I really want a yacht, Lu Feng said, feeling conflicted. System, can I have them all? Lu Feng said with bravado. No, you can only choose one. The system coldly rejected Lu Feng's request. Alright then, as per the old rule, I'll choose the most expensive one. I choose 3, Lu Feng said helplessly. Ding! The host has made a choice. 3 rewards have been issued. The car fleet will arrive at the community garage within 2 hours, the system's voice announced, as Lu Feng exited the system space. As for why he chose the car fleet, Lu Feng had considered many factors. First, he currently had no car to go out in. He could either take a taxi or use a shared bike, which did not suit his current identity. Secondly, this car fleet was not an ordinary one. After special modifications, its safety was greatly increased, allowing him to travel with peace of mind. After all, he could now be considered a wealthy man. Oh, what if someone tried to rob him? Moreover, one could never be too careful about potential enemies plotting against him. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, Lu Feng chose the car fleet. While Lu Feng waited at home for his car fleet to arrive, a luxurious convoy appeared on Binhai Avenue in the Magic City, attracting people's attention. The convoy, consisting of 8 vehicles, sped down the road with 3 Mercedes-Benz G-Wagons leading the way, followed by an Audi A8. Oh, and at the center was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, with 3 more G-Wagons bringing up the rear. Which big shot is out and about? People speculated as they watched the convoy made up entirely of luxury cars. Other vehicles on the road also kept their distance, fearing they might scratch one of these luxury cars. Moreover, a curious onlooker posted pictures of the convoy online, causing quite a stir on the internet. After a while, the convoy stopped at the entrance of the Guolan International Community, and the security guard was so frightened by the scene that he didn't dare to approach. The night has given me a pair of eyes, but I use them too. As Lu Feng's phone rang, he answered the call. Hello, who is this? Lu Feng asked. Hello, Mr. Lu, the car you ordered has arrived at the entrance of your community. Please come over to inspect it. A man's voice came through the phone. Upon hearing that the car fleet had arrived, Lu Feng hurriedly tidied up and headed out. At this moment, the arrival of the car fleet also caused quite a stir among the community residents. Although the residents of Guolan International were mostly affluent and powerful individuals, the vast majority could not afford such a luxurious convoy. Thus, many people lingered nearby, eager to see who in the community had such significant resources. Meanwhile, the property management hurried over, but upon seeing the luxurious convoy and the neatly standing men in black, the property security did not dare to approach. After all, their monthly salary was just a bit not worth it. At this time, Lu Feng also arrived at the scene, and seeing the crowd gathered, felt somewhat puzzled, then realized upon seeing his car fleet that they were all there to see the cars. As Lu Feng arrived, the leading brawny man immediately led the other men in black in bowing to Lu Feng, saying, Mr. Lu, your car is ready. Please get in and experience it. As soon as the brawny man's words fell, people were left speechless in shock. They gazed at the young man before them, speculating about his background, wondering who had such power to create such a luxurious convoy. At this moment, Lu Feng felt absolutely exhilarated. This was no different from a war god returning to slap others in the face. It was utterly thrilling. As Lu Feng thought about this, he forced himself to remain calm and got into the car. With a rumble, the convoy slowly left the community. Sitting in the car, Lu Feng looked at the chauffeur in front and felt quite curious. Since the system had only rewarded him with the car fleet, what about these drivers and bodyguards? Were they also part of the reward? Could the system really create living beings? Thinking of this, Lu Feng decided to ask the system. System, what's the deal with these bodyguards? Upon hearing Lu Feng's question, the system immediately responded. Host, these bodyguards will leave at 10 o'clock tonight. The current level of the system cannot sustain the creation of living beings for long periods. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Feng was baffled. This meant that these bodyguards were indeed created by the system. It could actually create living beings. With this thought, Lu Feng could no longer sit still. System, when can you create living beings for extended periods? Lu Feng asked eagerly. Ding, upgrading the system to level 2 will allow characters to refresh in the daily flash sale items and open the system. Mall, the system replied. Wow, that's amazing. I didn't expect you could create living beings. Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. It seems I need to work hard to upgrade the system to level 2 as soon as possible, Lu Feng thought to himself. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, Chen Qian suddenly called. Seeing this, Lu Feng had to stop his wild imagination. Hello, what's the matter, Secretary Chun? Hello, mister. Lu, do you have time? I need to find you. Chen Qian's gentle voice came from the phone. Something. Alright, I'll head over now, Lu Feng said, after thinking for a moment. After hanging up, he had the driver turn around towards Ferrari's temporary office location. After hanging up, Chen Qian brought along a few employees and waited at the bottom of the office building for Lu Feng. After about 10 minutes, Chen Qian spotted a convoy of luxury cars heading their way. However, Chen Qian didn't think much of it, as their temporary branch was located in the Golden Triangle area of. There were numerous listed companies and large groups in this area, so it was normal for a luxury convoy to enter. But as the sound of brakes echoed, the convoy stopped right in front of Chen Qian and her team. A group of black-clad bodyguards quickly got out of the cars, positioning themselves accordingly. Then the leading brawny man opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce, and Lu Feng, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, slowly stepped out. Chen Qian was stunned by this scene, realizing after much speculation that the big shot was actually on their side. Seeing Lu Feng surrounded by black-clad bodyguards, Chen Qian hurried over. Hello, mister. Lu, Chen Qian said respectfully. The employees behind her were amazed to see Lu Feng, but still greeted him in unison. Hello, mister. Lu. Lu Feng smiled back at the Ferrari employee who greeted him, saying hello, everyone. After exchanging greetings, Chen Qian led Lu Feng toward the company. Since this was a rented temporary venue, not many employees had been hired, and the reason Chen Qian came to find Lu Feng today was precisely this issue. President Lu, it's been several days. The European headquarters is asking when our branch here can be established, Chen Qian said, pouring a cup of tea for Lu Feng. Hearing Chen Qian's question, Lu Feng felt a headache coming on. He still had no target in mind. However, since the question was asked, he had to provide some kind of answer. Just when Lu Feng was preparing to delay a few more days to see if the system could produce something, he then said to Chen Qian, I came here today to discuss this issue as well. I had someone looking for a location earlier, so I'll give them a call now to check on the progress. As Lu Feng spoke, he picked up his phone and made the call. With 2 beeps, the call connected. Hello, President Lu, what can I do for you? Came Wang Yi's voice on the other end of the line. At that moment, Wang Yi was worried about issues related to the group. The situation was as follows. Tianyu Group had contracted to build a factory covering 80 acres along with accompanying office buildings. However, now that it was completed, the other party could not afford it due to a broken capital chain and was unable to pay the breach of contract fees. Wang Yu had been troubled by this matter for days, as the majority of Tianyu Group's funds had been invested in developing. As a result, there was hardly any operational capital left in the accounts. And to make matters worse, there was another residential community that needed to be developed. Although the factory and office buildings were in a prime location, this also made them expensive. They couldn't be sold quickly, and not being able to sell meant no money, which in turn would halt the development of the upcoming residential project, potentially damaging Tianyu Group's stocks and reputation. Thus, Wang Yu had been on the verge of despair these past few days. Here's the thing, Lao Wang, can our group help me find a good location and then assist me in establishing a factory and office buildings? Lu Feng asked, feigning calmness as he looked at Chen Qian. Wang Yu was stunned by Lu Feng's words so much so that he didn't even realize his phone had dropped. Hello, Lao Wang, are you listening? Don't worry, every cent will be accounted for. Lu Feng thought Wang Yu was worried that he as the new director might take advantage of the company, and hurriedly explained. Of course, President Lu. Wang Yu finally came to his senses after Lu Feng spoke again and hurriedly agreed. Upon hearing Lu Feng's request, Wang Yu felt he had never heard such a pleasant sound in his life. Even the words "I do" from his wife during their wedding did not sound as good as what Lu Feng just said. Lu Feng also sighed in relief upon hearing Wang Yi's agreement. Well then, I appreciate it. Just let me know how much it will cost when the time comes. As Lu Feng was about to hang up the phone, Wang Yi's excited voice came through again. President Lu, please don't hang up yet. I just happen to have a completed factory with accompanying office buildings, and the location is absolutely prime. Wang Yu hurriedly said, fearing Lu Feng would hang up. What? See, Wang Yu was so quick. He found it already. Lu Feng was shocked to hear Wang Yi's words. Is that true, Lao Wang? Don't lie to me, Lu Feng asked, a bit skeptical. It's true, President Lu, absolutely true. How about I send someone to pick you up? We can go take a look right now, Wang Yu hurriedly said, when he saw Lu Feng wasn't convinced. You don't need to pick me up, just send me the location and I'll go check it out now, Lu Feng said. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Yu quickly sent the factory's location. President Lu, I'll be waiting for you at the factory, Wang Yu said, suppressing his excitement. Okay, I'll be there shortly, Lu Feng replied calmly before hanging up the phone. After hanging up, Wang Yu hurriedly called his secretary to gather the company's executives in the lobby, preparing to head to the factory. Hurry, let them assemble quickly. If they're late, just tell them to scram, Wang Yu said, while rushing toward the lobby. In less than 2 minutes, most of the company's executives, all responsible for the factory project, had gathered in the lobby. The receptionist was stunned, not understanding why these leaders were standing neatly in the lobby, without even ding. As the elevator doors opened, Wang Yu burst out walking while instructing the standing executives, "Hurry up, follow me, get in the car," and he took the lead to hop into the waiting convoy. Hearing Wang Yu's words, the executives hurriedly followed, leaving the receptionist in a daze. With the roar of engines, the convoy sped out, as if flying just above the ground. "What's going on? Why is the president rushing with the leaders?" Employee A asked out of curiosity. "I don't know. Are they going to snatch a project?" Employee B also wondered. "Stop guessing. Seeing how anxious the president is, it must be something significant for the group. Who knows, there might be a major issue brewing," Employee C said mysteriously. While the employees were discussing, Wang Yu was urging the driver to speed up. "Faster, faster. Get there in 10 minutes, and I'll promote you," Wang Yu said excitedly. Seeing their president so anxious, the driver focused all his energy speeding down the road. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was heading to the destination with Chun Xian. It was Chun Xian's first time riding in a Rolls-Royce, and she looked around curiously, touching everything. Meanwhile, with the driver's efforts, Wang Yu quickly arrived at the factory location. After getting out of the car, Wang Yu stood under the scorching sun with the executives waiting for Lu Feng. However, the executives nearby were confused, wondering why the president had gathered them all and brought them to the factory entrance, as if waiting for some important figure. "President, is there any leader coming down for an inspection today?" one executive asked. Wang Yu, hearing this, replied evasively, "Do you realize that our company has reached a critical moment of survival?" Hearing this, the executives laughed out loud. "President, don't joke around. Our company is thriving. How could we be at a crisis point?" Another executive chimed in, "Exactly, President. The factory we are at is the one I'm responsible for, and it has been completed successfully. Once the funds arrive, we will have enough to complete our next project and even secure that plot in Xiqing." "I know all that you said, but what if we don't receive the funds for this factory?" Wang Yu countered. Indeed, only Wang Yu and the old director knew about the issue of not being able to receive the project funds, as it was a matter of great consequence. If they weren't careful, the company could go bankrupt, so Wang Yu had not informed the other executives. How could that be? The project has been completed smoothly. Is it possible that Hafeng Group would default? One executive asked incredulously. "What if I tell you that Hafeng Group has gone bankrupt? What will you do then?" Wang Yu looked at the executives. Hearing Wang Yu's words, the executives immediately panicked, realizing that if they couldn't receive the project funds on time, then Tianyu Group's next project would halt, as well, let alone competing with other groups for that plot in the West City. Tianyu might even go bankrupt itself. "Does the old director know about this?" one executive suddenly asked. "This matter was told to me by the old director. I didn't inform you all to avoid causing panic," Wang Yu replied calmly. "So what do we do now?" The executives were instantly thrown into chaos. "Silence," Wang Yu said coldly. Hearing Wang Yu's words, the executives gradually quieted down. "You are all veterans. You should know that the old director of Hafeng Group and our chairman are old friends. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to complete the project with just 30% of the payment up front." The executives nodded in agreement. It was precisely because they knew the relationship between Hafeng Group and their chairman that they were so surprised when they heard that the project funds were not going to come through. "It is precisely because of this relationship that we put in too much money for this project, resulting in a lack of operational capital for the company now. Our chairman also doesn't have much operational capital left. In fact, he sold 10% of the company's shares earlier," Wang Yu said slowly. The executives nodded in acknowledgement, as they were aware of these matters, but what use was it to talk about them now, when they were on the verge of bankruptcy? Seeing them all downcast, Wang Yu didn't say much more, as he had been more pessimistic than these executives before. However, things were looking up now. This factory was about to be taken over by their new director Lu Feng, so he decided to help Lu Feng gain more say within the group. "Although the group is facing a bankruptcy crisis, have you forgotten that we have a new director?" The executives instantly became excited upon hearing Wang Yu's words. "President Wang, does that mean Director Lu is willing to lend a hand?" one executive hurriedly asked. The others looked at Wang Yu with eager expressions. Seeing their reactions, Wang Yu decided not to keep them in suspense. "Exactly. I had no choice but to contact Director Lu and inform him of the company's current situation. I initially wanted him to help me find someone willing to buy this factory, but after understanding our situation, Director Lu gave me a huge surprise. He said he could buy this factory, providing us with a much-needed lifeline, which is why I hurriedly brought you all to accompany Director Lu to inspect the project." Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, the executives cheered for Director Lu. Wang Yu then began to execute his plan. "I know that many of you held prejudices against Director Lu, initially believing that he was just a young man who bought shares in the group because of his wealthy family, but in reality, he was just a naive kid who knew nothing." Hearing Wang Yu's reprimand, the executives hung their heads in shame. "But today it is this young man whom you thought knew nothing who has saved the group, rescued us, and secured our livelihoods. Therefore from now on I will not allow anyone in the company to speak ill of Director Liu. If anyone disrespects him again, don't blame me for being merciless, Wang Yu said with narrowed eyes. Yes, President Wang, don't worry, we will never do that again, the executives promised immediately. In fact, they would have done so even without Wang Yu's words, because as Wang Yu said, Lu Feng had secured their livelihoods. Just after Wang Yu finished his speech, a convoy of luxury cars arrived from a distance. Lu Feng had finally, looking at the convoy approaching them, Wang Yu felt a bit dazed, uncertain whether it was indeed Lu Feng arriving, as the scale of the convoy was quite impressive. As the convoy came to a halt, a beautiful woman dressed in professional attire stepped out of the car. After the woman exited, she hurriedly opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce and stood aside, bowing slightly in weight, while the bodyguards quickly opened 2 black umbrellas and held them above the rear door. Against the backdrop of the black-clad bodyguards and the beautiful secretary, Lu Feng stepped down from the Rolls-Royce. At that moment, in the eyes of the senior executives of Tianyu Group, Lu Feng appeared as radiant as a celestial being. Hello, Chairman Lu. A group of executives suppressed their shock and greeted Lu Feng. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to accompany me to inspect the project on such a hot day, Lu Feng responded warmly. It's no trouble at all, the executives hurriedly replied. It was no joke, he was the one who had saved their jobs. They would willingly accompany him not just for project inspections, but even for anything else. Chairman Lu, let's discuss while we inspect, Wang Yu said as he gestured for Lu Feng to follow. Sure, let's take a look, Lu Feng replied, and began touring the site with Wang Yu. Chairman Lu, over here is the factory area covering a full 70 acres. We used the best materials during construction, and the designer drew no less than 100 blueprints to ensure the entire site was well designed, Wang Yu introduced as they walked. It looks pretty good. Lu Feng nodded as he listened to Wang Yu's introduction, feeling a weight lift from it. Having resolved the issues with the Ferrari branch, he could finally sleep peacefully without worry. Before long, the factory tour was completed, and Wang Yu led Lu Feng to the office building. Before Lu Feng stood an office building occupying a full 15 acres, 8 stories tall, with a semi-arched design and pristine white walls that all spoke of its grandeur. Gazing at the office building, Lu Feng turned to Chen Xian. Secretary Chen, what do you think? Wang Yu, standing nearby, couldn't help but wonder if this secretary was Lu Feng's hidden lover. As Wang Yu speculated, Chen Xian spoke up. President, this location you chose is impeccable both in terms of its position and the office building and supporting factory area. It's simply perfect. President, are you calling me? Wang Yu looked at Chen Xian in confusion, feeling a bit dazed. Seeing Wang Yu's bewilderment of being called president, Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Stop guessing if it's me they're calling. I forgot to tell you that I am actually the president of Ferrari's Asian division, and this factory and office building are the branch I selected for Ferrari, Lu Feng explained, leaving Wang Yu and the executive stunned. What the hell? This young man before them was not just their chairman, but also the president of Ferrari. Had the world gotten this outrageous? Wang Yu cautiously asked. Chairman Lu, you mean the Ferrari that makes sports cars? Are you really their president? Hearing Wang Yu's question, Lu Feng burst into laughter. Haha, of course. Otherwise, which Ferrari could it be? I am indeed the president of Ferrari's Asian division, and this is my assistant provided by Ferrari. Upon hearing Lu Feng's definitive answer, Wang Yu was so shocked, he couldn't find his voice. Chairman Lu, you've truly impressed me. To become the president of Ferrari's Asia region at such a young age is remarkable. I even doubted you before. I sincerely apologize, Wang Yu said earnestly. Haha, my position as president is due to my holding shares in Ferrari and being a board member, which is why I became president, Lu Feng downplayed. Unexpectedly, after Lu Feng finished speaking, Wang Yu and the others were even more bewildered. So you also hold shares in Ferrari? Wang Yu's voice trembled slightly. Yes, is there a problem? Lu Feng countered. No problem. Wang Yu quickly waved his hands. Poor President Wang, today, he was directly struck speechless. In the past, he felt quite accomplished to become the president of Tianyu at the age of 40, but now he felt utterly defeated by Lu Feng, almost wishing he could just die. Seeing that Wang Yu had no further issues, Lu Feng prepared to discuss the price of the factory to purchase it. However, just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a voice. Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng turned to see an elderly man in his 60s walking over with the help of a caretaker. Wang Yu and the senior executives of Tianyu Group rushed over to the old man. Old chairman, what brings you here? The leading Wang Yu asked. I came to see the rising star who helped our company through a life-and-death crisis, the old chairman said with a smile. As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Lu Feng. Seeing this, Lu Feng hurried over to help the old man up. You must be Li Yunfeng, the old master, right? Lu Feng said, while holding the old man's hand. Haha, that's right, it's me, the old man replied with a chuckle. I can't thank you enough for your timely assistance. Without you, my lifelong efforts would have collapsed this time. Hearing the old man's sincere gratitude, Lu Feng quickly waved his hand. Actually, you helped me a lot, otherwise where would I find such a suitable factory? Besides, I am also a board member of the company, and helping the company overcome difficulties is my duty. You are being too polite. Huh? Hearing Lu Feng's words, the old man laughed heartily, and then holding Lu Feng's hand said seriously, with a director like you in the company, I can truly rest easy. Not at all, you are too courteous. They continued chatting for a long time, holding hands, until the old man's caretaker reminded him it was time to drink water, which finally made them stop. The old man took a sip from the cup handed to him by the caretaker, and then said, get a bottle for Xiaofeng too. The caretaker hurried to the car and brought back a bottle of water for Lu Feng. After seeing Lu Feng finish the water in his hand, the old man finally spoke. Xiaofeng, are you really planning to buy this factory? Will you face a cash shortage because of it? If not, we can just leave it here and sell it slowly. As for the money the company needs, I can bear the shame and go borrow from old friends to tide us over. Lu Feng interjected, rest assured, old master, I truly need this factory and have enough funds to buy it, so you can be completely at ease. I'm not just putting on a brave front. Upon hearing Lu Feng's assurance, the old man was still uneasy, fearing that Lu Feng might strain his finances because of his help, which would make him feel guilty. Just as the old man was about to say something, Wang Yu suddenly spoke up. Old chairman, you might not know, but our new director is also the president of Ferrari's Asia region, and he holds shares in Ferrari. The old man was taken aback by this revelation. He had never expected Lu Feng to have such an identity. And Chairman Lu is buying this factory to use as a branch for Ferrari, so he shouldn't need to invest too much of his own money. Ferrari will cover the bulk of it, Wang Yu explained further. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, the old man still had some doubts and turned to Lu Feng. Old master, Wang Yu is right. This factory indeed doesn't require me to spend much, Lu Feng quickly clarified, sensing the old man's questioning gaze. After hearing Lu Feng's explanation, old master Li said nothing more, but kept holding Lu Feng's hand repeatedly, saying how impressive the younger generation was. In truth, Lu Feng held the old man in high esteem, as well, having built a company valued at 20 billion from scratch, relying solely on his extraordinary vision and decisive methods. Moreover, the old man had a particularly kind heart, initially fearing that Lu Feng would encounter difficulties because of his help, and thus rejecting it. Since everyone has no objections, let's discuss the price for this factory. How much do we need? Lu Feng asked when no one else spoke. Upon hearing Lu Feng's question, Wang Yu did not dare to respond, and instead looked at the old man. Let the person in charge of this project come out and calculate how much it costs. Don't make any arbitrary calculations. Just calculate the cost price and don't even factor in labor costs, the old man said, slapping his thigh with authority. Hearing the old man's commanding statement, Wang Yu and the other executives couldn't help but smile wryly, having to do as the old man said. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was anxious, as he didn't want to take advantage of the old man. Old master, you can't do this. Business is business. I haven't even thanked the group for helping me resolve such a big trouble, yet how can I let the group suffer a loss? We should settle this properly, Lu Feng insisted. No, Xiaofeng, you've helped the group with such a big favor. We must settle it this way today, the old man said firmly. Seeing the two getting ready to argue over this matter, Wang Yu immediately stepped in to mediate. How about this? Let's first determine the market value, and then you two can discuss the details. All right, you calculate it, the old man agreed. Upon hearing this, seeing the old man agree, Wang Yu led a group of executives responsible for the project to start calculating on this. In less than 5 minutes, Wang Yu returned with a piece of draft paper. We have the calculations, he said. Chairman Lu, old master, please take a look, he said, handing over the results. According to our calculations, Tianyu has invested a total of 1.4 billion in this project, while Hongfeng Group invested the first batch of 600 million with a completed market value of 2.8 billion, Wang Yu introduced. Then charge Xiaofeng 1.4 billion and later take out 200 million from that amount to give to Hongfeng Group for my old friend's retirement, the old man said after taking a glance. Hearing the old man's unyielding tone, Wang Yu could only comply. However, Lu Feng was dissatisfied with, old master, this won't do. That's cutting it by half. You're taking too much of a loss. Lu Feng quickly it's fine. If it weren't for you, Xiaofeng, my decades of hard work would have gone down the drain, the old man insisted. Old master, no. I really can't accept this price. Lu Feng shook his head. Watching the two argue over money, one wanting to charge less and the other wanting to give more, everyone present fell silent. After countless negotiations, the factory was successfully sold to Lu Feng for 1.9 billion. Witnessing the entire deal, Wang Yu and the executives stated that they had never seen such a miraculous transaction in their lives. Secretary Chen, please transfer the deposit first, Lu Feng said to Chen Qian. All right, Mr. Lu, Chen Qian nodded in reply. Since both sides have resolved a major issue today, I propose we all have lunch together. What do you think? Wang Yu suggested from the side. That sounds good. We must properly thank Xiaofeng today. Old Master Li immediately agreed upon hearing this. Great, then let's have a meal together to celebrate. Lu Feng also agreed, as everyone suggested going out for a meal. The few of them then got into their cars preparing to go for lunch. After about half an hour, the convoy stopped next to a building styled like an ancient farmhouse. Looking at the curious Lu Feng, old Master Li explained the building to him. This is Ting Tao Cottage, a true private dining place. Regardless of your status, you must make a reservation to eat here. Conveniently, I made a reservation here just a couple of days ago, so you're in for a treat today. Hearing old Master Li's words, Lu Feng became interested in the place before him. Really? Then I'm quite fortunate today, Lu Feng said with a smile. Old Master Li then led Lu Feng inside. This meal gathering only included Lu Feng, old Master Li, Qin Xian, and Wang Yu, as the other executives had already left. As soon as Lu Feng entered Ting Tao Cottage, he was astonished by the sight before him. Before him lay a lush bamboo forest covering over 20 acres with antique-style pavilions nestled. It's worth noting that they were in the magical city, a place where land is extremely valuable. The fact that the restaurant owner managed to create such a vast bamboo forest for decoration showcases immense wealth and influence. Guided by a young girl in a qipao, Lu Feng and the others arrived at a small building within the bamboo grove. The qipao girl opened the door, lit high-quality agarwood, and allowed them to enter. Once inside, everyone settled down. Everything you see and touch here is crafted from premium agarwood and rosewood. Just this small pavilion alone costs no less than 200 million renminbi, old Master Li cheerfully introduced. Everyone was quite surprised upon hearing this. They had not expected the decor to be so luxurious. Moreover, the ingredients here are airlifted from all around the world. A single meal starts at 3 million, he continued. I originally planned to invite someone here for a meal to see if they could help the company through a tough time, but unexpectedly, I ended up inviting you, the one who solved a major problem for the company. Ha ha ha, isn't that great? You didn't waste this meal, Lu Feng said with a smile. Ha ha ha, that's the truth, Xiao Feng. The more I look at you, the more satisfied I become. It's a pity I only have a useless grandson and no granddaughter, otherwise I would really let you be my granddaughter-in-law, old Master Li said with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was startled by old Master Li's words and quickly waved his hand to refuse. Old Master, we can't arrange marriages now, we promote free love these days. Old Master Li laughed heartily at Lu Feng's response and then changed the topic. However, for some reason the image of Shun Shuqian resurfaced in Lu Feng's mind. Knock knock knock. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted awake by a series of knocks, and then he saw a group of beautiful girls in blue kipeos carrying trays walking in. The girls gently placed the dishes on the table, slowly bowed to everyone, and then retreated. Since the dishes are all served, let's dig in, old Master Li invited. Upon hearing this, the few of them were not polite and immediately picked up their chopsticks. The meal lasted for about an hour before it ended. As they were about to leave, old Master Li kept holding Lu Feng's hand, urging him to come visit his home whenever he had the chance. Lu Feng smiled and agreed. The group then parted ways. Old Master Li, being older, went straight home, while Wang Yu had to return to work at the company, and Lu Feng and Qin Xian headed back to the temporary Ferrari branch. Secretary Qin, the location for the branch has been finalized, and we can now hire employees. Let's outline the company's framework so we can report back to the headquarters, Lu Feng said to Qin Xian while sitting in the car. All right, Mr. Lu, don't worry, I will take care of it right away. Qin Xian nodded, eagerly acknowledging Lu Feng's. The car quickly arrived at Ferrari's temporary branch, and after getting out, the two headed straight to the office. They needed to transfer the 500 million from Ferrari's headquarters to Tianyu Group first, and then also ask Ferrari headquarters for the remaining payment for the factory. In the office, Qin Xian was transferring money to Tianyu Group, while Lu Feng was on a video call with Enzo. Beep beep. As the video connected, Lu Feng saw Enzo once again. Hi Lu, what can I do for you? Enzo greeted with a smile on the video call. Mr. Enzo, long time no see. I actually have something to discuss with you this time, Lu Feng said with a smile. The branch has been selected and built, and I have already transferred the deposit. Now I'm just waiting for you to send the final payment. Upon hearing that Lu Feng had quickly sorted out the branch, Enzo appeared quite surprised. After all, he had entrusted Lu Feng with the establishment of the branch partly to test him. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng resolved the matter so swiftly, which even surprised Enzo, the big shot in control of Ferrari. Ha ha, Lu, you truly astonish me, Enzo said, adjusting his mood. Hearing Enzo's words, Lu Feng merely smiled calmly. Meanwhile, Qin Xian had already sent the data regarding the branch factory and office building to Enzo during their conversation. Taking the opportunity while Enzo was reviewing the data, Qin Xian began to commend Lu Feng. President Enzo, you have no idea, Mr. Lu has saved us a lot of money with this branch. I believe you can see from the data that this factory is impeccable in both layout and location. Most importantly, the factory is valued at 3 billion, and Mr. Lu acquired it for 1.9 billion. Upon hearing Qin Xian's words, Enzo's first reaction was disbelief. Lu, you two aren't playing a joke on me, are you? This is almost impossible, Enzo said with a surprised expression. After all, this wasn't like haggling at a market. A deal involving tens of billions would be fortunate to negotiate. Seeing Enzo's disbelief, Lu Feng explained the situation to him. It's like this, Mr. Enzo, this factory happens to be a product of the group I hold shares in. Due to some special reasons, I acquired it at cost price. Upon hearing Lu Feng calmly state such a significant matter, Enzo could no longer remain composed. Lu, I truly appreciate your help. However, since you hold shares in that group, I can't let you suffer a loss. I will have someone transfer 1.5 billion to you shortly. That makes a total of 2 billion, with the prior 500 million and the extra 100 million will be your bonus, Enzo said with a generous expression. Chen Qian, hearing this, was stunned. Do wealthy people really give away bonuses in billions? Upon hearing Enzo's words, Lu Feng's heart raced with excitement. After all, he was merely showing off on the surface while being very poor internally. Thank you, Mr. Enzo, Lu Feng said, suppressing his excitement and calmly expressing gratitude. Haha, you're welcome. In addition to the extra 100 million, I have another gift for you, but it's a secret for now. You'll know when the gift arrives, Enzo said with a mysterious look. Hearing this, Lu Feng became curious about Enzo's mysterious gift. Alright, Lu, I won't keep you any longer. I have a meeting to attend regarding new energy, and I've been busy with these matters lately, Enzo said while rubbing his head. Alright, goodbye. You must come to Huagua when you have the chance, Lu Feng said politely. The two then ended the call. Secretary Chun, is Ferrari also venturing into new energy? Lu Feng asked curiously. After all, in his understanding, Ferrari had always been a manufacturer of fuel cars. Suddenly learning from Enzo, the head of Ferrari, that they were also entering the new energy sector piqued Lu Feng's curiosity. Yes, Mr. Lu, Ferrari established a new energy department a long time ago to research electric vehicles. After all, new energy represents a new market and Ferrari also wants to get a slice of this feast, Chen Qian explained after thinking for a moment. Hearing Chen Qian's words, Lu Feng nodded in agreement. Absolutely, just look at Tesla, which became the world's richest man purely due to new energy. Not only Tesla, but even domestic car manufacturers are rushing into the new energy field, attempting to overtake curves. As an established car manufacturer, it makes perfect sense for Ferrari to plan early for new energy, Lu Feng analyzed while sitting in the boss chair. By the way, thank you for what you said earlier. Because of those words, Mr. Enzo transferred an extra 100 million to me, Lu Feng suddenly said to Chen Qian. Mr. Lu, you flatter me. I just spoke the truth, Chen Qian responded humbly. That's not how it works. Once the 1.5 billion is transferred, you send 1.4 billion to Tianyu Group. Then you can take 1 million from the remaining 100 million as a reward from me, Lu Feng said, looking at the modest Chen Qian with increasing satisfaction, directly rewarding her 1 million. Boom! Chen Qian was so stunned by Lu Feng's generosity that she almost stumbled and fell to the ground. What's wrong? Do you think the amount is too little? Lu Feng teased, observing Chen Qian's surprised expression. No, I'm just too excited, Mr. Lu, Chen Qian quickly explained. Haha, don't be too excited. Just do a good job with me, and you will benefit in the future, Lu Feng said, painting a bright future. Yes, Mr. Lu, you can rest assured, Chen Qian quickly assured. Haha, alright, I won't talk to you for too long. I have to go now. Don't forget to transfer the remaining money to my account, Lu Feng said as he stood up to leave. Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. Let me treat you to a meal. I promised to treat you last time, but didn't get the chance. This time, since you rewarded me with so much money, I must treat you. Chen Qian hurriedly stopped Lu Feng. Considering Chen Qian's request, Lu Feng thought for a moment and agreed. Alright, let's have a meal together, but let's not go anywhere fancy, we'll just find a simple restaurant to eat something. Hearing Lu Feng's agreement, Chen Qian jumped up with joy. Actually, Lu Feng was mainly worried that as soon as the time was up, these people would disappear right on the spot, potentially scaring others. Lu Feng got into Chen Qian's small car to go for dinner, but since it was still too early for dinner, they decided to visit the Old Street in Modu together. The Old Street in Modu has a long history, existing since the Republic of China era. After enduring the passage of time, it has become even more lively and grand. After parking the car, Chen Qian led Lu Feng into the Old Street, observing many vendors dressed in clothes from the Republic of China era, and the typical architecture from that period made Lu Feng feel as if he had traveled back in time. Mr. Lu, while we're here on the Old Street, you must try the pastries from Yuan Fuji, especially the osmanthus cake, Chen Qian introduced to Lu Feng. Really? Then I'll listen to you tonight. You arrange it, Lu Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Qian promptly guided Lu Feng towards Yuan Fuji. Boss, I'll have a portion of osmanthus cake and a box of assorted pastries, Chen Qian said to the owner. Since it was only around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, there weren't too many people on the Old Street yet. It would be bustling with voices only at night, so shopping now didn't require any waiting. Mr. Lu, give this a try, Chen Qian said, holding up a piece of osmanthus cake towards Lu Feng. Looking at the osmanthus cake in Chen Qian's hand, Lu Feng took it, and after tasting it, he couldn't help but praise Chen Qian's recommendation. It was indeed delicious. The fragrant osmanthus aroma rushed straight to his heart, and the soft, delicate texture was exceptional, making him feel as if it could wipe away all his fatigue from the day. Unable to resist, Lu Feng took another piece and enjoyed it, while Chen Xian, seeing how much he relished it, happily dug into her box of pastries. Mr. Lu, take it slow. I still have a box of assorted pastries here for you to try. Chen Xian said, her mouth full of pastries, making her words a bit unclear. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Lu Feng took the assorted pastries from her hand and popped a piece of water chestnut cake into his mouth, thinking, indeed, this is quite good, he silently praised. Then the two of them continued to walk and eat the pastries in their hands until Chen Xian spotted a stall selling stinky tofu and hurriedly pulled Lu Feng over. Boss, I'll have 2 portions of stinky tofu. Mr. Lu, can you handle spicy food? Chen Xian, I can handle a little, Lu Feng replied. Then 1 portion extra spicy and 1 portion mildly spicy, Chen Xian said to the boss. Sure thing, the boss responded and started frying the stinky tofu. In no time, 2 portions of steaming stinky tofu were ready. Receiving the 2 portions of stinky tofu from the boss, Chen Xian handed the mildly spicy one to Lu Feng and eagerly started eating the other one herself. Seeing how much she enjoyed it, Lu Feng also joined in. The two of them kept wandering and eating until it was already evening, each holding a portion of yellow wine milk tea as they exited the old street. Mr. Lu, let's take a rickshaw to dinner. You must experience the old street's rickshaw to feel the way of traveling from the Republic of China, Chen Xian suggested while sipping her milk tea. All right, let's give it a try, Lu Feng responded, looking at the rickshaw in front of him with curiosity. After all, he had only seen rickshaws in movies before. It would be nice to experience it. Hearing Lu Feng's agreement, Chen Xian approached the rickshaw driver to negotiate the price. Hey mister, could you make it a little cheaper? It's too expensive. We're both so light, it would be easy for you to pull us, Chen Xian said to the boss. Young lady, this is already the best price I can offer, the boss replied helplessly. Please, just a bit cheaper, mister, I'm begging you, Chen Xian continued. All right, 80 is the lowest I can go, the boss agreed. Hee, thank you, boss. Chen Xian quickly expressed her gratitude, paid, and then ran back to find Lu Feng. Okay, all set. Mr. Lu, let's go, Chen Xian said to Lu Feng. Then Lu Feng and Chen Xian hopped onto the rickshaw, enjoying the gentle breeze blowing towards them. Sitting in the rickshaw, Lu Feng comfortably closed his eyes, feeling as if all his worries could float away with the wind. Before long, the rickshaw driver delivered them to their destination. We've arrived, you can get off now, the driver said. Hearing the driver's voice, Lu Feng opened his eyes and got off with Chen Xian. Thank you, boss, they both said. You're welcome, have fun, the boss replied as he took the rickshaw away. So Mr. Lu, how was it? Was it great? Chen Xian asked. It was really nice, the experience was great, Lu Feng agreed. But are you sure you can still eat more? Lu Feng expressed his doubts. Of course. Don't underestimate me, Mr. Lu, Chen Xian responded. Then she led Lu Feng into a nostalgic little restaurant, and seeing how familiar she was with ordering, Lu Feng thought she must come here often. You must come here often, right? Lu Feng asked. Yeah, it's our go-to place for gatherings with friends. The boss is a true local from Modu, and his authentic local dishes are incredibly delicious, Chen Xian explained. After about 10 minutes of sitting, the dishes they ordered began to arrive one after another. Stir-fried eel, Modu, braised pork, fragrant spring onion chicken, all famous local dishes from Modu. Mr. Lu, hurry up and try it, it tastes really amazing, Chen Xian urged him. Looking at the mouth-watering food in front of him, Lu Feng couldn't resist picking up his chopsticks to dig in. Is it delicious, Mr. Lu? Chen Xian asked with eager anticipation. Yes, it's really good, the flavor is excellent, Lu Feng nodded in praise. After about half an hour or so, the two of them had devoured all the food on the table. Mr. Lu, would you? As Chen Xian spoke, she got up to pour a glass of water for Lu Feng. The two of them sat back down to rest for a while before finally leaving the restaurant. After refusing Chen Xian's offer to drive him home, Lu Feng took a taxi back home alone. Once home, Lu Feng directly took the elevator down to the parking garage, without saying a word, wanting to check if those bodyguards and drivers were still around. Only when he saw the neatly parked convoy in the underground garage, but no one around, did Lu Feng finally believe that they had indeed left after their time was up. After a quick wash, Lu Feng lay on his bed, slowly falling into deep thought. Just a few days ago, he had nothing, and his girlfriend had left him for someone else because he had no money. Now he possessed a fortune worth billions with a bank account holding a staggering 9-digit sum. The dramatic change in just these few days felt unreal to him. Not to mention, just like in a novel, he had thoroughly slapped his gold-digging ex-girlfriend and his nemesis in the face, which felt incredibly satisfying. Yet unconsciously, the figure of Shen Shuyuan appeared in Lu Feng's mind. Although he was now quite impressive himself, he felt that in comparison to Shen Shuyuan's background, he was still insignificant. Indeed, Lu Feng had learned some of Shen Shuyuan's background during their last class reunion. The fact that a significant figure in Modu personally called her indicated that she had a considerable background, one that he with his current worth of several billion couldn't afford to invite. To put it bluntly, not only could he not afford to invite her, but even meeting her was a challenge. After all, she was a true big shot, a person of immense importance whose time was extremely valuable. For an ordinary person to meet her was already a stroke of luck. Early the next morning, Lu Feng got up because Wang Shui from Times Square called to inform him that the rent had been collected and transferred to his bank account. After hanging up, Lu Feng saw the text message from the bank, and upon catching sight of the long string of numbers, a smile blossomed in his heart. Indeed, collecting rent is quite satisfying, he muttered to himself. However, just as he was about to head out for breakfast, the phone rang again. Upon checking, he realized it was his sister Lu Yanran calling. Brother, I've arrived at the location you gave me, but I don't see you anywhere. Huh. Hearing this, Lu Feng was somewhat taken aback and hurriedly replied, wasn't it supposed to be in a couple of days? Why are you here today? Brother, did you forget? The date I told you is today. You really forgot. Men are indeed unreliable. Lu Yanran's voice came through the phone, clearly filled with anger over her brother forgetting about her. Lu Feng naturally sensed the fury in her words and couldn't help but grimace. What's wrong with my brain forgetting my own sister? All right, wait for me at the door. I'll come to pick you up right away. After saying that, Lu Feng hurriedly hung up the phone and rushed downstairs. Meanwhile, at the east gate of the Guanlon International, a pure and beautiful girl was looking around while dragging a suitcase. However, her beautiful face was full of anger, and she was none other than Lu Feng's sister, Lu Yanran. Damn that brother. We clearly agreed on this. Even if he didn't come to pick me up, I'm already at his doorstep, and I still can't see him anywhere. Lu Yanran wrinkled her nose, her silver teeth clenching with a clicking sound, but she was soon captivated by the luxurious entrance of Guanlon International. This place is so lavish, can my brother really afford to live here? After mumbling to herself, she took out her phone to confirm again. Yanran. Suddenly a steady voice rang out. Just as Lu Yanran was about to look at her phone, she turned around. To her surprise, it was her brother Lu Feng. You're hard to find, you smelly brother. She put her phone in her pocket and said fiercely while pulling her suitcase. Sorry. I've been a bit busy these past couple of days. Later I'll treat you to a big meal, and I'll cover all your expenses while you're in the Magic City. Consider it an apology. Faced with her sister's complaints, Lu Feng quickly promised her a series of benefits. Looking at her brother, Lu Yanran felt a touch of warmth in her heart. Although it had been almost 4 years since she last saw him, her brother still cared for her so much. Brother, I missed you so much. Lu Yanran suddenly pounced into Lu Feng's arms and hugged him tightly. Lu Feng was caught off guard by his sister's sudden action, but he quickly regained his composure and gently patted. I missed you too. After years apart, my little girl has grown into a stunning beauty. I almost didn't recognize you just now. You didn't miss me at all, or else why didn't you come back all these years? Lu Yanran huffed, her little mouth pouting as if she could hang a beer bottle. I'm just trying to make money. How can I buy you gifts and provide you with a good life without money? All right, let go of me, or people will get the wrong idea. You don't want your brother to be single for life, do you? Then you'll be single for life. Lu Yanran still sounded a bit resentful, but she obediently released her arms. Let's go. We'll head back to rest for a bit. You've come all this way, so we must have some fun. Lu Feng casually grabbed the suitcase from the ground and walked toward the community. Seeing her brother like this, Lu Yanran burst into laughter and quickly caught up, just like when they were kids walking to school one after the other. But when she saw Lu Feng heading toward the community entrance, Lu Yanran panicked. Brother, are you going the wrong way? What do you mean wrong way? I'm not going the wrong way. I live in this community. Lu Feng stopped, a hint of confusion in his gaze. What? You really live here? Lu Yanran looked at the luxurious entrance in front of her, disbelief filling her eyes. Although she didn't usually care about rent and such, she had heard about some things in this super first-tier city. For instance, renting a small room would cost at least 2,000 yuan, and if one wanted to rent a one-bedroom apartment, it would be several thousand. She couldn't believe that her freshly graduated brother would spend several thousand on rent, especially with such an imposing entrance. It definitely wasn't an ordinary place. Did you win the lottery, brother? Lu Yanran suddenly thought of a possibility. Aside from winning the lottery, she couldn't think of any other way to become rich overnight. What lottery? Do you think I'm the type to pin my hopes on buying a ticket? I earned this myself through hard work. Lu Feng patted his chest, appearing quite tough. Suddenly hearing this, Lu Yanran paused for a moment as she couldn't believe his words. Brother, do you really live here? Where did you get so much money? You're not being kept by a rich woman, are you? She quickly thought of another possibility. Although I don't think you're handsome, it doesn't matter if other girls think you are. Those love letters from girls during school were good. Come on, tell me, what kind of rich woman? Is she in her 50s or 60s, or a young beauty in her 20s or 30s? Lu Feng, who was pulling his suitcase forward, nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Lu Yanran, shut your mouth. This is really my own house, and it has nothing to do with any rich women. Then where did you get so much money? As far as I know, rent in the Magic City is very high. Can you afford it just after graduating? Faced with Lu Feng, who was about to explode, Lu Yanran stuck out her tongue. I partnered with others to start a company, and the company is doing quite well, so I bought this apartment to live in. Not wanting to expose anything about the system, Lu Feng casually made up an excuse. Then where did you get the money? You know Dad has been sending you money for the past 3 years, and you haven't touched a cent. Lu Yanran was even more puzzled hearing Lu Feng had started a company. Starting a company requires a significant amount of capital. She couldn't believe that Lu Feng could earn that much just by working odd jobs. No money. I contributed my technology to the partnership. Alright, I know you have a lot of questions now, but can you please keep them to yourself for now? I'll explain it all when we get back. Lu Feng hurriedly interrupted Lu Yanran, who was about to ask more questions. The more one talks, the more mistakes one makes. Continuing could lead to unforeseen gaps. All the way, Lu Yanran was marveling at the luxury of the community. Looking at his curious sister, Lu Feng silently thought, "Don't worry, little girl. Your brother now has the ability to provide you with a good life." Soon the two took the elevator to the entrance door. When they saw the incredibly luxurious armored door, Lu Yanran was even more astonished. "Brother, this house is just too luxurious. I have only heard about the prosperity of Modu before. This is my first time experiencing it firsthand," she said while examining the layout of the corridor. Then she turned her gaze to Lu Feng. "How much did this house cost?" "Not much, just about 100 million or so." 100 million. Upon hearing this price, Lu Yanran exclaimed. Based on their family's previous income, they wouldn't be able to afford this house even in 500 years. Just as she was still in shock, Lu Feng had already opened the entrance door with his pupils. "Come on, let's go in. What are you doing standing at the door?" Lu Feng said casually and walked into the room. Lu Yanran quickly followed after she realized. "Brother, let me hang out with you. Just give me 2,000 to 3,000 each month, and it'll be fine. What are you thinking? Right now the most important thing for you is to complete your studies before considering anything else." Lu Feng refused without a second thought. If Uncle found out that his precious daughter was coaxed into not attending school during her trip to Modu, given his temper, he would probably come over from the hometown. Alright. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Yanran immediately pouted, looking unhappy. But soon she was captivated by the luxurious decoration in the room. "Wow, this is where you live. It's just too luxurious, too extravagant. This hall is probably as big as our house, and this balcony is longer than my life," Lu Yanran said in astonishment to Lu Feng. This was her first time encountering such a large house in her life, especially in a super first-tier city like Modu. "Do you like it? If you do, I'll reserve a room for you. You can come over anytime you want," Lu Feng said indulgent. "Really?" Lu Yanran hurriedly replied. "Of course. In a bit, I'll take your fingerprint, and you can choose a room. You can come over whenever you want." "Thank you, brother. You're too good to me." Lu Yanran excitedly ran over and hugged Lu Feng again, but this time they quickly parted. After Lu Yanran finished exploring the entire large flat, Lu Feng finally took her to the room he had prepared earlier. "This is the room I prepared for you. Rest well, and I'll take you out for a nice meal tonight." After saying this, he gently retreated. Looking at the room her brother had prepared for her with her favorite colored sheets and a bunch of dolls on the bed, Lu Yanran's eyes turned red again. "Brother, you are so good to me." Just as Lu Yanran was feeling touched, Lu Feng had already returned to his bedroom and locked the door. Because he had gone out early in the morning, he still didn't know what had refreshed in the system today. Sitting on the bed, Lu Feng quickly concentrated and entered the system. As he arrived, the system's prompt sound also rang on time. Ding! The limited time flash sale system has refreshed. The items available today are as follows. An Augusta Westland AW109 civil helicopter valued at 62 million renminbi, a Shaoyan Manor valued at 1.8 billion renminbi, and the Pulley Hotel in Modu valued at 740 million renminbi. What great luck this time. The items refreshed are all pretty good. Looking at the items refreshed by the system, Lu Feng was somewhat excited. However, soon he suffered from decision. As for the first helicopter, although Lu Feng really wanted to experience what it felt like to fly a plane, he couldn't fly, and helicopters aren't just something you can fly after purchasing. It involves flight paths and many other things, so he couldn't choose it for now. The second Shaoyan Manor, he didn't even know where it was, but it should be a manor, otherwise it wouldn't be so expensive. But now that he has a place to stay, he doesn't really need this. He hopes for industries to be refreshed, because industries can help him make money. The third one is an industry he likes, a hotel. And not just any hotel. The Pulley Hotel is a super luxury hotel that ranks among the top 10 in Modu, so he is very tempted. Just as Lu Feng was considering whether to choose the third option, he suddenly thought of something. System, how much more do I need to upgrade? Ding! Querying and calculating the host's net worth result is as follows. 1 of Ferrari Group shares valued at 2.1 billion renminbi, 10 of Tianyu Group shares valued at 2 billion renminbi, a Times Square valued at 1.5 billion renminbi, a top modification team valued at 1 billion renminbi, and a Guolan International flat valued at 740 million renminbi. Looking at the net worth approaching 7 billion, Lu Feng was very happy. But when he thought that the system required 10 billion to upgrade, and that the upgraded system could refresh characters and open them all. After pondering for a long time, Lu Feng decided to choose option 2, because with the manners 8 billion, it would be about 9 billion. If luck was good tomorrow, he might just be able to upgrade the system. System, I choose option 2, Lu Feng said to the system. Ding. The host has made a choice option 2, a Shaoyan manor. Please proceed to the Shaoyan manor for signing. The system's mechanical voice echoed, devoid of any emotion. I need to go to the location to sign. Alright, I'll go there now. Seeing that the system changed the signing method again, Lu Feng's tone was somewhat helpless, and he then exited the system. After saying goodbye to Lu Yanran, he directly left. Following the location provided by the system, Lu Feng drove almost out of Modu before stopping. Looking at the asphalt road leading up the mountain, Lu Feng pressed the accelerator. It wasn't until he was near the top of the mountain that he finally saw the so-called manor. At this time, a few people in suits stood at the entrance of the manor, and upon seeing a large G vehicle approaching, they hurriedly prepared to welcome. Screech. With a slam on the brakes, the car stopped beside the suited men, and Lu Feng opened the car door and got out. You must be Mr. Lu. Hello. I am the person in charge of this manor transfer. You can call me Xiao Zhao, the leader hurriedly said. Hello. Thank you for making the trip. Lu Feng nodded indifferently. It's no trouble. Serving you is our honor, the man replied. Let's take a look at the house. Looking at the vast manor in front of him, Lu Feng was somewhat impatient. Sure. Upon hearing Lu Feng express interest in inspecting the property, Xiao Zhao hastily agreed. Mr. Lu, please observe. The main gate is forged from a specialized alloy, bulletproof and equipped with the most advanced self-identification system capable of instantly distinguishing authorized residents or vehicles from outsiders. Should intruders be detected, the gate seals shut instantaneously, and a secondary reinforced gate rises from beneath the ground to reinforce defense. Xiao Zhao gestured toward the estate's imposing gate as he introduced it. Lu Feng listened impassively on the surface, yet inwardly marveled in disbelief. After concluding the gate's introduction, Xiao Zhao proceeded to describe the perimeter wall. The entire estate spans nearly 70 mu. Enclosed entirely by this fortified wall whose outer surface is clad in 12 centimeter thick alloy steel plating. Even its upper rim bears high-voltage electric fencing and surveillance cameras. Should motion sensors detect attempted intrusion, the electrified barrier activates without delay. Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded in profound satisfaction. This was no mere estate, but a veritable fortress impervious even to apocalyptic scenarios. The entourage then stepped across the threshold into the compound. Mr. Lu, the current landscape design was personally overseen by Su Cheng's master garden architect. Every rock formation, each tree and blossom, even the winding stream adheres strictly to classical Suzhou-style principles. Having swiftly outlined the estate's aesthetic layout, Xiao Zhao guided Lu Feng toward the villa complex. 3 auxiliary villas stood in a precise triangular formation encircling the central manor with geometric rigor, while a narrow 2-meter-wide stream meandered serenely around the cluster of residences. Mr. Lu, the main villa comprises 4 above-ground floors and 3 subterranean levels, 7 stories in total. Its above-ground facade consists of 3 layered strata, an outermost layer styled in antique aesthetics, a middle layer of 5 cm thick alloy steel plating and an innermost structural shell of 4 cm reinforced concrete. Damn, this is extraordinary. Is this an estate, or a hardened safe house? Was its former owner truly that paranoid? Upon learning that even the walls were embedded with alloy steel, Lu Feng couldn't suppress an internal mutter of astonishment. Observing Lu Feng's unflappable composure throughout the tour, Xiao Zhao silently speculated about his enigmatic origins. Who precisely could remain so utterly unruffled? He recalled his own stunned silence upon first encountering these specifications, speechless for half a day. Next, they toured the villa comprehensively: grand hall, reception lounge, rest areas, entertainment zones, fitness facilities, and study, each meticulously presented. They descended further via elevator to the basement, where Lu Feng was most astounded to discover a fully equipped shelter on the 3rd sublevel stocked with provisions sufficient to sustain over a dozen people for an entire year, complete with independent air purification and potable water filtration systems. Moreover, the entire estate had been outfitted with a premium intelligent control system, granting Lu Feng centralized command over all surveillance, security, and environmental operations from within the main villa. Having absorbed every detail, Lu Feng sighed inwardly, realizing how far he still stood from true affluence, how narrowly his worldview had been confined. Finally, Xiao Zhao briefly introduced the 3 auxiliary villas, naturally inferior to the main residence, merely 3 above-ground and 2 underground floors with markedly reduced protective specifications. Having concluded the tour, Lu Feng immediately requested the transfer documents and signed them without hesitation. Task accomplished, Xiao Zhao departed promptly with his team. Watching Xiao Zhao's retreating convoy vanish down the mountain road, Lu Feng eagerly activated the estate's integrated control system. He navigated to the defense interface, confirmed their departure via live feed, and instantly engaged full lockdown protocols. The estate gate sealed with hydraulic precision, while a second hermetically sealed alloy gate rose seamlessly from the ground. Simultaneously, the perimeter's high-voltage fencing surged with lethal intensity. He then switched to the surveillance dashboard, surveying the entire estate bathed in omnidirectional monitoring coverage, before withdrawing with quiet contentment. Now just hire some guards and initiate patrols, he murmured to the echoing emptiness. Were firearms not strictly prohibited nationwide, he would have acquired several for personal defense. As Lu Feng wandered the silent grounds, word rippled across the hilltop. News that the Summit Estate had acquired a new master. Who is this person, capable of acquiring the Summit Estate? I offered 20 billion yuan once, and they refused outright, mused an elderly man in traditional Tang suit, gazing upward toward the peak. This mountain hosted only 18 estates, each owned by titans of influence in Shanghai, or indeed across all China. To wrest one from such hands was near impossible. The Xianyun estate atop the summit has been sold. How intriguing. In another hillside residence, a venerable elder spoke, his presence commanding, his aura profoundly intimidating. Dispatch a courier immediately to the Summit Estate. Deliver my invitation and convey that I shall host a birthday gathering in a few days. I wish our new neighbor to attend. Understood. The servant bowed and departed without delay. Meanwhile, Lu Feng completed his tour, prepared to leave, and had barely reached his vehicle when he was called out. Sir, please wait a moment. A young man sprinted up breathlessly. What is it? Lu Feng regarded him coolly. My master sent me with this invitation, to extend his warmest wishes and invite you to gather with him, the youth said, presenting an exquisitely embossed card. Lu Feng accepted the envelope, puzzled. Having never met this master, why extend such an honor? Just as he prepared to decline, the servant hurriedly added, my master's surname is Yi, his given name Min. Good heavens! Lu Feng recoiled, cold sweat prickling his skin. Yi Min. He knew that name all too well. Yi Min, former top-ranking official of Shanghai, a figure whose authority spanned realms unseen. Yet confusion lingered. What connection could possibly exist between them? Sensing his uncertainty, the servant offered clarification. It transpired that Elder Yi resided nearby, and having learned of a new neighbor arriving coupled with his upcoming 70th birthday, he wished simply to welcome him in fellowship. Relieved, Lu Feng replied, very well. I shall certainly attend and offer my respects. The servant bowed deeply and withdrew. Lu Feng wasted no time. He started his car and descended the mountain road, though his trembling hands betrayed the exhilaration surging beneath his calm exterior. Indeed, Shanghai's paramount leader, a titan among titans, had extended a personal invitation. Who wouldn't tremble with anticipation? Meanwhile, back at the elder's residence, the servant recounted the encounter. You say he is only 23 or 24? The elder asked skeptically. Yes, sir, came the firm reply, prompting deep contemplative silence. Is he scion of a Beijing power family, or heir to one of the ancient clans? He murmured. Yet answers remained elusive, for Lu Feng had already arrived home. A soft click echoed as the door opened. Finding the living room empty, Lu Feng approached his sister's bedroom and knocked gently. Yanran, wake up. I'll take you out for dinner, he called from the threshold. Okay, big brother. I'm up in a sec, came Lu Yanran's drowsy voice from within. Hearing her stir, Lu Feng sank onto the living room sofa. Moments later, she emerged, rubbing her eyes. Brother, you're back, she yawned. Just returned. Let's go eat together, he replied, still seated. Do we have to go out? I'm exhausted. Can't face stepping outside. Her face bore no trace of vitality. Still, you must eat. You skipped lunch, didn't you? Noting her utter lethargy, Lu Feng pressed gently. Yeah, I was just too sleepy to get up and eat. Then dinner is non-negotiable. Come, I know an exceptional restaurant. Let's go. Rising, he led the way. All right, fine. I'll just freshen up and apply a touch of makeup. Give me a minute. Realizing resistance was futile, Lu Yanran acquiesced. Sure, hurry please. I'll wait in the car. And lock the door behind you. Got it. Time passed by second, and it wasn't until half an hour had gone by that Lu Yanran finally emerged, which clearly illustrated the trouble girls often face when going out. Where are we planning to eat? Lu Feng asked as he started the car. I don't know, you decide. You're familiar with Magic City anyway, Lu Yanran replied, not lifting her head as she fiddled with her nails. Then let's go to Rui residence. I wonder if they still have seats at this hour, Lu Feng decided, directly seeing that she had no particular destination in mind. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang. Lu Feng pulled out his phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? He asked, looking at the unfamiliar number on the screen. It's me, Xin Shiyuan, came the voice on the other end. Upon realizing it was Shin Shuyuan calling, Lu Feng's hand trembled, nearly causing him to crash into the guardrail. What are you doing, bro? Are you trying to kill someone? Lu Yinran exclaimed, startled. Hearing a girl's voice on the phone, Shin Shuyuan's curiosity was piqued. Oh, do you have someone next to you? Am I interrupting? Hearing Shin Shuyuan's misunderstanding, Lu Feng hurriedly explained, no, it's my sister. She came to visit me, and I'm just about to take her out for dinner. Upon hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Shin Shuyuan relaxed her tightly clenched hands and returned to her gentle demeanor. The thing is, in a couple of days there's a birthday celebration for an elder, and I'd like to invite you to accompany me, because I'm afraid it might be a bit lonely going alone, Shin Shuyuan said softly. When Lu Feng heard that Shin Shuyuan wanted him to accompany her to the gathering, he felt a rush of excitement and quickly agreed. Seeing his agreement, Shin Shuyuan's lips curled into a smile. Thank you, Lu. I originally wanted to invite you to dinner today, but since you have to accompany your family, let's postpone it to a few days later, Shin Shuyuan said. However, upon hearing that she wanted to treat him to a meal, Lu Feng immediately chose to abandon Lu Yinran. What sister? Isn't her lifelong happiness more important? It's fine. She just doesn't want me to accompany her. He'll drop her off at her destination, and then come look for you, Lu Feng said hurriedly. Will that delay you? Shin Shuyuan asked. No, I'll add you as a friend, and you can send me the location and I'll head over later, Lu Feng suggested, taking the opportunity to ask to add Shin Shuyuan as a friend. Alright, I'll wait for you, Shin Shuyuan's gentle voice came through the phone before she hung up. After ending the call, Lu Feng immediately turned his gaze to Lu Yinran. You can go eat by yourself later. I have something to handle, he said, not waiting for Lu Yinran to respond, directly pulling out his phone and transferring her 10,000 yuan. Having heard the entire conversation, Lu Yinran didn't believe his excuse. Bro, you're not lying to me, right? I just heard a girl on the phone. She can't be your girlfriend, can she? No, it's just work-related. The money has been transferred to you, and he'll drop you off at the old street in Magic City, so you can have a good time, Lu Feng directly denied it. Alright, then I'll go have a look by myself, Lu Yinran said reluctantly. Then Lu Feng pressed the accelerator and drove to the old street, dropping Lu Yinran off before turning back. Using the location provided by Shin Shuyuan, Lu Feng sped along and successfully arrived at the destination. After parking the car, he called Shin Shuyuan to ask where she was. I'm at a small tavern by the river. You can see me directly when you arrive, she replied. Hearing this, Lu Feng rushed towards the so-called Riverside Tavern. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lu Feng said upon arriving at the entrance and seeing Shin Shuyuan waiting for him with an apologetic look. I just got here too. I hope inviting you to dinner suddenly today didn't disturb you, she added. No, I was just responsible for being the driver. Now that I've dropped her off at the destination, I have nothing else to do, Shin Shuyuan replied with a gentle smile. Then let's go in, Shin Shuyuan said, leading Lu Feng inside. Sitting in the chair, he looked at the cozy decor of the tavern, and then at Shin Shuyuan, momentarily speechless. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Shin Shuyuan laughed at Lu Feng, who was silent. Haha, not at all. I was just too hot, and didn't react in time, Lu Feng awkwardly explained. The two of them sat in the tavern sipping drinks and chatting lightly, just like a couple in love. Suddenly Shin Shuyuan changed the subject, looking at Lu Feng. Ah, Feng, you've changed. I can feel that you're no longer just an ordinary recent graduate. Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Shin Shuyuan's somewhat intimate address. Why do you say I'm no longer an ordinary recent graduate? He asked, pretending to be confused. Shin Shuyuan smiled at his response. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to scare a boss with connections in both the underworld and the elite into submission with just one phone call. Haha, I was just lucky to know someone from his superior company to get it done, Lu Feng modestly replied, not wanting anyone to know about the existence of the system, even those closest to him. So how come you're driving such a nice car today? Shin Shuyuan directly exposed his excuse. Oh, it's just a lucky success in my startup, Lu Feng said with a sheepish grin, scratching the back of his head. Congratulations. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't want to elaborate, Shin Shuyuan raised her glass to clink with his. Then she continued. Do you remember I mentioned on the phone about inviting you to accompany me to someone's birthday? I remember. Weren't you worried about being bored alone? Shin Shuyuan smiled mysteriously. Do you know the name of the person celebrating their birthday? I have no idea. How would I know? You just told me today, Lu Feng replied, puzzled. His name is Yi Weiman, the former top leader of Magic City, Shin Shuyuan said, casually naming a significant figure. Lu Feng was stunned. He hadn't expected it to be old Yi. Just not long ago, he had received an invitation from old Yi himself to come and gather. Now it seemed Shin Shuyuan was bringing him along too. What a coincidence. Shin Shuyuan looked at the surprised Lu Feng and smiled faintly, her heart secretly delighted. Ah, Feng, are you shocked? She teased. Why are you bringing me along with such a prominent figure? Lu Feng asked her. It's nothing, just that I was afraid of being bored alone, so I brought you along. You know I don't have many friends here, Shin Shuyuan said lazily. Is it really just because you're bored? This is the former top leader of Magic City. If you were to sell this opportunity, I bet it would be snatched up for $1 billion. Lu Feng said, not believing her. You should realize by now that I have a powerful background, Shen Shuyuan answered vaguely. I know, Lu Feng said, taken aback as he exhaled. I come from the imperial capital, one of the 4 prominent families, Li Yishun and Wang. I hail from the Shen family. Shen Shuyuan slowly revealed her background. Upon hearing that Shen Shuyuan was from the Shen family in the imperial capital, Lu Feng wasn't surprised at all, as he had guessed it long ago. With her surname being Shun and having transferred from the imperial capital a year ago, it made sense that the current top leader of Magic City would personally ensure her safety. You must have guessed it a long time ago, right? Shen Shuyuan looked at Lu Feng, her gentle eyes seemingly melting him away. Lu Feng didn't respond, as he was pondering why Shen Shuyuan chose to share this with him. Seeing that Lu Feng had not responded, Shen Shuyuan continued, I don't have much time left. My family has arranged a marriage for me with the pride of the Li family in the imperial capital. The 2 families aim to unite through this marriage to vie for the highest position. Boom. This statement struck Lu Feng like thunder, leaving him stunned in his chair, unable to recover for a long time. Lu Feng truly did not expect that Shen Shuyuan would reveal such a significant secret to him, and upon hearing that Shen Shuyuan was about to enter a political marriage, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. What does that have to do with you taking me to attend Old Master Yes' birthday banquet? Lu Feng forced himself, because I know you have achieved a small measure of success, so I intend to help you grow up faster. Shen Shuyuan slowly explained her reason. What? Help me grow up faster? Why? Lu Feng was even more puzzled upon hearing this. Because the boy I like is still too weak. Shen Shuyuan looked at Lu Feng gently, her love for him unmistakable in her eyes. Hearing Shen Shuyuan's words, Lu Feng's mind went blank, sitting frozen in his chair, until after a long while did he come to his senses. What? What do you mean by that? Lu Feng asked excitedly. Yes, what do I mean? Shen Shuyuan smiled slightly at the agitated Lu Feng and stood up to leave. Seeing Shen Shuyuan leave, Lu Feng hurriedly chased after her. Wait, what do you mean by that? Who exactly are you? He said, grabbing Shen Shuyuan's soft, delicate arm. The moment he grabbed Shen Shuyuan, Lu Feng was captivated by the gentle touch. Seeing Lu Feng holding her arm, Shen Shuyuan was not angry. She gently removed his hand and softly caressed his face. Gently she said, Feng, knowing so much now is not good for you. You need to work hard to become stronger. After saying this, Shen Shuyuan left, leaving Lu Feng standing alone. In the Maybach, Shen Shuyuan looked at Lu Feng in the distance, her feelings unable to be suppressed any longer. Feng, I'm sorry, but I can only do this now. If you can gain the strong support of Old Master Yi, then there may be a possibility between us. Although I told you so much in advance, putting so much pressure on you, I believe you can do it, because the time we have left is truly not much. On the other side, the dazed Lu Feng did not even know how to return home. He only knew that someone had called a designated driver for him, and then he found himself lying on the bed in his bedroom. Lu Yanran had not yet returned, but she already had the fingerprint on the door, so Lu Feng was not worried about her not coming back. Lying on the bed, he fell asleep in a drunken haze. The next morning, Lu Feng was awakened by a series of clattering sounds. When he got up, he found Lu Yanran was preparing breakfast. Although the kitchen looked like it had been ransacked, the dining table was set with fried eggs, heated sandwiches, and prepared. Seeing that Lu Feng was up, Lu Yanran quickly called out, "Brother, you're up. Hurry and wash up, taste my cooking." Upon hearing Lu Yanran speak, Lu Feng immediately understood that the sounds in the kitchen were from preparing breakfast. To not let his sister's good intentions go to waste, he forced himself to freshen up and sat down at the dining table. Looking at the fried egg that had turned black on the dining table, Lu Feng's expression was somewhat grim. However, seeing his sister's expectant gaze, he could only suppress the fear in his heart and put the burnt egg in his mouth. However, he still underestimated the power of the burnt fried egg. The moment it entered his mouth, it was filled with a bitter and charred taste. It felt less like eating an egg and more like chewing on charcoal. "Is it delicious, brother?" "Not bad," Lu Feng said with difficulty as he swallowed the egg, then praised Lu Yanran. Upon hearing her brother's praise, Lu Yanran's eyes instantly filled with light. "I knew my cooking was great. There's still plenty left, brother, eat more." Saying this, Lu Yanran pushed 4 or 5 blackened fried eggs in front of Lu Feng. Looking at the dark cuisine in front of him, Lu Feng was momentarily speechless, but to not hurt his sister's feelings, he gritted his teeth and quickly ate all the food, then ran back to his room without looking back. This strange scene left Lu Yanran bewildered. What's going on? Why did he run so fast? On the other side, Lu Feng returned to his room and didn't even have time to check what the system had refreshed today before he ran to the bathroom to throw up. Just when he had finally managed to vomit most of it out, his stomach growled again, and a wave of urgency hit him. He had no choice but to sit on the toilet and let loose. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. About 10 minutes later, a pale Lu Feng leaned against the wall as he walked out. He thought to himself that he could never eat Lu Yanran's cooking again and lay back down on the bed to open the system. Ding! Today's flash sale items have been refreshed. The results are as follows. Tunglong Hotel valued at 1.9 billion renminbi. Yushan Community Building valued at 10 renminbi. 500 million renminbi. Exchange card valued at 500 million renminbi. Upon seeing the first option, Lu Feng felt that the name Tunglong Hotel sounded familiar. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this the place of the recent class reunion? It was surprisingly brought over by Lu Feng thought, and then looked at the second option of building. He knew that his dream was to be a landlord just waiting to collect rent felt so satisfying. As for the 500 million renminbi card, he didn't even look at it because he didn't lack money right now. He'll choose the first one. After all, the system is about to upgrade, and with this 1.8 billion my net worth will surpass 10 billion. Thinking of the system upgrading, Lu Feng ultimately chose the most expensive Tunglong Hotel. Ding! The host has made a choice. Choice 1. The Tunglong Hotel transfer agreement has been placed on the host's bedside table, the system's calm voice notified. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng directly placed the transfer agreement beside him, hurriedly exited the system interface, and immediately saw the transfer agreement on the bedside table. He picked it up and quickly signed it. After signing, Lu Feng saw that the system had not yet upgraded and returned to the system interface. System, why haven't you upgraded yet? In response to Lu Feng's inquiry, the system immediately answered. Ding! System upgrade requires the host's consent. I agree, hurry up and upgrade. Ding! Detected that the host's net worth has exceeded 10 billion. The system is starting to upgrade. The upgrade time is 24 hours. During this time, the system will fall into a deep sleep. Please prepare, host, the system replied, and then there was no further response. System. After calling out twice tentatively with no reply, Lu Feng could only exit the system interface. Finally upgraded. I can't wait to see the changes in the second level system. It can refresh characters, open them all for purchasing. Wow, just thinking about it makes me happy, Lu Feng murmured to himself. Shen Xian, rest assured, I will definitely become stronger. I will establish a huge business empire to prove to the Shun family that I, Lu Feng, can be a family on my own. Lu Feng suddenly thought of Shen Xian again, secretly making a resolution. But for now, let's go check out my Tunglong Hotel. I might as well take Yanran out for a nice meal, Lu Feng thought as he opened the door and walked out. With Lu Yanran in tow, Lu Feng drove out of the door. Girl, when you want to go back, just let me know and he'll go home with you. Lu Feng suddenly remembered something and said, Oh really? That's great. Mom and Dad miss you so much, they will definitely be very happy to know you're back. Lu Yanran exclaimed, immediately bouncing with joy. Don't get too excited yet. In the next few days you must keep what you see a secret. Don't say anything when you go back. I don't want them to worry. To prevent his sister, who often caused him trouble, from spilling secrets, he directly gave her a heads up. If Lu Yanran accidentally revealed his current situation, his uncle and aunt, who had lived a simple life, would surely be shocked. He certainly didn't want to worry his elders. Before long, the two arrived at the Tunglong Grand Hotel. Just as they parked and were about to go inside, Lu Feng saw someone he least wanted to meet, Chu Fan, who also noticed him at that moment. Oh, still driving a big G. Bringing a little beauty here to show off. Is this car rented? Chu Fan scoffed as soon as he saw Lu Feng. Who is this? Lu Yanran asked. Just a worthless person. Oh, I can't be bothered with him. Let's go, Lu Feng replied without even acknowledging him. After all, they were on different levels, and he was too lazy to argue with Chu Fan. However, as Lu Feng ignored him, Chu Fan intensified his mockery, speaking to Lu Yanran beside Lu Feng. Beauty, don't be fooled. This guy is just a poor wretch. He must have rented this Benz and can't afford to eat at the Tunglong Hotel. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanran understood. The man blabbering in front of her was definitely her brother's rival, so she naturally showed no goodwill toward Chu Fan. I don't care if he's poor, I'm willing to be with him, even if we just drink plain water together, Lu Yanran retorted. Hearing this, Chu Fan was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what kind of charm Lu Feng had cast on the girl in front of him, making her so devoted. Lu Feng certainly wouldn't miss the chance to mock his rival, immediately chiming in, I may not have much money, but what can I do? After all, I'm handsome. Damn. Chu Fan cursed quietly, feeling helpless, for Lu Feng was indeed good-looking. So what are you, young Master Chu, doing here? Planning another banquet for your classmates? At this moment, Lu Feng's voice rang out again. Hearing this, Chu Fan proudly puffed out his chest. Today my father is hosting a banquet for others, and I came early to prepare. How about it, poor guy? Besides, the last time I kindly invited you to dinner, you probably won't be able to come here again in your life, right? As Chu Fan was talking, he was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected voice. Xiao Fan, what are you doing over there? Did you handle the matter I assigned you? A middle-aged man approached with a group of people. Upon hearing his father's question, Chu Fan hurried over, assuring him that everything was taken care of and just waiting for them to arrive. Chu's father nodded in acknowledgement and then turned his gaze toward Lu Feng, asking, Is this your friend? No, I wouldn't be friends with a pretentious person like him trying to come here to save face, Chu Fan said upon hearing his son say that Lu Feng wasn't his friend. Chu's father simply walked away as he had other guests to entertain and didn't want to waste time on trivial matters. As Chu Fan watched his father leave, he didn't bother mocking Lu Feng anymore and quickly followed behind him. Seeing a few people leave, Lu Yinren finally asked, "Brother, was that just now your rival?" No, just a self-righteous wretch," Lu Feng replied calmly. "Let's go, we're here to take over this hotel," he said, stepping forward. What? What do you mean by taking over this hotel? Is this hotel yours?" Lu Yinren hurriedly followed after hearing this. Meanwhile, the hotel manager had already received a phone call and, wanting to make a good impression on the new boss, was waiting at the entrance with employees to welcome Lu Feng. Coincidentally, Chu Fan's father, along with the guests he was hosting, also happened to arrive at the hotel entrance and saw the general manager standing there eagerly walking over. "Oh, my general manager Zhang, how dare you wait for me here?" Chu Fan's father said excitedly, then reached out to shake hands with the hotel manager. The bewildered hotel manager, looking at Chu Fan's enthusiastic father, completed the handshake in confusion. Chu Fan, who followed behind, felt incredibly pleased to see his father being welcomed by the manager of the prestigious Tenglong Hotel. Having the renowned hotel manager personally greet them was, after all, a matter of great pride. At that moment, Lu Feng also approached. Just as Chu Fan was about to mock him, he saw the hotel manager quickly run over and stand directly in front of Lu Feng. "Hello, Mr. Lu." Hello. I just came to check out the hotel and complete the handover. There's no need for such formality," Lu Feng said. Seeing the hotel manager and employees being so ceremonious, Lu Feng said blandly, Yes, I will have them go back right away." The manager nodded repeatedly. However, this scene seemed so unreal to Chu Fan, he rubbed his eyes, still thinking he was dreaming. But before he could react, Lu Feng made arrangements for him. "Do you see this person? From now on, permanently blacklist him. He must not appear at the Tenglong Hotel again." After saying this, he took the shocked girl, who was too stunned to walk, and prepared to enter the hotel, but suddenly stopped in front of Chu Fan's father. "And this person too, he can't come in. Like father, like son. If the lower beam is crooked, the upper beam won't be straight," he said before walking into the hotel without looking back. Only Chu Fan and his father were left in a state of chaos. The manager, realizing what had happened, hurriedly stopped Chu's father from entering and said, "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, but our Mr. Lu just said that you and your son can no longer enter the Tenglong Hotel. Please leave." Upon hearing the manager's words, Chu Fan rushed to the manager saying, "General Manager Zhang, don't be fooled by that poor guy. He's just a loser and nothing at all." As soon as Chu Fan finished speaking, the hotel manager's expression turned cold. "Security, come here and throw this kid out." The manager spoke into the intercom, and several men in security uniforms quickly ran over and dragged Chu. As Chu Fan was being dragged away, he continued to curse Lu Feng, while Chu's father was still in a daze, unable to comprehend what had transpired. "General Manager Zhang, what is the meaning of this? You need to give me an explanation today, or I won't go down without a fight." Although he didn't understand what had happened, Chu's father still threatened the hotel manager. The hotel manager heard the implication in Chu Fan's father's words and let out a cold snort. "How I call you Mr. Chu, but don't take yourself too seriously. If you offend our Mr. Lu, you'd better be careful, or you might suffer the consequences." After saying this, the manager turned and left, not forgetting to instruct the security to prevent Chu Fan's father from entering. Faced with the hotel manager's ridicule, Chu's father dared not show his anger, as he knew too well the strength represented by the Tenglong Grand Hotel and could not afford to provoke it. Let's go. We won't eat here anymore." What a joke, listening to a young person's words. Is that Zhang a dog raised by someone else? Chu's father, unwilling to lose face, did not want to embarrass himself in front of his business partners. "Forget it, Mr. Chu. I think we should reconsider our collaboration. We didn't get to eat today and have been humiliated alongside you. Moreover, your son clearly offended that young big shot just now. If we continue to collaborate with you, we'll be doomed if that big shot takes notice of us," said the partner before leaving, giving Chu Fan's father no chance to persuade him to stay. Hey, don't go. Let's discuss it a bit more." Chu's father wanted to retain him, but the partner got into the car. As he watched the partners drive away, remembering that they had offended the big shot at the Tenglong Hotel, Chu Fan's father was filled with rage. Just then, Chu Fan ran back. "Dad, why did all your partners leave?" Chu Fan asked. "Dad, what's wrong?" Seeing his father not respond, but instead glare at him like a foe, Chu Fan took a few steps back in fright. Slap. A slap landed on Chu Fan's face. "How dare you still call me Dad?" Chu Fan's father roared like a beast, then proceeded to beat Chu Fan mercilessly for half an hour before he was taken away by an ambulance. Meanwhile, Lu Feng had already entered the most luxurious private room of the Tenglong Group, a room never open to outsiders, accompanied by the manager. Sitting in the top-tier box, Lu Feng handed the menu to the astonished Lu Yinran. "Look at what to eat. Feel free to order. This is my own hotel, so order anything you like." Upon receiving the menu, Lu Yanran glanced at the items listed such as Australian lobsters, top-quality Wagyu beef king crabs, and black gold abalones, and was immediately taken aback. Brother, is this really your hotel? If it is, then I won't hold back. After all, these are things I've only seen on TV. Hearing this, Lu Feng burst into laughter. Ha ha, go ahead, eat as much as you want, it all counts as your brother's. However, despite her words, Lu Yanran still hesitated to order too much. Soon a table full of exquisite dishes was served, far more luxurious than the meal they had with Chu Fan before. Brother, then I won't be polite since there are no outsiders here. As she spoke, Lu Yanran picked up a piece of black gold abalone and put it in her mouth. Wow, delicious. The moment the food touched her lips, Lu Yanran was completely conquered by the delicacies on the table. For the rest of the time, she couldn't bring herself to speak, fully immersed in devouring the delicious food. The meal lasted for over an hour before it ended. Accompanied by the manager, Lu Feng led the now nearly unable to move Lu Yanran out of the hotel. Make sure to tell them that this month's salary is doubled, including yours. Lu Feng glanced at the manager and directly issued a wave of benefits. Understood, Mr. Lu. On behalf of all members, thank you, the manager said, suppressing his excitement with a respectful tone. Well, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Take care, Mr. Lu. The hotel manager bowed until Lu Feng's car disappeared from his view before slowly standing up. Let's take you to the seaside, Lu Feng suddenly suggested as he drove. Upon hearing that Lu Feng was taking her to the bund, Lu Yanran was extremely happy, urging Lu Feng to drive faster. Growing up in an inland city, she had always held high expectations for the seaside. The journey was silent, and soon they arrived at their destination. Lu Yanran immediately ran to the place selling swimsuits. Wait for me. I need shorts too. Lu Feng hurriedly followed her. Unlike Lu Yanran, who carefully selected her swimsuit, Lu Feng simply picked a pair of shorts and changed into them, lying on the beach to sunbathe. After quite a while, Lu Yanran finally changed into her swimsuit and shyly walked out. The sight of her made the man before her drool. Brother. Hearing someone call him, Lu Feng opened his eyes only to be dazzled by a pair of snow-white thighs. Lu Yanran, wearing a white swimsuit, looked so cute and charming, her exquisite figure rendered extremely alluring by the swimsuit. I can't believe it, this girl has grown so tall now, Lu Feng murmured. Brother, do I look good? Lu Yanran twirled around, smiling as she asked. You look great, you truly are my sister. Lu Feng nodded, complimenting her. As long as it looks good, that's enough. Let me apply some sunscreen, the sun at the seaside is too harsh, and I don't want to get tanned, Lu Yanran said, while pulling out the sunscreen she had prepared from her bag. Seeing this, Lu Feng lay down on a nearby empty beach chair to rest. About 5 minutes later, once Lu Yanran finished applying the sunscreen, she wasted no time and ran to the shallow water to play. Brother, come down to play, Lu Yanran shouted to Lu Feng while standing in the water. Hearing this, Lu Feng was also ready to join her, but before he could stand up, he heard Lu Yanran scream. Oh, what are you doing? Not daring to waste time, Lu Feng rushed over only to find several men making advances on Lu Yanran. What are you doing? Trying to bully a young girl in broad daylight. Lu Feng placed himself protectively behind Lu Yanran, his expression incredibly grim. Oh, what's wrong? Is it not okay for us to play with the little sister? A blonde-haired man provocatively said. Brother, they want to harass me. Lu Yanran grabbed his arm, feeling a bit scared. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed and his voice turned icy. I don't care who you are, but if you want to bully my sister, it won't do. After all, he was worth over 100 billion, and had seen many influential figures and grand occasions. He truly had a commanding presence now. The few thugs were taken aback by the sudden aura radiating from Lu Feng, but after a moment's thought they felt emboldened by their numbers, and decided to surround Lu Feng to attack him, only to be caught by the patrolling beach police. After such a commotion, neither of them felt like continuing to play, and chose to leave directly. Just back home, Lu Yanran lay on the sofa without any grace, while Lu Feng sat on a rocking chair, and just as he was about to lie down, the phone rang again. The night gave me a pair of eyes, yet I used them to seek the light. Hearing the phone ring, Lu Feng took it out, and saw that it was a call from his uncle Lu Yanran's father. Hello uncle, how have you been lately? As soon as the call connected, Lu Feng asked with concern. Good, both your aunt and I are well, a hearty voice came from the phone. Lu Yanran, who was lying on the sofa, immediately sat up in shock upon hearing her father's voice, and looked at Lu Feng with pleading eyes. Yanran hasn't caused you any trouble, has she? The voice on the phone asked again. Hearing this, Lu Yanran's heart raced. Seeing this, Lu Feng gave her a reassuring gesture. Don't worry, Uncle Yanran is very obedient here. I'm keeping an eye on her. The voice on the other end chuckled at Lu Feng's words. Ha ha, you brat, I'm just afraid you spoil her with too much affection. How could that be? Yanran and I are not children anymore, you can rest assured, Lu Feng replied with a smile. With you here, I feel much more at ease. Otherwise, I wouldn't let her go out to play. At her age, she still acts like a little child. Lu Yanran pouted at her father's words. On the phone, Uncle asked about when Lu Feng would be returning home. Xiao Feng, when are you coming back? Your aunt and I miss you a lot, Uncle's caring words made Lu Feng feel very touched. I plan to go back with Yanran this time, so I can spend some quality time with you. Good, as long as you come back, that's fine. You haven't returned in 4 years, and we won't take the money we've given you. Uncle's voice carried a hint of grievance. Lu Feng chuckled upon hearing this and didn't dare to respond, but shifted the topic. They chatted for a long time before hanging up. Just after hanging up, Lu Feng heard the sound of a bank transfer on his phone. Upon checking, he found that Uncle had transferred him 5,000 yuan, with a note saying to treat himself well and not to be too frugal. Feeling Uncle's love, Lu Feng's eyes turned red with emotion. Uncle, let me take good care of you from now on, he silently vowed in his heart. After all, he had long regarded Uncle as his father and Lu Yanran as his own sister. After a day of play, the two lay on the sofa motionless, not even wanting to eat. In the end, Lu Feng called the housekeeper to have food delivered. After finishing dinner, Lu Yanran went to her room to rest, while Lu Feng sat on the sofa, entering the system interface. Looking at the countdown for the upgrade displayed on the screen, he suppressed his excitement and went to his room to sleep. After all, isn't time spent sleeping the fastest? The next morning, as a ray of sunlight shone on his face, Lu Feng instantly awoke from his dreams and quickly accessed the system interface. Seeing that the system upgrade had been completed, he cheered with joy. The system has completed the upgrade. Ding. Yes, host, I have completed the upgrade. Now let me introduce the changes in the upgraded system, came the mechanical voice of the system. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng hurriedly looked at the system and discovered that a shopping mall option had appeared on the system panel. With a mindset of giving it a try, Lu Feng clicked on the system mall. In an instant, he was left speechless by the astonishing items in the system mall. This is truly shocking. System, you are amazing. Lu Feng exclaimed, gazing at the dazzling array of products before him. The mall displayed everything, including gene enhancement serums, martial arts master skill books, flying vehicle skill books, and vehicle skill books. Moreover, there were numerous technologies far beyond the current capabilities, such as plasma cannons, laser technology, rocket return technology, and exoskeleton armor technology. Everything one could imagine. Ignoring Lu Feng, who was still in shock, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! The system upgrade is successful, granting the host a free lottery draw in the mall. What is a lottery? Upon hearing the system's words, Lu Feng was puzzled. It means the host can use this lottery chance to draw items from the mall. There is no reputation point limit, it all depends on luck, the system explained. What do you mean by reputation points? Lu Feng asked, even more confused. Reputation points are derived from the host's assets and influence, serving as currency for purchasing items in the mall, the system patiently explained. Although I don't quite understand, let's draw first. I'm a bit excited about what I might get, Lu Feng said excitedly. Ding! Drawing, please wait a moment, host. Lu Feng watched as the system interface flashed, jumping back and forth among countless items, finally settling on the martial arts master skill book. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the martial arts master skill book. How do I use this skill book? Does using it mean I become a martial arts master? Lu Feng asked curiously. Click the skill book and select to use it, the system replied. Oh, then I'll give it a try, Lu Feng said eagerly. After all, the system's claims were magical, becoming a master after using it. What boy didn't have a martial arts dream? Ding! Today's limited time items have been refreshed. The refreshed items are as follows. Just as Lu Feng was about to try the martial arts master skill book, the system suddenly notified him that today's items had been refreshed. Without a second thought, Lu Feng hurriedly checked what good items were available today. Tangchun Epine Mansion valued at 150 million renminbi. 30 shares of Xingyu Entertainment Company valued at 6 billion renminbi. A blueprint for super battery technology valued at 5 billion renminbi. Seeing the items refreshed by the system, Lu Feng was no longer calm. Wow, this is only level 2, and it's this impressive. What will level 3 be like? Lu Feng murmured. Please make your choice quickly, host. The system's unyielding voice shattered Lu Feng's fantasies. Which one to choose? Although Tangchun Epine is great, it depends on what else is available. In the face of shares worth 6 billion and a blueprint worth 5 billion, Tangchun Epine isn't worth much at all. Without thinking, Lu Feng immediately filtered out the first option. Although the shares are 1 billion more expensive than the blueprint, in the long run the battery technology is better. But I don't have a car manufacturing company, what should I do? I'm so conflicted. Looking at the remaining two options, Lu Feng fell into a dilemma again. Suddenly he thought of Ferrari. Isn't Ferrari researching new energy? If I give them this technology, I could at least exchange it for 10 billion. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of Ferrari, but he quickly dismissed the idea. No. Now foreign car manufacturing plans are already more advanced than domestic ones. If I sell this technology to Ferrari, the gap will widen even more. Haven't you seen how hard domestic car brands are working to research new energy? Isn't it just about wanting to complete a curve overtaking in the new energy field? If I give this blueprint to foreigners, wouldn't I become a sinner? The moment Lu Feng thought about being pointed at and scolded, he instantly dismissed that notion. Ultimately, he chose the super battery technology because he planned to manufacture cars himself later, and if that didn't work, he could donate it to the country or sell it to domestic car companies. After resolving the choice issue, Lu Feng directly used the martial arts master skill book. After clicking the use button, Lu Feng waited for a long time, but there was no response, which made him anxious. System, why isn't this working? Ding. You need to exit the system for it to take effect. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Feng complained and hurriedly exited the system. Just as he exited the system, a flood of martial arts techniques and moves appeared in his mind, and at the same time, an inexplicable force began to transform his body. Oh, it hurts. System, you're scamming me. With a scream, Lu Feng fainted. By afternoon, Lu Yanran saw that he hadn't come out and knocked on his door, which roused Lu Feng. Awakened by the noise, Lu Feng heard his sister calling him and hurriedly opened the door. What's wrong, Yanran? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. Are you a pig, brother? It's already afternoon and you're still not up. Lu Yanran looked at her just awake brother and couldn't help but roll her eyes. My. Hearing this, Lu Feng checked his phone, and indeed it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. No wonder Yanran came to wake him. Oh, I stayed up late reading novels yesterday and overslept. Lu Feng casually found an excuse. He couldn't possibly say he fainted from the pain. Upon hearing her brother's explanation, Lu Yanran didn't say much, just mentioned wanting to go shopping at Qingdao Plaza and asked him to accompany her. Lu Feng readily agreed. After seeing Lu Yanran off, Lu Feng returned to his room and felt the changes in his body. He threw a punch, generating gusts of wind. Then, following the martial arts techniques in his mind, Lu Feng executed a complete set of Jeet Kune Do. Wow, what's the system's origin? It's incredible. Not only am I now proficient in various martial arts, but my physical fitness has improved significantly as well. Lu Feng exclaimed, gazing at his fists. After practicing for a while longer in his room, Lu Feng finally went out, taking Lu Yanran to Qingdao Plaza. The car sped smoothly to Qingdao Plaza. You can buy anything you want today, I'll pay for it, Lu Feng said boldly as soon as he got out of the car. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Yanran was overjoyed. However, when she actually entered the clothing store and saw the prices, she hesitated. Although she knew Lu Feng had money now, it didn't justify her spending recklessly. Brother, should we go to another store? Lu Yanran tugged at Lu Feng's sleeve, speaking softly. No need, I have money. Just pick whatever you like and we'll buy it, Lu Feng replied. Lu Feng ruffled her hair, his tone filled with warmth. His sister had grown up and now cared about him. But just then he overheard a nearby salesperson whispering. What kind of person is this? I thought they were here for a big purchase, but they can't afford it. I hate people like that the most, coming to high-end stores without money, said employee A. Yeah, I thought that man had a good demeanor and was wealthy, but turns out he's just a pretentious fraud, employee B said, glancing at Lu Yanran. The voices of these two employees were quite low and Lu Feng could hardly hear them if it weren't for his enhanced hearing. Upon hearing their insulting remarks, Lu Feng walked over and slammed his hand on the table, startling the two employees. What are you doing? Why are you slamming the table? The employee immediately shouted. What did you just say? Lu Feng asked coldly, looking at the two employees. We didn't say anything. The two employees refused to admit it. Seeing that they were being uncooperative, Lu Feng directly demanded that they call the store manager. But the two employees, being in the wrong, dared not call her and kept dragging their feet. Just then the store manager returned from the restroom and walked over. Sir, what happened? The manager asked softly as she approached Lu Feng. Seeing the manager, the two employees quickly took the opportunity to blame Lu Feng first. Manager, this gentleman says we insulted him behind his back, but we didn't. Hearing this, the manager's attitude turned cold. Sir, please explain. Lu Feng took out a gold card from his wallet and slapped it on the counter. Just now my sister was buying clothes here, and from the moment we entered until we left, no one came to greet us. She browsed for quite a while, and when she was leaving, your employees whispered that we were poor and should not come to look if we couldn't afford it. Do you think I should be angry? Seeing the gold card from Moda Bank on the counter, and hearing Lu Feng's words, the manager could basically confirm that her two employees had judged people by appearances and were caught badmouthing. Realizing this, the manager hurriedly apologized to Lu Feng. I'm sorry, sir, this was our mistake. We did not manage our staff properly. They will be punished shortly. Please forgive us. Upon hearing the manager's apology, Lu Feng merely sneered. If an apology could solve all problems, the world would surely be a better place. The manager detected the sarcasm in Lu Feng's words, but dared not say anything as the fault lay with their employees. How about this today? I'll give you an 80% discount on all your purchases in the store. Heh, Lu Feng scoffed upon hearing this. Do you think I need to take advantage of such small gains? With that, he took his card and left with Lu Yanran, not forgetting to add, if your employees can only judge people by appearances, I suggest you close your doors early. Upon hearing this, the manager's face darkened. After Lu Feng exited the store, she could no longer suppress her anger and shouted at the two salespeople. What good have you two done? That was a gold card from Modu Bank, which requires a minimum deposit of 100 million to obtain. Offending such a big shot, do you want to ruin your careers? The two employees, realizing Lu Feng's significance, hurriedly apologized. Sorry manager, we were wrong. What use is your apology to me? If you don't earn that gentleman's forgiveness, you both can leave. The manager. Hearing the manager's words, the two rushed out to chase Lu Feng. At this point, Lu Feng had already walked into the clothing store across the street. Welcome. As Lu Feng stepped into the store, he was warmly welcomed by a sales assistant. What type of clothing are you looking for so I can focus on introducing some options to you? The assistant said with a smile. Recommend a few outfits for my sister. Price is not an issue, but they must look good, Lu Feng replied indifferently. Sure, please follow me, madam, the assistant said, leading the way. Lu Yanran glanced at Lu Feng and quickly followed. At that moment, the two employees from earlier rushed over, continuously apologizing upon seeing Lu Feng. We are truly sorry, sir. We know we were wrong. Yes, sir, please forgive us. You are magnanimous, the employees pleaded. However, upon hearing their apologies, Lu Feng only let out a cold laugh. You do not know you were wrong. You only know that your fate is sealed. With that, he ignored them, sitting down leisurely to sip the water the assistant had brought. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Lu Yanran emerged wearing a short white dress with a square neckline, paired with knee-high white stockings resembling a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Brother, does this look good on me? Lu Yanran asked shyly, twirling around in front of Lu Feng as a waft of fragrant air surrounded her. Lu Feng was mesmerized, although he knew Lu Yanran was beautiful. Seeing her in this outfit still took his breath away. It looks great, ha ha ha, my sister looks good in anything, Lu Feng praised. Receiving the desired response, Lu Yanran shyly lowered her head. Using this as a standard, let's get a few more sets, Lu Feng said assertively to the assistant. Hearing this, Lu Yanran quickly climbed to Lu Feng's ear and whispered, Brother, let's not, this place is expensive, and what I'm wearing costs almost 50,000. You might have money now, but let's not buy so much. Ha ha, you little girl, go ahead and buy. I earned so much money, how can you not help me spend it? Lu Feng laughed, then pushed Lu Yanran back to the assistant to buy a few more outfits. About half an hour later, after Lu Yanran selected a few more outfits, Lu Feng finally let the staff proceed to Hello sir, your total comes to 237,000 yuan. With a discount, you can pay 230,000, the assistant calculated and reported the amount. Card please, Lu Feng said, pulling out a gold card from his pocket and placing it on the counter. As the gold card appeared, the assistant's demeanor became more respectful, while the two employees waiting at the door looked on with red eyes. If this purchase had been made in their store, the two of them would have received nearly 10,000 yuan in commission, but now they had nothing, not only offending someone, but also facing possible dismissal. After paying, Lu Feng walked out with the two girls amidst the assistant's respectful bow, only to encounter the same two snobbish employees. Sir, we truly know we were wrong. Please forgive us, the assistant said, tearfully attempting to appeal to Lu Feng. Unfortunately, Lu Feng was not swayed. He walked away, without looking back, warning them that if they followed, he would report them. The two employees were so frightened that they dared not follow. If I had known this would happen, why act like that in the first place? The two employees walked away dejectedly as the assistant, who had just completed a sale of 230,000 yuan, mocked them, knowing they faced dismissal without Lu Feng's forgiveness. After buying clothing, Lu Feng took Lu Yanran to play claw machines. The little girl was having so much fun with the cute toys that if Lu Feng hadn't pulled her away, she might have tried to grab every toy in the mall. With that, Lu Feng carried 2 large bags of toys. Finally exiting the square, Lu Feng placed the toys in the car, preparing to take them home to rest. However, Lu Yanran expressed that she wasn't done playing and wanted Lu Feng to take her out. Unable to resist spoiling his sister, Lu Feng had no choice but to take her to the Huangpu River, where they hopped on a ferry and then ascended the tallest building in Shanghai. Thus the two were busy all day, and when they finally got in the car, Lu Feng felt he barely had the strength to drive. Brother, you look exhausted, Lu Yanran teased from the passenger seat. Hearing this ungrateful remark, Lu Feng rolled his eyes. You still dare to say that? All the clothes and your 2 bags of stuffed toys are being carried by me. Wherever you go, I have to carry the backpack along with you, Humph. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanran fell silent. Indeed, all her belongings and bags were being carried by Lu Feng. Realizing the weight of the backpack, she couldn't help but smile sheepishly. Hee hee, I know you're working hard, so when we get back I'll make you something to eat, Lu Yanran said with a grin. Stop. No need for that, we can just grab a bite later. Lu Feng quickly interrupted when he heard Lu Yanran mention cooking. He never wanted to taste dark cuisine again in his life. After driving for a while, they passed a barbecue stall, and upon seeing it, Lu Yanran expressed her desire to eat barbecue, prompting Lu Feng to stop the car. Boss, what delicious food do you have here? Lu Yanran asked as soon as she got out of the car. Ha, we have plenty of delicious options, including garlic and gnocchi mushrooms, clam, vermicelli, secret recipe lamb skewers, and spicy grilled chicken wings. I can't even list them all, the boss said cheerfully. Upon hearing so many delicious items, Lu Yanran quickly sat down, asking the boss for a menu to start ordering, while Lu Feng parked the car and walked over. Seeing her brother approach, Lu Yanran kindly handed him the menu, encouraging him to order his favorite dishes, stating that she would cover all the expenses for the evening. Upon hearing his sister's generous offer, Lu Feng also began ordering without being polite. After quite a while, just when they were about to burst from hunger, the boss brought out their ordered barbecue. Tempted by the delicious food, the two wasted no time and dove into their meal. However, while they were enjoying their food, a loud commotion erupted behind them. Lu Feng turned around to see a group of young men covered in tattoos at the next table, loudly driving away a homeless man who was almost in tears from fear at the brutish behavior. Seeing this scene, Lu Yanran was so furious that she couldn't eat another skewer. Yet with so many men around and their intimidating tattoos, she as a girl didn't dare to approach. Brother, should we call the police? Look at them throwing bottles at that old man who scavenges for a living. Lu Yanran. No need, I'll go handle it, Lu Feng said, rising to his feet. Hey, brother, don't be impulsive. There are so many of them. If a conflict arises, we'll be at a disadvantage. Lu Yanran hurriedly grabbed Lu Feng to stop him. Lu Feng merely smiled faintly at her words, shrugged off her hand, and walked straight over. The thugs were still hurling leftover food and beer bottles at the elderly scavenger, and the barbecue stall owner, seeing the odds, dared not step in. Just as one thug prepared to smash a beer bottle down on the old man, a hand grabbed his raised arm, followed by a cold voice drifting into his ear. You've gone too far. The little thug hurriedly shook off his arm, and then saw Lu Feng. Who the hell are you? Do you love meddling in other people's business? Do you want us to loosen your muscles? Lu Feng's face turned cold as he said, Are you guys being a bit excessive? Bullying an old man like this? Do you have no conscience? What's it to you? Be careful or he'll beat you up, another thug said while waving his fist. At that moment, Lu Yanran, worried about Lu Feng, rushed over. How can you treat him like this? It's too much bullying, Lu Yanran said to the thugs. A group of thugs instantly brightened up upon seeing the suddenly appearing beauty. Hey little sister, come play with your brothers, a thug said with a grin. Ha, yeah, come play with us, and I won't bully this old man anymore, another thug chimed in. The old scavenger saw such a nice girl about to be bullied by thugs, and hurriedly said to Lu Feng, Young man, take the girl, and leave quickly, don't worry about me. Hearing the old man's words, Lu Feng turned to him, and gave a reassuring look. Old man, don't be afraid, I will handle them. After saying this, he pulled Lu Yanran behind him. Stay behind me, and watch how I teach these scoundrels a lesson. Just after he finished speaking, the thugs were displeased, and threw a beer bottle over, shouting, Kid, you're asking for it. If we don't cripple you today, we won't be in this business anymore. Another thug picked up a beer bottle, and came at Lu Feng, muttering curses. In front of you, we'll have some fun with this little beauty, so you'll understand what it means to be the nail that sticks out. Before he finished speaking, Lu Feng grabbed a stool from the ground, and smashed it down. Originally, he just wanted to stop them from bullying the old man, but these thugs dared to insult Lu Yanran. He could bear the uncle's actions, but not the aunt's. With a loud bang, the stool hit the thug, leaving him dazed. He couldn't understand how one person dared to strike first against 5 of them. Lu Feng grabbed another stool, and said to the still dazed Lu Yanran, Quickly move away, don't get hurt. Seeing her brother getting into a fight, Lu Yanran hurriedly wanted to help, but before she could take 2 steps, Lu Feng stopped her again. Instantly, the fight escalated. With a physique comparable to a special forces soldier and master-level combat skills, Lu Feng found it incredibly easy to deal with these thugs. Lu Feng seized one thug and executed a shoulder throw, then delivered a flying kick that knocked another one down. Watching him take down 2 so fiercely, the remaining 3 thugs gritted their teeth and charged together. Bang! Lu Feng knocked down one charging thug with a punch, then used a Black Dragon 18 moves to take down another. The last thug saw something was wrong and swung the beer bottle at Lu Feng, only to have it smashed by Lu Feng's punch. Lu Feng then kicked him, sending the thug crashing to the ground, motionless and frothing at the mouth. Lu Feng quickly resolved the fight, and looked toward Lu Yanran, fearing she had been hurt, only to see her. It seemed she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Yanran, are you okay? Lu Feng ran over to ask, but Lu Yanran seemed not to hear him. Thinking that his sister was frightened, Lu Feng reached out and shook her. After shaking her a few times, Lu Yanran finally reacted. Brother, are you okay? Your hand is bleeding, Lu Yanran said as she grabbed the tissue on the table to clean. It's nothing, it's just a scratch from glass on my hand, Lu Feng said calmly. With master-level fighting skills and the physique of a special forces soldier, he didn't take these thugs seriously at all. Why were you so impulsive? There were so many of them, how could you dare to fight? You scared me to death, Lu Yanran said, tears streaming down her face. Heaven knows how worried she was just now. Seeing Lu Yanran crying, Lu Feng hurried to comfort her. All right, Yanran, don't cry. I only acted because I heard them insulting you. But when Lu Yanran heard this reason, she cried, even harder, thinking it was her fault that Lu Feng had clashed. Just then the police finally arrived, witnessing the chaotic scene before them. The police were also a bit taken aback. Didn't they say there were gangsters bullying people? Why were all these thugs lying on the ground? To understand the situation, the police questioned the barbecue stall owner, who looked at Lu Feng, who was constantly comforting others with a puzzled expression. You're saying these thugs were all taken down by him alone? A young police officer asked in disbelief. Yes, I was going to help, but he took them all down in a couple of moves, the barbecue stall owner said, still shaken. Seeing the police arrive, Lu Feng also walked over with the little girl. The police then interrogated Lu Feng. When asked who struck first, both the barbecue stall owner and the old scavenger said in unison that the thugs had attacked first, and there were no surveillance cameras nearby. After understanding the situation, the police took all the thugs away, including the old scavenger, saying he would be arranged to live in a nursing home. The police asked Lu Feng for his phone number and address, saying they wouldn't take him for a statement, but would contact him if anything came up, and then they left. After the police left, the barbecue stall owner served them a big table of barbecue again and refused to take any money, saying it was to thank Lu Feng for his chivalric help. Lu Feng couldn't refuse and accepted the owner's kindness, but before leaving, he slipped 1,000 yuan. On the way back, Lu Yanran kept asking Lu Feng how he was so strong to defeat 5 thugs. Hearing this, Lu Feng began to boast about how hard he had practiced martial arts over the years just to be able to protect his family one day and eliminate evil. He managed to move Lu Yanran to tears. When they got home, Lu Yanran pushed Lu Feng onto the sofa, saying she would tend to his wound. Soon she returned with a first aid kit, taking out alcohol and cotton swabs to disinfect Lu Feng's hand. Ouch, that hurts. Yanran, be gentle, he exclaimed. Does it still hurt? I'm already being gentle enough, she replied. Slow down, I can't take it, he said. Oh, then I'll go slower, Lu Yanran said as she slowed her pace. After disinfecting, Lu Yanran applied Yunnan Bai Yao to the wound and wrapped it with a bandage. Looking at his hand, which was fully bandaged and adorned with a bow, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. The next morning, Lu Feng woke up, naturally brushed his teeth, and opened the door to find the dining table filled with breakfast, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, tea, eggs, and more. Seeing her brother awake, Lu Yanran hurriedly called him over for breakfast, but Lu Feng sat at the table refusing to pick up his chopsticks until Lu Yanran mentioned that she had bought it, at which point he dared to eat. After finishing breakfast, Lu Feng was about to sit on the sofa to rest when he received a call from Shen Shuyuan saying that they were going to attend Old Master Yi Weiman's birthday banquet tonight, and that she would help Lu Feng pick out an outfit, urging him to hurry up. Lu Feng hung up the phone and quickly put on his coat, preparing to go out. Lu Yanran, puzzled, asked where he was going. Lu Feng replied, you can play by yourself today. Oh, I have something to do, and we'll be back late. Running to the entrance of the community, Lu Feng spotted Shen Shuyuan from a distance. After all, a Bentley paired with a beautiful woman was too attractive. Thank you for coming so early to pick me up, Lu Feng said with a silly smile. It's nothing, I just arrived. Get in the car, Shen Shuyuan replied gently. What did you mean by what you said last time? Lu Feng asked as soon as he got in the car, eager to understand Shen Shuyuan's intentions. Hearing Lu Feng's question, Shen Shuyuan smiled softly. Ah, Feng, what do you think I mean? Before Lu Feng could answer, she continued, for now, don't ask so much. Knowing too much won't be good for you. Your primary goal now is to see if you can catch old Ye's attention. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng fell silent. Indeed, with his current strength, it was impossible to influence the two major families. Instead of asking so much, it would be better to focus on becoming stronger. The car drove all the way to a luxury shopping street in Magic City. After parking, Shen Shuyuan took Lu Feng directly into a clothing store. Welcome, the sales assistant greeted with immense enthusiasm upon seeing Shen Shuyuan. As a high-end clothing store assistant, she had developed a keen eye for detail and immediately noticed the noble aura radiating from Shen Shuyuan. You don't need to follow us. I'll help him choose myself, Shen Shuyuan directly refused the assistant. She then started browsing, with Lu Feng holding up a suit to measure against him and pulling out a tie to see how it looked when tied around his neck. Watching Shen Shuyuan's snow-white hands moving around his neck, her beautiful face so close, inhaling her fragrance and feeling the soft breeze she exhaled, Lu Feng's heart was completely in disarray. This is the outfit, Shen Shuyuan said with satisfaction as she looked at the clothes she had prepared for Lu Feng, then led him to the checkout. Swipe the card. Shen Shuyuan boldly took out a black card from her bag. Upon seeing the black card, the assistant's attitude became even more respectful. The total is 180000 yuan. After swiping the card, the cashier respectfully handed it back to Shen Shuyuan. Let's go to the next place, Shen Shuyuan said as she took the card and walked out of the store, and Lu Feng had no choice but to follow. In no time, the two arrived at the Patek Philippe boutique. Lu Feng looked at Shen Shuyuan and asked in confusion what they were doing here. A successful man must have a watch. Come on, let's go inside, Shen Shuyuan said, pulling Lu Feng in. Nautilus series, Calatrava series, Aquanaut series. Upon entering, Lu Feng was dazzled by the array of watches. The assistant, noticing Lu Feng's luxurious brand attire, approached without any hesitation. "Hello, welcome to both of you. How can I assist you?" the assistant said respectfully. "Help him pick out a watch," Shen Shuyuan said coldly. She maintained this demeanor in front of everyone except when she was with Lu Feng, where she would show another side. "Sure, please follow me, sir," the assistant said. Lu Feng glanced at Shen Shuyuan and followed the assistant. Calatrava series, known for its minimalist and classic design style, these watches typically feature a minimalist dial design, perfectly blending elegance with exquisite details, showcasing Patek Philippe's respect for tradition and spirit of innovation. "This series would suit your outfit, but you are too young, so I wouldn't recommend it," the assistant introduced professionally. Complicated function timepieces series, these watches generally feature minimalist dials, perfectly blending youthful vibes with exquisite details. "This one, in my opinion, is the most suitable watch for you," the assistant introduced another series to Lu Feng. "What do you think?" Lu Feng looked at Shen Shuyuan. "I think it looks great and matches your suit perfectly today," Lu Yanran said delicately. "All right, I'll take this one. Please prepare the invoice," Lu Feng decided. "Sure, please hold on a moment," the assistant said excitedly, knowing that this sale would earn her a commission of nearly 200 yuan. "The total is 70800 yuan," the assistant said. Hearing the price Shen Shuyuan wanted to pay, but Lu Feng stopped her, refusing to let her pay. However, Shen Shuyuan told Lu Feng that these items were gifts for him today, and he could not refuse. Lu Feng, unable to resist her, agreed. After paying, Shen Shuyuan gently helped Lu Feng put on the Patek Philippe watch. "Not bad, you look very stylish," Shen Shuyuan said with a smile, as she admired Lu Feng's appearance. "Hee, really?" Lu Feng chuckled again. After purchasing Lu Feng's outfit for the birthday banquet, the two began to leisurely stroll around, eventually arriving at a gazebo. "Feng, I know you're curious about why I treat you this way," Shen Shuyuan said gently, as she looked at Lu Feng while sitting. "Yes, I'm really curious." "Why?" Lu Feng finally voiced his confusion. "If I told you we knew each other before, would you believe it?" Shen Shuyuan said slowly. "What? We knew each other before?" Lu Feng's eyes widened in surprise. However, as he thought back to people and events from the past, he realized he had no memory of Shen Shuyuan. Seeing Lu Feng's disbelief, Shen Shuyuan began to tell a story of a little boy and a little. The story took place when Lu Feng was around 10 years old, living at his uncle's house, going to school and back home every day with his sister Lu Yanran. Until one day a petite girl transferred to the class. The girl stood nervously at the podium, introducing herself as Li Fuyo. After her introduction, the teacher assigned her to sit next to a little boy, and they naturally became desk mates. However, the little boy found his new desk mate quite strange, as she ignored him when he spoke to her, and she wouldn't eat the snacks he offered. Gradually, the little boy stopped paying attention to the little girl. Until one day after school, the little boy saw some boys from another class bullying the little girl and insulting her for not having a father. Upon hearing others insult her for not having a father, the little girl approached and began to fight with them, but as a girl she couldn't compete with several boys of the same age and was quickly knocked down. The little boy passing by saw his desk mate being bullied and without a second thought rushed over to fight the boys. Soon, under the little boy's reckless attacks, the other kids were scared and fled. With blood streaming from his nose, the little boy helped the little girl up and asked if she was okay. When the little girl heard the boy's question, she quickly shook her head to indicate she was fine, then took out a tissue from her backpack to wipe his nose. Afterwards, when the little girl asked why he helped her, the little boy simply patted his chest and replied, "You are my desk mate, which makes you my responsibility. I must protect you, otherwise how can I be a man?" Hearing the little boy's words, the little girl laughed. Later, she became his shadow, following him wherever he went. In their games of house, she always insisted on being his wife, and he promised he would marry her when they grew up. Time passed until one day, when the little boy returned to school. He waited at the school gate for class to start, but didn't see the little girl who would always wait for him no matter the weather. Looking at the empty seat beside him, the little boy cried for the first time, insisting on finding the little girl. But no matter how hard he searched, it was as if she had vanished from his world forever, just as she had suddenly appeared. "So you are Li Fuyao?" Lu Feng was taken aback. "Yes, I am," Shen Shuyuan replied calmly, while looking at the astonished Lu Feng. "Then how have you turned into Shen Shuyuan again? What on earth is happening?" He was nearly going crazy. The little girl who had followed him everywhere as a child had suddenly transformed into the beloved school flower, and it seemed she had feelings for him. Anyone would go mad in his shoes. Lu Feng even suspected that he might have been so deeply hurt by his ex-girlfriend that he fell into a prolonged depression and thus fainted. Everything happening now could just be a dream. Because everything looked so abnormal. First he gained a system, reached the pinnacle of life, and then his gold-digging ex-girlfriend was slapped in the face by him. Finally, he ended up fighting with his bald boyfriend at a school reunion, and now a childhood school flower had unexpectedly appeared. No matter how he looked at it, it all seemed like a dream. Seeing Lu Feng in a frenzy, Shen Shuyuan sat down next to him and began to explain. It turned out that Shin Shuyuan was called Li Fuyao in her childhood because she took her mother's surname, and her parents' recognition was a political marriage. Although Shin Shuyuan's mother also bore the surname Li, it was not the Li family of the imperial capital, but rather the prestigious Li family of Sioux City, the undisputed first family there. Thus the Shun and Li families chose a political marriage, but neither Shin Shuyuan's parents liked it. After Shin Shuyuan's mother gave birth to her, the two quarreled over some issues, leading Shin Shuyuan's mother to take her and leave home. In their departure, Shin Shuyuan's mother concealed their identities, never returning to Sioux province, but settling down in An province. Then during elementary school, Shin Shuyuan met Lu Feng, but due to the school registration system, the Shun and Li families quickly tracked down their location, and the Sioux City Li family took Shin Shuyuan and her mother away, first resulting in Shin Shuyuan not even having the chance to say goodbye to Lu Feng. After hearing Shin Shuyuan's story, Lu Feng immediately expressed concern for whether her parents had reconciled, fearing that Shin Shuyuan might be living poorly because of her parents. When Shin Shuyuan heard that Lu Feng's first concern was for her rather than anything else, a touch of warmth flickered in her heart. They reconciled. Later, because of this incident, my father was severely punished by my grandfather, and he regretted driving my mother away. After my mother took me away, my father went mad searching for us. But even with all his connections, he never expected we were hiding in a small county in An province. Later, he spent every day in regret and self-blame. As long as they reconciled, I was worried about you living poorly, Lu Feng said with concern. It's fine, Ah Feng, it's all in the past, Shin Shuyuan replied, feeling sweetness in her heart at Lu Feng's worried expression. Since your parents disliked arranged marriages, why did they agree to your political marriage? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. Hearing Lu Feng's question, Shin Shuyuan slowly began to explain. After Shin Shuyuan was taken back by the Sioux City Li family, her father rushed to the Li family, but her mother refused to see him no matter what. It wasn't until Shin Shuyuan's father stood outside the door without eating or drinking for 4 nights and 5 days that her mother finally forgave him. After that, their relationship quickly warmed up, and after living in Sioux City for more than half a year, Shin Shuyuan's father took the mother and daughter back to the Shin family in the imperial capital. In the imperial capital school, Shin Shuyuan met the talented Li Junmo, who immediately sought to get close to her. However, Shin Shuyuan only had Lu Feng in her heart, so she ignored him. Yet being children at heart, they quickly became good friends with Shin Shuyuan, always mindful of their boundaries. Because she only liked Lu Feng, she lived like this for many years until she was about to study abroad when Li Junmo confessed to her. Unsurprisingly, Shin Shuyuan coldly rejected him and then went abroad for her studies. While studying abroad, Shin Shuyuan blacklisted Li Junmo's contact information, completing all her studies in just 3 years and graduating smoothly from Cambridge University. Upon returning to the country, Shin Shuyuan used the connections of the Sioux City Li family to find out where Lu Feng was studying and then transferred there. However, unexpectedly, during the years Shin Shuyuan was abroad, Li Junmo had been cultivating goodwill in front of Shin's parents. Once he had gained enough favor, he proposed a marriage alliance. Originally, Shin Shuyuan's parents wanted to refuse, as they did not want their precious daughter to end up like themselves. However, Li Junmo argued that he and Shin Shuyuan had grown up together as childhood sweethearts and had feelings for each other. After some consideration, Shin's parents, along with internal voices from the family, agreed, but they only allowed Shin Shuyuan and Li Junmo to test their compatibility. If they were not suitable, they would not force their daughter to marry someone she did not like. Next, it was arranged for Shin Shuyuan to return to the imperial capital to co-manage a company with Li Junmo to nurture their relationship. Shin Shuyuan planned to refuse when she learned of this, but then thought that if Lu Feng was just an ordinary person, the obstacles to being together would be immense. So she agreed to manage the company, intending to use the resources at her disposal to help Lu Feng grow rapidly, until one day he could stand proudly by her side. After hearing this, the emotions Lu Feng had been suppressing exploded. He embraced the girl in front of him, tightly, tears streaming down his face. He now understood what Shin Shuyuan had sacrificed to be with him and the immense pressure she bore. Shin Shuyuan was startled by Lu Feng's sudden embrace, but once she reacted, she held him tightly. They stayed like this for a long time before reluctantly letting go, yet their hands remained tightly clasped. "Ah Feng, for my sake, you must perform well at Old Master Yes' birthday banquet tonight," Shin Shuyuan said, her gaze filled with warmth that seemed to melt Lu Feng. "Yes, don't worry, I will perform well. It won't be long before I stand proudly behind you," Lu Feng vowed. The two talked for hours about amusing childhood stories. When they reached the topic of why Lu Feng helped her fight, Shin Shuyuan gently caressed Lu Feng's face with concern. They chatted until it grew dark, then paused the conversation. As Shin Shuyuan was about to take Lu Feng to the birthday banquet, he asked her to take him home first. Shin Shuyuan was puzzled, but did not question further, driving directly to where Lu Feng lived. After getting out of the car, Lu Feng leaned close to Shin Shuyuan's ear and said he wanted to give her a surprise, then ran off, leaving Shin Shuyuan bewildered. After a while, Lu Feng returned panting. As soon as he sat in the car, Shin Shuyuan eagerly extended her hand and asked what surprise Lu Feng had prepared for her. In response, he mysteriously took out 2 boxes from his hand and handed them to Shin Shuyuan. With immense joy, Shin Shuyuan accepted the box and opened the first one, revealing a large sapphire necklace stunning beyond compare. "You got this for me?" Shin Shuyuan asked happily. "Yes, this gem is called the Heart of the Ocean, later crafted into a necklace by a European master. Now I'm giving it to you." Lu Feng explained the origin of the necklace. "Is this the Heart of the Ocean that a mysterious tycoon bought for 120 million at an international auction a few years ago?" Shin Shuyuan was directly stunned upon hearing this. After all, this Heart of the Ocean mysteriously disappeared after being purchased by the tycoon, and its next appearance was here, transformed into a necklace and given to Shin Shuyuan. "Yes, this gem suits you very well." Lu Feng laughed upon seeing Shin Shuyuan's shocked expression. "Then help me put it on," Shin Shuyuan said, tilting her snowy neck. Subsequently, with Lu Feng's trembling hands, this gem, hailed as the largest sapphire in the world, was placed around Shin Shuyuan's neck. Don't ask when Lu Feng got this gem. He had bought it with reputation points in the System Mall when he first returned. The mall offered not only high-end technology, but also luxury items. "I can't wait to see the second box," Shin Shuyuan said as she opened the second box. What greeted her was a red invitation card. Shin Shuyuan picked it up in confusion, not understanding why Lu Feng would give her an invitation. Seeing Shin Shuyuan's bewildered expression, Lu Feng said mysteriously, "Just open it, and you'll know." Looking at the mysteriously smiling Lu Feng, Shin Shuyuan couldn't contain her curiosity and directly opened the invitation. Just a glance was enough to leave her staring incredulously at Lu Feng. "Is this yours? Did Elder Yi give it to you?" Lu Feng, seeing Shin Shuyuan's astonishment at the invitation, began to boast happily. "How about that? Impressive, right? Impressive, really impressive. A Feng, you are so mysterious now. This is Elder Yi's invitation, something many people dream of having," Shin Shuyuan said as she looked at Lu Feng. "Hee, it's just ordinary," Lu Feng humbly replied upon hearing her words. "Not ordinary at all. It's truly remarkable, and this is a handwritten invitation. You should know I didn't receive any handwritten invitations for Elder Yi's birthday banquet," Shin Shuyuan praised. Lu Feng was a bit surprised to hear this, as with the power of the Shun family in the imperial capital, receiving a handwritten invitation should be a piece of cake. Really? With the Shun family's strength, shouldn't you also be able to get a handwritten invitation? "Of course our Shun family can, but it has to be my father who comes. I can only be considered a junior, so I can't get one," Shin Shuyuan explained. "Oh, I see." The two continued chatting as they drove, soon arriving near Elder Yi's estate, parking the car and walking shoulder to shoulder towards it. Handing the invitation to the inspecting bodyguard, they stepped into the estate under the respectful gaze of the guard. Especially Lu Feng. As soon as he took out the handwritten invitation, the guard's demeanor towards him changed. After they left, the bodyguard quickly pulled out his walkie-talkie to notify the staff inside the estate that a significant figure holding a handwritten invitation had arrived. The nobles waiting behind them to submit their invitations overheard the bodyguard's words and began speculating about the identities of Lu Feng and Shin Shuyuan. After all, very few could receive a handwritten invitation from Elder Yi. Upon entering the estate, they noticed that many people were already gathered on the lawn chatting in small groups, and no one paid any attention to the arrival of the two. Shin Shuyuan, after surveying the surroundings, pulled Lu Feng towards the dessert table, picked up a piece of cake, and stuffed it into Lu Feng's mouth, effectively silencing him. Seeing Lu Feng unable to speak due to the cake, Shin Shuyuan laughed happily and took a piece of cake for herself. While eating the cake, Shin Shuyuan picked up a cup of juice, intending to have Lu Feng drink some to wash it down, but her hand slipped, and she accidentally spilled it on a little girl dressed in a white dress. "I'm sorry, my bad." Shin Shuyuan quickly apologized to the girl. Lu Feng also apologized from the side, taking out a tissue to offer to the girl. Unexpectedly, the girl was about to slap Shin Shuyuan in the face, but fortunately Lu Feng reacted quickly and pulled Shin Shuyuan away. Seeing her strike empty air, the girl tried to hit again, but this time Lu Feng did not hold back and firmly grabbed her outstretched hand. The girl's arm turned red from being held tightly, but she continued to scold. "Who are you? You dirty my dress, and now you want to hit me." The crowd, hearing the commotion, turned their attention towards them. Seeing that people were watching, the girl became even more arrogant. "How did you get in here? Eating and drinking as you please, dirtying my dress, and trying to hit me?" Lu Feng, offended by the girl's rudeness, replied, "We accidentally stained your dress, but we sincerely apologized. Yet you insist on being unreasonable and trying to hit us. If I hadn't stopped you in time, you would have slapped us already. What's wrong with me hitting you? Who told you to dirty my dress? I don't know who invited you here, but today is my grandfather's birthday, and I don't want to argue with you. You better leave." Hearing the girl order them to leave while claiming to be Elder Yi's granddaughter, Shin Shuyuan furrowed her brows, as she didn't remember Elder Yi having a granddaughter. "You say you are Elder Yi's granddaughter. I only remember Elder Yi has one grandson, Shen Shuyuan asked skeptically. Upon hearing this, the girl's previously high-spirited demeanor shrank, but unwilling to back down, she feigned calmness. I am the girlfriend of Elder Ye's grandson, so Elder Yi is naturally my grandfather. Lu Feng and Shen Shuyuan were speechless at the girl's explanation. After all this time, she was just the girlfriend of Elder Ye's grandson, yet she dared to act so arrogantly. Moreover, regardless of being the girlfriend of Elder Ye's grandson, Shen Shuyuan was not intimidated at all. After all, she came from the Shen family. Understanding the situation, Shen Shuyuan didn't want to linger on it, and asked how the girl wanted to resolve it. To her surprise, the girl insisted on pouring red wine on Shen Shuyuan's face before she would relent. Ignoring the girl's demand, Lu Feng and Shen Shuyuan turned to leave. Seeing them trying to escape, the girl lifted a cup of red wine and splashed it at Shen Shuyuan. With a splash, Shen Shuyuan's outfit was immediately drenched in red wine. Seeing her soaked, Lu Feng could no longer hold back and slapped the girl across the face. The girl was stunned by the slap, and the crowd was also taken aback. After all, this was Elder Ye's grandson's girlfriend. Who would have thought this young man would dare to do that? Recovering, the girl cried as she took out her phone to call her boyfriend. Shen Shuyuan grabbed Lu Feng's hand, saying he was a bit impulsive and that it would leave a bad impression on Elder Yi. However, Lu Feng meticulously wiped the red wine off Shen Shuyuan's body and replied nonchalantly, I don't care about that. All I know is that no one can bully you in front of me. Upon hearing Lu Feng's protective words, a flicker of joy passed through Shen Shuyuan's heart as she gently leaned on Lu Feng's shoulder. At that moment, the girl returned with her boyfriend standing before Shen Shuyuan and Lu Feng. So it was you who did it. You hit my girlfriend. A young and handsome boy approached them, questioning fiercely. Shen Shuyuan looked up at the boy, but after a long stare realized she didn't recognize him at all. After all, she had only just met Elder Ye's grandson before going abroad. Who are you? Shen Shuyuan asked flatly. I am Elder Ye's grandson. You dare to hit my girlfriend at my grandfather's birthday banquet, the man said domineeringly. I had no idea Elder Yi had another grandson like you. Who exactly are you? Shen Shuyuan emanated a powerful aura directed at the man. The man, intimidated by Shen Shuyuan's presence, revealed his background. I am Elder Ye's distant cousin. Hearing this explanation, Shen Shuyuan smiled lightly. You two wait here. I'll call Yi Fan and have him handle this. Upon hearing Shen Shuyuan was about to call Yi Fan, the man panicked instantly, but in front of so many people he couldn't do anything but stand there obediently, praying that Shen Shuyuan didn't really know Yi Fan. However, his hopes were quickly dashed. After about 2 minutes of Shen Shuyuan hanging up the phone, a handsome man, Sister Shuyuan, when did you arrive? The man greeted with a smile. I've been here for a while, Shen Shuyuan replied calmly. The man then glanced around, and seeing his so-called cousin and his girlfriend, his expression turned cold, terrifying them into weak knees. We'll settle this later. For now, stay in the room and don't come out, the man's authoritative voice commanded, causing the boy and girl to hurry back inside. Sister Shuyuan, today is Grandpa's 70th birthday. Please do me a favor. After the banquet, I will personally bring them to apologize to you, the young man said softly. All right, I'll give you face, but this matter isn't over, Shen Shuyuan replied coldly, then turned to gently introduce Lu Feng to the identity of the man. Feng, this is Elder Ye's grandson Yi Fan. Hearing that the person in front of him was Elder Ye's grandson, Lu Feng greeted him, and Shen Shuyuan added, Yi Fan, he is the one holding your grandfather's handwritten invitation. Upon hearing that Lu Feng had Elder Ye's handwritten invitation, Yi Fan had initially thought he was just a bystander who came along with Shen Shuyuan, someone he could merely brush off. But now he didn't dare to be careless at all. Hello. I apologize for the lack of hospitality earlier, Yi Fan said with a sudden change in attitude, becoming very enthusiastic. Lu Feng was taken aback by the sudden change, just stiffly exchanging pleasantries with him. After a long time, when Yi Fan had other matters to attend to, they finally parted ways. Do people change faces this quickly? Lu Feng asked curiously. Yes, in a big family there isn't a single true waste. Just like the heir of the Qingda group, what you see is just what he wants you to see, Shen Shuyuan explained to Lu Feng. Indeed, the foolish young masters depicted in novels are nothing but myths. How could someone who truly stands out in their family be so brainless? Lu Feng concurred. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, Lu Feng heard someone calling his name. Puzzled as to who would call him in such an occasion, he turned to see the old man from Tianyu Group approaching. Little Feng, long time no see, the old man said with a smile. It's been a while, old man, Lu Feng politely. The two then stood together chatting, and the old man asked Lu Feng who the girl beside him was, wondering if she was his girlfriend, which left Lu Feng at a loss for words. In the end, it was Shen Shuyuan who introduced herself, helping Lu Feng out of the awkward situation. Upon hearing that Shen Shuyuan was from the Shen family in the capital, the old man dared not say much more, as members of the Shen family were not subjects he could discuss lightly. It's been so long, and yet you haven't come to see this old fellow, the old man complained, changing the subject. Please forgive me, I've been quite busy as you know. I'm overwhelmed with matters regarding the branch office, Lu Feng replied. Lu Feng could only make an excuse. In truth, he had not inquired about the Ferrari branch at all, as it was all handled by Qin Qian. He had been spending his days playing with Lu Yanran and the others. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the old man expressed his understanding. They chatted a bit longer before the old man had to go find his old friends and parted ways with Lu Feng. That person just now, if I'm not mistaken, should be an old board member of Tianyu, a well-established local group in Modu. Do you know him? Shin Shuyuan curiously asked. Yes, I happen to hold some shares in Tianyu Group, so I know him, Lu Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Shin Shuyuan clapped her hands. Wow, Feng, you're amazing. You have shares in Tianyu Group, what else are you hiding from me? There's not much to it, just some shares in Tianyu Group and Ferrari. I'm also the president of Ferrari's Asian branch, and am neighbors with old Yi. He sent me an invitation because he saw that I bought Xianyun Villa, Lu Feng said with a smug expression. At this moment, Shin Shuyuan was also taken aback by Lu Feng's words. Are you saying that Ferrari suddenly established itself in Modu because of you? You are the Asian president of Ferrari, and you bought Xianyun Villa. You're also a shareholder of Tianyu Group, Shin Shuyuan said in disbelief. Yes, Lu Feng looked at the astonished Shin Qian, feeling secretly pleased. What do you think? Surprised, huh? You aren't lying to me, are you? No, why would I lie to you? Didn't the old board member from Tianyu just come by? Plus we just talked about the Ferrari branch. Oh right, the branch was built by Tianyu Group, Lu Feng explained again as he noticed Shin Shuyuan still didn't believe him. Feng, I want to ask how you accomplished this. I just want to know if it's safe. I don't want you to take risks. From the worried expression on her face, it was clear that she was genuinely concerned for Lu Feng, as what he was doing seemed too far-fetched. She was afraid someone might be trying to use him as a scapegoat. Seeing Shin Shuyuan's worried demeanor, Lu Feng held her hand and promised that he was absolutely safe and had not done anything illegal. As for why he suddenly had so much money, he merely said he would tell her slowly in the future. Since Lu Feng had said so, Shin Shuyuan refrained from asking further, as everyone has their secrets. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, old Yi finally appeared, and the birthday banquet reached its climax with his arrival. Shin Shuyuan also took Lu Feng to wish old Yi a happy birthday. Grandpa Yi, may you have longevity like Nanshan and blessings as vast as the East Sea, Shin Shuyuan said. Little Yuan is here. The old man warmly greeted Shin Shuyuan. I couldn't possibly miss your grand birthday, could I? Shin Shuyuan smiled. So this is Mr. Lu, truly a talented young man, the old man remarked as he looked at Lu Feng. I dare not take credit. In your presence my achievements are nothing, Lu Feng humbly replied. Haha, don't be overly modest. I've heard from that old fellow Li Yunfeng that you helped him out significantly before, the old man said with a laugh. Hearing that the old man knew old Li, Lu Feng was a bit puzzled. Perhaps noticing Lu Feng's confusion, old Yi explained that he had known old Li since his tenure, and they were considered old friends. After speaking with Shin Shuyuan and the others, old Yi, supported by his servants, went to greet others. After all, he was the main character today, and could not remain by Shin Shuyuan's side the entire time. The birthday banquet continued late into the night, and only concluded when the old man could no longer endure. Shin Shuyuan escorted Lu Feng to bid farewell to the old man before leaving. Just after Shin Shuyuan and Lu Feng left, old Yi called his grandson Yi Fan over. Xiao Fan, what do you think of this Lu Feng? The old man asked while seated on the sofa. Grandpa, I don't know much about Lu Feng. The information I found is rather ordinary. His parents are no longer around, and he was raised by his uncle, behaving like an ordinary person until he graduated from university, Yi Fan replied respectfully. Ordinary? An ordinary person wouldn't be able to acquire shares in Ferrari. To my knowledge, Ferrari previously sold shares due to new energy attracting many European capital tycoons to compete for them. Yet in the end, those shares came to be held by Lu Feng. Do you still think he is just an ordinary person? Old Yes' authoritative voice resonated. I find it strange as well, but there was no wind of him before, as if he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Alright, enough thinking. I didn't expect the mysterious owner of Xianyun Villa to be so young, and it seems his relationship with the girl from the Shin family is quite special, old Yi said casually. Are you implying? Yi Fan asked cautiously. He couldn't help it, he had always been afraid of his grandpa. Old Yi had accumulated a formidable presence in his decades of public service that was not something Yi Fan could withstand. You must build a good relationship with him. You're of similar age, so you will have common ground. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first, Yi Fan agreed. Upon seeing Yi Fan attempting to leave, the old man became angry. All you do is play our racing cars every day. Can't you give me a break? Yi Fan, listening to his grandpa's scolding, dared not retort and could only endure the reprimand. It was quite a while before the old man finally stopped. Only after the old man finished his lecture did Yi Fan dare to leave sheepishly. Watching Yi Fan leave, the old man slowly stood by the bed and muttered to himself, Today, I invited so many dignitaries under the pretext of a birthday banquet. Even the current top leader of Modu has sent his blessings. It seems so glorious, but once I pass, who will help my family's younger generation? And what about this mysterious Lu Feng? Who exactly is he? Is he cultivated by the Shen family, or is he a representative figure pushed forward by other forces? The old man stood there for a long time pondering these questions. At this moment on the roadside, Shen Shuyuan was bidding farewell to Lu Feng. "A Feng, I have to go back to the capital," Shen Shuyuan said with deep affection. "You're leaving now, eh?" "Yes, if it weren't for old man's birthday, I would have left long ago." "All right, then wait for me in the capital. It won't be long before I come to find you," Lu Feng said. Take care of yourself while I'm not around. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, call me," Shen Shuyuan replied. "Okay, you take care of yourself too, and wait for me to find you." With the closing of the car door, Shen Shuyuan left. "Feng Yao, I love you. Wait for me, I will definitely stand before you in a rightful manner," Lu Feng shouted loudly at the departing car. Inside the car, Shen Shuyuan was already crying uncontrollably. "I will wait for you, Feng, I will always wait for you." Lost in thought, Lu Feng returned home, and without greeting, Lu Yanran and the others laid down on the bed to indulge in his musings. He reminisced about his childhood with Shen Shuyuan and the joyful days they had spent together. Remembering the sacrifices Shen Shuyuan made to be with him, Lu Feng vowed to find her as soon as possible, determined not to keep her waiting for too long. The night passed silently. Early the next morning, Lu Feng opened the system to see what had refreshed. The system informed him that after upgrading, the daily flash sale could be converted into a lottery, asking if he would like to try the new feature. However, Lu Feng decisively refused, as he was solely focused on acquiring more assets to enhance his leverage over the Shen family. Upon hearing the host's refusal for a lottery, the system began refreshing his daily items. Ding! The daily flash sale system has refreshed. The available items are as follows: a limited Bugatti Veyron valued at 120 million renminbi, a coal mine in Shan province valued at 7 billion renminbi, and 100 shares of Fanli Automobile valued at 6 billion renminbi. Observing the rewards on the big screen, Lu Feng discerned a pattern. "It seems luxury items always take up a slot. Another sports car has appeared," he said, shaking his head at the first option. His gaze shifted to the second option, a coal mine. Did it expect him to mine coal? Although it was worth 7 billion, Lu Feng still didn't want it. It wasn't until he saw the third option that his eyes suddenly lit up. A complete automobile group. He just happened to possess a new energy battery technology that he could hand over to Fanli Group for research. With 100 shares in hand, he would have no fear of other shareholders leaking information. With this in mind, Lu Feng directly chose the third option. With the system's prompt, another automobile group was added under his name. "But I need to go to Jinjiang to sign the papers to truly own it," Lu Feng said with a frown. "However, since I'm returning home with my sister, I can make a trip to Jinjiang. It's not far anyway," Lu Feng said as he exited the system. After freshening up, Lu Feng woke Lu Yanran, who was still asleep, intending to take her out for breakfast before packing their things for tomorrow's departure. Though still groggy upon hearing that today was their last day, Lu Yanran hurriedly got up to get ready for one last. Reluctantly, Lu Feng took her on a long tour around the magical city. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of Fanli Group in Jinjiang, the current president was on the phone, listening to the voice on the other end announcing that Fanli Group had completed its bankruptcy sale. The president sat with a grim face, motionless in his chair. Suddenly, someone burst in, snapping the president out of his stupor. "Old Zhao, you received the notice, right? All the shares of the company have been bundled and sold. What should we do now?" A man in his 40s rushed into the president's office and said, "Yes, I already know, and I also know it was purchased by a mysterious young man," Zhao Yun replied bitterly. "Wasn't it bought by Benz or FAW?" The man asked, puzzled. Zhao Yun shook his head, indicating it was whoever bought it. "Doesn't matter. What we need to consider is our next step. I have an idea. Rather than letting Fanli go down with the ship, why not sell its core technology for a huge profit and then go abroad?" The man continued. "What? You want to sell the company's core secrets? Don't you realize how much harm that would bring to the group?" Zhao Yun exclaimed angrily. "Come on, old Zhao, if one does not act for oneself, heaven will punish them. The group is being sold off, it's on the verge of bankruptcy. What can we do?" The man replied. "Who knows what the person who bought Fanli wants to do? It would be better for us to take a chance and secure our own well-being first," the man argued. "Wang Jingyan, the group is in trouble, and you are only thinking about making money. Don't forget, without the group there would be no you today." Zhao Yun slammed the table, standing up in frustration. Seeing Zhao Yun's anger, the man retorted unceremoniously, "Yes, the group made me, but I, Wang Jingyan, have also been diligent and devoted everything to the group. Now that it faces bankruptcy, what can I do? I can only protect myself first." Zhao Yun looked at the emotional man before him and realized that what he said was true. He could only let out a helpless sigh. "You can go." "Oh, I will not agree with your idea," Zhao Yun replied firmly. "Fine, don't say I didn't warn you. Since this is your choice, I respect it. We shall part ways here," the man said as he stood up to leave. "Wait," Zhao Yun suddenly called out. "What, have you come to your senses? Wang Jingyan paused. No, I just want to tell you that you can leave, but do not even think about messing with the company's secrets and technology, Zhao Yun said, with an air of authority befitting a president. You Zhao are in no position to control me. Wang Jingyan shot back immediately. Then we shall meet in court, Zhao Yun said slowly. What? You want to take me to court over these trivial matters? Wang Jingyan exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, as long as you dare to do anything detrimental to the group, I will not let you off, Zhao Yun said, his gaze firm with no hint of jest. The two had an unpleasant conversation and parted ways, and once outside the office, Wang Jingyan found a secluded corner and pulled out his phone to dial a number. Hello, I advised him, but he refused and wants to stay with family. Moreover, he disagrees with selling the company's secrets, Wang Jingyan said in a low voice. Then find a way. Oh, I don't care about the process, just the result. As long as the technology is in place, the money is not an issue. The voice of the president of Audi came through the phone. Wang Jingyan had already been in contact with Audi's people. Under the promise of benefits from Audi's president, he began his stealing plan, with his first step being to unite his trusted subordinates to stage a coup. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun, who had been sitting for a long time, looked at the contact information of the newly appointed board member, and after much thought took out his phone and made the call. Lu Feng was enjoying his time in Disneyland with Lu Yanran when he received Zhao Yun's call. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Zhao Yun, the current president of Family Group. I apologize for disturbing you, Zhao Yun said nervously. Oh, it's President Zhao. What can I do for you? Lu Feng asked, looking puzzled. There is a matter I need to report to you regarding the vice president of the group wanting to resign, Zhao Yun continued. After Zhao Yun explained the situation, Lu Feng finally understood why a company valued at 20 billion was only worth 6 billion renminbi. It was on the verge of bankruptcy. Upon hearing that the vice president wanted to resign, Lu Feng smiled lightly, saying he was aware of it and would personally handle it at the group in a few days. He also instructed Zhao Yun to stabilize the situation before his arrival, promising a significant surprise that would turn family's fortunes around. Listening to Lu Feng's words, Zhao Yun grew very interested in this board member he had never met. Finally, Lu Feng arranged for Zhao Yun to keep this matter absolutely confidential from the vice president. Zhao Yun quickly assured him that he would not let a second person know, and thus their first call came to an end. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng lost interest in continuing to play and casually found a bench to sit down on. I told you there can't be such good fortune. It turns out to be a bankrupt group. Remembering Zhao Yun's words, just now Lu Feng felt a headache coming on, as this bankruptcy of the Fanli Group was not a normal one. It was due to pressure from Benz that they went bankrupt, meaning this was a commercial war, and unfortunately Fanli had lost. The cost of failure was that the group was on the brink of bankruptcy, forced to sell off its assets. If Lu Feng hadn't intervened, Fanli would likely have been acquired by Benz. Benz aimed to defeat the Fanli Group and then acquire its existing production lines and factories to manufacture new energy. Now the Fanli Group that Lu Feng took over was a heap of troubles, lacking funds and filled with anxious employees, and the vice president was preparing to leave with his team. Externally, they faced the predatory gaze of Benz, while other domestic car manufacturers were also eager to take a bite out of the Fanli Group, making the current situation of Fanli precarious. The most pressing issue was the lack of funds. However, Lu Feng himself did not have much money either. His account only had 1 billion from the last Ferrari deal and another 50 million from Times Square. But now at least 1.5 billion was needed to stabilize the situation, so the urgent task was to find money. Where can I get that? Tianyu Group just managed to get through a crisis, and Ferrari wouldn't lend me 1.5 billion. Should I sell Times Square? Lu Feng thought gloomily while sitting on the amusement park bench. Suddenly Lu Feng thought of Shen Shuqian, but quickly dismissed the idea. No way, I just boasted that I would go find her soon, and now I'm thinking about borrowing money from her. What about my pride? Perhaps I should see if the system has any solutions. Thinking this, Lu Feng directly entered the system, explaining the problems he was facing to see if it could help him. To his delight, the system did not disappoint him, directly informing him that he could use reputation points to purchase cash cards in the marketplace. Lu Feng jumped up in excitement upon hearing this. In the marketplace, he found cash cards available for 1 million, 10 million, 1 billion, and even 10 billion or 100 billion. However, Lu Feng only had 10,000 reputation points, enough to buy 10 billion RMB. Looking at the prices, Lu Feng gritted his teeth and ultimately purchased 10 billion RMB, leaving his reputation points at 0. After wrapping everything up, he had just exited the system when he received a notification that 10 billion RMB had been credited to his bank card. Lu Feng let out a long sigh of relief upon seeing the message. With money, any problem would no longer be a problem. Coupled with the new energy he held, revitalizing Fanli was also not an issue. After spending a day at Disneyland, Lu Yanran officially concluded her graduation trip. Not wasting time outside, the two drove back to Guanlan International. They were set to depart tomorrow, so they needed to pack their luggage tonight to avoid delaying their schedule. Brother, I really enjoy being with you. Oh, I don't want to go back, Lu Yanran said while packing her things. Haha, you can always come back if you have fun. I've saved a room for you. You can come whenever you want. Lu Feng smiled and gently flicked her nose. Thank you, brother. After about half an hour of packing, Lu Yinran finally finished. Once everything was settled, they each returned to their rooms to rest, as they had to drive tomorrow. A night passed without a word. In the morning, Lu Feng got up early and woke Lu Yinran, who was still in a dream. After a simple breakfast, they set off on their journey home. Their hometown was in a province about 400 kilometers from the bustling metropolis, which was neither too far nor too close. The car sped along the way, and after 2 hours they finally arrived at their destination, Xuanqing. Looking at the familiar scenery outside the car window, Lu Feng couldn't help but recall his childhood memories, especially since he hadn't been home in 4 years. The car soon entered the neighborhood, and seeing that it looked the same as before, Lu Feng felt a bit anxious about returning home, hesitant to go upstairs. In the end, it was Lu Yinran who pushed him up. Once they were upstairs, Lu Feng hesitated to knock on the door, unsure of what to say. It was Lu Yinran who couldn't stand it anymore and knocked on the door for him. Creak. With the sound, a woman in her 40s opened the door. Years of hard work had left faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, yet her glossy, thick short hair remained black and her eyes were beautiful, with double eyelids bright and delicate, bearing a mature beauty. Upon seeing Lu Feng standing at the door, the woman hurriedly rubbed her eyes, fearing she was mistaken, and then looked again, still in disbelief. Until Lu Feng called out, and her eyes instantly filled with tears, and she embraced Lu Feng, crying. While crying, she said, "Child, you have suffered." At this moment, Lu Feng could no longer suppress his emotions and began to cry while holding the woman. Lu Yinran, standing nearby, couldn't help but shed tears as well. "What's taking so long to open the door?" A voice suddenly came from inside the house. Then a man with glasses and a slightly plump figure came out. Upon seeing Lu Feng, he was also stunned, hurriedly taking off his glasses to wipe them before putting them back on. "Is that you, Xiao Feng?" Hearing her husband's words, the woman released Lu Feng from her embrace and turned to the middle-aged man, saying, "It's Xiao Feng who has come back, old man." Instantly, the man's eyes turned red upon hearing this. Looking at the familiar figure, Lu Feng knelt down and bowed 3 times. The middle-aged man hurried over to help Lu Feng up, and the woman beside him also rushed to assist. "Uncle, and I'm back," Lu Feng said emotionally while kneeling on the ground. "Oh my good child, what are you doing? Get up quickly, the ground is dirty." The woman hurriedly urged Lu Feng to rise. "Yes, why are you kneeling? Come in and talk." The middle-aged man also spoke up. Lu Feng stood up after listening and, accompanied by his aunt, walked into the home he had left 4 years ago. Looking at the familiar arrangement inside the house and the family portrait of the 4 of them hanging on the wall, tears nearly fell from Lu Feng's eyes. As soon as they entered, his aunt urged Lu Feng to sit down while she went to air out his blankets. Since Lu Yinran and he had returned secretly to surprise the couple, they did not inform anyone in advance, so Uncle and the others were unaware of Lu Feng's return today. Sitting on the living room sofa, Lu Feng began to receive his uncle's scolding, complaining that he hadn't returned home during his 4 years of university and that he didn't even want the money his elders sent him, treating his uncle like an outsider. Listening to his uncle's nagging, Lu Feng felt no annoyance. Instead, it filled him with warmth reminiscent of his childhood, when he got into trouble and his uncle would constantly urge him to be obedient and study well. After a while, his aunt, having aired the blankets, joined in the scolding of Lu Feng, while Lu Yinran chimed in with embellishments. Thus the family of 4 chatted until it was nearly evening before reluctantly stopping. His aunt suggested going grocery shopping to prepare a lavish meal for Lu Feng, especially his favorite sweet and sour ribs from childhood. Lu Feng initially suggested going out to eat, not wanting his aunt to be so tired, but he couldn't refuse her insistence and had to agree. He then proposed to go grocery shopping with his aunt, while Uncle stayed home to sort out the ingredients, and his aunt took Lu Feng and Lu Yinran out. Just like in their childhood, whenever his aunt went grocery shopping, Lu Feng and Lu Yinran followed closely, hoping to buy some snacks. Walking through the community with his aunt, Lu Feng noticed that she was in an exceptionally good mood today, greeting everyone she saw and introducing Lu Feng to others. Having lived here for many years, many people recognized Lu Feng. However, after 4 years away, they failed to recognize him. Thanks to his aunt's introductions, many in the community learned that the mischievous yet helpful little boy had returned. "Boss, give me an old goose. I'm going to make soup with it," his aunt said to the vendor. "Big sister, are you having guests at home today?" "You're really generous," the vendor replied with a smile. His aunt pointed at Lu Feng and said, "My child is back. How could we not eat well?" Hearing her words, Lu Feng felt deeply touched. Soon a goose was ready, and his aunt took the 2 little tailgaters to the next stall. After visiting many stalls, Lu Feng and Lu Yanran's arms were full before she finally stopped. Finally, after buying everything, the 3 were about to head home when his aunt suddenly spotted a vendor selling. She rushed over to buy 2 sticks of candied hawthorn for the 2 kids, reminding them to eat them only after dinner, treating Lu Yinran and Lu Feng as if they were still little children. As they walked home in the evening sun with a gentle breeze blowing, the three of them chatted and laughed, creating a beautiful and warm scene that looked like a painting from afar. Upon arriving home, his aunt and uncle busily began preparations while Lu Feng ran over to help, but was refused by the elderly couple. With nothing to do, Lu Feng returned to his room, the one specifically kept for him by uncle and aunt. The room was spotless, well ventilated, and even after 4 years of no one living there was no unpleasant odor. Looking at the bed his uncle had made for him, Lu Feng felt a lump in his throat. Indeed, uncle and aunt have always treated me as their own, even more so than their own daughter Yanran. Now I can finally repay them well, and let them take a good rest, Lu Feng thought as he lay on the bed. Unbeknownst to him, on the sunny-smelling blanket, Lu Feng fell asleep, dreaming he was back in his childhood, enjoying the love from the two adults without reservation alongside Lu Yanran. Knock, knock, knock. Brother, what are you doing? Are you asleep? It's time to get up for dinner, Lu Yanran shouted from outside the door. Upon hearing her call, Lu Feng immediately opened the door. Xiao Feng, hurry up and get up for dinner. Aunt has made your favorite sweet and sour ribs and cola chicken wings, his aunt called out while taking off her apron. Lu Feng responded and walked over with Lu Yanran. Sitting at the dining table, uncle took out a bottle of wine to share with Lu Feng, but aunt intervened, arguing that kids can't drink. Seeing uncle take out the wine, Lu Feng suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to bring up the gifts he bought for them, and hurriedly dragged Lu Yanran outside. What are you two doing? Uncle asked. Just going downstairs to get something, Lu Feng replied without looking back. Those two kids, what could be more important than dinner? Aunt complained. Before long, Lu Feng and Lu Yanran returned with a big bag of goodies. I forgot the gifts I bought for you, hee, Lu Feng said with a silly grin. You silly boy, why do you need to bring gifts when you come home? How much can you earn? You should save a bit, aunt said, looking at the pile of gifts with concern, fearing Lu Feng might deprive himself of food for the sake of these gifts. Yes, your aunt is right. What do we need? We lack nothing, uncle added. After hearing this, Lu Feng placed a bottle of Feiqian mitai on the table. Seeing the mitai, uncle started to nag again, criticizing Lu Feng for not being practical and wasting money on such expensive liquor. Seeing her parents' worried expressions, Lu Yanran helped explain for Lu Feng. Upon hearing that Lu Feng had achieved such great success, now the elderly couple initially expressed disbelief, but after Lu Feng's repeated assurances, they finally believed him. Xiao Feng, we haven't done anything illegal, right? Uncle asked, still a bit uneasy. Of course not, we can't do bad things, and we can't earn unclean money, and also inquired. Seeing the elderly couple becoming worried again, Lu Feng could only reveal part of his business. When they heard that Lu Feng was now a shareholder of a group valued at hundreds of billions, the elderly couple immediately searched for the Tianyu Group online. Upon finding Lu Feng's name in the shareholder list of Tianyu Group on the search engine, uncle was so happy that tears streamed down his face, declaring that the Lu family had finally produced a remarkable figure. Seeing the elderly couple so happy, Lu Feng opened the mitai and poured a glass for uncle, and then the family happily started eating. During the meal, uncle continually praised Lu Feng for his abilities, while aunt watched the two of them chatting with a smile on her face. Xiao Feng, come eat a piece of rib, aunt said, putting a piece of rib into Lu Feng's bowl. Seeing that her mother only served Lu Feng and not her, Lu Yanran complained that it was unfair, and aunt had no choice but to serve her a piece as well. The meal lasted over an hour. Lu Feng helped his uncle, who had drunk too much, to his room, while Lu Yanran and aunt tidied up the house. Since uncle had drunk too much after dinner, only Lu Feng, aunt, and Lu Yanran were left to chat together. Lu Feng introduced a pile of skincare and maintenance products to aunt, who sat on the sofa with a smile watching Lu Feng talk non-stop. At night, in a small room of less than 100 square meters, Lu Feng felt a warmth that even a large villa could not provide. Indeed, familial affection is irreplaceable by anything. Xiao Feng, wake up and come eat. Coming. Lu Feng heard his aunt calling from the living room and hurriedly washed up before stepping out. Seated at the dining table, he gazed at the golden fried eggs his aunt had just prepared, the steaming rice porridge, and the delicately pickled side dishes, his mouth already watering. Yanran, hurry up. We're waiting for you, his uncle called out. In a warm and joyful atmosphere, the four family members finished their breakfast together. His uncle and aunt worked at a local factory. Normally, they would have gone to work, but since Lu Feng had returned home, they decided to take several days off to spend quality time with him. Fortunately, his uncle was now a minor department head at the factory. Otherwise taking leave would have been far more difficult. After breakfast, Lu Feng suggested a family outing, while the morning air remained cool before the midday heat set in. At the mere mention of going out, Lu Yanran lit up with unrestrained excitement. His uncle and aunt climbed into the Audi Lu Feng had driven over, their eyes wide as they took in every detail of what to them was an extraordinary luxury vehicle. Xiao Feng, even though we can earn money now, we must still learn to save, his aunt said earnestly, fearing he might stray from frugality and virtue. Yes, I understand, aunt. Don't worry, Lu Feng replied cheerfully, his smile genuine and reassuring. Xuanqing, a city steeped in Jiangnan's classical charm, was adorned with centuries-old houses and winding ancient streets, a cultural citadel celebrated by poets and literary masters across generations. Today Lu Feng brought his family to one of Xuanqing's most vibrant ancient towns, a place his uncle had often taken them during their childhood. Gazing upon the town's ever-evolving landscape, Lu Feng sighed inwardly at how swiftly time flowed. Then hand in hand the family began strolling through its narrow lanes and weathered courtyards. Brother, try this. It's what we used to eat all the time when we were little. Lu Yanran bought a bag of crispy twisted dough sticks and tore it open, offering one to Lu Feng. Lu Feng accepted the snack, placed it in his mouth, and savored it slowly, while Lu Yanran, without missing a beat, popped one into each of her parents' mouths. Time flows like water, yet this ancient town has stood serene for over 100 years. Its cobblestone alleys whispering tales of bygone eras, its quiet elegance irreplaceable in any modern metropolis. It rests here timeless and still bearing silent witness to generation after generation rising, thriving, and returning home. After touring the ancient town, the family headed out for lunch, and his uncle directed Lu Feng toward a quiet historic street. Here we are, the very spot where I used to bring you both, his uncle beamed, pointing toward a modest, unassuming. Memories surged back. Whenever his uncle and aunt received their monthly wages, they'd treat the children here, and Lu Feng and Lu Yanran always ordered the sweet potato fritters. Has the owner changed? I remember an elderly man running this place. Lu Feng asked, puzzled. That old gentleman retired 2 years ago. The shop is now run by his son, his aunt explained. Let's order first, his uncle said, handing Lu Feng a handwritten menu worn smooth by decades of use. Brother, I want sweet potato fritters and lotus root stuffed glutinous rice balls. Lu Yanran chimed in eagerly. All right, I'll order those for you. Lu Feng selected several dishes and passed the menu back to his uncle. Seeing that Lu Feng hadn't ordered any meat, his uncle and aunt quietly added 2 hearty meat dishes. You're young. You need meat to stay strong, his aunt murmured tenderly. After 10 minutes, the first dish arrived. The sweet potato fritters Lu Feng had longed for years. He lifted one with his chopsticks, placed it gently on his tongue, and savored it slowly. Yes, the taste was exactly as he remembered from childhood. Throughout the meal, his uncle and aunt kept filling Lu Feng's bowl, urging him to eat more, saying he'd grown too thin away from home. To every elder, a child who returns home is always thinner, because love wears worry like a second skin. When lunch ended, his uncle proposed returning home to rest. The summer heat had begun to rise, making afternoon excursions impractical. But Lu Feng refused, promising them a surprise, and drove them onward, destination undisclosed. The car pulled up before a real estate sales center. With gentle curiosity etched on their faces, his uncle and aunt followed Lu Feng inside, where a courteous sales representative greeted them warmly. Welcome. May I ask which property type you'd like to view? Under the representative's enthusiastic explanation, his uncle and aunt finally grasped Lu Feng's intention. He meant to buy a house. While the sales representative stepped away to fetch water, his uncle and aunt leaned in, whispering urgently, why buy a house now? Lu Feng intended the purchase for his uncle and aunt, but fearing their refusal, he told a white lie the apartment was his future matrimonial home, and he simply wanted their advice and companionship while selecting it. To his astonishment, his uncle and aunt grew visibly upset, insisting that they would buy his wedding home, not him. No spending your own money on this, they insisted firmly. Their words pricked Lu Feng's eyes with sudden warmth. Swallowing hard, he softened his tone. Well, we're already here. Why not take a look anyway? Only then did his uncle relent. When the sales representative returned with water, Lu Feng asked her to show them the unit, and she agreed readily. Stepping into the lavishly appointed penthouse, his uncle and aunt stood speechless, awestruck. The representative detailed the resident's total interior area of 280 square meters, 4 bedrooms, and 2 living rooms, each bedroom with its own en-suite bathroom, a shared guest restroom in the living area, plus a dedicated study and a private home theater. 2 master suites featured walk-in closets and deep soaking tubs. After her presentation, she led them on a tour. His uncle and aunt marveled at the capacious bedrooms, sunlit bathrooms, and expansive combined dining and living space, delight sparkling in their eyes. Watching their joy, Lu Feng quietly drew Lu Yanran aside for a whispered conversation. He instructed her to keep the elders occupied while he returned to the sales office to complete the payment. Knowing Lu Feng's extraordinary wealth, Lu Yanran offered no protest. Only quiet resolve. She too wished her parents to live in comfort and dignity. Under Lu Yanran's subtle diversion, Lu Feng slipped away unnoticed to finalize the purchase. Back at the sales office, Lu Feng approached the sales manager, named the unit he wished to acquire, and specified the name of the representative who had accompanied him. The manager immediately began calculating the price. Mentioning the representative's name wasn't mere courtesy. Lu Feng knew full well how easily commissions could vanish into managerial discretion. After all, she had been unfailingly attentive, introducing every feature, serving tea and water, guiding them through model units under sweltering heat. Lu Feng saw no reason not to ensure her effort was duly rewarded. Sir, the unit you've selected spans 318 square meters total, with 280 square meters of usable interior space and 38 square meters allocated to common areas, the manager announced respectfully. Just tell me the final amount, Lu Feng replied coolly, wealth having long rendered square meter calculations irrelevant to him. As this is a fully furnished, moving-ready residence, including premium appliances and bespoke furnishings, the asking price is $320 per square meter, totaling $1017600. However, I'm authorized to offer you a special arrangement, €1 flat, and 3 years of waived property management fees, the manager murmured, barely containing his elation. Fine. Swipe the card, Lu Feng said without hesitation, handing his bank card to the manager. The manager's certainty deepened. This young man was no ordinary buyer. Most affluent clients required weeks of deliberation, even then rarely paying in full. Yet here stood someone who within hours of viewing committed 10 million yuan without pause. The manager carried the card to the finance desk and inserted it into the terminal himself, then froze stunned. The finance clerk, assuming the machine had malfunctioned, moved forward, only to stare dumbfounded at the screen displaying the account balance. Xiao, did I read that correctly? How many digits does that balance show? The manager whispered. Finance clerk Xiao counted aloud, fingers trembling. Manager, it's nearly 1,200 million. Hearing 1,200 million, the manager instantly understood anyone carrying such liquidity on a single card possessed a net worth measured not in millions, but in billions. Reverence settled over him, profound and absolute. Meanwhile, Lu Feng sat relaxed on the sofa, attended by other sales representatives, offering chilled fruit, gourmet snacks, freshly brewed tea, and glances laced with quiet, unspoken allure. Why such attentiveness? They weren't blind. A man who viewed properties for under 2 hours and purchased a multi-million yuan residence outright was no ordinary client. Had he asked for their numbers, they'd have texted him by nightfall, bathed and ready. Even a group invitation wouldn't have raised eyebrows, not when such an opportunity to ascend rested within reach. And truth be told, he was undeniably handsome. As Lu Feng sat idly on the sofa, a man caught sight of him, paused, then strode over with unmistakable recognition. Lu Feng, is that really you? Lu Feng stared at the person in front of him for a long time without recognizing who it was. The man, seeing that Lu Feng had yet to identify him, playfully remarked, you really forget things easily, don't you? I'm your high school classmate, Lu Ziyang. Lu Feng suddenly remembered Lu Ziyang, his high school classmate, though their relationship had been only average. Ziyang, long time no see. You've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you, Lu Feng said with a smile, extending his hand. Yeah, you haven't come back since you went to college, so of course I've changed a lot, Lu Ziyang replied, shaking hands with Lu Feng. What are you doing here? Lu Feng asked. Don't mention it, I'm just here to look at some houses. My girlfriend insists on getting a place here, Lu Ziyang said helplessly. Oh, are you getting married? Starting to prepare for the wedding house? Lu Feng asked with a smile. Not really, I'm just here to take a look first. The houses here are the best in Xuanqing, so we set our first target here, Lu Ziyang said. The houses here are quite nice, Lu Feng replied. Yes, especially the large flat inside, which is luxurious among luxuries, but my budget can only afford a regular apartment, Lu Ziyang said with a laugh, shaking his head. After chatting for a while, the manager finally finished processing the payment and came out. Mr. Lu, here is your card, please keep it safe, the manager said respectfully, returning the card to Lu Feng. The paperwork should be done in 2 days. Just come by to pick it up, and then we can take care of the property certificate. All right, I understand, Lu Feng replied calmly. After exchanging a few more words with Lu Ziyang, Lu Feng prepared to find his uncle and the others. However, just as he took a few steps, the sales manager called him back, informing him that 2 parking spaces had been gifted to him, and that he should confirm this when he picked up the documents in a couple of days. Lu Feng thanked the sales manager and left. Lu Ziyang, still confused about the situation, heard the sales manager talking to him, asking if he was close. Seeing the manager's question, Lu Ziyang replied that he and Lu Feng were high school classmates and just happened to run into each other today to chat. Upon hearing that Lu Ziyang was a classmate of Lu Feng, the sales manager became enthusiastic, and when he learned that Lu Ziyang was looking at houses here, he quickly promised to give him the best price. This left Lu Ziyang a bit bewildered. Seeing this, the sales manager explained, and upon hearing that Lu Feng had just paid 10 million for the large flat he had dreamed of, Lu Ziyang realized he no longer recognized this former classmate. Meanwhile, Lu Feng had returned to the house. The saleswoman was still introducing the kitchen's range hood to his aunt, and when Lu Yanran saw Lu Feng return, she hurried over. Bro, did you get it done? How much did it cost? Lu Yanran asked quietly. Yes, it's done, not too much, just 10 million, and they threw in 2 parking spaces, Lu Feng replied, equally quietly. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, Lu Yanran was still startled by the price. 10 million. If it were saved in a bank, the annual interest would be 300,000 to 400,000, which meant she wouldn't have to work for a lifetime. Bro, that's a bit too expensive, shouldn't we reconsider? Lu Yanran said, feeling distressed. Ha ha, you little girl, I earn money to spend on family. If I don't spend it on uncle and the others, who should I spend it on? Besides, it's just a house. I can never repay uncle's kindness in this lifetime, Lu Feng laughed. Despite Lu Feng's reassurances, Lu Yanran still felt a bit of heartache, because in her eyes it wasn't easy for her brother to earn money. Seeing that Lu Yanran wanted to say something else, Lu Feng ruffled her hair and told her that since the house was already bought, she should just enjoy living in it. The little girl then stopped saying anything more. At that moment, Uncle, who was studying the dishwasher, noticed Lu Feng and asked what he had been doing. Lu Feng casually made up an excuse to deflect the question, and Uncle didn't think much of it. At this time, Aunt was already preparing to ask how much the sales price was. She wanted to buy the house for Lu Feng. Once Lu Feng heard Aunt asking about the price, he quickly ran over, pulling the saleswoman outside, then exchanged a glance with Lu Yanran, who gave him an okay gesture to reassure him. This move left both Uncle and Aunt bewildered. As Lu Feng pulled the saleswoman out the door, she looked at him, her face flushed, confused about why this handsome guy had pulled her outside. Looking at the shy girl he had caused, Lu Feng explained that he had already paid for the house, and that the commission and performance would be credited to her. Upon hearing that the house had been paid for, and that the performance would count towards her, the saleswoman was so excited she didn't know what to do. After all, this was a house worth over 10 million, and the commission for a large flat would be even higher, allowing her to earn over 800. She had only been with Lu Feng for less than 3 hours, and now she had completed the sale. The girl was so overwhelmed by the happiness before her that she felt dizzy. After a long while, the salesgirl finally came to her senses and began to frantically thank Lu Feng, saying she wanted to treat him to a meal, but Lu Feng waved his hand to decline. After letting the salesgirl leave, Lu Feng returned to the room and heard Uncle and Aunt discussing buying him a house. Actually, Uncle had money. His and Aunt's combined salaries and bonuses amounted to about 300 a month, so they dared to discuss buying Lu Feng this house. Lu Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and stepped out. As soon as Aunt saw Lu Feng, she asked where he had been and where the salesgirl had gone. Lu Feng sat on the sofa looking seriously at Uncle and Aunt, telling them to prepare themselves because he had something to say. Uncle and Aunt were both confused. Uncle, Aunt, please don't get too excited, Lu Feng said with a smile. You little rascal, what do you want to tell us? Is it that you don't have enough money? Uncle asked with concern. No, I just wanted to ask if you like this house, Lu Feng asked. I do, will buy it for you as a wedding house, Aunt replied. As long as you like it, because I've already bought it just now, Lu Feng told them. What? You're not joking, are you? Uncle and Aunt asked, looking incredulous. Really, Mom and Dad, he really bought it, Lu Yanran chimed in, smiling. Then how much did this house cost? It must be over 3 million, right? I know you're rich, but buying a house is our responsibility. Why are you worrying about it? Uncle said, sounding displeased. Yes, Xiaofeng, later, I will have your uncle transfer the money to you. You're just starting your business, and you need money right now. Besides, it was already decided that we would buy you a house, Aunt added. Hearing the sincere words from Uncle and Aunt, Lu Feng stepped forward and hugged them tightly. Although they didn't understand why Lu Feng suddenly embraced them, they held him tightly, as they had long regarded Lu Feng as their own son. After hugging them, Lu Feng whispered that he bought this house for them to repay their nurturing kindness and to let them. In the end, they refused to accept it, saying the house should be used as Lu Feng's wedding house, and they had their own place to live. Lu Feng had no choice but to hold their hands and explain for a long time before they gradually accepted. Xiaofeng, how much is this house? Given the current average price in Xuanxing is around 100, it must be over 3 million, Uncle asked. Just as Lu Feng was about to answer, Lu Yanran jumped in first. I know, bro, spent a total of 10 million. What, it's so expensive, Uncle and Aunt exclaimed after hearing the price. Yes, what you know is the average housing price. This is a high-end community, and it's a luxurious flat, all beautifully decorated, so it must be expensive, Lu Yanran explained. After hearing the price, the 2 elders insisted that Lu Feng return it. Lu Feng looked at the 2 elders earnestly and said, Uncle, Aunt, you have raised me for so many years, treating me as your own, loving me even more than you love Yanran. How can I repay you? Now that I have money, how about buying you a house? I can never repay your kindness. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Aunt was already moved to tears, leaning into Lu Yanran's embrace, while Uncle's eyes turned red as he stepped forward to hug Lu Feng, patting his back repeatedly. Good boy, Uncle didn't love you for nothing. After a long while, Uncle finally released Lu Feng and said. Aunt also stopped crying with Lu Yanran's comfort. Today is a great day for us to buy a house, no more crying, okay? Lu Feng said, wiping a tear and smiling. Right, what Xiaofeng said is true. You two should wipe your tears too, we need to be happy, Uncle echoed. Lu Yanran and her mother wiped their tears and smiled. Then let's go? Later you'll find a cleaner to tidy up the place. In a couple of days we'll move in, Lu Feng said. Oh, why find a cleaner? I can come over tomorrow to clean up, why waste that money? Aunt said, feeling distressed. Right, your aunt is right. We have money now, but we shouldn't waste it. Tomorrow I'll come with your aunt to clean up, uncle. With no choice, Lu Feng had to agree, and then the group went downstairs to prepare to head back. Before leaving, Lu Feng secretly sent a text to the manager asking him to find a few cleaners to help with the cleaning, and the manager readily agreed. After returning home, uncle and aunt sat on the sofa, unable to move, feeling as if today was just a dream. Lu Feng poured them a glass of water, and they sat in the living room chatting. After a long time, Lu Feng finally returned to his room, preparing to enter the system to see what good things were available today. After all, after so many returns, he wasn't like before, waiting specifically for the system to refresh before checking what could be generated. As Lu Feng would put it, he was used to it. As his consciousness entered the system, reminded Lu Feng whether he was ready to draw prizes or refresh items. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng chose to refresh items as usual. Ding! Today's flash sale items have been refreshed. The results are as follows. Rolex watch series with a total of 12 watches worth 20 million. 3 billion cash card worth 3 billion renminbi. 1 lottery draw from the mall, value immeasurable. Huh, what's going on? What is this third item? Lu Feng asked. The secondary system can refresh the products it carries, such as reputation points, lottery opportunities, special skills, and so on, the system explained coldly. Oh right, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. I used up all my reputation points last time. How can I earn more? Lu Feng asked again. Reputation points are related to the host's own assets and reputation. Currently, the host can generate 100 reputation points daily, the system explained. Okay, got it. Lu Feng nodded, and then chose the 3 billion cash card before exiting. Just in time, Lu Feng was planning to visit Jinjiang City in a couple of days. With this 3 billion plus the original more than 1 billion, the financial issues of Family Group could be said to be completely resolved. By the way, isn't it possible to refresh characters? Why have I not seen any after several tries? The probability is too low, Lu Feng thought, as he had been longing for those bodyguards for a long time. Unlike Lu Feng, who was resting on his bed, uncle and aunt went out to the vegetable market to buy groceries, preparing to come back and make delicious food for Lu Feng. After the two returned from the market, they began to cook dinner in the kitchen. Before long, 6 dishes and a soup were ready, and they called Lu Feng to come out for dinner. Hearing uncle calling him, Lu Feng quickly jumped out of bed, walked into the living room, and saw that uncle and aunt had already prepared the meal waiting for him. Lu Feng knocked on Lu Yanran's door, asking her to come out for dinner. After dinner, Lu Feng discussed with uncle and aunt, saying that once the cleaning was done they could move in directly. Uncle and aunt agreed, but when they learned that Lu Feng had secretly hired cleaners, they couldn't help but complain about him. A night without conversation. Early the next morning, Lu Yanran was woken up by Lu Feng, and the two hurried out, without even having breakfast. What's going on, brother? I'm so sleepy. Why did you wake me up so early? Lu Yanran yawned, sitting in the car. Aren't we going to buy some things for the new house? If we buy them in advance, we won't have to move the old stuff over and over again, Lu Feng said. Upon hearing that they were going to buy things, Lu Yanran instantly perked up and quickly mentioned that her new room lacked a dressing table. Lu Feng, hearing this generously, said that once they arrived she could buy whatever she wanted. Soon the two arrived at the largest home improvement plaza in Shuanqing. Although most things were already in the flat, some small items and daily necessities were still lacking. For example, quilts, bath towels, and so on. There were many missing, which is why Lu Feng dragged Lu Yanran out early in the morning to buy things. The two first went to the furniture store to help Lu Yanran choose a dressing table. Soon she chose a white and blue spliced vanity, and Lu Feng left the new address for them to deliver it in the afternoon. Then they went to the home living area to pick some essentials such as towels, bath towels, slippers, and so on. In the end, Lu Feng also chose a few down comforters for the delivery man to bring in the afternoon. Before long, the morning had passed. Lu Feng and Lu Yanran grabbed a quick bite on the street and then headed to the new house. As they just arrived downstairs, the delivery man was already waiting there, and Lu Feng brought him upstairs. With the delivery man's effort, everything was soon delivered upstairs. Lu Feng tipped the man 500 yuan, and the man happily left. Alright, it's time for us to work hard. Tonight, let's give them a surprise, Lu Feng said to Lu Yanran. After saying that, they began to arrange the new house, quickly putting the daily necessities in their designated place. Since the cleaner arranged by the sales manager had already cleaned overnight, it took less than 2 hours to set up all the living supplies in the new house, ready to move in at any time. Just as Lu Feng lay down on the sofa to rest for a bit, he called the hotel to have a table of dishes delivered, preparing to celebrate with uncle and aunt tonight. With everything ready, Lu Feng asked Lu Yanran to wait for the hotel delivery while he went back to pick up uncle. Uncle opened the door. Lu Feng shouted from outside. Hearing the noise, uncle walked over to help Lu Feng open the door. Where have you been all day, bringing Yanran and disappearing? Uncle asked curiously. I can't say, oh, I want to give you all a surprise, Lu Feng said mysteriously. What's so mysterious, Xiao Feng? Ant also asked curiously upon hearing their conversation. Let's go, you'll know when we get there, he said, pulling the two of them downstairs. Although they didn't quite understand what was going on, Uncle and Aunt still followed along with smiles. Soon the car arrived at the Tan courtyard, which was the new house they had just bought. Seeing Lu Feng arrive at the Tan courtyard, Uncle curiously asked what they were doing here, as they hadn't brought anything from the old home and couldn't stay. Lu Feng didn't explain. After parking the car, he took the two of them upstairs. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Yanran quickly jumped out, and at the same time the firecracker in her hand went off. Welcome, Mom and Dad, to our new home, Lu Yanran said with a smile. Uncle and Aunt were still trying to grasp the situation when Lu Feng explained, today for the new home, Yanran and I have been busy all day. Now the new home is ready for immediate occupancy, everything is complete. After hearing this, Uncle and Aunt were deeply moved by Lu Feng's efforts. Suddenly remembering something, Aunt exclaimed, I need to hurry and buy some vegetables and seasonings, a dinner is coming up soon. Hearing this, Lu Yanran took her mother's hand and walked toward the dining room. Seeing the dishes arranged on the table, Lu Yanran explained that Lu Feng had prepared everything in advance, and Aunt praised Lu Feng for growing up. Then the family happily finished their first meal in the new home. Aunt, taking the dishes to the kitchen, still wanted to wash them, but Lu Yanran came over and directly placed the dishes in the dishwasher, then began to teach her mother how to use the kitchen appliances. Although Lu Yanran couldn't cook, being young, she quickly got the hang of the new gadgets, and soon with Lu Yanran's explanations, Aunt understood the high-tech kitchen. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and Uncle were talking in the living room about leaving home the next day to go to Jinjiang City for a company matter that required his presence. After hearing this, Uncle didn't say much, only advising him to drive slowly and be safe. After chatting for a while, Lu Feng returned to his room, opened the system to make his choice for the day, but today luck seemed particularly poor. The best option was a Patek Philippe watch set worth 65 million. After making his choice, Lu Feng lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Uncle and Aunt, lying in the new room, couldn't fall asleep. They sat there reminiscing about the past, sharing stories about Lu Feng and Lu Yanran's childhood antics until late at night, unable to believe they were now living in a house worth 10 million. A night passed without incident. After having breakfast made by Aunt in the morning, Lu Feng drove toward. As Lu Feng headed to Jinjiang City, the Fanli group was thrown into chaos. Ever since Zhao Yun and Wang Jingyan had a fallout, Wang Jingyan began working on his subordinates and some executives for the benefit of Yadi. He wanted them to provide core secrets about Fanli in exchange for money, but aside from his own loyal employees, few dared to comply without knowing about the group's impending bankruptcy. Upon hearing from his secretary about Wang Jingyan's dealings with researchers, Zhao Yun was furious and immediately called Wang Jingyan to the office. Wang Jingyan, what are you doing? Zhao Yun slammed the table angrily. Old Zhao, I haven't done anything. Why are you so mad? Wang Jingyan replied nonchalantly. Do you know what impact your actions will have on the group? I don't know. I only know I have to think about my own interests. The group was blind to hire you in the first place. Zhao, I warn you not to talk nonsense. You're already in a precarious situation and you still don't want me to secure an escape route for myself. The two began to argue loudly in the office, startling the passing employees who overheard the commotion. After a while, the office door was swung open and Wang Jingyan came out, whispering a few words to his confidant before the confidant left. Within 10 minutes, the entire group was aware of the impending bankruptcy news. The whole group fell into complete disarray. From the moment Wang Jingyan announced the bankruptcy to the time Zhao Yun realized it, less than 10 minutes passed. He never imagined Wang Jingyan would actually dare to publicly declare the company bankrupt. Zhao Yun quickly walked out, pointing at Wang Jingyan's nose and scolding him. At this point, Wang Jingyan also lost restraint and started arguing with Zhao Yun. Seeing the two arguing in public, the company executives hurried over to separate them. Zhao Yun, not wanting to continue arguing with Wang Jingyan, quickly pulled out his phone and connected to the company's communication system to explain. Everyone, please do not believe what was just said. The company is not bankrupt, it has merely changed its chairman. I have received notification that the new chairman will be coming today with a large sum of funds to help the group through this crisis. Please trust me. Most of the lower-level employees chose to believe the president after hearing his explanation, except for Wang Jingyan's direct subordinates. However, Zhao Yun's reassurance could only comfort ordinary employees. Many executives had already learned some news, but dared not confirm it. Now that the bankruptcy news was spoken by the vice president, many began to consider their own escape routes. Wang Jingyan, wait for the lawyer's letter, Zhao Yun said angrily after sending the message. Wang Jingyan burst into laughter upon hearing this. President Zhao, people die for wealth and birds die for food. The group is bankrupt, why should we stick around? Wang Jingyan scoffed. Just as Zhao Yun was about to retort, Wang Jingyan loudly continued. Isn't the new chairman coming today? This is my resignation letter, I need him to sign it. This statement seemed to open Pandora's box, and many executives reacted. Since the company was really going to close, they needed to seize the time to prepare an escape route for themselves, such as Wang Jingyan's previous suggestion, to abscond with the company's secrets, using the company's interests to exchange for their own. Just as Zhao Yun was about to stop them, his phone in his pocket rang. Taking it out, he saw it was a call from Lu Feng. Zhao Yun hurriedly answered the phone, and upon hearing that Lu Feng had arrived, he was so excited, he almost cried, quickly rushing down to meet Lu Feng. Wang Jingyan looked at the departing Zhao Yun with a disdainful expression. He knew the current situation of the group. If someone were to take over fondly, they would need at least several billion to stabilize the current turmoil. If they wanted to turn the company's losses into profits, they would need at least 4 to 5 billion. Let me see how this new chairman faces the current plight of the group. With so many executives and employees resigning, it would likely drive the new chairman to despair. To buy this group at such a high price only to face bankruptcy. If it were me, I would be crushed too, Wang Jingyan thought with a smile. Just as Wang Jingyan was reveling in the misfortune, the elevator doors opened not far away, and Zhao Yun respectfully accompanied a young man out. Lu Feng had arrived. Seeing Lu Feng approaching, Wang Jingyan felt a sudden sense of panic for some unknown reason. Soon Lu Feng stood before Wang Jingyan accompanied by Zhao Yun. Wang Jingyan was directly overwhelmed by Lu Feng's imposing aura, and a layer of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. "Hello, Vice President Wang," Lu Feng said politely. Seeing Lu Feng take the initiative to greet him, Wang Jingyan let out a long sigh of relief. It seems this new chairman isn't as formidable as rumored. He's already softening up. Perhaps he will soon plead with me to stay and stabilize the situation, Wang Jingyan thought to himself, looking down on Lu Feng a bit. "Hello, you must be Chairman Lu. It's truly an honor to meet you today. Your reputation precedes you," Wang Jingyan said with a smile. At this moment, the executives who had just prepared their resignation letters also approached, but upon seeing the new chairman, Lu Feng, from a distance, they were too frightened to step forward. "Let's go inside and talk," Lu Feng said indifferently. Hearing this, Wang Jingyan thought Lu Feng wanted to find a quieter place to negotiate with him, so he was naturally eager to comply. The three of them then walked into Zhao Yun's office. Lu Feng headed straight for the president's chair, while the other two found their seats. "I heard Vice President Wang wants to resign. What's the reason?" Lu Feng asked calmly while sitting in the chair. "Well, Chairman Lu, I'm getting older and feeling a bit overwhelmed, so I'm looking for a lighter job to enjoy life," he said. Lu Feng's calm demeanor made Wang Jingyan uncertain about Lu Feng's intentions, forcing him to come up with, "Oh, so you want to retire? Then why not stay in the company instead of trying to sell company secrets?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyan's face changed dramatically, and he didn't know how to respond. "Moreover, not only do you wish to betray the company's interests, but you are also inciting others to resign and join you in this corruption. Do you know what will happen because of this?" Lu Feng snorted coldly, and then looked at Zhao Yun. "Bring in those who intend to leave, even those who are ready to sell the company's interests." Zhao Yun nodded, and soon brought those people in. Dozens of individuals flooded into the office, but they all exchanged glances, none daring to speak. "Why is everyone so quiet?" Lu Feng glanced at them, and asked while lifting his teacup. Upon hearing the chairman address them, the employees and executives became even more frightened, each one afraid to say a word. "Vice President Wang, why is everyone silent?" Lu Feng directly called out after taking a sip of water. "Chairman Lu, now that you are here, let us part amicably. Oh, please do not hinder us from leaving. After all, we haven't actually stolen any company's secrets. Even if you call the police, it won't matter," Wang Jingyan said, suppressing his inner turmoil. Now that Lu Feng, the chairman, has arrived, if they still tried to steal company secrets, they would surely face dire consequences. They just wanted to leave hastily amidst the chaos, fearing Lu Feng would hold them accountable later. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing Wang Jingyan's words. "Since everyone wants to leave the group thinking it can no longer hold up, I will grant your wish. After all, I cannot cut off your livelihood." Lu Feng's expression grew colder, yet he did not refuse their intentions. "Thank you, Chairman Lu," Wang Jingyan said as he stood up to express his gratitude. "All right, since I'm here today, let's sign your resignation letter, starting with Vice President Wang," Lu Feng said, looking at Wang Jingyan. Although he didn't understand why Lu Feng agreed so easily, and did not try to persuade him to stay, Wang Jingyan still obediently handed over his resignation letter. After reviewing the resignation letter, Lu Feng picked up a pen and wrote his name in the signature area. He also signed the resignation letters of the other executives, while the resignation letters from some employees were handed to Zhao Yun for signature. Soon the resignation letters were signed by Lu Feng and Zhao Yun. "Thank you for your assistance, Chairman Lu," Wang Jingyan said happily, also prompting the other executives and employees to thank Lu Feng together. Hearing the gratitude from these people, Zhao Yun could no longer contain himself. He pointed at Wang Jingyan's nose and scolded him for being ungrateful. Wang Jingyan, aware of Lu Feng's presence, dared not retaliate and could only endure Zhao Yun's tirade. After scolding Wang Jingyan, Zhao Yun turned to berate the other executives who lowered their heads in shame from the scolding. Thus, after Zhao Yun scolded for more than 10 minutes, he finally stopped at Lu Feng's behest. If it weren't for Lu Feng's intervention, Zhao Yun claimed, he could scold all day. Having scolded and signed the resignation letters, Wang Jingyan just wanted to quickly lead his subordinates away. Chairman Lu, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave, Wang Jingyan said, and the executives and employees nodded in unison as they didn't want to stay here a moment longer. Wait a moment, Vice President Wang. Now that you are resigning and I have accepted it, what about the penalty for breaking the contract? Lu Feng asked, tapping the table and looking up. The faces of the executives and employees changed drastically upon hearing about the penalty. They knew that as technicians and senior management, they had signed some special agreements, and if they wanted to resign voluntarily, they would owe the company a significant amount of money. However, having come this far, even if they would owe a large sum, they could only grit their teeth and agree. After all, they had cut off their own path. No problem, Chairman Lu, we understand the rules, and will pay the penalty, Wang Jingyan said through gritted teeth and turned to lead the executives away, but was called back by Lu Feng. Vice President Wang, since we've settled the penalty issue, let's discuss the rumors you've been spreading about the company going bankrupt, he said. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyan felt completely liberated. After all, the resignation letter had already been signed. Now that Lu Feng was no longer his superior, he had nothing to fear. Thus he said with a very strong tone, Chairman Lu, to my knowledge, the group owes at least several billion and is completely unable to repay it, which is why it is going bankrupt and being sold. I'm not wrong, am I? Yes, that's correct, Lu Feng replied calmly. Then can my statement about the company going bankrupt still be considered a rumor? If it were to be investigated, the higher-ups hiding the group's bankruptcy from the employees would be the ones legally responsible. Wang Jingyan became more and more excited as he spoke, thinking that with this leverage he might not even have to pay the resignation penalty. Seeing Lu Feng at a disadvantage, Zhao Yun wanted to help Lu Feng retort, but was stopped by Lu Feng and could only sit down helplessly. Oh, who told you that the group is unable to repay this debt? And who told you that the group is going bankrupt? Lu Feng asked, looking at the pleased Wang Jingyan. Didn't you just admit it yourself? How come you're saying this now? Wang Jingyan was confused by Lu Feng. Lu Feng ignored him and simply instructed Zhao Yun to take his bank card to the finance department to bring the financial records and machines over. Zhao Yun, although puzzled, had no choice but to comply. Soon Zhao Yun returned with the financial records and machines. Chairman Lu, I brought everything you asked for, Zhao Yun said, panting as he had just run to find the finance team, and then hurried back. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Feng said, then turned to the confused finance staff and instructed Zhao Yun to give her the bank card to check the balance. After receiving the bank card, the finance staff swiped it on the machine and the computer displayed the balance. Seeing the numbers on the screen, the finance staff thought there was a mistake and swiped again, but the same numbers appeared. The finance staff was stunned on the spot. Zhao Yun, standing nearby, thought the finance staff was unreliable and stepped forward to operate it himself, but he was also taken aback by the numbers on the screen. While both of them were frozen in front of the computer, Wang Jingyan could no longer sit still. Looking at the smiling Lu Feng and the stunned finance staff, and Zhao Yun, Wang Jingyan pushed through the crowd and squeezed and then looked at the computer screen. In the next moment, Wang Jingyan was also frozen there, and his face turned pale instantly. He saw that string of numbers. As he looked at the equally stunned Wang Jingyan, Lu Feng calmly instructed the finance officer to announce the amount of money in the bank card. Upon hearing this, the finance officer trembled as she lifted her head and whispered a response. I can't hear you, please speak louder, Lu Feng said again. Director Lu's bank card contains nearly 4.2 billion renminbi, the finance officer shouted at the top of her lungs. In an instant, the executives and employees nearby were also stunned. No one expected there was so much money in that card, nor did they anticipate Lu Feng possessed such wealth. Miss Finance, please withdraw 2 billion from this amount and transfer it to the group account. Lu Feng ignored the others beside him. Upon hearing this, the finance officer rushed to start the operation, as this was her area of expertise and her first chance to perform in front of the chairman. She couldn't afford to make a mistake. Soon under the finance officer's operation, the already depleted group account suddenly had 2 billion added to it. Seeing the money had arrived, Lu Feng began to challenge Wang Jingyan. So, Vice President Wang, does the company still need to go bankrupt? Were your previous statements mere rumors? Wang Jingyan panicked at these words, for with this 2 billion the group could truly be revived, meaning his earlier claims were indeed just rumors. Once confirmed as rumors, the group could immediately take him to court, and he would have no way to refute it since the group was indeed not bankrupt. The more he thought about it, the more fearful Wang Jingyan became, and he began to tremble. Suddenly, as if he had found a lifeline, he spoke up. What I said was that the group would go bankrupt before you took over. I didn't expect you could actually come up with 2 billion to help the group revive, so I don't consider it spreading rumors. But you spread rumors after I took over the group. You had no idea whether the chairman had the ability to resolve the group's issues and concluded the group would go bankrupt, even spreading rumors to the employees below. Shouldn't you bear the losses caused by this? Lu Feng suddenly stood up, his aura pressing down on Wang Jingyan like a mountain. Wang Jingyan was overwhelmed by Lu Feng's imposing presence and words collapsing to the ground. Zhao Yun beside him was also startled, as Lu Feng's aura resembled that of a ferocious tiger. Seeing Wang Jingyan terrified and sitting on the ground, Lu Feng seemed to transform into a different person, gently speaking to the finance officer standing nearby. "Here are my car keys. Please fetch the document bag from the passenger seat." After hearing this, the finance officer took the keys and dashed out, feeling the pressure in the CEO's office was too intense to stay even for a second. After the finance officer went to retrieve the keys, Lu Feng squatted beside Wang Jingyan, smiling as he looked at him. Wang Jingyan, frightened, braced himself with both arms on the floor and inched backward. But how could Lu Feng let him off the hook? He had been so arrogant just moments ago, and now it was time for him to feel utterly humiliated. Lu Feng addressed Wang Jingyan again. "If you have no further issues, I will have my lawyer send you a letter tomorrow. See you in court." At this moment, Zhao Yun, standing nearby, also began to add fuel to the fire. "Director Lu, our group has a legal department. We can have them file a lawsuit against Wang Jingyan for endangering the group's reputation by spreading rumors and causing internal panic." Zhao Yun was genuinely enjoying himself at this point, having held back his anger while watching Wang Jingyan flaunt his authority earlier. He was now able to vent it all onto Wang Jingyan. "Is that so? Then let the legal department send him a letter," Lu Feng replied readily upon hearing that this was possible. After receiving the order, Zhao Yun hurriedly ran out to inform the legal department himself. Just as Zhao Yun stepped out, the finance officer returned with the documents. "Hello, Lu Dong, here are the documents you requested," she said breathlessly, handing the car keys and a thick document bag to Lu Feng. "Thank you for your hard work. I'll grant you 3 days of paid leave. Make sure to rest well," Lu Feng said to the panting finance officer. Hearing that running an errand earned her 3 days of paid leave, the finance officer was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked Lu Feng before leaving. After receiving the document bag, Lu Feng sat back down in his chair and began to examine its contents. Wang Jingyan finally stood up from the ground, but at this moment, he could only stand there obediently, afraid. After looking at the documents for a while, Lu Feng lifted his head, a flash of anger crossing his face, but quickly disappearing. He then glared at Wang Jingyan, who was taken aback by Lu Feng's expression. It was known that until now Lu Feng had not shown such an expression, but after reading the documents he revealed this expression towards him. What could the documents possibly contain that could provoke such a reaction from someone usually so composed? "Wang Jingyan, don't you want to know what exactly is recorded in these documents?" Lu Feng's calm voice exploded in Wang Jingyan's ears. Instantly Wang Jingyan was left in a state of panic. Just moments ago Lu Feng had addressed him as Vice President Wang, but now he was directly calling him by name. Wang Jingyan trembled as he claimed he did not know what was written, hoping Lu Feng would enlighten him. Seeing that Wang Jingyan was still not giving up, Lu Feng began to read from the documents. On April 25, 2017, Wang Jingyan used his position to embezzle RMB from company funds. On June 13, 2017, Wang Jingyan, utilizing his position as vice president, molested a female employee who held evidence but did not dare to report it. On February 5, 2018, Wang Jingyan received a kickback of 1.2 million renminbi from a supplier. In August 2019, he arranged for relatives to enter the group under his identity, including even his 70-year-old uncle, who was appointed as a surveillance guard. Suppressing his anger, Lu Feng looked at Wang Jingyan, who had once again collapsed to the ground, and threw the document he held directly at him. With a loud thud, the document hit Wang Jingyan on the head. However, Wang Jingyan seemed to feel no pain and merely stared blankly at the scattered documents on the floor. "The evidence is irrefutable. What I've read is less than 1/10 of the total. Do you have anything to say?" Lu Feng regained his composure and spoke calmly. At this moment, Wang Jingyan was like a wooden puppet, showing no reaction whatsoever. Just then, Zhao Yun walked in with the lawsuit documents from the legal department. Seeing a group of terrified executives, the collapsed Wang Jingyan and Lu Feng, who was leisurely sipping tea in the chairman's chair, Zhao Yun was left bewildered. Zhao Yun cautiously approached Lu Feng and handed him the lawsuit documents. "Director Lu, the lawsuit documents are ready for your review." Unexpectedly, Lu Feng didn't even glance at them before ripping them apart. Zhao Yun was so frightened, he didn't dare to breathe. "Go pick up the documents on the floor, rewrite the contents, and add them to a new lawyer's letter to our deputy general manager," Lu Feng instructed. After hearing this, Zhao Yun immediately bent down to pick up the documents on the floor. After casually glancing at them, he became enraged. He always knew Wang Jingyan had been up to no good, but out of respect for his contributions to the group, he had turned a blind eye. He never expected Wang Jingyan had done so much. He immediately began to criticize Wang Jingyan again. All right, enough noise, Lu Feng said as he set his teacup down on the table. Zhao Yun immediately ceased to speak. Seeing everyone quiet down, Lu Feng continued, I understand that clear waters have no fish. You could have just admitted to being a little greedy, yet you molested employees and arranged for your incapable relatives to enter the company. Especially your uncle. What abilities does he have? Does he even know what surveillance is for? Hearing Lu Feng's words, the executives nearby could no longer hold back their laughter. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng turned and began to address them. Don't hold back your laughs. Do you see the remaining documents on my desk? Lu Feng said as he picked one up and began to read aloud. Sun Jichao, Deputy General Manager of the RD Department in 2020, used his position to. Sun Jichao, serving as the Deputy General Manager of the Research and Development Department, embezzled 2 yuan of company funds in 2020 due to his position. Zhou Xiaoyan in 2021 used his position to coerce employees to help him harm others. Wu Kuei, the Sales Department Manager, embezzled a total of 420 yuan in employee performance bonuses in 2019. Now can any of you still laugh? Don't think you're safe just because I didn't mention your names. I simply haven't gotten to your files, Lu Feng said, placing the documents down. In an instant, the entire CEO's office fell into silence without a single sound. Everyone trembled in fear, worried that there might be something about them in those documents. Zhao Yun was equally astonished, looking at the CEO before him, as if he were gazing at some unimaginable monster, for Lu Feng had gathered details that were far too specific, even down to the exact dates. Many of these events were likely forgotten by those involved, yet Lu Feng had managed to uncover them. No wonder he had been so composed since entering the company. It turned out everything had been prepared. First, he lured those with ill intentions to expose themselves, and then struck them down hard, rendering them helpless. Could such cunning and intellect really be possessed by someone in their 20s? Just as Zhao Yun was marveling at Lu Feng's strategy, Wang Jingyan, who had been sitting on the floor, finally, at that moment he had lost all his previous arrogance, replaced only by endless pity. He quickly crawled to Lu Feng's feet, beginning to plead desperately. Director Lu, I realize my mistakes. I truly do. Please spare me this once. No, how could you be wrong, my esteemed Deputy General Manager? Lu Feng scoffed. Director Lu, I genuinely regret my actions. I shouldn't have tried to steal company secrets for personal gain, nor should I have spread rumors. I beg you, please forgive me this time, Wang Jingyan said, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. But you just said that what you stated was not a rumor but a fact, Lu Feng said, sitting back in his chair to watch his performance. Director Lu, that was just a slip of the tongue. I truly know I've erred. Whatever punishment you deem fit is acceptable, but please don't hand me over to the police. Wang Jingyan understood all too well that if these matters were taken to court, he would face multiple charges and a minimum of 10 years in prison. Deputy General Manager Wang, I am quite curious, did you ever consider this would happen when you were leading people to resign and when you intended to steal company secrets? Did you ever think about the group at all? Lu Feng's barrage of questions left Wang Jingyan speechless, unsure of how to respond. You never considered the group at all, not even a little. When the group faced trouble, you were the first to flee, and you even sought to steal secrets and create panic. Therefore, I have no obligation to consider you, Lu Feng said, rising. Wang Jingyan continued to bow his head, repeatedly slapping himself as he did. Director Lu, I will give you all my savings. I beg you, please don't sue me, Wang Jingyan said as he saw Lu Feng stand up, hastily clutching Lu Feng's leg. Zhao Yun, observing Wang Jingyan's state, felt a deep sense of regret. Had he known it would come to this, why did he act? Yet Lu Feng kicked him over, looking down coldly at Wang Jingyan, and said, what about the female employee you intimidated and harassed? I may forgive you, but will she? Wang Jingyan instantly fell silent. Lu Feng turned to leave. Director Lu, if I were to earn the forgiveness of the female employee, would you then forgive me, Wang Jingyan suddenly blurted out. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng suddenly laughed and said, what gives you the right to seek forgiveness from others? Even if she forgives you, I will personally ensure you end up in prison. After saying this, he left the office with Zhao Yun, who promptly called security to have Wang Jingyan removed. Just as Zhao Yun hung up the phone, Wang Jingyan suddenly burst out of the CEO's office, wielding the arm strength training bar Zhao Yun had left in the office. If I can't have peace, neither will you, Wang Jingyan shouted as he charged at Lu Feng. Watch out, Director Lu, Zhao Yun yelled, rushing to stop Wang Jingyan, only to be knocked down by a swing from Wang Jingyan. At that moment, Lu Feng also reacted, rushing forward to sweep Wang Jingyan's legs out from under him, then delivering a kick to Wang Jingyan's chest, causing him to spit up foam. Lu Feng hurriedly helped Zhao Yun up and asked if he was all right. I'm fine, Director Lu. It's just that my arm may be fractured. I never expected you to be so skilled, Zhao Yun grimaced, clutching his arm in pain. Your arm is fractured, and you say you're fine. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital, Lu Feng insisted, determined to take Zhao Yun for treatment. I insist I'm fine, Director Lu. I can hold on. Let's deal with Wang Jingyan first, Zhao Yun said, and at that moment security arrived along with other employees and executives from the company. Upon learning that Wang Jingyan had injured the CEO and attempted to attack the chairman, security swiftly restrained Wang Jingyan, who lay on the ground. Lu Feng then called the police, who rushed over upon hearing that someone was armed and had injured another. After the police arrived, they questioned the employees present and reviewed the surveillance footage, confirming that Wang Jingyan had wielded a weapon and that Lu Feng had acted in self-defense. Consequently, they took both Wang Jingyan and Zhao Yun into custody. The police first took Lu Feng and the others to the hospital, then escorted Wang Jingyan for examination, as Lu Feng's kick had been rather forceful. Afterward, they arranged for doctors to examine and treat Zhao Yun's arm. It took a long time before they finally left. Once outside, Lu Feng and Zhao Yun quickly made their way to the police station to file a report. Given the solid evidence, they finished the report and exited swiftly while Wang Jingyan was detained. After leaving the police station, Lu Feng drove Zhao Yun back to the company, as it was currently in chaos. Thank you, Vice President Zhao, Lu Feng said, addressing Zhao Yun in the passenger seat. You're being too kind. I didn't help at all, and only delayed you from going to the hospital with me, Zhao Yun said with a bitter smile. Had he known Lu Feng was so capable, he wouldn't have intervened. Now he had neither helped nor saved face. You can't say that. If you hadn't delayed Wang Jingyan, I wouldn't have been able to react in time, Lu Feng replied. He then mentioned that since Zhao Yun had been injured while saving him, he would grant Zhao Yun a few days of paid leave and a gift. Zhao Yun quickly insisted that the group was at a critical moment and that he couldn't take a break. Lu Feng, hearing this, had to relent, but also informed Zhao Yun that he could not refuse the gift. Seeing Lu Feng's serious expression, Zhao Yun could only agree. Just as Lu Feng and Zhao Yun arrived at the company entrance, they spotted the executives and employees who had previously wanted to resign waiting there for them. As soon as Lu Feng and Zhao Yun got out of the car, a crowd of people rushed over. Director Lu, we know we've erred. Yes, Director Lu, you're magnanimous. Please spare us this once. Vice President Zhao, please help us by speaking a kind word. Director Lu, with so many people suddenly missing from the company, management will encounter issues. Please allow us to atone for our mistakes. Looking at the employees and executives clamoring around him, Lu Feng remained cold-faced, ignoring them entirely, as he supported Zhao Yun and walked into the company. Security stopped them. Not a single one is to be allowed in. If even one of them gets in, you all from the security department are fired, Lu Feng's calm voice rang out. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the security captain quickly led his team to block the crowd. The two people who had just entered the company were surrounded by a large group of employees. Director Lu, are you and General Zhao all right? Director Lu, are you hurt? General Zhao, how is your arm? General Zhao, is your injury serious? Lu Feng and Zhao Yun looked at the concerned employees and had to slow their pace, responding one by one. What should have been a 2 to 3 minute walk took them over 10 minutes to return to the office. After arriving at the office, Lu Feng called Zhao Yun's secretary to inform everyone that there would be a meeting in 10 minutes. The secretary hurriedly went down to notify everyone. Soon the company employees gathered in the conference room. Originally, Lu Feng planned for Zhao Yun to rest here while he went alone, but Zhao Yun insisted that Lu Feng was not familiar with the company personnel, so he should accompany him. Seeing Zhao Yun's persistence, Lu Feng had no choice but to agree. Then Lu Feng and Zhao Yun arrived at the conference room and sat at the podium. Hello, Director Lu. Hello, General Zhao, the employees greeted in unison. Hello, everyone, Lu Feng and Zhao Yun also said. After exchanging greetings, Lu Feng began his speech. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Feng, and I am your new chairman. Everyone here should be seeing me for the first time today and hearing my name. There were indeed issues with the group before that led to bankruptcy and sale, which startled everyone. However, seeing so many people still choose to believe in the group brings me great comfort. You don't have to worry now because the group is about to experience a rebirth, he said as the finance department displayed the balance of the company account on the large screen behind him. The employees below looked at the 20 billion on the company account and finally felt reassured. After easing the employees' worries, Lu Feng began his speech again. Let me share another piece of good news. In addition to being a director of the group, I am also a director of Ferrari and the president of Ferrari's Asia-Pacific division. Therefore, regarding the previous siege from Mercedes, I will lead Ferrari to fight back, so please rest assured. Hearing that Lu Feng was also a director of Ferrari, the employees below were astonished and began to discuss among themselves. Lu Feng and Zhao Yun watched the employees discussing below, without intervening. After all, they needed time to digest this news. As for why they exposed Lu Feng's identity as a director of Ferrari, it was a mutual agreement between Lu Feng and Zhao Yun aimed at giving the employees a boost of confidence and rekindling their hope in the group. Otherwise, fear of Mercedes would affect their work performance. It should be noted that as early as the early 2020s, a Mercedes had already entered China. After such a long time, these international big brands have had a significant impact on the Chinese people, leading many to believe that foreign products are better than domestic ones. Moreover, Mercedes is backed by the Volkswagen Group, which is truly a giant controlling multiple automotive groups, even having shares in domestic automotive groups, making it a veritable international conglomerate. If they take action, it could stir up a storm internationally. As the discussions gradually quieted down, Lu Feng resumed his speech about the group's development and creation, and after about half an hour, he finally stopped. Finally, I have a piece of good news to share with all employees. Present salaries will increase by 30, and this month's pay will be doubled to thank you all for your trust in the group. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, the employees below jumped up in excitement. Long live Director Lu. Long live General Zhao. Long live Director Lu. The employees expressed their gratitude to Lu Feng and Zhao Yun with enthusiasm. At this moment, Zhao Yun also stood up, preparing to make the final closing statement. Everyone quiet down and listen to me, he said, and the employees quickly fell silent. Thank you all for your trust in the group. The group will not disappoint you. As Director Lu said, we have entered our second spring. I hope everyone will work together to make this big family better. Surely you don't want to let Director Lu down, Zhao Yun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the employees immediately promised not to let Lu Feng's expectations down. I'm exhausted, Lu Feng said as he lay back on the sofa in the president's office. Director Lu, what you said today really fired me up. I now want to take people and fight against Mercedes, Zhao Yun. Ha ha, Lao Zhao, don't tease me, Lu Feng replied with a laugh. I really didn't expect that the surprise you mentioned to give the group would actually be your identity as a director of Ferrari. Now that family has your backing, we don't have to be afraid of the pressure from Mercedes anymore. Huh. The surprise I mentioned is not the identity of a Ferrari director, Lu Feng said with a puzzled expression. What? Zhao Yun was also stunned. What I meant was the surprise I mentioned to you before is not the identity of a Ferrari director, but something else, Lu Feng said lightly. The fact that the identity of a Ferrari director was not the surprise is remarkable. With this connection, Family might even collaborate with Ferrari in the future. Moreover, with Ferrari, Family wouldn't have to fear Mercedes. The fact that such a big surprise was not what Lu Feng referred to as the surprise that could turn around the Family group made Zhao Yun incredibly eager for the surprise Lu Feng mentioned. Lu Feng did not keep them guessing and simply asked Zhao Yun what the farthest range of new energy vehicles is. Without hesitation, Zhao Yun answered that it was Tesla's cars with a range of about 1,000 kilometers. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng mysteriously said to Zhao Yun, "What if I have a battery technology that allows cars to reach a range of 2,000 kilometers? Wouldn't that be a surprise that could turn the group around?" Boom. Lu Feng's words shocked Zhao Yun as if struck by lightning, leaving him completely stunned. After a long while, Zhao Yun finally reacted, his voice trembling. "Director Lu, are you serious?" Lu Feng chuckled at Zhao Yun's reaction. "Ha ha, of course it's true, Lao Zhao, would I joke with you?" Having confirmed that Lu Feng was not joking, Zhao Yun was so excited he didn't know how to express himself, only repeatedly picking up his cup to drink water. After quite a while, Zhao Yun calmed down and began to inquire about the battery technology that Lu Feng held. However, Lu Feng ignored Zhao Yun's questions and directly took him out to eat. In the car, Zhao Yun kept asking about the technology, but Lu Feng still ignored him. He took out a gift box from the car's storage compartment and handed it to Zhao Yun, who was still asking questions. "Director Lu, what is this?" Zhao Yun finally reacted when the gift was in his hands. "Open it and see and you'll know," Lu Feng said, starting the car to take Zhao Yun out for a meal. Hearing this, Zhao Yun placed the box on his lap and struggled to open the gift with one arm. What came into view was a beautiful wristwatch with a silver dial embedded with over 80 diamonds, appearing very luxurious under the light. Seeing the Patek Philippe logo on it, Zhao Yun hurriedly closed the box and tried to return it to Lu Feng. "Director Lu, this is too precious, I can't accept it." Zhao Yun repeatedly shook his head. Lu Feng calmly stated that it was just an ordinary wristwatch and gifts given out cannot be taken back. After all, Zhao Yun had saved him, and among so many people, it was only Zhao Yun who rushed out to protect Lu Feng. Lu Feng was always generous to his own people. Zhao Yun, seeing Lu Feng's words, accepted the gift, while quietly remembering Lu Feng's kindness. The car quickly stopped in front of a restaurant. The two got out and entered casually, ordering a few dishes. Once the food was served, they devoured it ravenously, both nearly starving after a busy day. "Mr. Lu, I am genuinely curious, how did you manage to obtain dirt on those executives and Wang Jingyan? I work at the group every day, and I don't even know about these things." Unable to suppress his curiosity, Zhao Yun asked this question. As he said, he works at the group every day, yet Lu Feng, who had just arrived, seemed to know more. Upon hearing Zhao Yun's question, Lu Feng smiled faintly and said it was a secret. This left Zhao Yun feeling frustrated, and suddenly the food in front of him lost its appeal. As for how Lu Feng knew, it was all thanks to the system. Just 2 nights ago, Lu Feng discovered that he could purchase others' information in the marketplace. The required reputation value varied depending on the individual, For instance, Wang Jingyan's information cost a hefty 100 reputation points, while the combined cost for other executives was still less than that. Do not underestimate 100 reputation points. 100 million yuan is equivalent to 100 reputation points in the marketplace. In other words, 100 reputation points is worth 10 million renminbi, which is a steep price for someone's information. However, there is a downside to buying information. One must be in close proximity and interact with the person to make the purchase. Lu Feng talked with Wang Jingyan for a while, and only after all the executives appeared did he make the purchase, placing it in the car for the company finance to retrieve. Just as Lu Feng and Zhao Yun were about to finish their meal, a phone call came in. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, is this Mr. Lu from Fonley Group?" A gentle female voice came from the other end of the line. Lu Feng was puzzled, not knowing who was looking for him. "Yes, this is I." "Hello, Mr. Lu. I am the secretary of the president of Mercedes-Benz in Huagua. I apologize for the sudden call, though I need to discuss something with you." Upon realizing it was someone from Mercedes-Benz, Lu Feng instantly understood they were seeking to settle a score. After all, Mercedes-Benz had gone to great lengths to acquire Fonley Group, and just as they were about to succeed, Lu Feng snatched it away. Anyone would be upset. Knowing that Mercedes-Benz was coming to trouble him, Lu Feng showed no fear and directly told the caller his location. After hanging up, Zhao Yun, who had been listening attentively, felt a bit flustered and asked Lu Feng if they should return to the group. Lu Feng firmly declined Zhao Yun's suggestion, stating that he would wait here for the Mercedes representatives to see. Zhao Yun had no choice but to accompany Lu Feng in waiting. About 20 minutes later, a sharp and assertive woman entered the small restaurant with a group. Upon entering the restaurant, the woman surveyed the surroundings and then walked straight up to Lu Feng. "Hello, Mr. Lu, I am." Before she could finish, Lu Feng interrupted her. "I know you're the secretary from Mercedes." Lu Feng lazily waved his hand and picked up a toothpick to clean his teeth. Seeing Lu Feng's blatant disrespect, the secretary's face flashed with displeasure, but she quickly adjusted her demeanor and instructed her assistant to reserve the entire restaurant to avoid any interruptions during her conversation with Lu Feng. The assistant hurriedly went to find the owner. Lu Feng smirked at the scene, saying, "No wonder it's Mercedes, they carry such an air." However, the woman merely smiled lightly in response, explaining that it was a sign of respect for Lu Feng, not wanting any disturbances. After speaking, she greeted Zhao Yun. If Lu Feng did not recognize this woman, Zhao Yun certainly did. Feng Ning, the assistant to the president of Mercedes-Benz's China division. If you think of her as just an assistant, you are gravely mistaken. Within Mercedes-Benz in Huagua, she is second only to the president. It is said that the president has already proposed to the headquarters that Feng Ning be appointed as the vice president of Mercedes-Benz in Huagua. Moreover, the reasons for Fonley Group's previous bankruptcy were caused by Feng Ning, and undermining Fonley Group was her final test to become vice president. However, Lu Feng's appearance made all of Feng Ning's previous efforts futile. Upon learning that Lu Feng had appeared at Fonley, Feng Ning rushed over with her team, but Lu Feng went out to eat with Zhao Yun, leaving her empty-handed. Unwilling to give up, she obtained Lu Feng's contact information and managed to find this restaurant. "Hello, Miss Feng," Zhao Yun said politely. Although he wanted to strangle Feng Ning, he had to maintain a facade of. After greeting Zhao Yun, Feng Ning turned directly to Lu Feng. "Mr. Lu, I believe you know why I'm here. I need Fonley Group, and I've confirmed that you acquired it for 6 billion. I can offer 5 billion. You would only need to transfer it and make a profit of 500 million. What do you think?" "Ha ha ha," Lu Feng laughed upon hearing this. "What are you laughing at?" Feng Ning asked, puzzled. "I'm laughing at you. Fonley Group is a domestic enterprise in Huagua. You are helping a foreign company undermine our own for your promotion. I find your short-sightedness amusing," Lu Feng said indifferently. "Mr. Lu, I disagree with your viewpoint," Feng Ning replied. "Business competition knows no borders. Do I only need to be loyal to my group? Indeed, everyone says this has no borders, and that has no borders, but when Huagua was choked by foreign countries over chips, where was the talk of technology having no borders?" Lu Feng stated firmly. "So Miss Feng, I really do not appreciate your approach, so please leave. I can raise it to 7 billion, Mr. Lu. I hope you will reconsider," Feng Ning persisted. "No need, I will not agree. If you have any other tricks up your sleeve, feel free to use them. I will take them all," Lu Feng stated with a calm, yet domineering tone. Seeing that the communication was fruitless, Feng Ning had no choice but to leave, but before departing, she left Lu Feng a business card, hoping he would reconsider and contact her. Lu Feng looked at the business card on the table and tossed it into the trash. "Mr. Lu, isn't that a bit too hardline?" Zhao Yun asked in a hushed tone. "Hardline? I don't think so at all. I even feel I didn't perform well enough. If she weren't a woman, I would have cursed her out," Lu Feng replied. But given Feng Ning's temperament, she should retaliate against Fonley Group. The group has only just stabilized, shouldn't we avoid unnecessary conflicts? Zhao Yun explained. "No need to worry, she won't have time to deal with Fonley soon. I will notify Ferrari to launch an attack on Mercedes. Soon it will be questionable whether she can stay at Mercedes at all," Lu Feng stated. Feeling the determination and presence of their chairman, Zhao Yun dared not say more. Let's go. Take me to see Family's research department, Lu Feng said, as he stood up with Zhao Yun hurriedly following. Boss, let's calculate how much it costs. Zhao Yun rushed over to settle the bill. The bill has already been settled, the owner replied. Mr. Lu, did you pay? Zhao Yun asked Lu Feng. No, Lu Feng replied. Sir, it was just paid for by that lady's subordinate, the owner explained. Upon hearing that Feng Ning had treated them, Lu Feng praised her generosity. Zhao Yun was speechless, having just wanted to criticize her, but now he was praising her. After getting in the car, they headed straight to Family's research department under Zhao Yun's lead. At this moment, Feng Ning, who had hit a wall with Lu Feng, sat in her car and picked up the phone to make a call. The plan can be implemented. If successful, I will offer you 10 of Family Group's dividends. Lu Feng was unaware that a large net was already closing in on him. At that moment, he was driving with Zhao Yun towards Family's Research Institute. Soon the car stopped at the factory area of Family Group, and the Research Institute was conveniently located within the factory for the ease of experiments. Knowing that the chairman and president of the company were coming, the factory director and the head of the Research Institute had been waiting at the entrance. Hello, Director Lu. Hello, President Zhao. As Lu Feng just stepped out of the car, he saw a man around 40 and a woman in her 30s who were respectively the factory director and the head of the research team. Hello, Lu Feng greeted them. Following that, under the guidance of the factory director, Lu Feng first inspected the operational status and equipment of the factory. Director Lu, this is the most advanced assembly line equipment we procured from France. The reason Mercedes-Benz went to great lengths to target us is that they see we already have established factory equipment and personnel, Zhao Yun explained as they walked. It's known that various car manufacturers are investing heavily in research to get a substantial share of the new energy market, as they have neither the time to build new plants and equipment nor the luxury of waiting for long manufacturing times for certain equipment. Thus, many companies opt to acquire existing setups to save time and focus their efforts on new energy research. Then we cannot let them succeed. Right now, new energy is the best opportunity for our Huagua car manufacturers to overtake the curve. If we miss this chance, Huagua's car manufacturers will have no opportunities for the next 20 years, Lu Feng said calmly. Before long, the group finished their tour of the factory, and under the guidance of the head of the Research Institute, Lu Feng, and Zhao Yun arrived at the group's Research Institute. Director Lu, this is our own Research Institute at Family. We have a team researching traditional gasoline vehicles, as well as a foreign team we recently recruited with high salaries to study new energy. After all, who wouldn't want to get a piece of the new energy pie? Zhao Yun introduced with a smile. So you mean the new energy research is being done by foreigners? Lu Feng asked. Yes, though it's hard to admit our group's strength can only afford to recruit people from Europe for research. We cannot cultivate our own research team like BYD or Great Wall, Zhao Yun said bitterly. Alright, I understand. Take me to see, Lu Feng said as he walked inside. Upon entering, he saw many researchers gathered in groups studying automotive components. There are quite a few people here, Lu Feng said with a smile, looking at the bustling scene before him. What you see now is the area for traditional gasoline vehicle research. The new energy team is inside the head of the Research Institute, Zhang Ru explained. Then let's go in and take a look, Lu Feng said as he moved forward. Pushing open the door to the new energy research department, the interior was completely different. With better research equipment and a more comfortable environment, it revealed Family's emphasis on new energy. Jason, stop your research for a moment and come over, Zhang Ru called out to a foreigner who was working a short distance. The foreign researcher approached upon hearing this. Lu Feng sized up this blue-eyed foreigner in his 40s and then extended his hand. Hello, Professor Jason. I am Lu Feng, the new director of Family Group. Hello, I am Jason, the middle-aged man replied, shaking hands. The chairman and president are here to tour the company's research department and see how the new energy research is progressing, Zhang Ru explained to the man. Zhang, I should have already told you that research on new energy doesn't yield results quickly. If it did, major research teams wouldn't take so long, Jason said impatiently. Zhang Ru was left speechless by his rebuke. Although she was the head of the Research Institute, she dared not offend these foreigners. If they decided to quit, she would be the scapegoat. Seeing the awkward situation unfold, Zhao Yun was also at a loss for words, as it was he who had exerted considerable effort to bring this team over. Are you saying that I pay you to come here for research, and I can't even ask about the process? Lu Feng did not relent. Upon hearing the chairman's question, Jason calmed down a bit and replied, Chairman, we are the professionals in research, so I do not wish for you to frequently disturb us. Research requires tranquility. Lu Feng, hearing Jason's words, turned to Zhao Yun and asked, how long have you had them here? Zhao Yun hurriedly replied that they had been invited for 6 months. So in these 6 months you haven't produced any results? Lu Feng addressed Jason again. Seeing Lu Feng dissatisfied with the research progress, Jason resorted to the same excuses he had used on Zhang Ru. However, Lu Feng was not buying it and pressed for research results. Seeing that Lu Feng was not easy to deal with, Jason turned back to Zhao Yun. Mr. President, I did tell you from the beginning that research wouldn't yield results so quickly, but what does this mean today? If you continue like this, we may need to renegotiate the contract. Professor Jason, please don't be angry. Director Liu is just concerned about the research progress, Zhao Yun hurriedly intervened. Seeing Zhao Yun softening, Jason's attitude became arrogant again. I am not angry, I just feel disrespected by you. If it weren't for the conditions you promised, I wouldn't have come here. Enough. Jason was about to say more when he was directly interrupted by Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at Zhao Yun and asked him what benefits had been promised. Seeing the chairman angry, Zhao Yun could only explain. It turned out that to establish a new energy research team for the group, Zhao Yun had traveled to Europe to find a research team led by Professor Jason. To entice the research team to work in Huahua, Zhao Yun promised them many benefits, such as a monthly salary of 3,000 for Professor Jason, while other members would receive no less than 5,000 a month. In addition to salary, there were other conditions like providing superior research conditions and environment for free. If Jason's team produced any results, they had the right to decide who to sell those results to. If Fanli Group wanted the results, they would have to pay again. After hearing Zhao Yun's words, Lu Feng was directly enraged to the point of laughter. President Zhao, are you saying that we pay them for research, provide equipment and environment, and also give astronomical salaries, and then we can't even use the results they produce, but have to pay again to acquire them? Zhao Yun was left dumbfounded by Lu Feng's words. He realized that the chairman was genuinely angry, but at that time he had no other choice. The top car manufacturers in the country had long begun their new energy research and had exclusive research teams. Fanli could only rely on poaching talents to create its team, and had to agree to so many unfair conditions for the research team to be willing to come. Just as Zhao Yun was about to explain, he was interrupted by Lu Feng. Professor Jason, so under such favorable conditions you and your team have still not produced anything right. Lu Feng's voice was as cold as the winter wind. Chairman, if you continue to pressure us like this, I will seriously consider our collaboration. Jason showed no sign of having long understood Fanli Group's predicament. Jason dared to propose such excessive demands knowing they could not do without his team. If his team left, Fanli would find it impossible to find a better one, and if he really left, it would be easy to spread rumors about Fanli, making it even harder for them to attract teams for research. With that thought in mind, Jason became even more arrogant. Director Liu, I have one more thing to discuss with you regarding the project research funding. Currently, these funds are not sufficient, and I hope you can allocate an additional amount for research. Jason has gone too far. He even wants to request additional research funding. It is worth noting that his research team, which consists of fewer than 10 people, already requires more funding than traditional automotive research teams, with dozens of members. How much do you need? Lu Feng looked at the increasingly demanding foreigner and calmed down. I probably need around $3 million, Jason said, thinking Lu Feng was backing down and boldly asking for more. If I give you this funding, I expect to see some results, Lu Feng inquired. Chairman, I've already told you research doesn't yield results easily, Jason replied. So I'm spending so much money just to gamble on an invisible hope. Chairman, that's not what you're implying. If our research is successful, I promise our findings will be sold to you first, which would be a tremendous benefit for your group. Jason began to paint a rosy picture for Lu Feng. Unfortunately, Lu Feng wasn't buying it. There's no money, but as you said, I think we should reevaluate the previous contract, Lu Feng said, looking at Jason. Chairman, are you sure? Jason, being a foreigner, didn't catch the cold undertone in Lu Feng's words and thought he was going to get extra benefits. Yes, I believe the previous contract was somewhat inappropriate, Lu Feng said, observing the delighted Jason, who did not understand his meaning. Now let me state my terms. I want a 30 salary increase for myself and my team members. Also, I hope the group can provide us with better accommodation. Sharing a 100 square meter apartment with 2 people is quite insufficient. Lastly, I want the second round of research funding to increase to $30 million, Jason said excitedly. Jason's remarks left Lu Feng and the others baffled. How could he still demand more benefits? Didn't he understand Lu Feng's hints? While looking at the excited Jason, Lu Feng and his 2 companions realized he truly did not grasp the implication of the conversation. Lu Feng had to explain thoroughly to Jason again. He stated that if the team achieved any results, they must prioritize using them for Fanli Group. However, Fanli would provide bonuses to the team, and the funding allocated to the research team must be accounted for by the head of the research institute. Jason exploded upon hearing this. Zhao, is your group planning to breach the contract? Jason exclaimed angrily, then instructed his team members to stop the research gathering around. I need an explanation, Zhao. If it weren't for your sincerity at the beginning, I wouldn't have come here at all, Jason shouted. Zhao Yun, observing the gloomy Lu Feng and the furious Jason, felt overwhelmed. Professor Jason, that's not what Chairman Lu means, Zhao Yun hurriedly explained. That's exactly what I mean, Lu Feng said coldly. How do you see this? Your chairman shows no respect for us. Jason was certain that Fanli could not afford to lose them, so he looked down on Lu Feng, the chairman of the group. If you truly seek my respect, you should present your research progress to me. It's been half a year already, yet you haven't even shared any research updates with the group. I also find that disrespectful, Lu Feng said, witnessing the escalating argument between the two. Zhao Yun quickly urged the head of the research institute to pull Jason aside, while he took Lu Feng out of the new energy research department. Chairman Lu, I know you're very angry, but there's really no way around it, Zhao Yun explained to Lu Feng. Do we really have to stick with this research team? Can't we change to another one? Lu Feng countered. Chairman Lu, it's not that simple. All the renowned players in the new energy sector internationally have been recruited by those international car manufacturers, leaving behind only some lesser-known ones. And Professor Jason's team is quite famous across Europe, otherwise I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to sign so many lopsided contracts just to keep them. If we really replace Professor Jason's team, it will be hard to find a better team in the near term. The group has already fallen far behind other companies. If we delay any further, we will truly be left in the dust. After listening to Zhao Yun's explanation, Lu Feng still couldn't suppress his inner rage. Can we trust these foreigners? If I hand over new energy technology to them, will they not turn around and sell the technology? Lu Feng countered Zhao Yun. We can use contracts to bind them, Zhao Yun replied after some thought. Contracts. Contracts are the least reliable thing. Even if they don't leak secrets domestically, what if they leak them back in Europe? What can we do about that? Zhao Yun fell silent upon hearing Lu Feng's words. Indeed, the value of the technology in Lu Feng's hands was immeasurable, and no one could guarantee that Jason's team wouldn't be tempted. With the technology in Lu Feng's hands, the group actually no longer needed Jason's team as much. Leveraging Lu Feng's technology fondly could achieve a leapfrog development. However, a trustworthy research team was needed to interpret the technology in Lu Feng's hands, and clearly Jason's team was not suitable. Zhao Yun for a moment found himself at a loss. Lu Feng, however, told him to proceed as he had previously suggested. If Jason's team accepted, they could keep them. If they couldn't accept, or even made more excessive demands, then they would be dismissed. After hearing this, Zhao Yun pushed open the door to the research room, and went to convey Lu Feng's message to Jason. Jason was still angry, and Zhang Ru could only stand by and speak good words. Professor Jason, please calm down, Zhao Yun approached. Seeing Zhao Yun come over and not Lu Feng, Jason assumed Zhao Yun had come to smooth things over, so he became even more arrogant. Zhao, we had an agreement. What does it mean for you to suddenly change your mind? Your actions are truly making me also am currently in an unstable mood and unable to conduct research. I've decided to take my team on a month's break to enjoy some time in Huagua, and you will also need to cover our travel expenses with salaries remaining normal during our trip. Jason presented his demands to Zhao Yun, believing that Zhao Yun would certainly agree, and even that more funding would be added to prevent his month-long break. By doing so, they would have more research funding available for new energy studies. If they actually developed some technology, it wouldn't be used by Fondly, but rather taken back to Europe to be handed over to European companies, allowing Jason to reap both fame and fortune. As for Fondly Group, Jason could only pray for them. Zhao Yun, hearing Jason's excessive demands, also grew angry. Even a clay figurine has its limits, let alone the president of a group. Professor Jason, I am here to convey our chairman's orders. The chairman said the contract must be signed according to his proposed terms, and you cannot add any more costs, Zhao Yun said coldly. What? Jason jumped up in disbelief. This was not what he expected. Zhao, are you serious? Jason still couldn't believe that Zhao Yun was being so assertive. Previously, everything he said went, and he got whatever he wanted. Now why was Zhao Yun suddenly so firm? Yes, I'm serious. It's absolutely true, Zhao Yun replied. Seeing that Zhao Yun was indeed saying this, Jason directly pointed at Zhao Yun's nose and threatened. Zhao, I think we no longer need to cooperate. My team and I will leave tomorrow. Not only will I leave, but I will also publicly criticize your group in international publications. I want to see which team would dare to conduct research for your group then. As Jason was threatening Zhao Yun, suddenly the door to the research room swung open, and Lu Feng walked in with a file folder. You won't be leaving anytime soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Feng walked up to Jason with a folder. Chairman Lu, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to forcibly detain us? Jason looked at Lu Feng and said, No, of course not detaining you. We the people of Huagua would never act so rashly to detain someone, Lu. Then what do you mean when you say we can't leave? It means exactly what it says, Lu Feng replied. Sorry, I don't understand, Jason said. Then just take a look at this document, and you'll know, Lu Feng said as he handed the document to Jason. Jason took the document and opened the folder under Zhao Yun's curious gaze. As he pulled out the document and began to read, his face turned pale and his hands trembled uncontrollably while holding the document. Seeing him so frightened, Zhao Yun snatched the document from his hands and began to read. To his shock, he realized that the document recorded how Jason had secretly transferred a significant portion of the research funds granted to him by the group into his personal account during his research period. Professor Jason, you need to give me an explanation, Zhao Yun said, glaring at Jason with a murderous look. Jason panicked. He had kept the misuse of research funds a secret even from his team members. He had no idea how Lu Feng found out. Hearing Zhao Yun's question, Jason, whose Chinese was already poor, stammered and couldn't articulate anything. Seeing Jason's demeanor, Zhao Yun became even more convinced that Jason had indeed misappropriated the research funds. He insisted that Jason confess everything and threatened to take him to court, demanding he be imprisoned. Upon hearing the word prison, Jason calmed down, adamantly insisting that the document was fake and that Lu Feng was framing him. "It's fake. This document is fake," Jason shouted. "It seems you won't give up until you hit rock bottom," Lu Feng said as he pulled out another document from the folder, this time a bank transfer record. "This is the record of your illicit transfers of research funds. You were careful, but it was in vain," Lu Feng said, handing the document back to the still unconvinced Jason. Jason snatched the document and tore it up loudly, claiming that the group was scheming against him. Hearing this, the members of the research team all gathered around, demanding an explanation from Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at the crowd, unfazed, simply found a computer, plugged the USB drive from the folder into it, and opened the folder in front of everyone. Seeing the clear transfer records on the computer, the researchers had nothing more to say. After all, what lay before them was irrefutable evidence. Upon witnessing this scene, Jason immediately crumbled. He ran up to Lu Feng, admitting his fault. "Chairman, I know I was wrong. I had no choice. My wife is ill and needs a large sum of money for treatment. I love her too much, and that's why I had to misuse the research funds. Rest assured I can have the money deducted directly from my salary. I won't need a salary anymore," he said, pleading. "Zhao, I beg you to help me. I truly had no other choice. I will speed up the research so you can see the results soon. You must help me." Seeing Jason's desperate plea and hearing his assurances, Zhao Yun's heart softened, and he contemplated asking Lu Feng for leniency. "Lu Dong, after all Jason did this for." "Enough." Zhao Yun was interrupted by Lu Feng before he could finish. "Lao Zhao, do you really believe he did this for his wife's treatment?" Lu Feng said. He then pulled out another document from the folder and handed it to Zhao Yun for him to examine carefully. Zhao Yun took the document Lu Feng handed him, and upon glancing at it instantly became enraged, grabbing Jason by the collar ready to hit him, but was fortunately stopped by Zhang Ru. "Jason, is this the sick wife you say you had to misuse public funds for?" Zhao Yun angrily pointed at a young woman in the document. Seeing the girl in the document, Jason knew he was completely without hope. It turned out that the girl was someone Jason had been keeping, and all the money he embezzled had been spent on her. He had thought that Lu Feng had only uncovered his embezzlement, so he lied to gain sympathy, hoping the company would treat him leniently. However, Jason never expected Lu Feng to have investigated so thoroughly that he even found out where the money was spent. Zhao Yun was utterly disappointed in Jason, especially since he had just wanted to plead for him. "Lu Dong, you decide how to handle this," Zhao Yun said, feeling hopeless as he stood aside. "Don't rush, let's take a look at this document." Lu Feng calmly pulled out another document. Jason saw that it also contained his document and attempted to rush forward to snatch it, but was firmly restrained by the security guards who had been called earlier. Zhao Yun looked at the document Lu Feng handed him, his eyes narrowing in shock. The document clearly stated that Jason had reached an agreement with a European group. As long as the team produced results, the European group would bring him back to Europe, and then Jason would sell the results to that group. It was akin to a man putting in money and effort only for the child born to his wife to take another man's servant. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Yun finished reading the document in his hands. He then walked up to Jason, who was being held by the security guards, and Jason, realizing his biggest secret had been exposed, tried to break free and snatch the document. But how could he alone compete with two burly security guards? No matter how much he struggled, he could not escape their grasp. "Lu Dong, Zhao, please let me explain. It's not like that," Jason continued to argue. "Now that you regret it, it's too late. You danced joyfully before, but now you will pay the price. Those words of yours can be saved for the police," Lu Feng said indifferently. Zhao Yun immediately dialed the police, redirecting to the Economic Investigation Department. While waiting for the police to arrive, Jason still didn't give up, persistently begging Lu Feng for mercy, no longer resembling the arrogant person he was just moments ago. Due to the large sum of money involved and the fact that it involved foreigners, the police arrived quickly. After arriving at the scene, Zhao Yun handed over the organized documents to the police, who, after reviewing them, ordered Jason to be taken away. As the president of the group, Zhao Yun also had to accompany them to take notes and confirm information. Before leaving, Lu Feng asked how many years Jason would be sentenced under these circumstances. The police said that if everything on the document was true, Jason would face 510 years of imprisonment. The police then took Zhao Yun back for questioning. This was already the second time Zhao Yun had made a statement today. After the police left, Lu Feng looked at the panicked foreign researchers in front of him and said little, only informing them that if they had not participated in Jason's embezzlement of company funds, they could simply choose to terminate their contracts, and the group would not make things difficult for them. After speaking, he arranged for Zhang Ru to handle the matters concerning these foreign researchers, and then Lu Feng left. As soon as he stepped out of the factory gate, he received a phone call. Seeing that the caller ID was a local number from Jinjiang City, Lu Feng didn't know who was looking for him, but he still pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Is this Lu Feng, Mr. Lu? Yes, that's me. Who are you, and what's the matter? You don't need to worry about who I am. I have business to discuss with Mr. Lu concerning the Fonley Group. I don't even know you, how can we discuss this? Lu Feng was even more confused. We will get to know each other soon. Just remember, come to Jupin Mountain Racecourse, the caller said before hanging up. Lu Feng was left bewildered, unable to comprehend what it all meant. Just as Lu Feng was pondering the meaning of the call, his phone rang again. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm from the group's finance department. The tax bureau is currently at our company suspecting us of tax evasion, and they want to seal the company for inspection. A panicked female voice came through. Upon hearing the finance person's words, Lu Feng immediately connected it to the mysterious call he had just received. Is it you? Jupin Mountain Racecourse, I have to see what kind of person you are. Lu Feng rushed back to the corporate headquarters and found numerous law enforcement officers already stationed at the entrance. Ignoring employees who attempted to greet him, he strode directly toward the finance department. The finance staff currently cooperating with the investigation hurried over the moment they spotted Lu Feng. Chairman Lu, you've arrived at last. We have no idea what's going on. Suddenly, a large group of officials showed up to inspect our company, claiming suspicion of tax evasion and underreporting. So, do we actually have such issues? Lu Feng asked. No, we've always paid taxes strictly in accordance with the law. Back when the municipal government of Jinjiang City sought to attract Fonley Group to relocate there, they offered us substantial incentives, land for factories and corporate headquarters, plus subsidized employee dormitories. Out of gratitude, our group has consistently fulfilled all tax obligations. Hearing this explanation, Lu Feng immediately suspected the inspection was linked to the recent mysterious phone call. Yet Lu Feng couldn't fathom why anyone would target Fonley Group, Jinjiang City's most prominent conglomerate, a major employer, and a key contributor to the city's GDP. As the finance staff had just noted, Jinjiang City had gone to extraordinary lengths to entice Fonley Group's relocation, offering unprecedented preferential policies. Hello, you must be Fonley Group's new chairman. I'm Wu Guiying, lead investigator of this operation. A man approached and introduced himself. Greetings. May I ask what brings you here today? Lu Feng inquired. We received an anonymous tip alleging tax evasion by Fonley Group, so we're conducting a formal investigation, the man replied courteously. Understood, we'll fully cooperate. Thank you for your cooperation. However, we'll need to take your finance personnel and financial records for further examination. Rest assured your staff will be treated fairly. This should take only 2 or 3 days, Wu Guiying added. Upon hearing that finance staff were to be taken away, Lu Feng instantly realized these inspectors meant business, not routine oversight. Standard audits never required detaining accountants. This was clearly an act designed to undermine Fonley Group. Realizing this, Lu Feng immediately dialed Zhao Yun, the group's CEO, who routinely liaised with regulatory authorities. His intervention would be the most effective response. Zhao Yun, having just completed his own statement at the station, hurried to headquarters. The moment he entered, he spotted Wu Guiying. Director Wu, what wine blew you our way? Zhao Yun asked upon entering. President Zhao, hello. I'm acting on official complaint, as you know, Wu Guiying replied. Then by all means conduct your inspection. We're Jinjiang City's top taxpayer, paying every cent owed each year. So why detain our finance team? Zhao Yun countered directly. It's standard procedure. Your group's accounts are voluminous, verifying them on-site would take too long. To ensure data integrity, we must bring personnel and records back with us. Why not dispatch more inspectors to work through the night? We'll provide full support. Just spare our employees unnecessary distress. I'm afraid not, President Zhao. Procedure is procedure. We cannot deviate from protocol. Seeing Wu Guiying remain unmoved, Zhao Yun pulled out his phone to make another call. Yet Wu Guiying stood calmly beside him, utterly unfazed, as if anticipating and unbothered by any intervention. Hello, Director Lu. It's Zhao Yun speaking. President Zhao, what can I do for you? Here's the situation. Director Wu Guiying from your bureau has just arrived unannounced to audit our taxes. As you know, Fonley Group has always complied punctually and fully with tax obligations. We welcome the investigation, but detaining our finance staff is unnecessary and excessive. The voice on the other end fell silent, then responded slowly. President Zhao, national laws and institutional protocols exist for a reason. If we bend the rules for your group today, others will demand the same tomorrow. Order would collapse. Proceed strictly according to protocol. I'll instruct Wu Guiying to treat your staff with utmost professionalism. With that, he ended the call before Zhao Yun could reply. Zhao Yun's face darkened as he turned to Lu Feng. President Zhao, have you finished your call? If so, please arrange for your finance staff to accompany us, Wu Guiying interjected. Chairman Lu. Zhao Yun looked to Lu Feng for direction. Fine. Old Zhao, you handle the arrangements. Assure them this is merely a routine financial review. Nothing to fear, Lu Feng replied coolly. Zhao Yun reluctantly began organizing the staff. Thank you for your understanding, Chairman Lu, Wu Guing said with a smile, only to recoil slightly as Lu Feng locked eyes on him with unnerving intensity. Chairman Lu, what does this mean? Lu Feng said nothing. Instead, he withdrew a pack of cigarettes, lit one, drew deeply, and exhaled a slow plume of smoke directly into Wu Guing's face. Wu Guing choked violently on the sudden blast of smoke, just as Lu Feng spoke calm and measured. Director Wu, I expect my employees to suffer no mistreatment during this process. Furthermore, I require continuous 24-hour surveillance footage from your facility. Suppressing his anger, Wu Guing insisted this was merely standard procedure. Staff were only being asked to assist voluntarily, no impropriety would occur. Thank you, Director Wu. One final word of caution, regardless of who sent you, you've already crossed me. Lu Feng placed a firm hand on Wu Guing's shoulder, then turned away to comfort the shaken employees. Wu Guing stood alone, expression shifting between fury and uncertainty. Eventually reassured by Zhao Yun and Lu Feng, the staff gathered their laptops and documents and departed with the investigators. Once the last person had left, Zhao Yun spat an expletive. When the group was thriving, no one dared act like this, even though we've always abided scrupulously by law and regulation. It's infuriating. Enough, old Zhao, don't dwell on it. People only respect power. When you fall, even shadows abandon you, but rise again and sycophants swarm. That's how the world works, Lu Feng consoled, watching Zhao Yun's simmering rage. I know the theory, Chairman Lu, but I'm still furious. Have you considered relocating the entire group? Lu Feng asked suddenly. What? Zhao Yun blinked, certain he'd misheard. I said, have you considered relocating the group? Lu Feng repeated. Chairman Lu, relocation isn't so simple. We can't possibly move all our assets. Zhao Yun sighed wryly. Sell them. Choose a new base. How about Shanghai? Shanghai would be ideal, but we lack capital, Chairman Lu, and have zero local networks there. That's not your concern. You need only decide whether you want to move. Of course I want to, but for Family Group, desire alone changes nothing. There are too many variables to weigh. Don't overthink it. Once the finance team returns, convene a meeting, announce Family Group's planned relocation from Jinjiang City, and ask staff to prepare accordingly. Lu Feng spoke with quiet finality. After assigning Zhao Yun several follow-up tasks, Lu Feng departed to confront the enigmatic caller. Though no evidence existed, his instincts screamed this inspection was no coincidence. Setting navigation for Jupin Mountain Raceway, Lu Feng murmured, let's see just who this great personage truly is. After a period of travel, Lu Feng quickly arrived at the so-called Jupin Mountain Racetrack. After registering his name, he was soon guided to a track entrance within the racetrack. Upon arriving, Lu Feng saw several young men dressed like rich second-generation heirs casually chatting around a few cars. One of them spotted him and hurriedly pointed. Seeing this, the others all turned their attention to him. I am Lu Feng, who is looking for me. Without any pleasantries, Lu Feng got straight to the point. Hearing his words, one of the men stepped forward. So you are Lu Dong, I have long heard of your name. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your reputation. I am Wei Chongqing. However, Lu Feng showed no interest in his name and directly asked what he wanted. Looking at Lu Feng's straightforwardness, the man was not in a hurry, instead pulling out a cigarette and tossing it over. However, Lu Feng simply slapped the cigarette to the ground. The man, seeing this action, was not angry, but instead, no wonder you are the new director of Family Group, you certainly have guts. Why did you ask me here? Why do you want someone to investigate my company? Lu Feng said coldly as he looked at him. It's because I was worried that you, Director Lu, might not have the time to come, so I had to use some means, the man explained with a smile. As for why I asked Director Lu to come, of course it's because I have business to discuss with you. It seems we have no business to discuss. Please don't be so quick to refuse. Let me introduce the identities of the people beside me first, then you can consider it. After saying this, the man introduced each of the people beside Lu Feng. After hearing their identities, a chill flashed through Lu Feng's heart. It turned out that these young men were either big shots in the Jinjiang Chamber of Commerce or had family members in politics. To develop in Jinjiang City, one could not avoid these people. So what exactly do you want to discuss with me? Lu Feng said impatiently. Since you are so anxious, I will tell you directly. It's like this: Miss Feng Ning is our good friend. I heard that you rejected her acquisition, and I think you were a bit Listening to the other party's tone as if they had him figured out, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. So you staged all this today to make me sell fondly to Feng Ning. That's right, Mr. Lu. A business that can earn 1 billion with a simple handover is rare. If you think that's too little, I can help you add some more. Mercedes-Benz is quite a giant. I hope you can think it over. And what if I refuse? Lu Feng said, narrowing his eyes. Then you must be prepared for someone to investigate your group every day, and be careful of those thugs causing trouble for your group, the man threatened with a smile. It seems there is no possibility of reconciliation between us, Lu Feng said coldly. If you disagree with our proposal, then there is no possibility of reconciliation, the man said arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng said nothing and turned to leave. He did not want to waste time with this group of second-generation heirs. Just as he turned to leave, another young man stood up from the sofa. Is this a place you can come and go as you please? You better leave something behind if you want to walk out of here safely. What did you say? Lu Feng turned his head and asked. I said if you don't agree to this business, don't think you can leave here safely. Are you deaf? The red-haired man continued arrogantly. From what you all are saying, it seems this matter cannot be resolved peacefully, right? Lu Feng said as he looked at the first man who stood up. Director Lu, as long as you agree to my request, we will be one big family. What do you think? The man thought Lu Feng was about to back down. You guys think you can discuss business with me with just your group? Lu Feng's words were shocking. So you are refusing. Why would I refuse? Am I a fool? Lu Feng mocked. Just as his words fell, the red-haired man threw a beer bottle at him. Smash! The beer bottle hit the ground, and the expected scene of bloodshed did not occur. Is this your way? It's really not impressive. Lu Feng cracked his neck and his tone became extremely gloomy. Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, the red-haired man directly picked up another beer bottle from the ground and smashed it. However, it still missed. Facing the flying beer bottle, Lu Feng directly punched it to shatter. This scene left the red-haired man and everyone else dumbfounded. Is throwing beer bottles all you can do? Lu Feng mocked. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Hearing this, the red-haired man charged over. Seeing him move, several other men also rushed forward except for the man who had just negotiated with Lu Feng. Lu Feng, seeing the rushing crowd without a hint of panic, seized the opportunity to throw a left hook that landed on the red-haired man's face. The red-haired man instantly flew 3 to 4 meters away, lying on the ground motionless. Then he executed a straight punch from the Jeet Kune Do style, hitting another man. After being punched, the man clutched his stomach and fell to the ground. With a crack, it turned out that a young man with tattoos had sneak attacked Lu Feng with a stick, hitting him hard on the back. In the moment of pain, Lu Feng turned around and punched the man who had sneak attacked him twice before kicking him away. The remaining 2 men were all taken down by Lu Feng with a double kick. Afterward, Lu Feng calmly walked up to the man named Wei Chongqing, took out a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and lit it. Huff! Lu Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at the man who was already stunned. Are you going to let me go? The man, hearing Lu Feng's words, suddenly stood up in shock. You shouldn't be so arrogant. We live in a society governed by law. What can you do? The man stammered. So do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? If not, I can leave, Lu Feng said. If you can't leave, do you think we only have these means? The man suddenly said. Just as his words fell, a group of uniformed law enforcement officers quickly walked over. We received a report that there was fighting here, the leading police officer said. Upon seeing the police arrive, the man, officer, it's him. He attacked so many of my friends, a look they can't even stand up. Hearing this, the police officer scanned the surroundings, saw the people lying on the ground, and then looked at Lu Feng sitting on the car hood before ordering his arrest. Lu Feng calmly finished his last puff of smoke before the police grabbed his hands. Is this your backup plan? Lu Feng looked at the man and said. Ha ha, what backup plan? I know nothing, the man said arrogantly. Do you think I believe you? If you didn't inform them in advance, could they arrive so quickly? Say what you want, I don't know what happened. The man insisted that he had no connection to it. Enough of this chatter. Let's go. We'll take you all back and discuss this at the station, the young police officer said. Inside the police station, 2 officers were interrogating Lu Feng. Why did you resort to violence? One officer asked, pen in hand. I acted in self-defense, sir, Lu Feng replied calmly. But right now no one can prove that you were acting in self-defense. Besides your own claim, others say you were the one who initiated the attack. So all the evidence points to me being the one who attacked first. Lu Feng inquired. That is the current situation, the officer said while taking notes. Bring Wei Chongqing to me. Ooh, I need to talk to him. Sorry, everyone else is at the hospital right now. Are you saying Wei Chongqing is there too? Yes. But he clearly wasn't injured. He claimed he sustained internal injuries. Then I have injuries on my head as well. Why am I not sent to the hospital? Lu Feng said, looking at the 2 interrogating him. I apologize, but according to procedure we need to interrogate you first, an older officer said. Ha, I see now. Lu Feng suddenly laughed. Can you give me my phone? I need to make a call. Sorry, you can't have it right now. As far as I know, I should have the right to contact the outside world, right? Lu Feng's gaze turned cold, and his tone grew serious. However, the 2 officers acted as if they hadn't heard him, not even lifting their heads as they continued taking notes. Soon after finishing the record, they stood up and left, leaving Lu Feng alone in the interrogation room. In an instant, he was the only one left in the interrogation room. After about an hour, one officer returned, handing Lu Feng a piece of bread and a cup of water. Lu Feng looked at him and asked a question. How much did they offer you? The officer chuckled at his words and replied that he should concede quickly as some people were not worth offending, then turned and left. Just as the officer reached the door of the interrogation room, he heard Lu Feng's voice coming from behind. So how do you know you can afford to offend me, eh? The officer turned to see Lu Feng, who had a playful smile on his face, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly closed the interrogation room door and left. On the other side, the people who had been beaten down by Lu Feng also walked out of the hospital. Qing Xiao, this cannot be left unresolved, said a man with a bandaged head. Yeah, that kid was too ruthless. We must teach him a lesson. Several people chattered as they surrounded Wei Changqing. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. Lu Feng won't have a good time in the interrogation room tonight, Wei Changqing said with a faint smile indicating he was prepared. I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. I was thinking that if negotiations fell through we could just frame him for a serious crime, but it turns out he's being charged for intentional injury instead. Why don't we go see him in the interrogation room? The red-haired man suddenly suggested. Good idea. Yeah, let's see how miserable he looks right now. Soon the red-haired man's suggestion received unanimous support, and they drove towards the interrogation room. At this moment, Lu Feng was feeling bored in the interrogation room. With no phone, he could only stare blankly. Suddenly, he saw the red-haired man whom he had knocked down through the small window of the interrogation room door. With a click, the previous group of young men walked in. Mr. Lu, hope you're doing well, Wei Changqing said. Seeing the group coming and going freely in and out of the interrogation room, Lu Feng showed no surprise. After all, they represented the elite class of Jinjiang City. It was not difficult for them to do so. Thanks to Wei Xiao, I've been eating and sleeping well here. It would be even better if I didn't have to see the disgusting faces of certain individuals. Who the hell are you calling disgusting? The red-haired man immediately became furious and reached out to hit Lu Feng, but was stopped by Wei Changqing. Don't be impulsive. I didn't say you. Why are you so eager to stand up? Lu Feng looked at the wealthy young men. His face bore a smile, but the chill in his eyes was enough to send shivers down their spines. Mr. Lu, being sharp-tongued is of no use. You're a businessman, and you should understand that the most important thing in business is connections. Your connections lie in Jinjiang City, and we just happen to represent some influential people from Jinjiang City. If you don't yield, do you think you can survive here? Wei Changqing pulled over a chair and sat down boldly, making the interrogation room, which was usually a place of dread, feel as if it were his own home. Lu Feng nodded in agreement with his words. Having been in the business world for some time now, he naturally understood the impact of connections on industry. However, this did not mean he had to concede. If negotiations failed, and he was threatened, how would he survive in the future? There's an old saying, Buddha fights for a stick of incense, a man fights for his pride. Being a bit more tactful in dealing with people isn't wrong, but it doesn't mean one should be bullied. Wei Xiao, I certainly understand the influence you all have in Jinjiang City, but your previous attitude has made me quite displeased. Therefore, no matter what you say, I will not agree. Please relay to Feng Ning that I, Lu Feng, remember her. She should be cautious in the near future. Lu Feng straightened his posture, feeling somewhat stiff from maintaining the same position for too long. Seeing that Lu Feng had reached this point, yet still refused to yield, Wei Changqing and the others were momentarily at a loss. Although the forces behind them were strong in Jinjiang City, they were not at the point of acting recklessly. Qing Xiao, why waste your breath on him? Let me beat him up first to take revenge for the humiliation he caused us in the bar. The red-haired man, seeing the negotiations at a standstill again, swung his fist and prepared to charge forward. Come back. Wei Changqing's expression darkened as he shouted. What a joke. They had some influence, but this was an interrogation room. Fighting here would have serious consequences. If word got out, not only would they be unable to resolve it, but even their backers would find it hard to clean up the mess. The red-haired man, frightened by the scolding, had no choice but to hold back. After all, among all those present, Wei Changqing's status was the highest. Mr. Lu, are you truly unwilling to agree and accept our friendship? Wei Changqing approached Lu Feng, his tone laced with suppressed anger. Lu Feng chuckled, revealing a set of neat, white teeth. I'm sorry, I'm quite stubborn and prefer soft approaches over hard ones. Mr. Lu, you truly possess remarkable courage. Very well, mountains may not meet, but rivers surely will. Let us see how things unfold. Faced with Lu Feng's faintly mocking words, Wei Changqing lost all patience for further dialogue. He turned on his heel and departed the interrogation room, accompanied by his entourage. Upon exiting, the group boarded their respective luxury vehicles, Hong Mao riding in the same car as Wei Changqing. Young Master Qing, this fellow appears unyielding. Perhaps I should call my father and have him dispatch a few men to break both of the boy's legs just to test how stubborn he truly is. No sooner had they entered the vehicle than Hong Mao voiced his suggestion, his belly seething with pent-up fury. Had Wei Changqing not restrained him moments earlier, he would have struck Lu Feng without hesitation. Upon hearing Hong Mao's proposal, Wei Changqing felt a flicker of intrigue. As kindred spirits, he knew full well that Hong Mao possessed such influence, and indeed that was precisely why he kept him close. Yet despite his strong temptation to act, an undercurrent of wariness toward Lu Feng lingered deep within him. After all, a youth capable of seizing control of Fanli Group could hardly lack formidable backing. Should Lu Feng seek retribution later, it would undoubtedly become a grave complication for them. Hold off for now. Let us contact Feng Ning. We'll inform her that this man proves unexpectedly resilient and urge her to raise her offer. We'll await her response first. She, after all, bears the greatest urgency in this matter. After a moment's hesitation, Wei Chongqing declined the proposal. As engines roared to life, the convoy of luxury cars vanished into the velvet darkness. Meanwhile, inside the interrogation room, Lu Feng, now holding a phone, hesitated before dialing a number he had long avoided. Hello? Su Yuan, it's me. A faintly awkward voice echoed through the hollow chamber. Ah Feng, what brings you to call so late? A gentle, warm voice answered from the other end. It's something small. Lu Feng struggled for what felt like an eternity before uttering those words. Were there a crack in the floor, he would have vanished into it instantly. After all, confessing this predicament carried no honor whatsoever. Thereafter, Lu Feng recounted the entire sequence of events to Shun Su Yuan, who responded instantly, fierce and protective as a lioness guarding her cubs. Ah Feng, are you injured at all? I'm calling right now. You wait for me. I'll board a flight to Jinjiang City immediately. Hearing Su Yuan's intention to rush over, Lu Feng hastily objected. Su Yuan, this is truly trivial. There's no need for you to come personally. I swear I'm perfectly fine. Ah Feng, are you certain? Don't hold back out of politeness. Su Yuan remained uneasy. It's nothing. I hadn't even planned to tell you. But here in unfamiliar territory, I've run out of options. Humph, so you still keep things from me. You'd withhold this from me. Su Yuan let out a soft huff. I only feared it would worry you. Lu Feng rubbed his nose sheepishly by way of explanation. Fine. I'll handle it now. Wait a moment, Su Yuan said, and hung up. Staring at the darkened screen, Lu Feng allowed himself a wry, self-deprecating smile. Ah, how mortifying. Barely hours after boasting, I must now beg for rescue. This incident laid bare his vulnerabilities. Though wealthy, he possessed no meaningful network. Only a single acquaintance, Elder Yi Weiman, with whom he shared little rapport. Upon returning, I must cultivate connections diligently, Lu Feng resolved inwardly. After hanging up, Shin Su Yuan suppressed her rising ire and retrieved the direct line to Jinjiang City's top official, then dialed without delay, heart pounding at the thought of Lu Feng enduring humiliation within that cold interrogation room. At 11 p.m., Lin Yuming, the city's highest authority, was jolted awake by the shrill ring of his phone. Who dares call at this hour? Do they wish me to sleep at all? He grumbled. Rubbing his eyes, he picked up the device, and upon seeing the caller's name, his drowsiness evaporated entirely. Why would she call now? Hello, Xiao Yuan. What brings you to ring so late? Uncle Lin, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest at this hour. No trouble at all, though I'd only just lain down. I require your assistance with something urgent, Shun Su Yuan replied. Say the word. I'll handle it, whatever it takes, Lin Yuming assured her with a warm laugh. She then recounted Lu Feng's ordeal, and upon hearing it, Lin Yuming slammed his palm onto the desk. These people have grown utterly lawless. To commit such an outrage, not only does it violate justice, but it corrodes Jinjiang City's very foundation for commerce. Then, Uncle Lin, I entrust this matter to you. Rest assured, even had you not spoken, I would never tolerate such conduct. Thank you, Uncle Lin. This new year I'll secure you an invitation to grandfather's banquet. I haven't seen you in years, and I truly miss you. Ha. Thank you, Xiao Yuan. Uncle Lin, I won't detain you further. Do get some rest. With that, Shin Su Yuan ended the call. Lin Yuming, unable to contain his exhilaration, burst into unrestrained laughter, leaving his wife utterly bewildered. Lao Lin, why are you laughing instead of sleeping? She asked, silk pajamas shimmering in the lamplight. Seeing her awake, Lin Yuming swept her into his arms and kissed her tenderly. Ha. My dear, our golden days have finally arrived. What on earth are you babbling about? His wife murmured, still mystified. Never mind. It's time to sleep, he declared, and strode out in his pajamas. His wife muttered softly to herself before drifting back into slumber. Hello, Jiyun. It's Lin Yuming, he said, settling onto the sofa in the living room and dialing the police chief. The chief, roused from deep sleep, instantly snapped alert upon recognizing Lin Yuming's voice, and anxiously inquired whether anything urgent had occurred. Jiyun, you must rein in your officers more strictly. Lin Yuming's tone sent a shiver down the chief's spine. Yes, absolutely, sir, he stammered in agreement. Lin Yuming then recounted the incident in full. The chief, listening intently, pledged swift and decisive action, and assured Lin Yuming he would deliver good news shortly. Satisfied, Lin Yuming hung up and retired. Meanwhile, the police chief sprang from bed, dressed hurriedly, and rushed out the door. Descending the stairs, Su Jiyun sped toward the police station where Lu Feng was detained, his pulse racing. This is disastrous. A call from Mayor Lin himself means this man wields extraordinary influence. Before long, amid mounting trepidation, Su Jiyun arrived at the interrogation room where Lu Feng waited. As Su Jiyun walked in, he immediately asked, "Who is on duty here today?" "Who are you?" Why are you here so late? The duty officer replied. I am Su Jiyun. Director, why are you here? The duty officer hurriedly welcomed him upon hearing his, if I hadn't come over you would have let things get out of hand. Director, what do you mean? Has your branch captured a young man today? He is still being held in the interrogation room. Yes, it seems there is one who came in for assault. Then hurry up and take me there. Su Jiyun said loudly. Yes, please follow me, the duty officer said as he led Su Jiyun to the interrogation room, signaling to his colleague to quickly inform the branch director that Su Jiyun had arrived. Passing through the corridor, the duty officer brought Su Jiyun to an interrogation room. Director, he is inside. Open the door. The duty officer immediately opened the door upon hearing this. Lu Feng looked at the police officer who pushed the door open along with a middle-aged man behind him, confused about the situation. You must be Lu Feng, Chairman Lu, Su Jiyun said. Yes, that's me, Lu Feng replied. Hurry up and remove Mr. Lu's handcuffs. The officer quickly stepped forward to unlock Lu Feng's handcuffs. I am truly sorry, Mr. Lu, for the inconvenience. I am fully aware of the circumstances surrounding this matter, and you can rest assured I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution, Su Jiyun said. Hearing Su Jiyun's words, Lu Feng realized he was the rescuer sent by Shun Shiyuan, and he couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Shin family. Who are you? Although he knew he was a rescuer, Lu Feng still did not know the identity of the middle-aged man before him. Look at me, I've forgotten to introduce myself. I am the police chief of Jinjiang City. My name is Su Jiyun. Lu Feng was shocked to learn the man's identity. After all, he was the police chief of Jinjiang City, a significant figure of power, and he had been summoned by Shin Shuyuan in the middle of the night. Hello. I truly appreciate your coming here at such a late hour, Lu Feng said politely. Your words are too much, Mr. Lu. It is my lack of oversight that has caused a law-abiding citizen like you to face such unfair treatment. You are busy every day. It's normal to overlook some minor matters. I acted a bit harshly this time, causing you trouble, Su Jiyun replied, laughing. Let's go outside and talk, he suggested. Sure, Lu Feng agreed, as Su Jiyun led him out of the interrogation room. Where do you live, Mr. Lu? They'll give you a ride back, Su Jiyun said. He was very curious about the young man in front of him. At just over 20 years old, he had already acquired a large conglomerate valued at 20 billion. Although the company had recently faced issues, it was still substantial. Moreover, he was able to have the young lady from the Shun family call the top leader of Jinjiang City in the middle of the night. All these signs indicated that this young man had a significant background. Lu Feng quickly declined Su Jiyun's offer. Thank you for your kindness. I feel terrible for troubling you at this late hour and interrupting your rest. I can take a taxi back myself, he said. Director, why are you here? Just as Su Jiyun was about to say something, a voice came from behind. A chubby man ran up to Su Jiyun panting and said, Director, did you come here for something? You could have just called, no need to come in person. Su Jiyun looked at the chubby man with a cold smile. Zhou Daniel, don't you know why I am here? Zhou Daniel, the branch director, sensed the chill in Su Jiyun's tone and shuddered. He certainly knew why Su Jiyun was here. Had he known Lu Feng had such a background, he would never have dared to treat Lu Feng like this. In order to please Wei Changqing, he had instructed his subordinates to confiscate Lu Feng's phone and not release his handcuffs at night, leaving him sitting there all this time. Director, I am just acting according to the law. After all, Mr. Lu did hurt someone. Zhou Daniel could only force an explanation. But I heard that Mr. Lu was acting in self-defense, Su Jiyun countered. However, all the witnesses at the time said that Mr. Lu struck first. I had no choice, Zhou Daniel explained helplessly. What is going on? He originally thought it was just a minor issue, and helping Wei Changqing would earn him a favor, but who knew this soft persimmon had turned into titanium alloy? I don't want to hear your explanations. If investigations rely solely on witness statements, how many wrongful convictions would there be? Su Jiyun was directly angry upon hearing Zhou Daniel's explanation. A bunch of incompetent fools only thinking about personal gain, yet they fail when it's time to do their job. Seeing the director angry, Zhou Daniel could only cast a hopeful glance at Lu Feng, hoping he could help plead for leniency. However, Lu Feng seemed not to notice Zhou Daniel at all, and continued to speak to Su Jiyun. I truly appreciate your assistance, Director. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave now. I will treat you to dinner when I have the chance. Haha, Mr. Lu, you are too polite. I am doing this for Jinjiang City. It is because of people like you that Jinjiang City is developing rapidly and thriving, Su Jiyun replied. Su Jiyun truly spoke beautifully as an official. He then personally escorted Lu Feng to the taxi, and as he watched the taxi disappear into the distance, Su Jiyun's expression instantly darkened. Look at the mess you've made. Do you have any idea who Mr. Lu is? Su Jiyun said with a dark face. At this point, Zhou Daniel was already scared speechless by Su Jiyun. No, I don't know, he stammered. The top leader personally called me to come here. Just think about how prominent Mr. Lu must be. You idiots didn't even realize you were being sold out. Zhou Daniel was instantly more anxious upon hearing that the top leader had personally inquired about this matter. Seeing Zhou Danius' reaction, Su Zhiyun became even angrier and left with a final word. Tomorrow bring everyone involved in this matter to guard the reservoir. After saying this, he drove away, leaving Zhou Daniu sitting on the ground in despair. What have I done? Meanwhile, Lu Feng had already taken a taxi back to Japanshan. The reason he didn't return to the hotel to sleep was that his car was still parked there. Just as he got into the car and started the engine, Shin Shuyuan's call came through. Hello, Ah Feng, are you alright? Her concerned voice came from the other end of the line. Hearing Shin Shuyuan's concern warmed Lu Feng's heart. I'm fine now, Shuyuan, he replied. I'm glad you're alright. Get some rest early, she said. Okay, you too, he responded. With that, Lu Feng drove while chatting with Shin Shuyuan and soon arrived at the hotel entrance. I've arrived, so don't worry. Get some rest early, Lu Feng said. Okay, you too, good night. Good night. After hanging up, Lu Feng checked into the hotel, pushed open the room door, and laid down on the bed, falling asleep. Why do I feel like I've forgotten something? The next day, Lu Feng only got out of bed close to noon. What did I forget yesterday? He said while getting dressed. I forgot that the system refreshed, Lu Feng said as he hurriedly entered the system. System come out quickly, I forgot to refresh yesterday. Ding. Host, there is no need to worry. Yesterday's refresh opportunity has automatically turned into a lottery chance in the mall and has been saved. Hearing the system's response, Lu Feng finally felt relieved. Then please help me refresh today, Lu Feng said with a long sigh. Ding. Today's flash sale items have been refreshed. What's going on? Why are the items so mediocre? Didn't you say they would get better? Lu Feng complained. It turns out that the best item refreshed today was 100 prestige points, while the other two were just ordinary luxury goods. Ding. The chance of refreshing good items in the secondary system has increased, perhaps due to daily refreshes. The host's luck isn't very good. The system's voice seemed to carry a hint of glee. Forget it, let's turn the daily refreshes of these days into lottery chances. What if something good comes up later? Lu Feng said. Receive. As Lu Feng said this, he prepared to get up and tidy himself before going to Fanli Group to discuss the relocation with Zhao Yun. Currently, Lu Feng had offended the entire elite class of Jinjiang City. Although he had Shin Shuyuan's help this time, he couldn't rely on her every time. Thus, Lu Feng planned to move Fanli to Modu. He wanted to gradually turn Modu into his stronghold. Compared to Modu's economic environment, Jinjiang City still lagged far behind. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Chairman. Accompanied by greetings from the employees, Lu Feng returned to the group. Old Zhao, have you had breakfast? Lu Feng arrived at Zhao Yun's office with soy milk, fried dough sticks, and buns. A director, Lu, it's almost 11 o'clock, isn't that a bit late? Zhao Yun looked at Lu Feng and said, oh, it's not late, come have some. No need, Director Lu, I had lunch in the morning. Alright then, I'll just eat alone. Zhao Yun watched Lu Feng sitting on the sofa with a bun in his right hand and a fried dough stick in his left, while sipping soy milk from a cup on the table, momentarily unsure of what to say. This was completely different from the decisive and billionaire chairman from yesterday. After quite a while, Lu Feng finally finished his breakfast. Burp, him so full, Lu Feng stood up and poured himself another glass of water. Director Lu, I went to check on our finances that were taken away today, and they said they have returned to the group. Did you have a hand in this? Zhao Yun asked. Hearing Zhao Yun's words, Lu Feng was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Looks like this group isn't made up of fools. Director Lu, what do you mean by that? Zhao Yun asked curiously. It's nothing new as long as they are released. I'm here to talk to you about the company's relocation, Lu Feng said. Upon hearing Lu Feng mention the group's relocation again, Zhao Yun felt conflicted. He really didn't want to give up the territory the group had painstakingly established in Jinjiang City. Director Lu, shouldn't we reconsider this relocation? There are many complexities involved, Zhao Yun explained. Old Zhao, we can't stay in Jinjiang City any longer, Lu Feng said calmly. Why? What happened? Zhao Yun asked, puzzled. Today the group was investigated due to someone's instigation, Lu Feng said calmly. What? It really was instigated by someone. Do you know who it is? Zhao Yun asked hastily. I know, of course I know. I not only know, but I also had a confrontation with them, Lu Feng said indifferently. A confrontation? I didn't quite understand what you meant. Yesterday afternoon, as I left the research institute, I received a mysterious call. The person on the phone told me they wanted to talk business and asked me to meet them at Jupan Mountain Racetrack. I ignored them. As soon as I hung up the phone, I received news about the group's investigation. After handling the company's matters, I drove straight to Jupan Mountain Racetrack to meet that person. Lu Feng pulled out a cigarette and lit it. You met him? Who exactly is targeting us? Zhao Yun asked anxiously. I met him. He isn't alone. There are many people at the racetrack. The leader is called Wei Chongqing, and he was sent by Feng Ning. The goal is to pressure me and hand over Fanli to Benz. Lu Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone revealing no emotion. Damn, Benz is being so excessive. Not only are they suppressing us, but they are also threatening you. Zhao Yun slammed the table angrily. He was clearly extremely shocked by this matter. I rejected them, but they told me they could represent the entire elite circle of Jinjiang City, and that I had to agree to their demands. I remember now. Oh, this Wei Chongqing is the son of Wei Tian, the third in command of Jinjiang City, Zhao Yun suddenly said. So did you agree? Of course I didn't agree. I'm the type of person who bends to softness but resists hardness. Then they made a move, but unfortunately they couldn't take me down. Then he called the police and had me taken into the interrogation room. Zhao Yun, hearing that Lu Feng had gone into the interrogation room last night, quickly asked, "Are you all right? You should have called me." "I'm fine, and my phone was confiscated." It was only later when Wei Chongqing came to the interrogation room to flaunt his power that I got my phone back, Lu Feng continued. "This is so excessive. How about this, Director Lu? Let's call the police. Since they can say such things, they can definitely follow through with it." "You haven't stayed in Jinjiang City, so you don't know their notorious reputation," Zhao Yun said worriedly. "No need to, I've already resolved the issue. They won't make a move against me again," Lu Feng said calmly. "Huh, that's not their style, is it?" "I know, but they can't afford to provoke me now." "Looks like Director Lu has quite a background," Zhao Yun said, looking at Lu Feng. "Ha, old Zhao, don't guess anymore. Although I've won this round, they haven't lost too badly either. Let's discuss the relocation of the group, shall we? But what about these industries after we move?" Zhao Yun said worriedly. "We'll slowly sell off the industries. If they set their sights on us, life will be hard for the group. You can't expect to steal for 1,000 days without prevention. Moreover, I believe Yadi and Daki will be very interested in the industries we leave behind," Lu Feng said calmly. "All right then, we'll do as you say. They'll go notify them shortly." Just let them know I have a few things to handle." Lu Feng stood up and was about to leave. "Okay, I'll see you off." Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Chongqing and his group found a notorious assassin in Jinjiang City, preparing to assassinate Lu Feng. "Chongqing, you don't know I got scolded badly by my old man yesterday. Yeah, I don't know what kind of background that Lu is to stir up such a commotion with the top leaders. My family also gave me a good scolding and warned me not to provoke that Lu again." A few second-generation heirs shared their tragic experiences with each other. Wei Chongqing, smoking a cigarette with his eyes squinted into a slit, thought back to what his old man had said the previous night upon hearing his friend's remarks. "Chongqing, you've thoroughly offended this Lu Feng. He definitely won't let you go. So what should I do, Grandpa? Since talking first and fighting later won't work, then get rid of him completely. But you must keep your father in the dark and find a way to distance yourself from the assassination of that Lu." "Got it, I understand." Just as Wei Chongqing was still pondering, the red-haired man interrupted his thoughts. "Chongqing, I made contact. This person is a well-known assassin in the underworld of Jinjiang City named Black Wolf. Is he reliable?" "Don't worry, my dad has previously hired him for some dirty work. He has a sickly wife who needs to stay in the hospital and requires a lot of money. So even if the task fails, he wouldn't dare betray us," the red-haired man said confidently. It turns out the red-haired man's family was involved in crime. They had accumulated their first pot of seed money in the 1980s through criminal activities. Due to the severe crackdown on crime in Huahua, they had no choice but to slowly transition out, but they still had many gray industries under their banner. "Then tell him 1 million. Oh, I want Lu Feng dead," Wei Chongqing said indifferently. "Okay, you'll give him the information and photos of that Lu, and then pay him a 500 deposit," the red-haired man said. "Remember to package the photos and information in a bag, and the deposit must be in cash. Don't use the internet. We can't leave any traces," Wei Chongqing reminded. "Don't worry, Chongqing, I'm on it." Go ahead." While Wei Chongqing and his group were planning how to assassinate Lu Feng was already driving back to Xuanqing. He planned to say goodbye to his parents and Lu Yanran, and then head back to Modu directly from Jinjiang City. However, he was unaware that an assassination was quietly approaching him. Lu Feng drove his Mercedes-Benz at breakneck speed, finally returning home after more than 2 hours. He took out the keys to unlock the door and saw that only Lu Yanran was home. He asked her where their uncle and aunt had gone. "Brother, where did you go?" Lu Yanran asked. "There were some matters at the company that I needed to handle." "What about uncle and aunt?" "They went to work since you weren't home." "Didn't I tell them not to go to work?" "They said they couldn't sit still and had to go." "All right, then let's go buy some groceries and prepare dinner for them," Lu Feng said. "Brother, is your cooking good?" Lu Yanran asked curiously. "Of course it's good," Lu Feng replied with a smile. "It's a joke. After not returning home for 4 years during college, he had been cooking for himself. Although it wasn't as good as aunt's cooking, it was still decent." The two chatted and laughed as they headed to the market. After wandering around for a long time, they finally bought all the groceries. Lu Feng brought Lu Yanran back home, ready to show off his culinary skills. Skillfully cleaning the crabs, Lu Feng soaked them in white wine. "Brother, what are you doing?" Lu Yanran asked, curiously watching his actions. "This is a type of drunken crab. Once it's soaked, we just steam it. The crabs will have a rich aroma of wine and taste delicious," Lu Feng explained. "Wow, that sounds amazing. I'm looking forward to it." Lu Feng then started preparing boiled shrimp, steamed flour clams with egg, and scallops with vermicelli, as well as a pot of kelp and pork rib soup. "Brother, why are you making so much seafood today?" "Because seafood is what I ate the most in Magic City, so of course I have to cook seafood," Lu Feng said, after working for over 2 hours. All right, then just in time our parents will be home from work soon, Lu Yanran said. After setting the dishes on the table, the two sat down and started playing on their phones. About 20 minutes later, there was a sound of the door opening, and uncle and aunt came home from work. Wow, it smells so good. I can smell the seafood. Yes, I can also smell the aroma of white wine. Uncle and aunt exclaimed as they entered, and then they saw Lu Feng. Oh, little Feng, you're back. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I would have finished work early to make something delicious for you, aunt said excitedly upon seeing Lu Feng. Haha, you rascal, pulling a surprise attack again, uncle said with a smile. Mom, Dad, stop talking. Come quickly and taste my brother's cooking. All these dishes are made by him. Uncle and aunt were pleasantly surprised to learn that all the dishes and soup on the table were made by Lu Feng. Then I have to properly taste little Feng's skills. Uncle hurriedly washed his hands and sat at the dining table. You're so eager, aunt said while washing her hands and teasing uncle. Uncle ignored her and picked up a piece of steamed flour clam to eat. Wow, this is delicious. Uncle praised after taking a sip of wine. Little Feng, your skills are impressive. Seeing how much her dad enjoyed the food, Lu Yanran quickly picked up a piece for herself. Instantly stars sparkled in her eyes. Brother, this is amazing. So delicious. Lu Yanran exclaimed as she picked up another piece. Seeing the two of them enjoying the food, aunt hurriedly grabbed a boiled shrimp and put it in her mouth. It really is delicious. Little Feng, your cooking is excellent. Any girl who marries you will be lucky. And, haha, yes, I didn't expect little Feng's culinary skills to be so good. Uncle praised as well. Brother, can I live with you in the future? I want to eat your cooking every day, Lu Yanran said. Ha ha ha, Uncle, aunt, and Yanran, stop praising me. I'm getting proud now, Lu Feng said with a laugh. Ha ha, if I had your cooking skills I would be proud too. You don't know, your aunt never lets me cook because she thinks my cooking is terrible. Is that called being picky? I just can't eat it, aunt retorted. Ha ha, Dad, is your cooking really that bad? The meal quickly ended in a cheerful atmosphere. After finishing the meal, Lu Yanran was sent to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Lu Feng then pulled uncle and aunt to sit on the sofa. Uncle, aunt, didn't I tell you not to go to work anymore? You can rest at home. From now on I will take care of you, Lu Feng. Hearing Lu Feng's words, uncle and aunt were touched and praised him as a good kid. Little Feng, we can't just sit at home. It's boring to do nothing every day, but it's better to go to work, uncle said. Your uncle is right. When Yanran starts school you can go out again. It will just be the two of us at home, and we will be quite bored. It's better to work as the time will pass faster, aunt added. Then you should go travel, explore our beautiful country. You shouldn't go to work anymore. You two have sacrificed so much for me and Yanran. Now that I have money, you should enjoy yourselves, Lu Feng continued to persuade. Traveling is tiring and expensive. I won't go. Then just stay at home, play mahjong, and drink tea. Sitting and playing mahjong makes my back hurt, and drinking tea keeps me awake. You could exercise or dance. That's not better than working in a factory. Uncle, and I know you don't want to spend my money, but if I earn money and don't spend it on you, what's the point? Lu Feng said helplessly. The money you earn should be saved for yourself. Your uncle and I are still young and can work. We can help you save some too, aunt said, making Lu Feng both cry and laugh. He felt touched and happy because they truly cared for him, and he was glad to have such a wonderful family. Seeing he couldn't persuade them, Lu Feng took out his phone and began to operate it. Ding ding ding, as the text message notification rang, uncle looked at his phone in confusion. After seeing the transfer notification in his bank account and the amount displayed, uncle became unsettled. Little Feng, why did you transfer money to me? It's nothing, just transferring it to you so you can spend it, Lu Feng replied. This is too much. You transferred 10 million at once. Aunt hurriedly urged uncle to transfer some back to Lu Feng. Little Feng, we can't accept this money. You need it for your business, aunt said as she snatched the phone from uncle's hand, preparing to transfer it back to Lu Feng. But Lu Feng stopped her, holding his phone and shaking it in front of the elderly couple. Did you see how much money I have in my bank account? Lu Feng asked with a smile. Uncle and aunt nodded in confusion. How much is in there? Tell me, Lu Feng said, barely suppressing his laughter. The couple hurriedly began to count. 10,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, billion. How much is in there? There's over 2 billion. Is giving you 10 million too much? No, it's not too much. Then can you accept it? Yes. Before uncle and aunt could react, Lu Feng had already reeled them in. Ha, you promised to accept it, so you can't back out now. Lu Feng laughed while holding his stomach. Uncle and aunt suddenly realized, Little Feng, this money. Stop, hold on, you just agreed to it. Lu Feng interrupted them directly. Seeing Lu Feng's resolute attitude, uncle and aunt had no choice but to give up. Little Feng, where did you get so much money? Uncle asked. You don't need to worry about that. This money is definitely clean and earned through legitimate channels, Lu Feng said directly. Seeing Lu Feng speak this way, uncle and aunt didn't ask further. The family then chatted for a long time, and it was only late at night when they returned to their rooms to sleep. Xiao Feng, take good care of yourself. Brother, come back to visit more often. Under the watchful eyes of his family, Lu Feng set off early in the morning from Xian City, embarking on his journey to Jinjiang City. Uncle and aunt could not persuade Lu Feng otherwise and ultimately had to agree to him not going to work. After leaving home, Lu Feng quickly arrived in Jinjiang City, preparing to park the car to use the restroom, having been held up throughout the journey. "Big brother, there's someone over there asking for you, saying he wants to talk." A little chubby boy approached Lu Feng just as he got out of the car. The arrival of the chubby boy left Lu Feng puzzled, unable to comprehend the situation. "Little brother, I don't think I know you. Why are you looking for me?" Lu Feng said, looking at the chubby boy. "Brother, you are Lu Feng, right?" The chubby boy said, licking a lollipop. "Yes, I am Lu Feng. Who is looking for me?" Lu Feng gently patted the boy's head. "An uncle gave me a lollipop and told me to come and inform you," the chubby boy said, innocently pointing to a dark alley next to the public restroom. Upon hearing the chubby boy's words, Lu Feng glanced at the dim alley nearby, and his mind immediately recalled what Wei Changqing had mentioned earlier. "Hey, that was quick," Lu Feng sneered. "It seems there's no way to hide. As soon as I entered Jinjiang City, they were already aware, clearly monitoring my license plate. Then it's better to take the initiative. What if they can't find me and target my uncle and aunt instead?" Lu Feng thought, preparing to approach them. "Thank you, little friend. Your task is complete. Go play now." Lu Feng patted the chubby boy's head again and walked. "Goodbye, uncle." The chubby boy cheerfully ran off, enjoying his lollipop. Lu Feng quickly entered the alley, which was extremely dark, making it hard to see, even in broad daylight. "I'm here, come out," Lu Feng called out as he stood in the alley. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man wearing a hood and combat gear stepped out from the shadows. Lu Feng assessed the man before him. Despite possessing master-level combat skills and the physique of a special forces soldier, he still felt a sense of killing intent and pressure from the man. This man certainly has blood on his hands. That was Lu Feng's first impression of him. Taking out a cigarette, Lu Feng lit it and took a puff before asking, "Did Wei Changqing send you?" However, the man facing him remained silent, his eyes fixed on Lu Feng like a hawk. "I know it's him, even if you don't say anything, but why are you alone?" "Didn't they tell you I'm quite capable?" Lu Feng replied calmly. The man still ignored Lu Feng, gripping his combat knife even tighter. "You must be a soldier. I can tell from your combat gear and demeanor. Why choose to be an assassin?" Lu Feng continued to inquire, but the man acted as if he hadn't heard a word. Soon Lu Feng finished his cigarette, and just as he discarded the man lunged at him with the knife. Swish! The knife swiftly slashed across Lu Feng's chest, but missed as he adeptly dodged. Seeing his first strike missed, the man quickly reversed his grip and aimed for Lu Feng's head. Lu Feng seized the opportunity, grabbing the man's attacking hand to disarm him, but the man anticipated Lu Feng's intention and quickly stabbed twice in midair, forcing Lu Feng to retreat. The two quickly separated. "Impressive skills. I'm even more convinced you are military and not just any soldier," Lu Feng remarked. "You're not bad either," the man finally spoke. Then he launched a rapid attack, his knife dancing with precision, leaving Lu Feng with no choice but to dodge repeatedly. Seeing that he was cornered, Lu Feng quickly retreated to the wall. Taking advantage of the man's next thrust, he jumped up, grabbed a rope overhead, and executed a flying kick that knocked the knife from the man's hand. The man reacted swiftly. At the moment the knife was kicked away, he grabbed Lu Feng's leg tightly and forcefully pulled him down. He then tried to retrieve the knife, but Lu Feng wouldn't give him the chance, picking up a brick from the ground and throwing it at him, which the man narrowly dodged. Afterward, Lu Feng charged forward, and the two engaged in a brawl. The man's attacks were fierce and rapid, utilizing both hands and feet, forcing Lu Feng to only defend. This was to be expected. Lu Feng had master skills and a special forces physique, but his practical experience was nearly zero, having fought only twice against ordinary people. The man trying to assassinate him had combat skills and physical abilities that matched Lu Feng's, not to mention that he had emerged from the battlefield with real blood on his hands, mastering the art of killing. Swish! The man kicked out and Lu Feng raised his arms to block, but the man leveraged Lu Feng's arm to leap into the air and delivered a downward kick. At that moment, Lu Feng found himself with no way to retreat and had to raise his arms once more to defend. Bang! Lu Feng was driven to one knee by the force, and the man, not giving him a moment to breathe, attacked again. Without alternatives, Lu Feng had to roll to evade. However, it was clear the man didn't want to give Lu Feng any respite, launching deadly attacks at an even faster. Lu Feng was barely keeping up with the defense. Just as he seemed about to be overwhelmed, he suddenly seized an opening during one of the man's attacks and executed the Black Dragon 18 skills, forcing the man back. "Is that the Black Dragon 18 skills? Where did you learn it?" "I remember it was banned in Huagua back in the 80s, the man said, a hint of surprise flickering in his otherwise calm gaze. Huff, huff, huff. Lu Feng gasped for breath, smiling. "Want to learn? I can teach you." Upon hearing this, the man charged at him again, and Lu Feng retaliated using the Black Dragon 18 skills. Due to the man's unfamiliarity with the Black Dragon 18 skills, Lu Feng managed to hold his ground again. After exchanging hundreds of blows, both were exhausted, and covered in injuries, yet neither had fallen, glaring fiercely at each other. I underestimated you, the man said, panting. You're strong too. I'm increasingly curious about you. With your skills, being a bodyguard earning $1 million a year would be no problem. Why choose to be an assassin? Lu Feng asked, intrigued. Perhaps due to a mutual understanding, the man surprisingly answered Lu Feng's question. I'm also forced into this. My wife is terminally ill, so I have to do this kind of work to earn money for her treatment. Wait a moment. Lu Feng hadn't finished speaking when the man attacked again, clearly intent on taking Lu Feng. With no choice, Lu Feng had to counter and fight back, and after a few more exchanges, he seized an opportunity, kicking the man over and creating distance. Hold on, Lu Feng continued. But the man wouldn't give him a chance to speak, getting up to attack again. Seeing the man charging at him, once more Lu Feng had no choice but to draw his handgun, aiming it at the man. The man froze in place, horrified upon seeing the gun. Having experienced war, he could tell at a glance that Lu Feng's gun was real, a standard M1911. Can we talk now? Lu Feng said calmly. The man raised his hands directly upon hearing this. He understood that given the distance between them, his chances of snatching the gun were zero, but Lu Feng would certainly shoot him dead the moment he tried. I lost, the man said, standing there. No, you haven't lost. If it weren't for my gun, we wouldn't know who would win or lose in the end, Lu Feng replied with a faint smile. Since you have a gun, why didn't you take it out right away? The man asked, puzzled. Lu Feng's pistol had a silencer. He could have taken it out immediately to kill him. Why bother fighting for so long? Because I wanted to test my combat ability, Lu Feng explained. Hearing this, the man was momentarily speechless. Big brother, this is a life and death struggle, not a game. You really have some guts. With gun control so strict in Huahua, many involved in crime only have crossbows or homemade firearms. Where did this gun come from? The man voiced his confusion. The origin of the gun is naturally a secret. I can't tell you, Lu Feng said. But I'm curious, and it's a pity. With your skills, you could have had a better future. What illness does your wife have that led you down this path? Hearing Lu Feng's words, the man sat down slowly and began to narrate. My wife has cancer and relies on dialysis and chemotherapy to survive. I can't afford the high medical expenses and can only engage in this kind of crime. The man seemed to have given up. You are a soldier, right? Lu Feng asked. I served in the Francophonie and am considered a mercenary. I thought you were a soldier from Huahua. Have you ever killed a Huahua person, meaning an ordinary person? No, the businesses I dealt with were all in the underworld. Those people deserve to die. But I'm not part of the underworld. Why do you want to kill me? I'm out of money. My wife needs treatment, and they demand too much from me. I had no choice but to take this job, the man replied, honestly believing he would die, and thus gave up resisting. Okay, I've finished my questions. Lu Feng raised his gun. Wait, I beg you to spare my wife. As a condition, I will commit suicide. This way you won't have any trouble. Although I know you are not an ordinary person, getting shot to death will still cause you trouble, the man suddenly said. Lu Feng looked at the man who had remained calm all this time and asked, aren't you afraid of death? I am, but I have long anticipated this situation. What about your wife? I can only say I've done my best. This way we can be ghostly husband and wife together. What if I say I can cure your wife? What? The man suddenly stood up, his face full of disbelief. I mean, if I can cure your wife, what would you do? Lu Feng looked at him and said. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words again, the man immediately knelt on both knees. If you can cure my wife, I swear to be loyal to you forever, to be your sharpest blade, the man said with determination. But why should I believe you? After all, we were just trying to kill each other, Lu Feng replied. As long as you can cure my wife, I can kill Chui Hao directly as a pledge of loyalty, the man said excitedly. Chui Hao is the red-haired man by Wei Changqing's side, who was sent to kill Lu Feng. Hearing that Lu Feng could cure his wife, the man nearly went insane with excitement. Killing one person, even 100 would be fine. To be honest, I really admire you. You truly care for your wife, Lu Feng laughed. So do you agree? The man asked, suppressing his excitement. You should be glad you haven't harmed ordinary people, who otherwise you would have died just now, Lu Feng said, and then turned to leave. After walking a few steps, Lu Feng turned around to look back. What? Aren't you coming? Take me to see your wife. The man, hearing Lu Feng's words, was so excited he could barely react, his teeth chattering and his body trembling. Lu Feng had to come over and support him. Are you really willing to help me? The man asked in disbelief. I told you should be glad you haven't harmed ordinary people, who otherwise you would be dead by now. And I do indeed need a bodyguard to protect me, and you are just right for the job. I will not let you down, oh please rest assured. The two who had just fought with all their might ended up sitting in a car together peacefully. On the way to the man's home, Lu Feng learned about his situation. The man's name is Feng, and he grew up with his wife as childhood sweethearts. Later, Feng went abroad to serve in the military, while his wife waited for his return. It wasn't until Feng retired and returned home that they got married. Just as they were looking forward to a happy married life, his wife was suddenly diagnosed with late-stage cancer, shattering their once happy little family. His wife and Wan chose to commit suicide to avoid dragging Feng down. Fortunately, Feng discovered it in time, saved Wan, and brought her to the hospital. Later, Feng could only choose to take risks and help underworld figures with assassinations and other jobs to cover the medical expenses. Lu Feng was truly Feng's first ordinary job. In fact, when he learned he was supposed to kill an ordinary person, Feng struggled with his conscience for a long time. Ultimately, seeing his wife bedridden, he gritted his teeth and accepted the job. However, he never expected to be defeated by Lu Feng. Just when Feng thought he would die, Lu Feng gave him hope again. Soon, guided by Feng, Lu Feng arrived beside a very vintage building. "Sir, this is my home," Feng said cautiously. Lu Feng smiled, got out of the car, and Feng quickly led the way. Soon they arrived at the third floor. Feng opened the door. As soon as they entered, Lu Feng smelled a strong odor of medicine throughout the room. "Please don't mind it," Feng said awkwardly with a smile. "Let me see your wife," Lu Feng said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Feng hurriedly opened the bedroom door. As soon as he entered, Lu Feng saw Wan lying on the bed, her face pale, surrounded by various medical equipment. "Ah, Feng, you're back. Who is this?" Wan asked, gasping for breath. Lu Feng could clearly sense the effort it took for Wan to say these words. She was already critically ill. "Sir, I beg you to save her," Feng said, suddenly kneeling down. Feng's action startled Lu Feng, and Wan was also taken aback. Lu Feng hurriedly pulled Feng up, and Wan also struggled to get up from the bed. "Don't worry, since I said I would save her, I will definitely do so," Lu Feng reassured. Upon hearing Lu Feng's promise, Feng finally stood up. "I have the special medicine in my car, I'll go get it now." "You all wait a moment," Lu Feng said, and turned to leave. As soon as Lu Feng left, Wan curiously asked who he was. "He is my boss," Feng replied, not entirely lying, as he would soon be Lu Feng's bodyguard. "You just said to let him save me. Is that really possible?" "This is a terminal illness, don't be deceived," Wan said with difficulty. Seeing his wife like this, Feng's eyes turned red, and he directly squatted beside the bed holding his wife's hand. He explained that Lu Feng was not an ordinary person and must have a way. "Fool, I've dragged you down. I no longer have hope. I just hope you can live happily," Wan said, stroking Meanwhile, after arriving at the car, Lu Feng focused his mind and directly entered the system shop. The reason Lu Feng agreed to Feng that he could cure his wife's illness was that he had seen cancer treatment potions in the shop before. Not only potions, but also methods for making them. Unfortunately, Lu Feng could only afford the potions right now and couldn't buy the recipes. If a real cure for cancer were to emerge, it would create a storm worldwide. With Lu Feng's current stature, he couldn't withstand the attacks from those big shots. So even if he could afford it, unless one day when Lu Feng's business empire is truly established, and he has confidence to face anything, then he would consider buying these things. Soon Lu Feng found the cancer treatment potion in the shop. Found it. Lu Feng exchanged 500 reputation points for a potion to treat cancer, then spent another 100 reputation points for a nutritional solution. Due to prolonged suffering from illness, Feng's wife should first take a potion to restore her bodily function. Lu Feng entered the room holding the two potions. Feng and his wife were anxiously staring at the door, and upon seeing Lu Feng enter, Feng hurriedly approached. "Boss, did you get them?" Feng asked eagerly. Lu Feng remained silent, simply handing him two safes containing the potions. Feng trembled as he took the safes from Lu Feng. "Haha, be careful not to drop them," Lu Feng joked at Feng's excited demeanor. I won't drop them," Feng said, suppressing his excitement. Inside the two boxes, one contains the cancer treatment potion, and the other restores bodily functions. First, give her the one for restoring bodily functions, then the cancer treatment potion. After hearing this, Feng opened the first box and found a light pink potion sealed inside. Not knowing how to administer it, he had to seek Lu Feng's help. Fortunately, the system had also informed Lu Feng how to use the potion while preparing it. "Open the cap, take 1/3 first, then after an hour take another third. You need to finish it within 3 hours," Lu Feng instructed. Feng carefully opened the potion, took a cup, and poured out 1/3, gently feeding it to Wan. After drinking, Wan fell asleep immediately. "So what's going on?" Feng asked in confusion, nearly. "Don't worry, this is a normal effect of the potion, as she needs to sleep to recover better," Lu Feng reassured him upon seeing his anxiety. Thus the two men kept vigil at the bedside, and after about half an hour, Wan slowly awoke. With a small groan, she opened her eyes. Seeing his wife awake, Feng hurriedly leaned over the bed and asked how she was. Wan smiled happily at her husband's concern. "I'm fine, Feng. I feel much better now and my body feels much lighter," Wan said, gently looking at it. Then she attempted to sit up by herself. Feng, seeing this, wanted to help, but was rejected. Wan supported herself with her arms and slowly sat up. Feng's eyes turned red upon seeing her ability to sit up, and he turned to thank Lu Feng. "Don't thank me yet, give her another third first," Lu Feng said again. Feng hurriedly gave his wife another third, and Wan, after drinking, unexpectedly fell asleep again. Looking at his wife peacefully asleep and noticing her pale face slowly regaining color, and Feng felt compelled to kneel before Lu Feng. Fortunately, Lu Feng was quick to support Feng, who was about to kneel. Ha ha, no need to kneel. Oh, just protect me well in the future. Lu Feng laughed heartily. Rest assured, before I die, no one will harm a single hair on you. And Feng said with determination in his eye. Seeing his wife's condition genuinely improving, Feng silently vowed to protect Lu Feng with his life. After chatting for a while, Wan awakened again from her slumber. How are you feeling, Wainer? Feng, I feel great. Wan said, surprisingly getting out of bed. Don't think too much as she was dressed. Feng was overjoyed to see his wife could get up by herself. How do you feel? Lu Feng also asked. Thank you, benefactor. I feel great. Wan replied, kneeling before Lu Feng. Seeing his wife kneel, Feng hurriedly knelt down and bowed his head to Lu Feng. Thank you for your immense kindness. Thank you for saving my life. Lu Feng quickly lifted them both. What are you doing? No need to keep kneeling, Lu Feng said, amused and helplessly watching the two. Your great kindness cannot be repaid. We can only express our gratitude through this action, Feng said with reddened eyes. All right, there will be plenty of opportunities to thank me in the future. You two should hurry and finish the potions, Lu Feng said to them. Under Lu Feng's encouragement, Wan finished the last dose of potion and fell into a deep sleep. This time, she didn't wake for a full hour, which frightened Feng, prompting him to ask Lu Feng if something was wrong. Lu Feng was also puzzled and could only consult the system. Upon learning it was normal, he breathed a sigh. Hearing Lu Feng say it was normal, Feng finally felt reassured. He had been terrified when he saw his wife was looking at his wife, whose health was now comparable to a normal person, Feng was at a loss for words with joy. Ever since his wife was diagnosed with late-stage cancer, her health had rapidly declined, leaving her bedridden. Restored, Wan tightly hugged Feng. Thank you, Feng, Wan said tearfully. She then bowed to Lu Feng, saying, the one who deserves the most thanks is you. Without your help, I might not have lived much longer. Feng, working for you is both his honor and mine. Lu Feng gently helped Wan up, indicating it was the least he could do. Now you can take the cancer treatment potion. This time drink it all at once. She will probably sleep for a day and night, which is normal, Lu Feng told Feng. Looking at Wan, who was lying on the bed asleep after finishing the potion, Lu Feng suggested going out for a meal and to buy some clothes, as his own were already dirty and torn from the previous battle. However, seeing Feng reluctantly looking at Wan, Lu Feng added that he could go by himself, allowing Feng to stay and accompany her. After saying this, he refused Feng's offer to see him off and walked out. Just as Lu Feng reached the car, he suddenly remembered something and retrieved $2 cash from the glove compartment, returning to the door. Knock, knock, knock. Feng opened the door. Feng hurriedly rushed over to open it upon hearing the sound. I forgot one thing, Lu Feng explained. The 2 potions I gave you must not be mentioned to anyone, and you two must move to Modu with me. I will arrange for someone to erase your wife's previous medical records. Rest assured, even if it costs us our lives, we will not leak a single piece of information, Feng promised. He knew the importance of the 2 potions Lu Feng provided. One could cure cancer, while the other could rapidly restore bodily functions. If these 2 potions were discovered by the wealthy, countless people would come to seize them, even if it were worth billions. If it got out that Lu Feng possessed such treasures, he might not know where he would end up the next day. Stop talking about death, it's unlucky. Just keep it to yourselves, Lu Feng said, handing the $2. Take this money to Modu to buy some furniture or something. As for a house, I will find a good one for you. Feng looked at the money in his hands and tried to return it to Lu Feng, saying he couldn't accept such a great Consider it your salary for being my bodyguard. No, I don't need a salary for being your bodyguard, Feng insisted. Well, then use this money to buy some good food for your wife and some nice clothes, Lu Feng said insistently, pushing the money back. Seeing Lu Feng's firm attitude and thinking of his wife, Feng silently accepted the money. That's settled then. I'm off, Lu Feng said, waving as he walked away. Feng stood there watching Lu Feng's retreating figure, his eyes reddening. After leaving Feng's house, Lu Feng headed straight to a nearby plaza to buy clothes. There was no choice, the clothes he was wearing were filthy and tattered. Soon Lu Feng arrived at a shopping plaza nearby. After parking his car, he walked into the plaza. Passers-by couldn't help but stop and stare at Lu Feng's shabby outfit. This made Lu Feng quite shy, and he quickly ran into a clothing store to change, barely even noticing the "Welcome to the Armani men's clothing store," the sales assistant announced, and only then did Lu Feng realize he had walked into an Armani store. Please help me pick out an outfit, Lu Feng hurriedly said to the sales assistant. Sure, please follow me, she replied, showing no disdain for Lu Feng's ragged appearance, and instead being very enthusiastic. After all, this was normal. In luxury store, sales assistants are rigorously trained, with one of the primary requirements being to warmly welcome all customers. Such snobbish staff are virtually non-existent. Just show me the Ready Tower collections. I'm in a hurry to dress up, Lu Feng said to the assistant. Of course, sir. May I ask what level of ready tower you are looking for? The Armani clothes are categorized into 6 levels. These include the super top level GA, the top level AC, the quasi top level EA, and the second level AJ Armani jeans. Then there are the third level EA7 and AX Armani Exchange. These 6 levels define the Armani Ready Tower. The GA series belongs to the highest tier of men's Ready Tower. The AC series is Armani's business attire primarily focused on a business style. The EA series, on the other hand, is fashion-oriented. In terms of fabric, the EA series is relatively inferior to AC, but is also more affordable. Overall, Armani's offerings are limited to these 3 levels. The lower levels are merely about making money. For Lu Feng at this moment, money was no object. He immediately spoke up. Let's check out the GA level clothes first. Of course, sir, please follow me, she said. She led Lu Feng towards the GA ultra high-end section. Inside the GA area, there were a few customers selecting clothes. They were curiously observing Lu Feng's attire, as he certainly did not appear to be someone who could afford Armani clothing. However, since the Armani staff showed no disdain, they refrained from commenting. However, there are always exceptions. At that moment, a man wearing a thick gold chain around his neck with fingers adorned with multiple gold rings looked at Lu Feng and pinched his nose in disgust. What's going on here? Why are you bringing a beggar into the store? I can't believe you represent an international brand, the flamboyant woman said disparagingly. The nouveau riche man chimed in. Some people just love to pretend. They clearly can't afford Armani, yet they insist on wandering around. If you accidentally dirty one of the clothes, whether you can compensate or not is a separate matter. But if you listen to me and make me happy, I guarantee you won't have to worry about food and drink. Oh, honey, why would you say that? I definitely will listen to you. Haha, good. If that's the case, once I buy this outfit, it'll take you shopping for a bag. The man looked at Lu Feng with arrogance. The other customers heard this and said nothing. They also believed that Lu Feng's outfit meant he couldn't afford Armani clothes. They thought Lu Feng would slink away after their mockery. To their surprise, Lu Feng merely smiled faintly. The sales assistant felt embarrassed upon hearing their comments and hurriedly told Lu Feng, "Sir, please rest assured Armani treats all customers equally." Lu Feng heard the assistant, but remained silent, calmly gazing at the chubby man across from him. The man felt uneasy under Lu Feng's stare, but didn't want to lose face in front of his companion, so he forced himself to speak. "What's wrong, you little brat? Am I wrong to say this? Are you going to come up and hit me? I'm a person of quality, unlike some who after earning a little money act all high and mighty, taking their kept woman around to belittle others," Lu Feng mocked. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the man instantly became furious and lunged at Lu Feng. However, seeing Lu Feng's calm demeanor, he hesitated, unsure of how to proceed, and eventually dropped his hand, but refused to lose face, saying, "Humph, do you think you can provoke me into hitting you so you can extort money from me? Let me tell you that won't happen." Lu Feng was speechless at the man's words. If he was afraid to act, why was he talking so much? "You don't even deserve it," Lu Feng said as he took out a bank card from his wallet and handed it to the assistant. "Give me a full set from this series. I'm a bit short on clothes." The assistant cautiously accepted the card. The man beside them saw Lu Feng's action and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, you really think you're rich, huh? Getting a full set? Do you even have money? There's probably only $100 on that card." The flamboyant woman added sarcastically, "Exactly, you're just trying to save face. If you really want Armani clothes, apologize to my husband, admit you can't afford them, and I'll have him buy you a set." The nouveau riche man felt a rush of panic, fearing he might actually have to buy Lu Feng a set. The clothes in this area are quite expensive. Just one set would cost tens of thousands. He couldn't bear the thought of buying Lu Feng anything. But the woman's words had already been spoken, and the man could only feign calmness, saying, "Yes, if you kneel and apologize, I'll buy you a full outfit." The nouveau riche man, afraid Lu Feng might really apologize, added the stipulation of kneeling, trying to intimidate Lu Feng into retreating. Lu Feng looked at the two in front of him, speechless. He was no longer the person he used to be. After all he had been through, his mindset had completely changed. Faced with such clowns, Lu Feng didn't even want to bother. "Could you please help me wrap this up? Leave a set for me to change into later," Lu Feng said to the assistant beside him. "Oh sure. But sir, may I ask, do you really need this many sets?" the assistant quietly inquired. The nouveau riche man didn't recognize the gold card that Lu Feng took out, but the assistant certainly did. "Anyone with such a card must have a net worth of at least $1 billion. "Yes, I'm sure. Please go prepare it," Lu Feng replied calmly. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the assistant dashed off to process the card and prepare the clothes. "Still pretending? I want to see if your bank card can go through," the man and the flamboyant woman said coldly. Other customers in the store were also very curious, watching the assistant swipe the card. Beep, beep, beep. With the successful transaction sound, the receipt was printed. The crowd, including the nouveau riche man, was stunned. The payment really went through. This wasn't just a few thousand. These outfits cost over $1 million. Did it really just go through so easily? The nouveau riche man was internally panicking. "I've hit a hard wall. This person really has money. This was the first thought in his mind. The nouveau riche man and the flamboyant woman looked awkward considering they had just made fun of Lu Feng, even insisting he kneel and apologize. But the reality was that Lu Feng truly had that money, and seeing his indifferent expression implied that spending over $1 million on clothes was a trifling matter for him. This felt like a resounding slap to the face, striking hard against the nouveau riche man and the flamboyant woman. Seeing Lu Feng still watching him, the nouveau riche man panicked. This was someone who could casually spend over $1 million on clothes. His status and background must be incredibly significant. The man was drenched in sweat at the thought of having mocked such a big shot. Meanwhile, the female sales assistant was over the moon. Selling over $1 million worth of clothes in one go, she had exceeded her sales target and would earn a considerable commission. How could she not be happy? "Sir, your clothes are all packed up. Here's your bank card. I've reserved a set of casual clothes for you which particularly suits your temperament," the assistant said as she approached Lu Feng, even throwing him a flirtatious glance. Lu Feng completely ignored the assistant's advances, placing the card back in his wallet. After securing his wallet, Lu Feng looked at the man, who was now trembling in fear. "Sir, it was my fault," the man said, his expression resembling one that was worse than crying. "Haha, I can't afford to address you as sir." Lu Feng patted the man's shoulder and walked off with the assistant to change clothes. The man stood frozen in place, too scared to move. When Lu Feng emerged in his new outfit looking dashing and charismatic, even the assistant's eyes sparkled with hearts. The chubby man felt even more anxious, seeing Lu Feng's outstanding demeanor radiating the aura of a, "Sir, I didn't recognize your greatness. Please forgive me." Lu Feng ignored the man, as his current status was not worth arguing with a little person. He simply walked past the man, who was flanked by the assistant carrying numerous bags, and casually remarked, "I'm in a good mood today, so I won't argue with you. Just remember not to look down on others in the future." After hearing this, the man exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing Lu Feng had let him off the hook. "Honey, why did you suddenly change like this?" The flamboyant woman still hadn't grasped reality. Smack! The man slapped the woman directly across the face. "What are you doing?" The woman was stunned by the blow. "Isn't it your fault? If it weren't for you, how would I have offended the big shot?" the man replied angrily. "Now you're blaming me. Didn't you just insult me? You even made me kneel down. Now you're scared. You bitch, dare you talk back? Let's see if I can kill you," the man said, ready to strike. However, he was stopped by a staff member of Armani. "Sir, please show some restraint." Hearing this, the man could only leave in anger, cursing as he walked away. "Today, thankfully, the big shot was in a good mood and spared me, otherwise I would have killed you." Lu Feng was unaware of these events after he left the store, as he was now opening the trunk of his car to place the newly purchased clothes inside. "Sir, may I invite you to dinner tonight?" "Thank you for letting me earn so much commission," the female sales associate said. Lu Feng immediately understood her intentions upon hearing her words. "I'm sorry, I'm busy," Lu Feng declined directly. Seeing Lu Feng refuse, the female sales associate had to give up. Lu Feng then drove away, needing to confirm the company's relocation with Zhao Yun. Soon Lu Feng arrived at the company. After arriving, he walked directly into Zhao Yun's office. "Old Zhao, how did the meeting go?" Lu Feng asked as soon as he entered. Zhao Yun quickly stood up when he saw Lu Feng. "President Lu, you're back." "Yes, I'm back. Have the company members been notified?" "Yes, the meeting went very smoothly thanks to you, President Lu," Zhao Yun replied. "What does that have to do with me?" Lu Feng asked, confused. "If it weren't for you raising the employees' wages and giving them several reassurances, I estimate that not many would be willing to follow us when they found out we were relocating," Zhao Yun laughed. "Haha, this is a case of unintentional benefits," he added, smiling. "Haha, old Zhao, you've learned to flatter. I'm just speaking the truth. Oh, by the way, have you chosen a location in Magic City?" "Not yet. I'm planning to return today to pick a place." After all, the company's relocation isn't a 1 or 2 day affair. "This is true. Well, do as you say. Anything we can't take will be sold to Yachty Group," Lu Feng remarked. "You can rest assured about that. They'll handle it." Lu Feng then assigned Zhao Yun some tasks, during which Zhao Yun mentioned Wang Jingyan's situation. President Lu Wang Jingyan has been sentenced to 12 years in prison for embezzlement, sexual misconduct, and bribery, as the evidence is conclusive. He deserves it. The company made him, and he tried to ruin it, Lu Feng remarked indifferently. "By the way, President Lu Wang Jingyan hopes to meet you. What do you think?" "I won't meet him and tell him I don't have time." "Got it, I understand. What about Jason's situation?" "The evidence of embezzling company funds is solid, but the contract he signed with the European company is still under investigation." That's indeed difficult to confirm since it involves foreign matters. "Do your best to ensure he serves 2 more years in prison," Lu Feng said, taking a sip of water. "Okay, you can rest assured," Zhao Yun replied. "All right, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I still need to drive back to Magic City," Lu Feng said as he stood up. "They'll see you out," Zhao Yun offered. After leaving the office, Lu Feng got onto the highway, wanting to return to Magic City before dark. On the way, Lu Feng sent a message to Feng asking him to hurry to Magic City. After receiving the message, Feng replied that he would pack his things today and would go tomorrow. Soon Lu Feng returned to Magic City, arriving at Guanlan International. Feeling exhausted, Lu Feng sighed as he lay on the sofa upon entering. Being a domineering president isn't easy, but so busy every day. I just want to be a lazy fish every day, Lu Feng said. After lounging on the sofa for a while, he went to the bathroom for a shower. After coming out, he sent a message to Shen Shiyuan saying he had returned to Magic City. Shen Shiyuan quickly replied, telling Lu Feng to rest well. The two chatted back and forth until late at night, before Lu Feng finally fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Feng got up early, taking the Wui Mountain to Hong Pao he bought from the System Mall with him. Last night, Lu Feng got the phone number of the current top leader in Magic City from Shen Shiyuan. Getting up this early with such an expensive gift was to visit him. Lu Feng held the Wui Mountain to Hong Pao, which is rare even worldwide, as there are only 12 ancient trees of it in Wui Mountain. Moreover, to protect the ancient trees, only a little more than 1 pound can be produced each year. Due to its extremely limited production, the price of Wui Mountain to Hong Pao has even reached over 1 yuan per gram, and even at that price it is hard to obtain. It is not something you can buy just because you have money, you also need a high status. The Wui Mountain to Hong Pao Lu Feng purchased from the mall weighed a full 100 grams and was exquisitely packaged. Soon Lu Feng arrived at a government complex based on the address provided by Shen Shiyuan. After informing the guard at the entrance about his appointment, he was allowed to enter smoothly. Looking at the small Western-style buildings in the complex and the well-kept flower beds, Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected I would come here." It is known that those living here are some retired and current big shots from Magic City and even all of Huagua. It is rumored that the former third-in-command of Huagua also lives here. Lu Feng did not dare to wander around following the signs in the courtyard. He soon arrived at a small building. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng rang the doorbell in the small building's courtyard. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Click. As the door opened, a middle-aged woman in her 40s appeared before Lu Feng. "May I ask who you are?" the middle-aged woman asked. "My name is Lu Feng. I'm here to visit Mr. Li," Lu Feng hurriedly replied. Upon hearing Lu Feng's name, the middle-aged woman let him in, as the old Master Li had informed her that someone named Lu Feng would come to see him today. Lu Feng cautiously stepped into the courtyard and was met with a vibrant scene as soon as he entered. Neatly arranged flower stands held a variety of flowers and plants: literary bamboo, erica palms, evergreens, variegated wood, snowflake flowers, hydrangeas, flag, irises, stone lilies, dianthus. There was also a large grape trellis, lush and green. Beneath the grape trellis stood a stone table engraved with a chessboard. On the other side of the grape trellis, there were several bird cages where a few mynas chirped, adding more vitality. "Please wait here, Mr. Lu. The gentleman will be out shortly," the middle-aged maid said. "Oh, okay, Lu." As soon as she finished speaking, a fit black-haired middle-aged man walked out. Lu Feng approached the man to greet him, saying, "Hello, I am Lu Feng." To his surprise, the man merely glanced at him indifferently and ignored him, directly taking a seat under the grape trellis. Lu Feng felt extremely awkward. "Why are you still standing there? Sit down already." Li Zhenghua spoke with a measured calm. Hearing him, Lu Feng hastily rose and sat down. "Xiao Yuan told me you wish to move Fanli Group to Modu, is that so?" "Yes." "In what capacity do you come to ask me to handle this matter?" "I am curious about your relationship with Xiao Yuan." Lu Feng, upon hearing these questions, felt his head spin. Indeed, in what capacity was he here? Although the two liked each other for various reasons, their relationship had not been made official, and this towering figure before him was clearly intimate with Shun Xiyuan, which left him at a loss for how to answer. "What at a loss for words?" the man asked with a faint smile. "Wu, bring my tea set and the tea leaves." "Yes, sir," Wu answered. Soon she placed an exquisite tea set on the table and brought over several tins of tea. Li Zhenghua reached for the leaves to brew tea. Seeing such an opening, Lu Feng could not let it pass. He hurriedly produced the Dahong Pao from Wui Mountain that he had brought. "Please taste the tea I brought," he said, offering the leaves. A strange smile flickered across Li Zhenghua's face as he accepted them. "Does this count as a bribe?" Li Zhenghua joked. Lu Feng hurried to reply. "I present this on behalf of Xiyuan as a filial tribute to her elders. How could it be a bribe?" "Oh, you represent Xiao Yuan. What is your relation to her?" Li Zhenghua asked with the sly grin of an old fox. "Thighs." Lu Feng found himself unable to answer. "What, you have no relation? How then do you represent her?" Seeing Li Zhenghua pressing for an answer, Lu Feng steeled himself and said through gritted teeth, "Xiyuan and I are romantically involved. Though our relationship is not public because of certain circumstances, I believe one day I will stand openly before the Shin family." "Ha ha ha, boy, lofty ideals," Li Zhenghua laughed. "Is this because of the matter with the Li family?" "From what I know, the Shun and Li families may be arranging a marriage, and I happen to be a Li myself," he said, chuckling. Boom. Li Zhengguo's words struck Lu Feng like thunderclap in the mind. He suddenly remembered that the man before him bore the Li surname and was intimate with Shen Xiyuan. This must be a scion of the Li family of the imperial capital. What did that mean? To snatch someone else's betrothed in public. Wasn't that courting disaster? Xiyuan, I might be finished, Lu Feng thought inwardly. Boy, why so quiet? Are you stunned? Li Zhenghua asked with a laugh. Only then did Lu Feng recover his composure. SSOU. Lu Feng stammered. Seeing him like that, Li Zhenghua decided not to tease him further. I am indeed of the Li family, but I do not meddle in the Li household's affairs. Those of us who govern cannot be consumed by petty family interests. Our hearts must hold the greater well-being of Huagua. Therefore, boy, I will not intervene in the competition between you and my nephew, nor will I persecute you simply because you are his rival. Let the competition be fair, he said. Lu Feng could hardly believe his ears. The magnate before him had spoken so magnanimously it seemed almost impossible. Then again it made sense. Those who occupied such seats had long since set aside private family interests and carried the concerns of common people in their hearts. It was precisely because Huagua had such selfless leaders that the nation prospered. Moved by the thought, Lu Feng rose and bowed deeply to Li Zhenghua. Ha ha ha, boy, are you thanking me? No, I do not bow because I seek fairness for your nephew. I admire your magnanimity. It is because of leaders like you that the lives of ordinary people improve. This bow I offer on behalf of the populace, Lu Feng said with solemnity. Li Zhengguo's eyes flickered with a hint of appreciation. Ha ha ha, very well, I accept. You may sit. Lu Feng then sat back down. Since you mean well as an elder, I shall taste the tea you presented on behalf of Xiao Yuan, Li Zhenghua said, opening the packaging. When opened, a delicate, uplifting fragrance rose. Li Zhenghua inhaled it and widened his eyes. Good boy, what lavishness. If I am not mistaken, this is Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain, Li Zhenghua said, looking at Lu Feng. You are remarkably well informed. It is indeed Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain, Lu Feng replied. Remarkable indeed. This must be 100 grams, perhaps more. Huaishan has imposed protective measures these years, leaving an annual yield scarcely over a gene. To be honest, with my position I receive only about 50 grams a year, Li Zhenghua said, astonished and curious as to how Lu Feng had obtained so much Da Hong Pao. Although intrigued, he did not press Lu Feng on the source. Sun has been under your care in Modu. These are merely tokens of gratitude from a junior, Lu Feng smiled. Ha ha ha, you little rascal, you already treat Xiao Yuan as your girlfriend. I must warn you, the elder of the Shun family is not easy to deal with. Your position as chairman of Fanli Group will likely not suffice, Li Zhenghua said. I will strive, Lu Feng said with determination. Haha, good spirit. I would very much like to see the expression on the Shun patriarch's face when he learns of you. Li Zhenghua chuckled at the thought. The cabbage you carefully nurtured finally got rooted by a pig. Ha ha ha, Shun patriarch might well kill you. Lu Feng could only fidget awkwardly with his toes at this. After a while the tea was ready. Li Zhenghua poured a cup for Lu Feng and one for himself. Bringing the cup to his nose, he savored the aroma before sipping slowly. Lu Feng, unfamiliar with tea, drank his cup in a single gulp. Seeing this, Li Zhenghua exclaimed that Lu Feng did not appreciate such a treasure, treating it with one in waste. What a waste to let such tea be drunk like that, Li Zhenghua lamented. I simply do not know tea, Lu Feng replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Here is a small tin of Shifeng Longjing. Take it and practice appreciating it, Li Zhenghua said, taking a small can from the table and handing it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng did not refuse and accepted it. Boy, what brings you to see me today? Li Zhenghua asked, sipping his. Lu Feng seized the moment and said, I want to relocate Fanli Group to Modu. Why move? A perfectly fine business. I offended some people over there and fear trouble. Moving seems simpler. So why come to me? Do you seek patronage territory or something else? Just some preferential policies, nothing more, Lu Feng said with a wry smile. But what should move me? Moda hosts countless enterprises, many far stronger than Fanli. What advantage do you possess? Li Zhenghua asked, and Lu Feng had his answer ready. You surely know the new energy market now. Every carmaker is racing to develop breakthroughs. Whoever takes the lead will reap immense rewards in that field. I hold a super battery technology that can grant a vehicle a 2,000-kilometer range, Lu Feng said with quiet confidence. What? Li Zhenghua exclaimed, not from lack of composure, but because Lu Feng's words were staggering. 2,000 kilometers. By comparison, even the best Tesla hardly reaches 1,000. To surpass the market so decisively would vault one to the forefront of new energy. Yet Lu Feng claimed his technology was twice that of Tesla's. Li Zhenghua could not conceal his astonishment. Are you truthful, boy? One cannot jest about such matters. Truly, without deception, Lu Feng affirmed. Li Zhenghua looked at Lu Feng, who wore a serious expression, and realized that he was indeed not lying. Kid, you've given me quite a surprise, Li Zhenghua said with a smile. Since it's all surprises, do you think our group could receive some policy subsidies? Lu Feng said, looking at Li Zhenghua with anticipation. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. With such great conditions and the connection with Xiao Yuan, how could I not give you the best deal? Hee, thank you very much. Let's skip the thanks. But I must warn you, you and your group must abide by the law. If I find out you've done anything illegal, don't blame me for being rude, Li Zhengwa said with a serious face. I guarantee that all enterprises under my name comply with the law, Lu Feng replied immediately. Do you have other enterprises, eh? Just a few. Ha ha ha, you're quite impressive. Tell me what they are. I hold some shares in Tianyu Group, and also some in Ferrari Group, Lu Feng said modestly. Li Zhengwa was once again stunned by Lu Feng. Is that Tianyu Group you mentioned, the one in Modu? Yes. And Ferrari isn't the one that just announced its establishment in Modu, right? Yes, it's the one that just established in Modu. Good lad, I really can't see through you more and more, Li Zhengwa said astonished. Hee, Lu Feng chuckled. Well, coincidentally, a group went bankrupt recently, and all its assets are up for auction. There are office buildings and factories you need, so you can go bid for them yourself. However, I must remind you to prepare a lot of funds. Many people are eyeing these assets. Also, when Fanli moves over, I'll give you the highest preferential policies. That should be good enough, right? Li Zheng was, that's great, thank you so much. Lu Feng hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Haha, I should thank you too, because with Ferrari's establishment in Modu, I gained quite a reputation during the last meeting, Li Zheng was said. And now your Fanli is also moving to Modu. It may not compare to Ferrari in the short term, but I believe Fanli can surpass Ferrari and contribute more GDP to Modu. Then I'll take your good wishes, Lu Feng replied. By the way, Lu kid, since you have such great technology, why not establish a company that specifically produces batteries? You can sell the batteries produced to other domestic car manufacturers, Li Zhengwa suggested. Lu Feng was enlightened by Li Zhengwa's words. Indeed, how did he not think of this? As expected, the older generation is sharper. Li Zhengwa's experience and insight far exceeded Lu Feng's. Thank you so much for your guidance. I toast you with tea instead of wine, Lu Feng said as he raised his teacup and drank it all. Li Zhengwa couldn't help but be amused by the way he drank. The two continued their conversation for a long time, during which Li Zhengwa even asked Lu Feng to tone down the super battery technology a bit. For instance, if the original range is 2,000 kilometers, cut it down to 1,500 kilometers to sell to other car manufacturers, while Fanli Group continues to use the 2,000 kilometers. This way, not only can they earn more money, but they also don't have to worry about other car manufacturers stealing families. After hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, he is the top dog in Modu. If he ventured into business, he would probably be another great figure. After such a lengthy chat, Li Zhengwa also grew fond of Lu Feng, this rising star. Compared to those seasoned businessmen, Lu Feng had a sincerity about him. From their conversation, it was clear that Lu Feng was not someone who pursued profit at all costs. He had a childlike innocence. The two chatted like old friends for a long time until Wu Ma called them for dinner. Only then did they reluctantly stop. At the dinner table, Li Zhengwa continued to praise Lu Feng. If all the businessmen in Huagua were like you, I can't even imagine what a prosperous era that would be. We still have many excellent entrepreneurs in Huagua, like Zheng Lao from Weihua, who single-handedly fights against the entire chip industry, Lu Feng praised. Yes, but there are still many selfish individuals who only care about their own interests. After more than an hour, the meal finally came to an end. As Li Zhengwa had a meeting to attend in the afternoon, Lu Feng left after finishing his meal. Uncle Li, I'm leaving now, Lu Feng waved. Li Zhengwa stood in the yard watching him leave. In just one morning, Lu Feng successfully built a relationship with Li Zhengwa, and now he was even calling him uncle. Li Zhengwa watched the departing Lu Feng lost in thought. What exactly is your background? How do you possess such technology for super batteries? Yet your life experience is so ordinary, even without parents raised by your uncle since childhood. It's as if you grew up overnight. With large groups like Ferrari, Fanli, and Tianyu, along with shopping malls and estates, you've taken them all in such a short period. Are you perhaps a representative pushed to the forefront by a big family or organization? I hope you are truly as sincere as you appear. If you really do anything to betray Huagua or the people, no matter who you are, I will bring you to justice. Lu Feng didn't expect that after just a meeting Li Zhengwa would think of so much. At this moment, he had already driven back to Guanlan Community, because an Feng called to say he had arrived at the community entrance. Shortly, the car sped back to Guanlan International. An Feng over here, Lu Feng greeted. An Feng, standing by the roadside, hurried over upon seeing Lu Feng. Sir, I'm here, An Feng said. Where's your wife? She's in the temporary hotel I rented. All right, bring your wife along, and we'll go to a place, Lu Feng said. The two then got into the car to pick up An Wan and turned directly towards Xianyan Mountain Villa. Indeed, Lu Feng planned to move to Xianyan Mountain Villa while An Feng was here. After all, he would have bodyguards in the future, and his large flat clearly wasn't suitable for living together with An Feng and his wife. Therefore, moving to the villa was the best choice. Lu Feng also wanted to experience living in a villa. The car quickly arrived at the villa gate. and Feng and his wife were awestruck by the vast estate before them. "Sir, is this your house?" and Feng asked in surprise. "Yes, doesn't it look good? We'll be living here from now on," Lu Feng said with a smile. And Feng could hardly believe his ears until Inwan spoke, and he finally reacted. "Mr. Lu, we really can't stay here. We should find a place of our own. You've already been too generous to us," Inwan said softly. "Yes, sir, we have already received too many of your favors. How can we stay in your house?" And Feng echoed. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Lu Feng knew that if he didn't provide a good reason today, they wouldn't. "If you don't stay here, where will your bodyguard stay? What if someone tries to ambush me at night? Will you drive back then?" Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Feng was at a loss for a rebuttal, as what Lu Feng said was indeed the truth, but he also didn't want to trouble Lu Feng further. Lu Feng, seeing that they weren't speaking, took the initiative to say, "And it's not like I'm asking you to live together with me. There are several houses in this villa. You can just choose one to live in." After Lu Feng's persuasion, Feng and his wife ultimately agreed, but they requested to pay rent later. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, let's talk about that later. First, let's go see your new home." Saying this, he scanned his retina with the device and opened the villa gate. The moment they stepped into the estate, Feng and his wife were struck speechless by the opulence of the surroundings. Within the vast garden, rare and prized trees rose in profusion. The entire grounds had been laid out in the refined manner of a Suzhou-style garden. Luxurious, yet unostentatious, grand without being effeminate, the place felt as comforting as a walk in the woods. Breathing the subtle fragrance of flowers and leaves, the two of them were intoxicated by the serenity. "Come, we'll have time to admire it later. First, I'll show you the house," Lu Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, the couple hastened to follow him. Before long, Lu Feng led them to the side of the villa. Seeing the sumptuous decor of the residence, Inwan nervously gripped Feng's arm. Sensing his wife's unease, Feng immediately took her hand. "Pick whichever you prefer. One of these 3 ancillary villas," Lu Feng told him. And Feng hurriedly insisted that anywhere would do. "Sir, you decide for us. We are fine with whatever." "Very well, then take the unit to the right of the main villa," Lu Feng said. With that, he led them to the door of Villa No. 1. He opened the grand entrance and ushered Feng and his wife inside. When Feng crossed the threshold, he was met at once by the very pinnacle of luxury. A lofty foyer, round arched windows and stone-clad corners spoke of splendor and classic taste. At the instant, sunlight and a gentle breeze filtered in. One could even sense a fresh caress of the natural world. Feng and Inwan could hardly believe that this would become their home. How does that sound? Not bad, right? When the time comes, tidy up a bit and buy some daily necessities. Then this will be your home, Lu Feng said to the stunned pair. In truth, it was not only the couple who were astonished. When Lu Feng had first inspected the property, he himself had been dumbfounded by such extravagance and had taken a long while to recover. "Sir, isn't this perhaps a little too extravagant?" Feng asked awkwardly. Inwan remained silent, standing quietly behind her husband. Seeing Feng still uneasy, Lu Feng decided to dispel his concerns with a few reassurances. "I should be the one thanking you for living here," he said. "An estate this large would feel empty with only me in it. Besides, Feng, you'll be next door. Thank you for standing by on call 24 hours a day," Lu Feng added with a genial smile. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, a small weight lifted from the couple's hearts. "Protecting you around the clock is my duty," Feng said with firm resolve. After Lu Feng had cured his wife, Feng had already decided to entrust his life to him. Living in such a fine villa and providing round-the-clock protection seemed but a small thing in return. Even if asked to stand guard outside Lu Feng's villa 24 hours a day, Feng would have carried out the order without hesitation. All right. I'll have people deliver some daily necessities to the estate. From today onward, you'll live here," Lu Feng said as he produced a cigarette and handed one to Feng. He lit one for himself as well. Considering Inwan, Lu Feng led Feng outside. The two men sat at a stone table beside the villa. "Did you take care of Hong Mao?" Lu Feng asked, a plume of smoke drifting from his lips. "Yes, and no one will suspect you," Feng replied. "Oh, tell me how," Lu Feng prompted, and Feng proceeded to recount the events in detail. It turned out that when Lu Feng was preparing to leave Jinjiang, Feng had approached him and offered to deal with Hong Mao to eliminate any future threat, asking for Lu Feng's permission. Lu Feng considered it and agreed, though he did not wish for bloodshed or a murder scene. Instead, he purchased a certain concoction from the system's marketplace. The vial was labeled a neurodisordering serum. Not fatal, but once administered it would render the recipient muddled and dulled, reduced to what people crudely call a fool. That very night, after receiving the serum from Lu Feng, Feng used the cover of darkness to slip into Hong Mao's villa. Hong Mao had no inkling of what was to come. He had just finished a pair of indulgent liaisons. Cradling 2 women, he slept deeply exhausted from his excesses. Feng watched carefully, and when he was certain Hong Mao had fallen into a heavy sleep, he took out the sedative Lu Feng had given him, quietly opened the bedroom window, and scattered the liquid within. Checking his watch 5 minutes later, and Feng clambered through the window with the utmost caution. He crept to the bedside, looked at the sleeping Hong Mao, slowly pulled back the covers, and drew the neuro agent into a syringe. He injected it into Hong Mao's buttock with a single precise motion. After ensuring he had left behind no trace, and Feng slipped back out through the window. Lu Feng chuckled with satisfaction upon hearing the tale. They say a gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. Pardon me, but in my case a gentleman's revenge is best served without delay, he said with relish. You did very well. Since they sought my life, I will not make things easy for them, Lu Feng said coldly. You mentioned there were others besides Hong Mao. Tell me who they are, and I'll return to Jinjiang today, and finish them all at once, and Feng said, his tone frostbright. To him the lives of Wei Chongqing and his cronies seemed no more important than those of strays. Lu Feng smiled faintly at Feng's bluntness. Sometimes to destroy a man you needn't bathe the world in blood, he said. A few well-placed blows to his reputation of family shattered. That is enough to ruin him. I do not quite grasp your meaning, Feng admitted. You need only know that I will not spare them, Lu Feng replied with a laugh. The company remains in Jinjiang for now, to prevent them from acting desperately, let them enjoy a couple more days of good fortune. Feng said no more. He pledged simply that he would do whatever Lu Feng asked of him. Very well, Feng. Let today mark our first day in the new home. I'll have the hotel send some wine and dishes. We should celebrate properly, Lu Feng said as he rose with a smile. No need to order from the hotel, and Wan's cooking is no worse than a hotel chef's, Feng said. Oh, then I shall be fortunate tonight, Lu Feng said. I'll take Wan to buy the ingredients, you rest, and we'll call you when the meal is ready, Feng added, then went back to fetch his wife. When Wan heard that Mr. Lu wished to taste her cooking, she hurriedly grabbed Feng and dashed out. Hurry, Mr. Lu wants to eat my food. I must buy the freshest ingredients, she cried, dragging Feng from the villa. Spotting Lu Feng, who had yet to leave, she hurried over to greet him. Mr. Lu Feng, watching the couple run up, produced his car keys from his pocket. The market is a little way off, take the car, he said, handing the keys to Feng. Feng accepted the keys, but was immediately pulled away by Wan. Mr. Lu, wait until you taste my cooking, she called as they hurried off. Lu Feng laughed. Watching them fade into the distance, he returned to his own villa. Seated on the sofa, Lu Feng took out his phone and opened the local express service, asking them to purchase a batch of daily necessities from the mall and deliver them to the estate. Although the villa was fully furnished, certain household items were still lacking. About an hour later, the couple returned. Ding dong. At the sound of the doorbell, Lu Feng curiously checked the living room monitor. Sir, please open the main gate. We can't get in, Feng said, standing outside the estate and speaking into the camera. Lu Feng looked at the family couple in the camera and then remembered that he hadn't registered their fingerprints and irises in the security system. Although they left in Lu Feng's car, the license plate could only pass the first gate. The manor's main gate still required iris or facial recognition for entry. With the voice from the security system announcing, "A guest has arrived, should we let them in?" Lu Feng chose to allow them entry, and only then did the couple come inside. Seeing Feng enter, Lu Feng also walked out of the villa. Sir, your car keys, Feng said as he parked the car and returned the keys to Lu Feng. As for Wan, she had already gone back with bags of ingredients to prepare dinner for Lu Feng. Okay, thank you, Lu Feng said. Tomorrow come with me to Guanlan International and drive the cars from the garage to the manor. No one is living there for now, Lu Feng mentioned. Sure, sir. Let's go, I can't wait to taste Wan's cooking, he said, heading towards Feng's villa. Seeing this, Feng followed behind Lu Feng. At that moment, Wan was preparing ingredients. Upon seeing Lu Feng enter, she hurriedly said, Mr. Lu, please sit in the living room and wait. The meal will be ready shortly. Ha, take your time, no rush, Lu Feng replied with a smile, then sat down on the sofa in the living room. Lu Feng then introduced the villa's security system to Feng, saying that after dinner he would register their iris and fingerprints. Upon hearing about the manor's defense system, Feng exclaimed, Sir, this can truly be called a fortress. If you had 7 or 8 bodyguards all armed, I believe even 100 people outside couldn't break in. There will be bodyguards later, but let's talk about firearms another time, Lu Feng replied. Feng continued to raise many questions about the manor's defenses, leaving Lu Feng both amused and exasperated by Feng's comments. This is a manor, a living place. Since it's a living place, it should be comfortable. If we follow your suggestions, the manor would really become a fortress. With China's strict gun control, the worst that could happen is an assassination attempt. The manor's defenses could withstand even a rocket launcher. You do have a point, he Feng said, scratching his head. The two chatted for a while until they caught a whiff of the delicious aroma of food, prompting them to stop. Dinner is ready, Mr. Lu, Feng and Wan said, bringing out a bowl of chicken soup. At Wan's invitation, Lu Feng and Feng took their seats at the dining table. Looking at the large spread of authentic Huizhou cuisine, Lu Feng's appetite was instantly aroused. You made so much, Lu Feng remarked. I didn't have enough time, otherwise I could have made even more for you, Wan replied with a grin. Please try this, Wan urged. With her eager gaze upon him, Lu Feng picked up a piece of tiger skin tofu and placed it in his mouth. The tofu was crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, and its deliciousness completely captivated Lu Feng. Delicious, delicious, it's truly exceptional, Lu Feng said as he picked up another piece. If you like it, eat more. They'll cook for you every day from now on, Wan offered. Upon hearing Wan's words, Lu Feng quickly replied, how can that be? You'd end up becoming a housekeeper. To which Wan chuckled and said, isn't that great? My husband Feng is your bodyguard, and I can be your housekeeper. No, Lu Feng still rejected the idea. It's fine, sir. You're living alone now, without anyone to cook for you. Just let Wan cook for you. It's just a matter of needing a couple more pairs of chopsticks, Feng added. After thinking for a moment, Lu Feng decided not to refuse any longer. The meal was quickly finished, and when Lu Feng offered to help wash the dishes, Wan and Feng firmly disagreed. Lu Feng had no choice but to pull Feng outside. Is there something going on, sir? Feng asked curiously. It's nothing, I just wanted to discuss your salary, Lu Feng explained. How can we accept your salary? You spent such a great cost to save my wife. You even spared my life after I tried to kill you and provided us with such a nice house. How can we accept your money? Feng quickly refused. Seeing Feng's resolute refusal to accept money, Lu Feng felt troubled. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said, if you don't want my salary, how will you support yourselves while guarding me every day? Do you still have any money? You need to cook for me every day and buy groceries. Where will you get the money? I'll figure something out. You don't need to worry about it. We just can't accept your money, Feng insisted. But you need to protect me every day. How will you find time to make money? Your wife has just recovered from a serious illness. Where will she find money? Lu Feng's words left Feng speechless. Seeing Feng silent, Lu Feng spoke again. How about this? I will pay you a salary of 1 million a year based on the international top bodyguard rates. You can't refuse. You're worth that amount. As for your wife, her cooking skills are so good, she must be a great chef at a hotel. I'll offer her a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. How does that sound? No, we can't accept so much. Why not? You are on call 247. In fact, am benefiting from this arrangement. But my wife's salary is too high. She's just cooking for you. How can that be worth 5,000 a month? Or are you saying that my personal chef Lu Feng doesn't deserve a salary of 5,000? That's not what I meant, mister. Lu, that's not my intention, Feng quickly replied. As long as it means that it's fine. Moreover, that 5,000 includes grocery money. Seeing Lu Feng insist, Feng could only agree. After confirming their salaries, Lu Feng directly transferred 1.5 million yuan to Feng before leaving. Feng looked at the astonishing amount on his phone and hurriedly ran back to discuss it with his wife. What? You actually accepted Mr. Lu's money? Feng, how could you be so unreasonable? Wan exclaimed after hearing Feng. How can you dare to take Mr. Lu's money? If it weren't for Mr. Lu, I might have already died. Now Mr. Lu has saved us and arranged such a nice place for us to live, and you still want his money. Quick, come with me to find Mr. Lu and return the money to him, Wan said, pulling Feng out. Ding dong, ding dong. Just as Lu Feng was lying on the sofa ready to watch some short videos, he heard the doorbell ring. Seeing Feng and his wife on the living room monitor, Lu Feng opened the door with a puzzled expression. What brings you two here? Lu Feng asked in confusion. Mr. Lu, we cannot accept your money, Wan stated. Then she attempted to transfer the money back to Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at Feng and then at Wan with confusion, still not understanding the situation. Seeing this, Feng had to explain the reason. After hearing it, Lu Feng was both amused and exasperated and had to use the same tactics he used on Feng to deal with Wan. However, Wan refused to be swayed by this. She insisted that Feng needed to protect Lu Feng 247 and had no time, but she only needed to cook a few meals each day and had plenty of time to work at the hotel to earn money for groceries. Moved by Wan's sincerity, Lu Feng thought to himself that he certainly couldn't let them down. With that in mind, Lu Feng spoke up. But I have high standards for food, and buying vegetables costs a lot of money. Upon hearing this, Wan immediately stated that she could take on extra shifts to have enough money to buy groceries and cook for Lu Feng. Seeing that Wan was adamant, Lu Feng had to pull out his trump card. You must follow my instructions while under my roof. If you can't accept that, then you can leave, Lu Feng said sternly. Seeing Lu Feng angry, the couple panicked and quickly agreed to listen to him. Lu Feng smiled and said, then let's go with the salary I proposed. You either accept it or leave. With no other choice, the couple had to agree. After sending them off, Lu Feng went straight to the bathroom to wash up. After taking a shower, Lu Feng returned to his room and lay down on the bed preparing to sleep when suddenly the phone rang again. The night has given me a pair of eyes. Lu Feng picked up the phone and glanced at it. It was Chen Qian calling. Hello, Secretary Chen, what is it? President Lu, the personnel for the branch company have been mostly recruited, so I wanted to ask you when we will move to the new factory, Chen Qian said softly. Only after hearing Chen Qian's words did Lu Feng realize that he had been too busy lately and had forgotten about the Ferrari matters. That turned out that the personnel had been mostly recruited. Then let's do it tomorrow. I need to see Enzo about something, Lu Feng said. Okay, then tomorrow is fine, just in time for the gift from President Enzo to arrive, Chun Xian replied. Oh, there's really a gift. I thought Enzo was just being polite, Lu Feng said with a smile. You can see the gift, mister. Enzo sent you personally tomorrow. I'm sure you will like it, Chun Xian said mysteriously. Hearing Chun Xian's words, Lu Feng became even more curious. After chatting for a while, they hung up the phone. Lu Feng lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Feng had just finished washing up and was dressed ready to go out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Feng standing at the entrance. Good morning, Feng, Lu Feng said while yawning. Good morning, sir. I'm here to invite you for breakfast, Feng said respectfully. Upon hearing that there was breakfast, Lu Feng followed Feng next door. Good morning, mister. Lu and Wan greeted Lu Feng. Morning, mister. Lu, come eat. Lu Feng walked directly to the dining table and sat down. He picked up chopsticks and began eating a piece of fried egg. Just right, Lu Feng praised. Soon he finished his breakfast and set out with Feng. After all, today was the day Ferrari officially settled in Modu. Thanks to Chun Xian's prior notification, Lu Feng could head straight to the new factory. Lu Feng planned to switch cars at Guilin International since he now had a bodyguard who also served as a driver. The car soon arrived at Guilin International, and the security guard at the entrance was still the same, 9527. Welcome back, mister. Lu 9527 reporting for duty. The security guard immediately stood straight and saluted. Lu Feng took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to the guard. The security guard was taken aback by this scene. Take it, Lu Feng urged. The guard, still bewildered, accepted the cigarette. Mister Lu, this isn't appropriate, he stammered. Tisk, I gave it to you to smoke. It's fine, I'm off now, Lu Feng said as the guard stood there mumbling to himself about how Mr. Lu was truly a good person, unlike other wealthy owners who never even glanced at them. Feng drove the car and soon arrived at the bottom of Lu Feng's building. The two got out of the car. Lu Feng asked Feng to wait there while he went up to get the keys. Soon Lu Feng came down holding a large bunch of keys. Sir, what is this? Feng asked, looking at the car keys in Lu Feng's hand. Oh, this row of cars belongs to me. I'm giving you the keys now. Oh, after the event you can slowly drive these cars to the estate, Lu Feng explained. Feng gazed at the row of luxury cars, secretly marveling at how wealthy Mr. Lu truly was. So can you drive the Rolls-Royce? Lu Feng asked. I can drive. Not only can I drive cars, but I can also pilot helicopters and tanks, Feng replied astonishingly. Wow, I've picked up a versatile talent. From now on you'll be driving the helicopter too, Lu Feng said with a smile. Feng then opened the rear door for Lu Feng, allowing him to take a seat before driving off in the Rolls-Royce. Safe travels, Mr. Lu, 9527 said as he watched the Rolls-Royce speed away. The car sped along the road with other vehicles on the road, keeping their distance from the Rolls-Royce, fearing they might collide with this luxury vehicle. Sir, this Rolls-Royce doesn't seem like an ordinary car, does it? Feng asked while driving. Oh, why do you say that? Lu Feng inquired. Look at your car. The windows are standard German bulletproof glass. This type of bulletproof glass can withstand armor-piercing bullets, let alone smaller caliber firearms. Also, when I opened the car door, I could feel its weight. If I'm not mistaken, it has bulletproof steel plates inside. Feng said, detailing the car's distinctions with expertise. Upon hearing Feng's explanation, Lu Feng felt even more fortunate to have found such a treasure. This guy was simply an all-around soldier. You guessed it right, this car has been specially modified and is part of the same fleet as the Mercedes-Benz G-Class I drove before. The fleet consists of 6 Mercedes-Benz G-Class assault vehicles, 1 Audi A8 bulletproof command vehicle, and this Rolls-Royce as the main vehicle, Lu Feng stated. This vehicle fleet is very professionally modified. With this fleet your safety level has greatly increased, Feng said. Soon Feng arrived at Ferrari's new branch based on the address provided by Lu Feng. The car parked steadily, and Feng, dressed in a suit, immediately got out to open the door for Lu Feng. Sir, we've arrived, he said, and Lu Feng slowly got out of the car. Upon seeing Lu Feng get out, Chun Xian hurried over. President Lu, you're finally here. I'm not late, am I? Not at all, how could that be? Chun Xian replied while appraising Feng, who stood behind Lu Feng. President Lu has changed bodyguards again. This one seems quite formidable, Chun Xian thought to herself. Lu Feng looked at the words Ferrari hanging above the entrance and smiled. Finally, I can truly call myself the president of Ferrari, Lu Feng said with a cheerful grin. Let's go, Secretary Chun, let's go inside and take a look, he said as he walked through the factory's main gate. Looking at the many employees gathered below the office building, as well as some automotive engineers who had rushed over from Italy, and some management staff assisting Lu Feng. Accompanied by Chun Xian, Lu Feng walked directly onto the stage amidst the crowd, while Feng stayed below the stage on alert. Ahem. Hello everyone, I am your president Lu Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Here I warmly welcome everyone to join the Ferrari family. Lu Feng spoke for a long while on stage. Just as he was about to pause for a drink, he heard someone speaking. What's going on, little Feng? Why didn't you inform me, the old man, about such a significant company event? A gray-haired elderly man approached with a smile. As soon as Lu Feng saw the old man, he hurried down. Why are you here, old man? You are a shareholder of our group. How could I not come to such a significant event? It turned out to be Li Yunfeng, the old man, who had come to congratulate Lu Feng upon hearing about Ferrari's event. Thank you for your concern, Lu Feng said with a smile. Quickly bring over the gift I prepared for little Feng. The old man turned to his attendant and instructed. The attendant, hearing the old man's words, spoke a few sentences into the intercom. Soon a loading cart drove through the factory's gate. Lu Feng curiously looked at the goods covered with red cloth. Old man, what have you prepared? You can walk over and see for yourself, the old man replied. Hearing his words, Lu Feng walked up to the cart and lifted the red cloth. As the red cloth was lifted, everyone's gaze was drawn to the object on the cart. It was a massive golden bull with a golden ingot resting on its back. Lu Feng looked at the golden bull in front of him, then glanced at the old man, saying, This golden bull you sent me isn't solid gold, is it? Ha ha, you little rascal, what are you thinking? It's made of brass, not gold. Do I look like I'd sell myself for such a price? The old man laughed heartily. Ha ha, I was just joking, Lu Feng said with a laugh. Thank you for this golden bull. Oh, I really like it. As long as you like it, that's good. You didn't notify me in advance. The time was too short, so I could only send you this. It's already very precious. Thank you for your trouble. The two stood by the cart, chatting while the attendants directed others to unload the golden bull. In order to express his fondness for the golden bull, Lu Feng directly had his master place it in the center of the office building square. Sister Chun, is that old man the former chairman of Tianyu Group? A young girl whispered to Chen Xian while Lu Feng was chatting with the old man. Yes, that's old man Li, Chen Xian replied. Our director has a connection with old man Li. He is truly a self-made tycoon, the young girl continued as other employees gathered around to listen. Not only is there a connection, but our director Lu is also a shareholder of Tianyu Group, Chen Xian said proudly. With a gasp, the gathered employees exclaimed softly, Is it true? The president is also a director of Tianyu, said a bespectacled young girl. Yes, how could someone in their 20s be that impressive? Another employee said, Of course it's true. Didn't you see old man Li come to present a gift? All right, quiet down everyone, Chen Xian said softly. The crowd fell silent immediately. Now please take your seat and listen to the young man's speech. Lu Feng smiled at old man Li. Okay, I will listen, old man Li chuckled. Just as Lu Feng arranged for old man Li to say a few more words, he was interrupted again. Mr. Lu, I hope you don't mind my uninvited presence. Lu Feng turned towards the voice, and to his surprise his heart raced. What is he doing here? Lu Feng murmured softly. Nevertheless, he quickly approached the speaker. Young Master Yi, what do you mean by that? Your presence here is a great honor for me. Ha, as long as you don't blame me for coming uninvited, it's all good, Yi Fan said with a smile. Indeed, the person before him was Yi Wei Min's only grandson Yi Fan. Old man Li Yunfeng also spotted Yi Fan immediately, but he did not rise. Instead, he sat there pondering what kind of background Lu Feng had to have the grandson of old man Yi come to present a gift. I'm glad you could come, and that makes me happy, Lu Feng said. I should also apologize to you. Last time my useless cousin and his girlfriend offended you and sister Sui Yuan. I intended for them to come apologize after the birthday banquet, but I got too busy and forgot about it, Yi Fan said. Little Pig would never admit it was his own forgetfulness, he. But don't worry, after my grandfather learned about this, he immediately put my cousin under house arrest for 3 months, and I also kicked his girlfriend out, he added. Hearing Yi Fan mention this incident, Lu Feng suddenly remembered, otherwise he would have completely forgotten. It's all in the past, let's not mention it today, Lu Feng said. Good, today is a wonderful day, so let's not bring up any unpleasant matters. Now please take a seat, young Master Yi. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, I will treat you to dinner, Lu Feng said. Wait a moment, I haven't showcased my gift yet, Yi Fan said as he instructed someone to bring over the gift he had prepared for Lu Feng. Sister Chen, who is this person? He seems even more impressive than old man Li, another employee said. Yes, Director Lu seems to call him young Master Yi. Is he the son of some big shot? Chen Xian herself did not know who young Master Yi was. Suddenly a male employee exclaimed softly, I know who this young Master Yi is. As soon as the others heard that he knew, they urged him to quickly share the information. With a mysterious expression, the male employee said, If I'm not mistaken, this young master, you should be the grandson of Yi Wei Min, the top leader of Magic City. What a group of young girls including Chen Xian were stunned. The person coming to present a gift to Director Lu is the grandson of Old Man Yi. That's quite an impressive background. What do you all think Director Lu's background is? This is the grandson of Yi Wei Min. Another young girl covered her mouth in shock. Chen Xian was also shocked upon hearing this information. She had underestimated Lu Feng's background. Someone who could make Yi Fan present a gift must at least be of equal status to Yi Fan, if not higher. While the group of employees was still in shock, Lu Feng unveiled the gift presented by Yi Fan. It was a Kaishan statue carved from Wangwali wood. So what do you think? Do you like this gift? I wish you wealth and prosperous business. Yi Fan said with a fist-clasping gesture and a smile. Lu Feng was also astonished by Yi Fan's generosity. This was Wangwali, and how much of it was needed to craft a statue of Kaishan taller than a person. Not to mention the craftsmanship of the statue was lifelike, clearly the work of a master sculptor. Young Master Yi, your gift is truly precious, Lu Feng exclaimed. Ha, it's not about being precious or not, as long as you like it, that's good enough. Someone please take this Kaishan into the lobby of the office building to properly attract wealth for Mr. Lu. Yi Fan instructed his men to carry the statue inside. I won't say too many polite words, thank you so much, Lu Feng said. We're friends, there's no need for pleasantries. He'll find a seat to sit down, and after you're done we can have a good chat, Yi Fan replied. Yi Fan then found a seat and sat down. Coincidentally, he ended up sitting right next to Old Man Li, and naturally they exchanged pleasantries. Old man, you are here too, Yi Fan said politely. He held a great deal of respect for this self-made elder. Ha, how could I not come to the ribbon-cutting ceremony of our group's shareholders? Old Man Li chuckled. But your arrival, young master, Yi certainly surprised me, he added. Your group's shareholders? What do you mean by that, old man? Yi Fan asked. It's simple. Young Lu here is also a shareholder of Tianyu Group, Old Man Li replied. Yi Fan was taken aback upon hearing this. One Ferrari was not enough, and he turned out to be a shareholder of Tianyu. While the two were chatting, Lu Feng saw the Kaishan being moved inside, and everything was in order, so he walked back up to the podium to hastily conclude the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Just as he stepped up and was about to start speaking, he was interrupted by another voice. Lu Feng was speechless and quickly looked towards the source of the sound. However, this time he did not recognize the newcomer. Yet Old Man Li and Yi Fan stood up instantly upon seeing the person. They exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Why is this person here? Could it be that Lu Feng has some connection with him? Although they did not know him, Lu Feng still rose to greet him. Hello, may I ask who you are? It seems we do not know each other, Lu Feng said to the bespectacled, refined, middle-aged man in front of him. Of course, Mr. Li, you do not know me. I am here on behalf of my master, the refined man replied. And your master is? My master's surname is Li. Li? Lu Feng thought to himself that he shouldn't know anyone with the surname Li except for the old man Li Yinfeng. Wait a minute, Lu Feng seemed to suddenly recall something. Could it be that person? If so, it would be quite terrifying. An influential figure with the surname Li suddenly emerged in Lu Feng's mind, a very significant one. Hello, welcome, said the bespectacled man as he shook hands with Lu Feng. My master asked me to deliver a congratulatory gift to you, the bespectacled man said as he signaled for someone to bring the gift forward. Lu Feng looked at the gift being presented and speculated about what it could be. As the bespectacled man slowly pulled back the red cloth covering it, a polished brass mirror revealed itself. The brass mirror was exquisitely crafted, capable of reflecting one's face clearly. At the base of the mirror, a line of ancient poetry was engraved. If one possesses complete virtue, one must be loyal and upright. If one possesses complete conduct, one must be fair and just. Such is the lifelong standard of a gentleman. Just as Lu Feng was pondering the verse, the bespectacled man spoke again. My master hopes you will not forget your original intention from beginning to end. Lu Feng fell into deep thought upon hearing the man's words. After a while he replied, please help me convey to Uncle Li that Lu Feng will certainly remember his teachings and will always maintain his original intention. Upon hearing Lu Feng's address, the bespectacled man was momentarily surprised, but then assured Lu Feng that he would certainly pass on his words. With that, the bespectacled man prepared to leave. Mr. Lu, please forgive me, I have matters to attend to, so I cannot stay long. Lu Feng understood what this man represented and did not press him to stay. After the bespectacled man left, Lu Feng successfully completed his speech and ribbon-cutting ceremony. He subsequently arranged for engineers from Italy and assisting personnel to manage the operations. Just as he was about to take Yi Fan and Old Master Li out for a meal, Qin Xian stopped Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, you haven't unwrapped your gift yet, Qin Xian said. What gift? Lu Feng asked. The gift from Mr. Enzo, of course. Oh, I was so busy I almost forgot. Let me take you to see it, she said. Sure, let Yi Xiao and the old master come with us. After we look well, go eat, Lu Feng said to the two, who both agreed. Then the three of them followed Qin Xian to the company square. What gift? I didn't see anything, Lu Feng said, looking at Qin Xian with confusion. I'll be here soon, please wait a moment, Qin Xian said. Just as she finished speaking, a cargo van drove through the company gates. Lu Feng was utterly baffled by Qin Xian's antics. Soon the vehicle stopped in front of Lu Feng and the cargo door opened like wings. As the wings slowly opened, Lu Feng finally got a good look at what was inside. Inside was a striking red Ferrari J50. This model was limited to just 10 units worldwide, and now it was presented as a gift from Enzo to Lu Feng, reflecting his significance in Enzo's size. So it's a car, Lu Feng said casually. What do you mean just a car? This is a limited edition, there are only 10 in the world. Yi Fan exclaimed. He loved speed, and seeing this Ferrari made his heart race. If you don't want it, sell it to me, name your price, Yi Fan excitedly suggested. Lu Feng was tempted by Yi Fan's proposal, but upon remembering that this was a gift from Enzo, he felt it would be inappropriate to sell it right away, so he declined. At this moment, Chen Qian also began to introduce the origins of the car to Lu Feng. Through her explanation, Lu Feng realized that this was not an ordinary Ferrari J50, but one specially customized for him by Enzo. Although it was styled as a Ferrari J50, many features were specially tailored. For instance, although the body was red, it was not just any red, it was a unique shade created with special pigments, and currently this shade only existed on Lu Feng's car. In fact, everything including the engine was highly customized. In summary, Lu Feng's Ferrari was truly one of a kind in the world. After hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim how amazing it was, not to mention Yi Fan, who cherished cars dearly. Lu Xiao, you must let me drive it. Yi Fan insisted. He now believed that Lu Feng must be a direct descendant of a prominent family. Seeing Yi Fan's envious expression, Lu Feng chuckled and promised that he would lend it to him after driving it for a while. With that, Lu Feng drove the Ferrari, ready to take Yi Fan and old Master Li out for a meal. Upon hearing that Lu Feng would drive them to dinner, Yi Fan hurriedly wanted to ride in Lu Feng's car, leaving his own car behind. Thus, Lu Feng drove the Ferrari with Yi Fan, while old Master Li followed in his own vehicle. As for Feng, he also drove his previous Rolls-Royce behind them. On the road, a rather peculiar convoy appeared. At the front was the Ferrari, followed by a Mercedes S, and at the back was a Rolls-Royce. This strange convoy quickly attracted the attention of passers-by and other drivers who pulled out their phones to take pictures. After driving for about half an hour, Lu Feng brought them to the Tenlong Hotel. The group got out and entered the hotel. A lobby manager instantly recognized Lu Feng the moment he walked in. After all, the incident when Lu Feng took over the hotel was still vivid in the lobby manager's memory. Mr. Lu, why didn't you inform us in advance? I could have made preparations. Oh, I decided to come on a whim. You can just prepare normally, Lu Feng said nonchalantly. He then led Yi Fan and old Master Li into the elevator. First floor, second floor, third floor. The elevator only stopped on the 9th floor. Old Master Li thought Lu Feng might not know the hotel's rules and hurriedly reminded him. Xiao Feng, aren't you mistaken? The 9th floor of Tenlong Hotel is not open to the public. Just as Lu Feng was about to respond, the elevator doors opened, and seeing this, Lu Feng had no choice but to lead the two of them out of the elevator. You haven't gone wrong, rest assured, Lu Feng said as he skillfully opened the door to the private room and stepped inside. Seeing this, Yi Fan and old Master Li had no choice but to follow him in. Upon entering the private room, even the influential Yi Fan and worldly old Master Li were stunned by the luxurious decor. Inside the private room, every wooden item visible was crafted from precious rosewood and wangwali. Even the massive dining table in the center was made of wangwali, and all 16 chairs were too. The paintings hanging on the walls were all from renowned artists. Lu Feng pulled the astonished duo to sit by the dining table. Xiao Feng, are we really not in the wrong place? Old Master Li still had his doubts. You're not wrong, but it's definitely here. But I heard that the 9th floor of Tenlong Hotel is reserved for the owner of the hotel, Yi Fan chimed in. Indeed, how did you manage this? It's simple, you just become the owner of Tenlong Hotel, Lu Feng said in the most casual tone while delivering the most ostentatious statement. What the hell, Yi Fan exclaimed. Xiao Feng, you're not joking, are you? Old Master Li also found it hard to believe Lu Feng's words. Just as Lu Feng was about to explain, the door to the private room was pushed open. Mr. Lu, you should have notified us in advance so we could prepare. The general manager of the Tenlong Grand Hotel approached the dining table while speaking. Accompanying the manager were several girls dressed in qipao holding authentic Dehua, white porcelain tableware. The maid gently approached the dining table, bowed, and placed the tableware down before slowly retreating. Two tea masters then entered, one carrying tea utensils and the other holding tea leaves. One of the tea masters asked Mr. Lu, what would you like to drink? I can drink anything, Lu Feng replied. The tea master then asked Yi Fan, who also indicated that young people don't drink tea, suggesting she ask old Mr. Li. In the end, it was old Mr. Li who chose white tea. Upon hearing the selection, the tea master began to brew the tea. Once the tea was ready, Lu Feng instructed them to leave. After waiting for the three to order their dishes, the general manager took the menu and left. Old Mr. Li and Yi Fan looked at Lu Feng as if he were a monster. Feeling uncomfortable under their gaze, Lu Feng asked, why are you two looking at me? While you really are the owner of the Tenlong Grand Hotel, Yi Fan said in astonishment. Yes, didn't I just say that? I didn't believe it. After taking a sip of tea, old Mr. Li repeatedly exclaimed remarkable, truly remarkable. As the three of them drank tea and chatted, Yi Fan couldn't hold back and asked the question he and old Mr. Li most wanted to know. Lu Xiao, do you know that person? Which person? Lu Feng inquired. Wasn't that person's secretary here today? Yi Fan asked. Oh, you mean Uncle Li's secretary? What? What? Both of them exclaimed in surprise at Lu Feng's address. What did you just say? Old Mr. Li said, clutching his chest. What did I say? Lu Feng was confused by the two. How did you address that person? Yi Fan quickly added. Uncle Li, Lu Feng replied earnestly. No, what is your relationship? Yi Fan was now extremely anxious. There was no way around it. Anyone would be anxious in this situation. After all, this was a top figure in Modu, a person of great significance. Now Lu Feng referred to the other as uncle. How could they not be surprised? I really can't see through you, little Feng, old Mr. Li sighed. Yi Fan also fell silent, now guessing about Lu Feng's background. If it was Shun Shuyuan who introduced him, then it wouldn't be surprising that Lu Feng knew him. However, Lu Feng actually called him Uncle Li, and seeing Lu Feng's puzzled expression when he saw the secretary at the ribbon-cutting ceremony made it clear that Lu Feng hadn't invited Li Dinghua over. This indicated that Li Dinghua came uninvited. A person who could make someone like Li Dinghua take the initiative to deliver gifts must have a terrifying background. Thinking of this, Yi Fan lost his appetite. All he wanted now was to hurry back and tell his grandfather, asking him to analyze Lu Feng's background. Just as the atmosphere became a bit cold, the door to the private room opened again. A girl in Qipao entered carrying dishes while the general manager followed with a bottle of good wine. Mr. Lu, gentlemen, let me pour you a glass of wine, the general manager said as he prepared to open the wine bottle. Hey, I'm old enough. Oh, I want drink. Just pour for them, old Mr. Li waved his hand. I also won't drink. I have things to do after dinner. Yi Fan declined, as well as mind occupied with the urge to hurry back and inform his grandfather of everything he knew. Seeing that both had refused, Lu Feng said that drinking alone wasn't fun and directly had the general manager take the wine away. Since we're not drinking, let's begin eating, Lu Feng said. The two didn't hold back, picking up their chopsticks and starting to eat. Thank you for the hospitality, Lu Xiao. Oh, I'll take my leave now, Yi Fan said as he hailed a taxi to leave. You may wonder why Yi Xiao didn't drive away. He actually wanted to, but because he was hoping to ride in Lu Feng's Ferrari J50, he ended up having to take a taxi back to the factory to get his car. Little Feng, I'm leaving too, old Mr. Li said to Lu Feng after Yi Fan left. Okay, take care, Lu Feng assisted old Mr. Li into the car and casually closed the door for him. Let's go, we need to return to the company, Lu Feng said to Feng. The two then drove back to the Ferrari branch, each in their own car. After parking the car, Lu Feng and Feng arrived at the company lobby. Chen Qian had already been waiting there for a long time. Mr. Lu, let me show you to your office, Chen Qian said respectfully. Sure, lead the way. Lu Feng was curious. Strictly speaking, this Ferrari branch was the company Lu Feng truly needed to manage. The Fanli Group was overseen by Zhao Yun and the Tianyu Group was managed by Wang Yu. In Ferrari, he was the only president. The mid-level employees who came from Italy were only here to help during the initial establishment of the branch. Once the company stabilized, they would return. Soon Chen Qian led Lu Feng to his office. The office was spacious and comprised 4 parts. The first part was the secretary's office area. There was a partition between the secretary's office area and the president's office area to ensure the privacy of the president's work. The second part was the president's office area, and the third was a small conference room. Lu Feng could hold some small private meetings in this small conference room. The fourth part was the president's exclusive rest area, equipped with a private restroom, cloakroom, and even a bedroom. Under Chen Qian's guidance, Lu Feng toured his office. I finally have an office that belongs to me, Lu Feng said, sitting in the chair with a sense of wonder. Are you satisfied with this office? Chen Qian asked with a smile. Very satisfied, especially the rest area inside, which reminded Lu Feng of a particularly apt saying. Let the secretary handle the matters, and when there's nothing. As long as you're satisfied. By the way, Mr. Lu, you need to arrange positions for those mid-level managers coming from Italy, Chen Qian said. All right, since I'm still in the company, have them come over now, Lu Feng replied casually. Chen Qian acknowledged and went out to notify those Italians. And Feng over there in the secretary's office area, choose a spot. When I'm here, you can wait for me over there, Lu Feng. And upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Feng directly went to the secretary area to select his position. There were a total of 4 workstations in the secretary area, and Feng chose the one closest to Lu Feng's president area so that he could rush in at the first moment if anything came up. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Lu, they have been brought over. Chen Qian knocked on the door from outside. Come in, Lu. With permission, Chen Qian brought in a large group of foreigners. Hello, Mr. Lu. The group of foreigners bowed and greeted him in awkward Chinese. Hello, Lu Feng could barely understand what they were saying. After the greetings, Lu Feng took them to the conference room to begin the appointment of company positions. Tell me about your previous positions, Lu Feng said, while seated at the main seat. A group of Italians sighed in relief upon hearing Lu Feng speak English, as their Chinese was quite lacking. I used to work in the sales department. I belong to the research and development department. I belong to the engineering department. A large group of foreigners began to introduce themselves, and the scene instantly became quite chaotic. Keep quiet. Lu Feng shouted loudly upon seeing them in such disarray. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, everyone instantly fell silent. Very good, then let me arrange your positions, Lu Feng said. Lu Feng then arranged their positions based on their previous roles. It wasn't so much an arrangement as it was a continuation of what they had been doing. Finally, the essential skill of every boss, the art of grand visions, was on display. The meeting quickly concluded and Lu Feng allowed others to leave first, keeping Chun Qian behind. Is there anything else, Director Lu? Chun Qian asked curiously. The majority of the employees in the company were personally interviewed by you, and I have been observing your abilities during this time. If it weren't for you, this branch of Ferrari wouldn't have been able to operate so quickly. Now I have a task for you. If you can complete it, the position of Deputy General Manager of the branch will be yours, Lu Feng said, taking a cigarette from the pack. Chun Qian keenly helped Lu Feng light the cigarette. Whatever you command, I will certainly comply, she said, suppressing her excitement. Suddenly going from the president's secretary to the Deputy General Manager would excite anyone. But just as Lu Feng said, Chun Qian truly had the capability. You are familiar with the employees in the company, so I ask you to select a group of capable individuals to pair Onion with those Italians. Lu Feng exhaled a puff of smoke. I hope that in 6 months this group of foreigners can return. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Chun Qian instantly understood his meaning. It seems Director Lu doesn't want anyone to place outsiders around him, even if those people are not outsiders, Chun Qian thought. Understood, Director Lu. I will start arranging this in the next few days, Chun Qian replied respectfully. This 6 months will be your assessment period. Perform well, my deputy, Lu Feng continued. Yes, then I will go and make the arrangements, Chun Qian said, already eager to showcase her abilities. Go ahead. Chun Qian turned to leave, but just as she reached the door, Lu Feng's voice drifted from behind. Secretary Chen, clarify your positioning. Don't let me down. Chun Qian shivered at his words, understanding their implication, and hurriedly nodded as she exited. Once outside, Chun Qian leaned against the wall and took deep breaths. Director Lu is indeed formidable. The pressure of being with him is immense. Director Lu, I will demonstrate with my actions. After seeing Chun Qian leave, Lu Feng finished his cigarette and fell into contemplation. The words he just spoke had two meanings. The first was the one that Chun Qian understood. He wanted Chun Qian to align her heart with his, as she was previously recruited by Ferrari, and Lu Feng feared she might lean towards the headquarters. The second meaning was for Chun Qian to clarify her positioning. Since most of the personnel in this branch were recruited by her, Lu Feng was worried she might form a faction just like Wang Jingyan from Fangli. Moreover, with the promise of the Deputy General Manager position, Chun Qian would truly become someone of great authority within the branch. It's always better to take precautions in advance, especially regarding letting Lu Feng manage this company. Lu Feng thought it was a joke. With his current enterprises, he could not be involved in every detail, so he needed to cultivate a group of people genuinely dedicated to working for him. This was also the next guideline Lu Feng set for himself. Thus, he sat in his office planning for his future goals throughout the afternoon. During this time, Chun Qian visited many times. After all, she was still Lu Feng's secretary, serving tea and delivering documents. Finally, Lu Feng endured until the end of the workday. He stretched, stood up, and led Feng downstairs. Good morning, Director Lu. Goodbye, Director Lu. All along the way, employees greeted Lu Feng, and he responded to each one. Upon arriving at the garage, Lu Feng drove his Ferrari, while Feng drove the Rolls-Royce. The two sped back to the manor. Just as they parked, Wan came up to greet them. Mr. Lu, the meal is ready, Wan said. Ha, Feng, you really are fortunate. After work you get to enjoy a steaming hot meal, Lu Feng said with a smile. And Feng could only laugh at Lu Feng's words. Soon they all sat down at the dining table. Looking at the beautifully fragrant dishes, Lu Feng also dug in without hesitation. Alright, Wan, how did you go out to buy groceries? Lu Feng suddenly asked. He just remembered that there was no vehicle in the manor today. How did Wan manage to buy groceries from such a distance? I walked there. I had nothing else to do, so I thought of it as a walk, Wan replied honestly. But how can you do that? Carrying such a large bag of vegetables back is exhausting. Tomorrow I will buy you a small cart, Lu Feng said. No, really, mister. Lu, you don't have to, Wan hurriedly refused. And Feng also quickly declined upon hearing Lu Feng's words. They already owed Lu Feng enough. How could they allow him to spend more money? Oh, come on, it's not like I'm buying a luxury car. Just a regular little cart will do. The weather is so hot now and it often rains. How can you go out like this? Lu Feng said seriously. You don't need to spend money on it. We have money now, and we can buy one ourselves later, and Feng continued. Yes, we definitely can't spend your money anymore, and Wan said earnestly. Seeing how serious both of them were, Lu Feng could only relent. After finishing the meal, Lu Feng returned to his villa. I'll play a couple of games I haven't played in a long time, Lu Feng said as he lay on the bed and started gaming. Oh, you guys are really the worst. Don't touch my jungle monsters. Archer. Is your bowstring broken? Shoot. Tank, come protect me. Why are you hiding behind me? With the sound of a defeat notification, Lu Feng ended his torturous gaming session. A bunch of noobs am never playing again. Uninstalling, Lu Feng grumbled as he headed to the bathroom. After all, he had to work tomorrow and needed to rest early. The next day, Lu Feng opened the door to find Feng waiting at the entrance. Good morning, sir. Breakfast is ready, Feng said respectfully. Feng, you don't have to wait for me. Every morning I know when to go for breakfast, Lu Feng said helplessly. Feng insisted that it was what a bodyguard should do. Lu Feng couldn't argue with Feng and just went along. After finishing breakfast, he hurried off to work. I'm already so rich, why do I still have to work? Lu Feng silently complained as he drove his Ferrari. He didn't take Feng to work today, going alone instead. Feng's task today was to drive all the cars from Guanlon International to the manor and then take his wife shopping for clothes and a car. Good morning, Director Lu. Good morning, Director Lu. As greetings rang out, Lu Feng arrived at his office. Chen Qian was already waiting in the secretary area. Good morning, Director Lu. Chen Qian saw Lu Feng arriving and quickly stood up to greet him. Good morning, Lu Feng said. There are 2 documents that need your signature today, Chen Qian said as she helped Lu Feng open the door to his office area. Bring them over for me to take a look, Lu Feng said as he entered the office area and sat down. Here you go, Chen Qian handed the documents to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the documents and began to read them carefully. After a while, he signed his name in the designated area. Mr. Lu, regarding the matter you instructed me about yesterday, I have found 2 suitable employees. Would you like to assess them? Chen Qian said respectfully. No need. If you think they are good, then they are good. I have always believed in my people and never doubted them, Lu Feng replied indifferently. Understood, I will arrange for them to learn from the Italian. They'll be outside, just call me if you need anything, Chen Qian said as she stepped out. After Chen Qian left, Lu Feng began to feel bored and could only turn on his computer to play games. No wonder it's a specially configured computer. Playing games is just delightful. Lu Feng played for a while. Since the branch office had just been established, Lu Feng had been punctual every day. That noon, unable to hold back, he pulled Chen Qian out for lunch. The 2 arrived at a small restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and sat down. So how is the branch office stabilizing these days? Lu Feng said, while taking a sip of his drink. Yes, under your leadership the company has stabilized, Chen Qian flattered him slightly. Haha, you don't need to flatter me. I can see your abilities clearly, Lu Feng laughed. I am just a soldier in your hands, you are the general, and it's all your command, Chen Qian humbly said. Soon the food was served, and the 2 began to eat. After finishing their meal, Lu Feng refused Chen Qian's attempt to pay, and went to settle the bill himself. How could I let the employees pay when taking them out for a meal? It would be a laughingstock if word got out, Lu Feng said. Chen Qian stifled a laugh behind her hand. The 2 soon arrived at the parking area, only to find a large group of people gathered around Lu Feng's Ferrari. Min, are you done taking pictures? It's my turn now, a girl named Min said. Yeah, you've been at it for so long. A man was taking pictures of her while she sat on the hood of the car. Just wait a bit, I'm taking a couple more shots. This is a Ferrari J50 limited to 10 in the world. It's really lucky to encounter such a car today, the girl named Min said. Indeed, I wonder which big shot from Magic City owns this. You can't just buy a car like this with money, the man taking photos said. Lu Feng stood to the side with Chen Qian observing the girl who was taking pictures. The girl wore a crop top and a very short skirt. Her legs were snow white and flawless, rivaling even Chen Qian's legs. Seeing this, Lu Feng turned to glance at Chen Qian's attire. She was dressed in a standard secretary outfit, and her white shirt seemed to be straining against the pressure with the buttons pulled tight. Her beautiful long legs were clad in seductive black stockings, forming a stark contrast of temptation with the girl taking pictures in front. Mr. Lu, do I look good? Chen Qian noticed Lu Feng staring at her, lightly flicking her hair and casting him a flirtatious glance. You look good, Lu Feng responded awkwardly. Just then the girl taking pictures stopped, and Lu Feng, eager to hide his embarrassment, walked straight over. As soon as he reached the car, he was stopped by a flamboyantly dressed girl. Do you even know the rules? Didn't you see we were here first? Line up, the glamorous girl said. Exactly what kind of quality is this? Your girlfriend must be blind to be with you, another girl said mockingly as she spotted Chen Qian behind. Oh, stop it. I have to hurry and take my pictures, otherwise everyone will miss their chance when the owner gets back, the glamorous girl said. Is my makeup still intact? The owner will definitely notice me when he comes back, she added. Don't worry, we look so beautiful today that the owner will surely be enchanted by us, the girl named Yi said. The glamorous girl smiled at this, confidently swaying her hips as she stood next to Lu Feng's Ferrari. Hurry up and take my picture, she urged. Okay, coming right up, the girl named Yi said as she pulled out her phone to prepare for the photo, not forgetting to mock Lu Feng. Just wait here, you really have no class, who do you think you are? Lu Feng was speechless. Where did they get the confidence that he would be interested in them? With faces painted like monsters, one bite might even lead to a makeup overdose. Perhaps the women noticed Lu Feng's speechlessness. One of them immediately started to scold him. What are you speechless about? Just seeing you annoys me. Do you think you're the owner? Hearing this, Lu Feng took out the car key and pressed it twice. Beep beep. The Ferrari's lights flashed twice. The group froze in embarrassment. Lu Feng ignored the three frozen girls and walked up to open the car door. Sorry, but this really is my car, Lu Feng said as he got in. Then he started the car, rolled down the window, and added, to be honest, I really don't find you attractive, before stepping on the gas and roaring out of the parking space, coming to a stop in front of Chen Qian. Chen Qian opened the passenger door and got in. Just as Lu Feng was about to leave, he saw the three girls. Hey there, young man, we were just joking with you. Don't take it seriously, the glamorous girl said, and the other two girls. Lu Feng was annoyed by their antics and directly spoke up. What exactly do you want to say? Seeing Lu Feng's impatience, the three girls hurriedly expressed their intention to add him on their phone. Didn't you see that someone is already sitting in the passenger seat? Lu Feng felt nothing but disgust. We don't mind. Oh, why don't you try something different? Said the girl named Min Min as she casually touched her long legs. She believed Lu Feng would definitely like her long legs, as she had attracted quite a few admirers with them in the past. How you're not worthy. Lu Feng sneered, then stepped on the gas, and the Ferrari shot off like a rocket, leaving the three girls behind bewildered by the exhaust. It's all your fault. If you hadn't delayed so long, I wouldn't have said something like that, the glamorous girl said. You blame me. If you hadn't spoken so rudely, would he have been driven away? Another girl retorted without holding back. It's definitely your fault. If it weren't for you, I might have been sitting in that limited edition Ferrari right now. Repeat that, and I'll hold you accountable. It's your fault. The two of them argued and began to pull each other's hair. I'll kill you, you bitch. You're no good either, you trash. As they scolded each other, they fought, frightening the girl. She hurriedly tried to pull them apart, but the two, already blinded by rage, ended up hitting the girl who was trying to mediate. What started as a two-person fight quickly turned into a three-way brawl, attracting the attention of passers-by. Some even took out their phones to record, prepared to upload the footage to Douyin. After all, it's well known that people in Hua will love watching the excitement. Mr. Lu, aren't you tempted? Chen Qian asked, gazing at Lu Feng. Ha. I'm more afraid of catching a disease, Lu Feng replied with a cold, disdainful smile. Lu Feng glanced sideways at Chen Qian seated in the front passenger seat. She reclined languidly, her long legs elegantly crossed, her silhouette alluring and irresistible. Ah, excellent, Lu Feng responded awkwardly. Seeing his flustered reaction, Chen Qian dared not tease him further. In moments they arrived back at the company. Prepare everything. I need to speak with Enzo, Lu Feng said as he stepped out of the car. Understood. Shortly thereafter they returned to the office and Chen Qian initiated a video call to Enzo. A soft beep signaled the connection. Enzo's face appeared on the computer screen. Lu, did you receive my gift? Enzo asked without preamble. Yes, Mr. Enzo, and well, do you like it? I imagine no man could resist a hypercar. And, indeed, I deeply appreciate your generous gift. And delighted to hear it. So, what brings you to me this time? Enzo inquired. He didn't believe Lu Feng had contacted him merely for idle conversation. Men of their stature were never truly idle, burdened as they were by relentless responsibility. As you know, Ferrari is researching new energy technologies, and I happen to possess proprietary new energy technology. Lu, do you truly hold such technology? What's its range? You understand well, 600 or 700 kilometers means little to us. And Mr. Enzo, if I've raised the matter, I do so with full confidence. And how far can your technology take a vehicle? In 1200 kilometers, sufficient. And Lu, you're not joking with me, are you? Enzo shot upright. Not at all. It would gain me nothing to jest, Lu Feng replied with a faint smile. Lu, what precisely are you implying by revealing such groundbreaking technology? Enzo was shrewd, a titan of global commerce who knew instinctively that Lu Feng's move carried deliberate intent. I wish to sell this technology to Ferrari, Lu Feng stated calmly. And, are you short on funds? Name your figure. I'll meet it. Enzo urged immediately. Upon hearing Lu Feng intended to sell the technology, Enzo instantly assumed financial distress. Why else would anyone part with a breakthrough capable of reshaping the entire new energy market? Mr. Enzo, I am not financially constrained. Buy, sell? I mean equity exchange, not monetary transaction. In equity exchange. Lu, are you seeking Ferrari shares? Enzo frowned sharply. Yes, I require 20% of Ferrari's equity. In Lu, that's unacceptable. Propose another condition. In no. 20%, no less. Lu Feng's voice held unwavering resolve. Enzo fell silent, torn. He loathed relinquishing equity. His own stake was already slender, but the technology was too vital to abandon. An icy stillness settled between them. Chen Qian stood motionless beside them, scarcely daring to breathe. She had never imagined Lu Feng's business with Enzo would be of such magnitude. If Lu Feng's new energy technology proved genuine and Ferrari secured it, the brand would inevitably it would ascend as the undisputed leader in the new energy sector, amassing unprecedented wealth, and leverage Lu Feng's innovation to forge ahead even further. After a long pause, Enzo spoke. Lu, I can offer you a maximum of 5% equity, plus an additional $5 billion US. 20% of Ferrari's current market valuation stands at $6 billion. In my counteroffer, 5% equity valued at $1.5 billion plus $5 billion in cash exceeds that sum. This is my final absolute limit. Lu Feng did not reply immediately. Instead, he withdrew a cigarette, lit it, and drew deeply. Only after finishing the cigarette did he speak. Mr. Enzo, I understand your concern. You fear diluting your controlling stake in Ferrari. And take the 1% share I hold, for instance. If I'm not mistaken, that portion belongs to you. And having sold it, your remaining stake now stands at 50%. The other 49% rests with the Afiat Group. You're correct, Lu. I do fear precisely that. And then, Mr. Enzo, might I offer a suggestion? And by all means, proceed. And since control weighs so heavily upon you, why not approach the Afiat Group and invite them to divest their shares? And while Ferrari's autonomy matters profoundly to you, it likely holds far less strategic weight for Afiat. They hold stakes in numerous conglomerates beyond Ferrari alone. And Afiat seeks only a profitable Ferrari. Governance, I suspect, is secondary. And moreover, Afiat will recognize the immense profitability your technology promises. Profit surely outweighs equity in their calculus. Enzo exhaled slowly, then said, Lu, your proposal deeply intrigues me. Please allow me time. I must consult Afiat, and severed the call to begin negotiations. Lu Feng withdrew another cigarette and placed it between his lips. And click. Chen Qian extended her lighter and ignited it for him. Lu Feng inhaled luxuriously, then leaned back into his chair. Beside him, Chen Qian could no longer suppress her curiosity and voiced her question. Mr. Lu, was the technology you mentioned truly real? And absolutely. Otherwise, why would I have called Enzo? And it's simply astonishing. And will you really sell it to Ferrari? Why not consider domestic automakers? They'd surely value it more. Chen Qian asked, her voice trembling. She knew full well her question endangered her career. One careless word could prompt Enzo to dismiss, yet patriotism stirred her courage. Lu Feng watched her closely and smiled. Noble sentiment. But what if they offer insufficient compensation? I am, after all, a merchant. Profit-seeking is our nature, divine law. I believe Chinese automakers will present you with a truly satisfying offer. They desperately need your technology, Chen Qian whispered softly. Chen Qian, remember, you draw your salary from Ferrari. Should I inform Enzo of this, you'd be dismissed instantly and blacklisted across the entire industry. Lu Feng's tone turned glacial. Chen Qian flinched, but pressed on. I bear no regrets. I've witnessed too many instances where foreign powers strangle our nation's progress. And should you entrust this technology to Ferrari, China's automotive industry will lose the new energy race decisively. To surrender it would cost me my job, yet I must voice my objection. But sacrificing your livelihood to aid domestic enterprises, will they ever know? When you're unemployed because of this, who will stand by you? Lu Feng regarded her with amused warmth. I bear no regrets. This is what a conscientious Chinese citizen must do, Chen Qian declared, her quivering shoulders betraying profound fear. Lu Feng burst into unrestrained laughter. Bewildered, Chen Qian stared as he finally stilled and turned to her. I am utterly impressed. You spoke those words knowing full well you risked losing everything. And you flatter me. I merely did what any Chinese citizen would. And yet not everyone does, Lu Feng murmured, recalling Feng Ning of Mercedes-Benz. Some even aid foreign corporations in undermining our own enterprises. And such individuals remain few, Chen Qian replied. Lu Feng ignored her remark and fixed her with an unblinking gaze until she felt unnerved. Then he said, Secretary Chen, congratulations. Effective today, you are appointed Vice President of Ferrari's China Division.